Arc 18 Queen 18.1. The empty vault loomed before us, dark and fetid. It's that bad? I asked. Do we need to contact the PRT and Protectorate? Get the heroes on board. No, Dinah said, quiet. Not immediately. The others looked at her. I couldn't see her, but I had a pretty distinct mental picture. A pre-adolescent girl, thin, with straight brown hair. Cursory inspection with my swarm suggested her hair was tied into a braid, but many strands were coming loose. Unless a lot had changed since I'd last seen her, Dinah would be pale. My mental picture of her was of a girl that was almost ghostly. It said something that she was still able to command our attention with a few quiet words. 1.7% chance she does any serious damage before dawn. We have time. Thank you, I said. Useful to know, Tattletale said, but this is bad enough that we may have to go running to the heroes, eat crow, and ask for their assistance, get it sooner than later. Regent had followed Gru, Dinah, and I down the stairs. He peered into the darkness, then said, I don't think we'll have much pull with the White Hats. Among other things, we've conquered the city, gave their heroes a series of spankings, gave the world-renowned Tinker a very expensive spanking, kidnapped one of their directors, and if I just heard you right, you just offed the replacement director. He stepped back, moved his mask and whistled. I had to step back to see Rachel on her way from the entrance, her dogs following behind. I couldn't help but cough at the rancid smell from the vault, which made me cough more. Hospital, Gru said, for the umpteenth time. Soon, I said. The heroes don't know we offed Calvert, Tattletale said. Yet, Regent added. My question stands. Do we need to contact them? I said. Maybe. I don't know, Tattletale shook her head a little. What do you know? I asked. Because as far as the rest of us are aware, there's a teenage girl that's capable of tearing through 2 vault doors like they're nothing, and she's free, and she's pissed at us. Quite possibly at me, depending on how much she heard. Coyle sent the travelers to me for help. She's had some physical changes, Tattletale said. She traced one of the creases in the crumpled vault door with her gloved fingers. They wanted to get a better idea of what was going on, so they could maybe change her back. And when I asked about her before, you brushed me off. Don't like admitting I don't know something, she said. And I don't know the full story. They were working on the assumption that she's turning into an Endbringer. That gave us all a moment's pause. Rachel had just descended from the walkway in time to catch the last part. She grabbed Bastard's chain to keep him from venturing into the vault, but her attention was on Tattletale. Seriously? Regent asked. No. Well, it's what they were thinking. It's not what I think. Elaborate, Gru said. When I saw Leviathan, I got the distinct impression that the Endbringers aren't human and never were. Noelle? She's human. So I've got 2 running theories. Theory 1 is that she is turning into an Endbringer, with her body serving as the host to a growth that's eventually going to shed off the Noelle bits and go full monster. And theory 2? Gru asked. Someone's doing their level best to make their own Endbringer. Who? I asked. Tattletale shrugged, no clue. Could be any of the major players. To figure out which one, I'm going to need time with the database on capes we downloaded from the PRT. Even then, I'm not sure it covers the high clearance stuff we need. Off the top of your head? I asked. Who could it be? The Protectorate might have been aiming to make an Endbringer with the idea that it could fight the other Endbringers, only for things to go sour. There's the group that made people like Gregor the Snail and Neuter. Tattletale looked at me. You remember that paperwork we found when we infiltrated the merchant's party? Cauldron. Yes. There's also any number of megalomaniac tinkers out there who might have tried something. Bonesaw, Rattenfonger, James Towner, Blasto, Mosaic, Monstrum, some non-tinkers like Chrysalis and Nilbogue, bunch of others. Too many, Gru said. But their powers don't fit this scenario that well, so it would have to be some alliance between 2 of them, or one would need to get a hold of the tools and blueprints from one of the others and reverse engineer it, or one had a second trigger event and their powers expanded. A lot of ors, Gru said. Too many possibilities, Tattletale said. We could be on the complete wrong tack, where I'm overthinking it, or I'm overlooking the most obvious possibility, that she's just unlucky. What if we ask the kid? Regent asked. He turned his attention to Dinah. Only if she's up to it, I said. Head hurts, still fixing things, putting all the worlds in the right places, Dinah said. She was clutching my wrist as though I were a life preserver and she was going to drown if she let go, but she stared at the ground as she spoke. But I'll help now. I fear I won't be useful for much longer. I fear? Who talked like that? Why not? Regent asked. I'll get sick without the candy. Soon. Withdrawal, Gru said. Dinah nodded. Fuck, I said. We need to get her to a hospital so they can see her through it. I can see it, she said, and her voice was smaller. There wasn't any inflection when she spoke, the only indication that she had any emotion at all was the changing volume of her voice, more volume as she got more confident, less as she drew into herself. I see myself getting sick, and it's so clear a picture, so many pictures it's almost as bad as being sick right here and right now. There's ways they can help you through it, I said. I looked it up. The hospital can put you under, so you're not awake for the worst of it. She squeezed my wrist a little tighter. It's okay. I can see the chances and I know I'll be okay. So long as it's just once. Ask me questions. Tattletale glanced at me. Go ahead, I told her. Chance she's turning into an Endbringer? Tattletale asked. Those aren't the kind of odds I can give, Dinah said. It has to be something I can picture. Scenes. I thought so. And that'd mean I can't really use it to pin down who's behind Noelle's situation. Dinah shook her head. Chance of trouble in the next 24 hours? I asked. Violence, she attacks us, she attacks other people. 99.346301%, Dinah said. What happens in that not even 1% chance? Regent asked. I can't go looking. I have to ask, and figure it out from there, which hurts if I do it too much, or someone else asks, which makes it hurt less, because I can focus on the numbers and just the numbers. Okay, Tattletale said, chance she runs? 23.311%. That doesn't add up, Regent said. Unless I'm way worse at math than I thought. She does some damage and then flees, Gru suggested. Tattletale nodded confirmation. Chance someone stops her? Tattletale asked. Defeats her, kills her. Dinah shook her head. You don't know. I can't see it. Okay, Tattletale said. That means we probably can't stop her with sheer firepower. Didn't see it. Okay. Thank you, by the way, Tattletale said. Appreciate it. You're quite welcome, Dinah said, dropping her eyes to the ground. Quite welcome. Dinah kept phrasing things in a funny manner. An old-fashioned or proper way. It wasn't quite like how Coil spoke, but there were similarities. Was it a side effect of spending way too much time around Coil? I didn't like the idea of that. That either Coil had molded her, or that she'd spent enough time in a pliable mental state that she'd adopted his speaking patterns. This situation is bad, Tattletale said. We can't take her on, but we don't know enough about her to plan against her. I was going to reposition everyone so our territories covered the entire city, under the assumption that the travelers were leaving. Now I'm suspicious they'll be staying, which complicates matters, and I don't want us spread too thin, either. We could get hold of Ballistic, Gru said. Get his version of events. He went back to his territory. I'll make calls and see if we can bring him on board, Tattletale said. I have 2 squads of soldiers that I'm keeping on retainer. They'll serve as my hands for right now, while I try and get myself sorted out here, establish this as my new headquarters. If you guys want to go to the hospital, maybe see about getting Skitter and Dinah looked after, I'll handle things on this end. We regroup at least an hour before dawn and we plan with whatever new information we have. No sleep tonight? Regent asked. No sleep, Gru confirmed. I turned to Tattletale. We don't have access to all of Coil's resources, now. Or Calvert's, for that matter. Can you find us a doctor who we can trust? Someone you can trust? No. But I can find someone not altogether untrustworthy. We were just finishing sorting out who was going where when Tattletale called us with a name and an address. The group heading to the hospital consisted of me, Gru, Rachel and Dinah. I had the smoke inhalation and breathing problems, as well as the pain in my chest and my eyes to look after. Gru and Rachel had been shot. As for Dinah, we needed to make sure there weren't any severe problems before we sent her home. Regent headed back to his place with him for backup. Dinah, Rachel and I settled in the back of one of Coil's trucks with Bastard and Bentley. Gru took the wheel. I focused on canvassing the area with my swarm as Gru drove. Dinah had assured us that things were safe for the rest of night, but I couldn't ignore the existence of a dangerous pseudo-Endbringer with a very good reason to want to hurt me. You're quiet, Rachel said. I turned my attention to her, then realized she was talking to Dinah. I considered saying something, but you would get upset, Dinah said. Again, the low volume. Hey, Rachel said. Why? Dinah paused for long seconds. I wondered if she was trying to work something out with her power. I was going to ask if I could pet your puppy, but it's not my place. He's not mine. He's not a dog. He's a wolf. He doesn't react like a dog will. And I'm trying to train him before he's old enough that he won't listen, and I don't need people mucking that up. Okay, Dinah said. There was no fight there, no resistance, total compliance. Rachel put one boot against the edge of the bench across from her, a foot to the right of Dinah. As far as I knew, Rachel didn't take her eyes off the girl. Rachel, I said. Just curious, but you're hoping to eventually adopt your dogs out, right? To good owners. So. Just saying, but as much as the owners need to adapt to the dog and understand the dog, the opposite is true. I couldn't read Rachel's expression. The dog has to adapt to the owner. She asked. Right. And that means the dogs need a chance to get used to people. Dogs and humans have a partnership, right? So they need to meet halfway in that understanding. Mutual understanding. Okay. Enough time passed that I wasn't sure if she'd picked up on my meaning. You want to pet Bentley? Rachel offered. Very much, Dinah replied. Bentley, go. Up. Bentley hopped up between Dinah and I on the bench. Relax. The bulldog turned around once, then flopped down on the bench so his head was pressed against my hip. Give him a sniff of your hand before you touch him, Rachel said. Bentley's a good boy, but it's a good habit to get into with dogs. You don't want to surprise him and get bitten. I kept still while Dinah took Rachel's suggestion and extended a hand. Without standing, he twisted himself around until his oversized head was in Dinah's lap. Months since she's seen a dog, let alone touched one. How would that affect her in the long run? I hoped she wouldn't be in therapy for the rest of her life. I turned my attention to scanning the area, while Bentley reveled in the attention and affection. It was another 5 minutes before Gru stopped the van and we had a chance to get out. Chance of trouble? I asked. 15.33%, Dinah answered. Can you tell me who causes the trouble? I only know we'll be in there, so I have to look at each of us, one by one, and then I see the number. Okay. When there's trouble, she said, it's you. 80% of the time. Me? I asked. She nodded. Okay, I said. I'll try to be good. With Dr. Q, the man Coyle had always referred us to, it had been one man operating solo. He'd known his stuff. But he'd been Coyle's man, and we couldn't trust him until things had time to settle down. This doctor's office had a staff, and they didn't even react as we entered. What do you need? A woman asked. She had a musical voice that was almost irritatingly sweet. Condescending, like a kindergarten teacher or a character in a show for very young kids. Not to the point that I saw myself causing any trouble, but, yet. 3 of us took gunshots, but they didn't penetrate. Costumes stopped the hits, but I want to be sure there isn't lasting damage, Gru said. The little girl needs a full checkup and maybe a brief stay, while she suffers withdrawal from some unspecified drugs or drug cocktails. And we've got 1 case of smoke inhalation coupled with severe chest pain. Understood. Your bill has been paid in advance. My mother and I will be looking after you, the young woman chirped. Please come this way. We followed. The place was like any old doctor's office, but I noted statues and innumerable picture frames, and the floor was tiled. Going by my swarm sense alone, I got the impression the place was upscale. And it was empty. You don't seem bothered to have supervillains coming through. We've dealt with supervillains before, she said, and the way she said it suggested she didn't plan on elaborating. You'll need to remove your costumes and masks. You can each have a separate room to disrobe, and we'll be seeing each of you in turn. Rest assured, your privacy and safety is our top concern. I could feel Dinah's death grip on my arm. I bent down and murmured, do you want a separate room? She shook her head. I straightened and told the woman, we'll share a room. Neither of you are bashful. I'm blind, I said, and no, I guess I'm not bashful. Blind. Gru said, his head snapping around as he looked at me. Rachel did as well. Tattletale didn't mention it. No. And you didn't either. I'm functioning. I probably won't when I can't use my power, but yet. Is everything all right? The young woman asked. It's fine, Gru said, heading into one of the rooms. He stopped in the doorway, turned to me, we'll talk after. I bobbed my head in a nod, then led Dinah into an empty room. As far as I could tell, everything was as one might expect for a doctor's office, down to the jar of tongue depressors and a bowl of lollipops. How's your head? I asked. Headaches. Getting worse. But I'll get sick tonight, before the headache gets too bad, then it won't really matter. Oh. Do you have more questions? Some, but I don't want to burden you, or make you feel like I'm using you. Go ahead. The end of the world. Did Coyle ask about it? Did he get more details on what happens? He would ask how the number changed, some mornings when he asked the usual questions, before Crawler came in I couldn't use my power for a while. He wanted to figure out what happened, but the only way to do that was to make guesses and see the numbers with my power. Every day, he'd always ask the same sorts of questions about whether one thing was safe or whether another was safe and chance of success for this plan or that. There weren't many questions left for the day after he was done asking all those, so it was slow. I worked to take off my armor, unstrapping the armor to uncover the zipper. It wasn't easy, with the pain in my chest, and when it hit me, I'd have to suppress coughs to continue listening to Dinah. I guess he figured he'd be around long enough to figure it out. Dinah didn't respond. What's the chance the world ends, Dinah? That these billions die because of something Jack Slash does? Has the number changed? It's changed. 97.79073%. 97.8. It's higher. What did you and Coyle figure out? In terms of 20 questions. People are spread out. I know you're there. You're different but you're there. And the others? Sometimes there. Can you give me more details? How am I different? Which of the others are there? I don't know. There's too many capes and too many capes with powers that make it fuzzy, because some powers make it harder and a bunch of those powers together make it impossible. I don't know what happens to start all of it and I don't know much of what happens during, but billions are dead afterward. Damn. Okay. You said we're spread out. Yes. 5 big groups, lots and lots of capes from all around the world, and armies. Coyle asked a lot about that. He wanted to know about his chances for survival or the total number of casualties if he focused on one area over another. He wasn't interested in stopping it. He asked about that at first. But nothing changed the numbers enough. He said it was better to accept that it's going to happen and do what he could to minimize the damage. 5 major groups, I said. You don't know why. She shook her head. Do you know if it's like a natural disaster sort of mass death, or death by violence, or... I trailed off. Dinah was already shaking her head. All right, I said. I finished pulling my costume off, grunting at the pain in my chest, then sat on the bed in my bike shorts and tank top. Dinah sat beside me. She looked up at me, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice. You're burned. Yet. Just a bit. Is it bad? Not bad. But it looks painful. My chest hurts more, I said. Then, as if I were reminded of it, I coughed, hoarse. We sat. I could sense the doctor talking to Rachel, and heard Rachel's raised voice with the bugs I'd placed on her. I didn't envy the doctor for having to deal with her as a patient. Theoretically speaking, I said, just in the interest of problem solving, or figuring out what's going to work or not, would the chance of this happening change if I just drove around America and killed everyone in my power's reach? Not really, Dinah said. Damn, I replied. If she'd said yes, I could have narrowed it down to maybe the eastern United States or the west, then cut it in half again with north versus south, or narrowed it down to certain states. Home in on the person or people that the problem centered around, dealt with them one way or another. Except that wouldn't work. Would you? What? Kill all those people, if you had to? No, I assured her. I'm not that kind of villain. You killed Coyle, didn't you? I saw. 32% chance it was you who did it. 5% chance you couldn't and asked someone else to. 60% chance you were dead. I killed him, I admitted. But that was a special case. Okay, she said. What I wouldn't have given to be able to read her expression. Does that bother you? I asked. She shook her head, but she said, it did at first, when I first saw that possibility. But I had a lot of time to wait, and eventually the idea of being rescued mattered more than his life did. That's pretty grim, I said. I didn't get a chance to say more. The female doctor was leaving Rachel's room, and Rachel was storming out. Both Dinah and I turned toward the door before the doctor had even touched the handle. The woman entered and hesitated a fraction when she saw us staring. Her voice was just as cheery as her daughter's. Hello. I'm Dr. Brimher. Hello, I said. Have trouble with my teammate. She was uncooperative. I suppose we'll have to refund the amount that was already paid for her care. I hope that's all right. Everything indicated she was fine, health-wise. So long as she was fine. She perked up a little at that. Well then. Who's first? Her, Dinah said, before I had a chance to speak. The overall checkup went much as I'd expected. I was diagnosed with a fractured rib. The smoke inhalation was apparently something that should have been treated earlier, but I wasn't showing any lingering signs of mental or personality changes, and I wasn't dizzy, so she let me off with instructions to breathe deep. I got a cream for my burn and 3 bottles of eye drops for my eyes. Once every 2 hours, she said. And as for you, little miss, you seem undernourished. I haven't had much of an appetite for a while. Infection. Involuntary incarceration, I said. Ah. Well, the woman's voice jumped up a notch on the cheeriness scale, none of my business. It wasn't me, I said. We weren't keeping her prisoner. Of course. I wouldn't act any differently if you had been. Really? I asked. Dinah grabbed my hand. I forced myself to shut up. Well. What drugs were you taking, sweetie? I don't know. Can you describe what you felt when you took them? Felt good. Calm. Relaxed. Very sleepy, thinking through a thick soup. The woman was scribbling with a pen. She shook it to banish the fly that I'd landed on the end. And now? You're a little flushed. Was Dinah showing symptoms that I couldn't see? I'm hot, and my legs ache. I'm sweating, but that might be because I'm hot. That's all for now. Later, I'll be throwing up, and crying. I'll be very tired but I won't be able to sleep. You've been through this before. No. Not much past this. This will be the first time. Hopefully the last. I see. The time of your last dose. I don't know. I couldn't see a clock. But things start getting bad in 1.5 hours, Dinah said. They get to the very worst in 1 day. Can you put her in a coma? I asked. I read about it. No. I wouldn't feel confident in doing that without knowing the substances in her system. Then do a blood screen first, I said. If it's a question of money. No, Dinah was the one who spoke. Has to be the hard way. Why? I asked. Because there's a 70.159% chance that I relapse if I don't. The cravings get too bad and I can see more cravings in the future and it gets to be too much and I go looking for some eventually. There was a hint of hysteria in her voice. I sighed. Okay. No induced coma. 1 bad week, Dinah said. 6 days. Okay then, the doctor said. Still chipper, strangely sounding pleased at this situation. I'll go prepare a room so you have a place to rest. I'll grab some things to help quiet your tummy, too. A moment later, she was gone. I can stay with you, I said. At least tonight. You need to go and help the others with Noelle. I will. But first I'll see you through tonight, okay? She nodded. We sat in silence for a few long moments. The doctor stopped in to say something to Gru, and there was something about her voice, the higher pitch. Hey, Dinah, since I can't see, can you do me a favor and tell me if you see anything around here that says med hall? Med hall? No. I don't think so. Why? These guys are too comfortable around supervillains, and this place is too expensive. Med hall was the company that Kaiser ran, and he also ran the biggest gang of villains in town, before Leviathan came. I'm just wondering if this was the place the white supremacists went to when they needed medical care. Oh. I don't know. If it is, I'll have to have words with Tattletale. And I guess I can see why you saw me possibly causing trouble. If they said something to Gru, that'd probably do it. Dinah nodded. I sighed. A week to recuperate. 6 days. 8% chance I need another day to rest. Her voice seemed a touch tight, maybe a little anxious. I wasn't sure I could blame her. I'm not leaving you in their care, okay? We'll spend enough time here for me to get the details on what to do and what to look out for, and then we'll find another place to rest up. Okay, she said, and her voice was far quieter than it had been since we'd rescued her. It caught me off guard. The quiet. I'd pegged the changes in volume as being tied to her confidence, but the way she'd dropped her voice, it suggested she was anxious about something. Something she apparently wasn't sharing with me. Mind if I run a few more questions by you? I should save my strength, so only a couple more. She was still quiet as she replied. I wasn't sure if Dinah was aware, but the bugs I'd placed on her shoulders sensed the movement, the way she drew her shoulders in. She was afraid? Was it the impending withdrawal? Okay, I said. Chance we come out of this okay. 64.2% chance. And chance the rest of the city does. Not as high. It depends how I ask the question, but if I do. No. I get it. If you could ballpark it. 18.2258%. Okay. There's going to be some catastrophic damage, then. It's very likely. I sighed. I still had to figure out what we were doing about Noelle. There were roughly 8 hours before we had to address that issue. 5 or 6 hours before we really needed to act on the knowledge, calling in help, hiring assistance, or notifying the heroes. This was a threat just one step below an Endbringer. Hopefully Ballistic would brief us on her powers, and Tattletale could get us on target as far as her location or weak points. Tattletale might have been the ruler of Brockton Bay in a general sense, but I was still team leader of the Undersiders. I was blind, we had a pseudo-Endbringer to tackle, and the lives of everyone in the city potentially hinged on it. Just had to consider my options. 58.5, Dinah said, and there was a hint of emotion in her voice. What? What's that number? It's my chance of getting home. Why is it so low? She shrugged. Did that mean she didn't know, or she wasn't willing to use her power to find out? Then I sensed her lean slightly away from me, and I got an inkling why. Me. It was so seductive, when I thought about possible risk to my dad, to the people in my territory, to my teammates and friends, and even to me, to think about drawing on Dinah's assistance. With Dinah's help, we could avoid the worst-case scenarios. And maybe in some not quite conscious way, I was thinking about how to retain her help, one way or another. If she was sick, after all, I could look after her while dealing with the situation. Just a week of keeping Dinah close, drawing on her abilities to help everyone, and to ensure her safety. With that in mind, and the way she'd clutched at me for security, I'd been assuming she'd stay with me for just a little while. She knew that. She saw the numbers changing. And just with that, there was a breach in trust. The savior wasn't quite what she'd expected. Dangerous, even. It explained why she was anxious. Dinah, listen, I said. I can guess what you're thinking. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to trick myself into believing it's right or better to keep you, that it serves the greater good or whatever. Because that's a slippery, fast road to doing what Coyle was doing. She turned her head to look at me. We'll get you home as soon as possible, okay? Within 24 hours. And if there's more risk, if there's more danger to me, or to you, or everyone, I'll shoulder that, okay? I'll make sure we come out of this okay. You can go home. You deserve to go home. A full minute passed before she responded with a murmured, thank you. Queen 18.2. They won't take me back. They will. I saw it, Dinah whispered. Before I ever met Coyle. The fear in their eyes. When I said the numbers and I was right. They're scared of me. They were relieved when I got taken. They won't want me now that I'm free. They will want you. Just wait, I said. They'll welcome you with open arms, and there won't even be a hint of fear. I look weird. My hair's all dry and dull, and I haven't been eating that much. I always felt sleepy or edgy and was never hungry, even when my stomach was growling. And maybe I didn't eat some because it was my only way of fighting back, the only time I could choose something, even if it was bad for me. It doesn't matter. It does. There was a note of desperation in her voice. They'll see me and I'll look different and they'll think about all those moments when I left them feeling nervous and how there's a bunch of stuff I haven't even mentioned because it's that bad. I'm not even human anymore. You're definitely human, Dinah. Then why do they call us parahumans? Doesn't the para part mean half? Paraplegic, only half your body works. Parahuman, half human. Not exactly. It means beside, which is how it's used with paraplegic, or paragraph. It can also mean extra or beyond, like paranormal. We're next to human, or more than human, depending on how you look at it. I think it's pretty apt. Powers, in a lot of ways, make the best and worst parts of our humanity stand out. And that depends on the choices we make. Your parents can't judge you for stuff you didn't choose. How do you even know that? Which? The meaning of the words. My mom taught English, I said. So I was always sort of introduced to that stuff. And after she passed away, I maybe started paying more attention to it because it's the sort of thing she would have done. A way of remembering her. Are you an orphan? My dad's alive. I don't have as much contact with him as I should. Why not? It seems like every time I get closer to him, he gets hurt or put in danger. Or I only get close because of the hurt. I don't know. You should get back in touch with him. Parents are important. I know. My parents won't take me, she said. She made a croaking noise, and I touched the bucket she was holding to ensure it was in position, held her braid so it wouldn't get in the way as she tried to empty her stomach of contents that were no longer there. I sighed, waiting until the worst of it had abated. When it looked like she might tip forward and fall with the puke bucket into the space between the back seat and the front seats, I caught her shoulders and leaned her back, carefully. How's the pain? I asked. It ends later. I know it ends. But how is it now? Hurts all over. Painkillers didn't do anything. Yeah, I said. They couldn't give her anything narcotic, not with the way the doctor was suspecting that Coyle had dosed Dinah with a mixture of opiates and tranquilizers to keep her artificially content and mellow. They're not going to take me. It was becoming a refrain. They will, I said. I know you can't use your power right now, but they will. And even if they do take me, it'll be weird, because they can't ignore my power now. They pretended I didn't have one. Pretended I was an ordinary kid. Pretended the headaches didn't mean anything, like they pretended the heart disease wasn't a thing. Heart disease? You. Dinah shook her head. Not me. She didn't elaborate. Related to her trigger event? Don't worry, I said. I might have gone on to try to reassure her, but I wasn't sure what to add. I didn't know her parents. They'll turn me away. I'll have to come to stay with you. Or tattletale. And then it's like it was with Coyle. Not as bad. No drugs, no being locked up. But I'll know I can never go home. She was shaking, I realized. Trembling. Dinah, listen. That's the drugs talking, okay? That's all it is. As relaxed as they made you before, they're making you rattled now while you're in withdrawal. She made an incoherent noise in response. I leaned towards the front seat. Do you have a brush? The driver, supplied by the doctor's office, responded with only one word, comb. Comb will do. He opened the glove compartment and reached back to hand me a small comb, not even as long as my hand. Here, I said, let's get you more presentable, so there's one less thing to worry about. I pulled off the elastic that held her messy braid together and began combing it straight. There wasn't much time left, and still so much I should be saying, doing or asking. Do we come out of this okay? We'll come out of this okay. Can we stay in touch? I'm sorry I played any part in this happening to you. Either I didn't have the courage or I couldn't find the right words. Dinah wasn't in much of a state to converse, either. I settled for tidying her hair, braiding it from scratch, and putting the elastic band in place. Maybe it wasn't as nice as it would be without the braid, but this would be easier to manage while she was recovering. Not even a minute later, I was holding that braid back while she hung her head over the bucket, the both of us waiting to see if she would start heaving up mere teaspoons of bile or if this latest spell of nausea would subside. I was avoiding putting bugs on her skin, but I was aware of how she was drenched in sweat to the point that it was soaking through her clothes. She was feverish, too. My swarm could tell the difference in her temperature, even through her clothes and scalp. The car pulled to a stop. Dinah startled, as if shaken by the realization of what it meant. Can you go on your own? I asked. Or maybe we could sit you down on the edge of the front lawn and beep to signal your parents. Go, she said. What? Go. I'll stay in the car. You see if. She paused. I wasn't sure if it was because of nausea or something else. If they want me. I thought about arguing. About assuring her that they would. Then I reconsidered. I got out of the car and crossed the front lawn to the front door of her house. I hit the doorbell, but neither I nor my bugs could hear a sound. No power, or it wasn't hooked up. I gripped the heavy iron knocker and rapped on the door. 2 stray fruit flies found the parents in a bedroom on the ground floor. They stirred, one sitting up, but they didn't approach. I knocked again. The dad got a cast iron pan for an improvised weapon. It was almost comical, cartoonish. Through my swarm, I could almost make out his words as he assured his wife, don't know. Whatever started or ended the sentence, I didn't catch it. I stepped back before he cracked the door open, pan held like a weapon out of sight. He saw me and slammed the door shut in the next instant. I pushed the door open before he could lock it, winced at the pain that caused with my fractured rib. He moved as if to swing at me, then dropped his arm as he reconsidered in the face of the thick cloud of bugs that stirred around me. I wasn't sure how much he could see. There weren't any streetlights, or lights on inside, but I would be backlit by moonlight. I'm not here to cause trouble, Mr. Alcott, I said. And I don't mean to scare you. What do you want? I brought Dinah. He froze. If that's all right, I said. Not turning away from me, he shouted, Anna. His wife exited the bedroom to stand in the doorway, peering out into the hallway. She reacted as she saw me. Extortion? He asked. We don't have anything. You can take anything we have here, but it's not much. Not extortion. The man who took her died. I'm bringing her back. Please, the mom said. Where is she? Before I go get her, I said, you should know. There's no sign he touched her. He didn't hurt her, not physically. He did everything he could to take care of her, in a utilitarian sense, but she was still a prisoner. Without working eyes, I couldn't see their expressions. Horror? Grim acceptance? She was drugged, often and heavily. She's in the middle of recovery, and it isn't pretty. No narcotics, no painkillers, and no tranquilizers, maybe for the rest of her life. The mom made a subvocal noise. She's an addict, the dad asked. Yes. And she's a touch malnourished, and above all she's scared. I wouldn't have brought her yet, but I thought it was more important that I get her away from anyone who would do what Coil did, using her for her power. I wanted to get her home. She has abilities, then, the dad asked. Why else would Coil take her and keep her? An ability, to be specific, I said. Does it really matter? The dad shook his head. I'll go get her, then. I walked out to the car and opened the door next to Dinah. They don't want me. They won't. Come on, I said. I extended my hand. Maybe we should wait until I'm not sick anymore. If they see me like this, they might have second thoughts. They won't. And we agreed you should go home sooner than later. Come on. She put her hand in mine, and I could feel it shaking in the half-second before I got a firm grip. I supported her as she got out of the car, then walked her back toward the house. Mrs. Alcott made a noise somewhere between a moan and a cry as we approached the front door. I moved my bugs out of the way and let go of Dinah the second her mother embraced her, right in the middle of the front lawn. The father was only a step behind, dropping to his knees to wrap his arms around them. A family reunited. It was a rare thing, I was finding, that a family was both intact and functioning. Too many of the people I'd interacted with so far were separated from the families they should have by death, by pain, misunderstandings, or abuse. I turned to leave. Thank you, the dad called out. I almost stopped. Then I kept walking towards the car. Don't thank me, I said, without looking back. I wasn't sure if I was loud enough for him to catch it. It didn't feel good, but it didn't feel bad, either. I'd played a part in her being taken from her family. Maybe a small part, but a part. I'd done something to make up for that. The real sacrifice, the real atonement, would be dealing with what came next. Dealing with Noelle and the end of the world without using or abusing Dinah's powers. I wasn't sure I felt good about that. I'd gotten this far by making the most out of every resource I had available, and by being smart about things. This was throwing away a resource, tying my own hands. The decision felt dumb, even as I knew it was the right thing to do. I climbed into the car. Settling into the middle of the back seat, I swept my bugs over the area as a matter of habit. 2 folded pieces of paper were stuck in the flap behind the driver's seat, where they hadn't been before. I picked them up, tried to view them with both my regular eyes and my bugs, then settled for tucking them into my belt. Had to get someone to read them for me later. Where to? The driver asked. Downtown. I'll tell you where to stop. The others were gathered outside Tattletale's new headquarters. The Undersiders were all there, Bastard and Bentley included. Ballistic was present as well, though I hesitated to call him a member of the group. There was also someone who I hadn't expected. Perian. My recruit, after a fashion, the doll girl was dressed in a crisp new frock, accompanied by a giant stuffed penguin fashioned from cloth. You're late, Ballistic said. Had an errand to run. Sent the girl home? Tattletale asked. Yeah. Good, she said. Feel better? Some, I replied. I turned to Perian. Didn't expect to see you here. Tattletale got in touch. I apparently missed a lot. You're up for this? No. But I want to know what's going on, in case it affects my territory. She's taking over my shelter and the surrounding area, Tattletale said. Makes sense, I said. Glad everything's getting sorted out, Gru said, but we've got an hour and 40 minutes until dawn, and we really need to deal with the present situation. Tattletale said, let's talk as we walk, then. We have one sighting of Noelle. She left 10 minutes ago, and I doubt we'll run into her, but we could get info, something that'll let us track her, or we'll at least be in the right general area. Sorry, Skitter. We found Atlas, but he's stashed halfway across the city. So transportation might be a little awkward. I only nodded. Perian took the penguin apart and created a longer, broader form, a dachshund in black and white. This is so lame, Imp said. How are you supposed to build a decent rep if you are caught riding a wiener dog? It's the only thing long enough, Perian said. Snake. Too much wear. If you don't like it, Gru said. You can walk. It's functional. You've fallen so far, man, Regent murmured, right, you used to care about these things. Because they kept us alive, kept our enemies off our backs. I don't care too much about anyone dumb enough to ignore the fact that we own this city but care about how we travel. I could ride Bentley, Imp suggested. Regent commented, you're calling him by his real name, now? Didn't you call him Slobberjaws, just a little while ago? Rachel was looking at Imp. Glaring? You're not riding him. You really care? Imp asked. Not about the name, Rachel said. About respect. Imp groaned audibly, and Regent laughed. My bugs helped me catch the muttered exchange between the pair. Why? Imp asked, in her most wounded voice. Payback. Regent replied. Rachel was looking at me, the offer unspoken. I accepted it, reaching up to take Rachel's hand and using her help to climb onto Bentley's back, settling in behind her. We walked briskly alongside the cloth dachshund that bore the burden of the rest of the group, Gru, Tattletale, Regent, Parian, and Ballistic. Everyone's kosher with me taking the seat of power. Tattletale asked. This isn't me being manipulative like Coil, but I do consider us partners. I want us working side by side, even if our roles are different. Partner? You're in charge, aren't you? Ballistic asked. I'm, headquarters. Ops. Management. Skitter's our real leader, our field commander. If it comes down to it, she can call the shots. I'll back her up. If she's up for it, Gru said. She's blind, and neglected to mention it before the events earlier tonight. It doesn't matter that much. I don't need my eyes when I can use my power, I said. I'll have to take your word for it. What are we up against? I asked, aiming to change the subject. Ballistic, can you fill us in? It's why I'm here. Consider Noelle a triple threat, he said. She's strong, she's got nothing to hold her back, now, and she's smart. She was your team leader, right? I asked. She was the leader before all of this started, yet. You have to understand, she's a natural tactician, and tacticians come in two varieties. There's the strategists that think things through, innovate, and analyze. Then there's ones that go by instinct. Noelle's the latter. Not to say she isn't good if given a chance to plan, but she can get a sense of the current dynamic on an intuitive level, play things by ear while making spur-of-the-moment calls. Those calls turn out to be the right ones, not because she's lucky, but because she grasps the situation so quickly that it looks like she didn't give it any thought at all. She's quick-witted, then, I said. Not exactly what I meant. Might be that I'm extrapolating too much from too small a sample of info. Far as I know, she's never been in a serious fight, but when you add that to the whole strong and desperate bits I just mentioned, it makes for a scary combo. How's that? Gru asked. Right now, she's scared, angry, desperate and frustrated, except all the dials are turned up to 11, Ballistic said. She can't hold back her emotions like she used to. She goes berserk at the drop of a hat, and this? Losing what she sees as her last shot? That's more than a dropped hat. If she were a person who relied on her brain in a crisis, she'd be at a disadvantage, because she's not in any position to think straight. The way she really operates, though? She won't be any less effective because of that fear and panic. I don't plan on getting in her way. I'm sitting out on this fight, for the record. You're out? You're not working with us? Gru asked. I'm holding territory, but I'm not a member of the team. Same, Parian said, sorry. You don't have to be sorry, I said. But I think you're underestimating how bad this situation could be. I don't think we can afford to have anyone sit out. She's scary, Ballistic said. Let's settle for that. You don't get within Behemoth's range, you don't aim for the long fight against Leviathan, and you don't send everyone against the Cymurg at once, or you're screwing yourself over. Trust me when I say this is better all around if I skip this fight. She knows me, and she'll use me against you. You talk about her being clever, but she didn't seem that on the ball when we talked to her over the phone, back in your base, I said. You guys were lying to her about Tattletale, about Dinah, and other stuff. If she's that clever, why didn't she pick up on it? Ballistic sighed. Honestly? She put her trust in Kraus, in Trickster. He betrayed that trust, and he did it pretty damn well. I don't fault him for it, exactly. She couldn't know the whole truth, or we'd be in exactly this situation, just at a worse time. But you do fault him for something, Tattletale said. He became team leader more because he's fast at thinking on his feet than because he's good at making the right call. He took it on himself to make a whole lot of wrong calls. I let a lot of that slide because he used to be a friend. And maybe because they weren't blatantly wrong. Just a little wrong, a little disagreeable. But at some point every call was a disagreeable call and every word out of his mouth became a white lie. He started lying to us for what he saw as our own good. Not Noelle with her delicate state, but us. And you realized he was never going to change, Tattletale said. His focus would always be on Noelle and himself, no matter what happened. Yet. We shouldn't discount Trickster, by the way. Either as a threat or as a possible solution. I hadn't forgotten the possibility that he'd stick around and make life harder on us, Gru said, but solution. Yet. Whatever else, I'd say Noelle still believes in him. We can use that. If we're willing. And that's only if we can get him on board, I said. Ballistic nodded. What does she do? Gru asked. Ballistic sighed. Besides the ridiculous super strength, durability, and the regeneration. Besides that, Gru said. To put it briefly, if it's dead, she absorbs it and it becomes a part of her. Powers included? I asked. Don't know. Haven't had cause to believe it. In terms of raw material, raw mass? Yet. She eats, she grows. But here's the thing. If she absorbs something alive, she clones it. More clones if she's angrier, we think. We don't have a large sample size of incidents. Clones? I asked. Isn't that an advantage for us? No. Because whatever they are, the extras come out wrong. They come out ugly, their powers don't always work exactly the same way, they're screwed up in the head, but all that aside, they're stronger, tougher, they have the memories of the parent. Sometimes that means they're just homicidal. Other times, it means they're just as sane as you are, but their priorities are reversed. They want to end your existence, kill everything you want to protect, hurt everyone you care about, and dismantle your life. Evil twins, Regent said. She makes evil twins. Ballistic nodded. And that's why I'm sitting this one out. She'll come after me if she sees me, especially if she heard the bit about my defection. If she gets me, that's even worse, because the clones she'll get are capable of killing anyone and everyone here, easy. Bitch spoke for the first time. Animals too. Animals too. And microbes too, based on stuff she's said before, though she might just treat them like she does dead material. I don't know. For all we know, it ties into some other power. Do the clones have an expiry date? I asked. Not as far as I know. Anytime we've had to deal with them, we were pretty ruthless in putting them down. They sort of made a point of being too problematic to be left alone. They're still people, Parian said. No, Ballistic replied. They really aren't. Trust me on that count. I've got soldiers at key locations, keeping an eye out, Tattletale said. Just a few guys, and I'm paying them an astronomical amount. I won't be able to keep it up for more than a few days. Which is how you got this lead? I asked. She nodded. Okay, I said, good. But we'll need a way to deal with her. Ballistic, you said she regenerates. Not that fast, but fast enough. Her lower body is tougher, but her upper body isn't exactly vulnerable. I've seen her take bullets and barely even flinch, and that included one to the head. They do damage, maybe, but it heals too quickly for it to matter. And I think she's gotten bigger and tougher since I saw her last. When was that? Maybe a week after we got to the city. A while before Coil put in the first vault door, there was just a garage door. I didn't want to risk getting too close, not with the lethality of my power and the damage she could do. Her appetite's increased, so it might be a pretty dramatic difference in strength from the last time I saw her out and about. You guys are going to have your hands full trying to kill her. I don't want to kill her, I said. Not unless we absolutely have no other choice. Ballistic turned my way, and he had a funny tone in his voice as he asked, how do you think you are going to handle this? Containment, I said. If I get enough spiders together, I could try to surround her in web. Not going to work, Ballistic said. It almost worked against Crawler. She's stronger than Crawler. Then we go to the heroes. We get their assistance, I said. Containment foam on top of my web. Vista to slow Noelle down, clock blocker to put her on pause. Tattletale told you, didn't she? That we think she's turning into an Endbringer. Why is lethal force okay against Leviathan but not against Noelle? She's still a person, under it all, I said. She deserves a chance. You don't seem to care at all about the subject of killing a friend, Ballistic, Tattletale added. She's not my friend. She's not the person I knew. Maybe she has the same memories, fragments of the same personality, but that's only surface stuff. Because even the bits that look like Noelle aren't really anything resembling the original. She wouldn't be able to heal bullet wounds like she did if they were. Stands to reason the bits that think like her aren't either. Pretty cold, Tattletale said. Fuck you, Ballistic replied. He slid off the stuffed animal's back. I hope what I said was useful, and I wish you luck, but fuck you. You don't get it. Parian's animal had stopped, but Ballistic was already striding away, in the general direction of his lair. Go on, Tattletale urged Parian. The stuffed dog started walking again. You told me I could protect people, Parian said. It took me a second to realize she was addressing me. How do I do that? We could use your stuffed animals. If she can't absorb them, then they're frontline combatants we can use. I don't want to fight. I really don't think we have a choice. You fought Leviathan, I said. Parian shook her head, I almost wish I didn't. I only did it because I promised myself when I was a kid, when I first learned about the Endbringers, that I would fight them if I ever got powers. That's why I did it, because I didn't want to betray the kid version of myself. Wouldn't your child self want you to do this? I asked. I don't know. But I didn't make any promises to myself about this. Tattletale cut in. Heads up. I don't think we're the only ones checking out the scene. Who? Parian asked. The Protectorate. The wards. If you're not up for a potential fight, this is the time to back off. The wards. Parian asked. Tattletale nodded. I'll stay. I won't fight, but I'll stay. I made my decision and I'll own up to it. It's at least one more body on our side, giving them less reason to pick a fight. We do this peacefully, I said. We need their help, so we avoid confrontation. This isn't going to work, Regent said. Just saying. We'll try it anyways, I replied. I could sense the heroes well before we reached them, gathered by a ruined building. I used my bugs to get their attention before we appeared around the corner. Undersiders, Miss Militia spoke, rifle raised, and pointed in our direction. The other members of the local hero teams were at the ready just behind her. I noted Flechette gesturing, Parian shaking her head. Miss Militia, I responded, when I realized none of the others were responding. Should have hashed this out with Tattletale. She can do the negotiating with hostile parties better than I can. You do this. She jerked her head in the direction of the wreckage, not moving the rifle. Her voice was hard. Indirectly, I replied. But not really, no. I don't know what that is, exactly. I find that hard to believe, she responded. A hell of a lot of damage, reports of howling eerily similar to the reports we've had for hellhounds animals, and let's not forget your penchant for kidnapping the good guys. Shadow Stalker, Pigot, Calvert. Kidnapping heroes? With my bugs, I did a head count. Someone was missing. How? Dinah said Noelle wouldn't do any major damage before dawn. Vista, I finished Miss Malicious Thought. You're talking about Vista. Interlude 18. I am Kevin Norton, and I am the most powerful man in the world. Kevin made a hand signal, and Duke woofed lightly. I've saved millions of lives. Billions. Another hand signal bidding another small woof of agreement. He held out his mug, but the pedestrians around him simply avoided him, ignored it. The sole of Kevin Norton's old shoe had come free at the toe a few days ago, and the tip of it dipped too low, catching on the cobblestone path. He tripped and nearly fell, and Duke danced out of the way, ears perked in alarm. Kevin caught his balance by grabbing onto a bystander, a woman, and she almost thrust him away, her face suddenly edged in disgust. Sorry about that, miss, Kevin told her, as she hurried on her way, quickening her pace. When he didn't get a response, he raised his voice so she could hear him as he finished, a sad thing, that a man of my stature can't afford shoes, isn't it? Kevin's gait bordered on a limp as he adjusted his walk to avoid tripping on his shoe again. The path here was old-fashioned, cobblestones worn by the tread of hundreds of people over countless years. The area around him wasn't so old. Renovated storefronts and new buildings were popping up, mimicking the older British styles while staying current, fresh and new. We won't be able to stay for long, Duke, Kevin said. Amount of money the city's dropping here, they won't want vagrants around. But I only want to pay a visit to my old haunt, see what's become of it. He saw a family approaching, held out a mug, a few pence, for the most powerful man in the world. The kids stared, but the parents averted their eyes, the mother putting her hands around the little one's shoulders as if to protect them. Kevin shrugged and walked on. There were only a handful of coins inside the mug, rattling around as his arm swung. You wouldn't remember much of this area, he told Duke, I'd already moved on from this before I found you. Ran. I'd passed through a few times when you were still small enough to hold in my hand, but I'd avoid this particular spot. Won't say I haven't missed it. The old owners used to give me some of the leftovers. He pointed, just over there was a bakery. They'd throw out anything more than a day old. Bags of rolls and pastries. Sausage rolls, pasties. When they realized I was coming by to partake, supplement my meager diet, they started leaving the bags to one side of the bin so it wouldn't get soiled, and they'd leave other things. Little things. Some salads, so I had some greens. A comb, a toothbrush, soap, deodorant. Gentlefolk. Kevin reached down to scratch the top of Duke's head. Wonder what's become of them. Hope the changes around here treated them all right. Be a crying shame if they were forced out and didn't get what their shops were worth. They deserved that much, at least. More. Duke yawned, and ended the yawn with a little whine. Me, you ask? Kevin said. No. I don't deserve much of anything. What's that line about power and responsibility? Most powerful man in the world, I have a bloody great deal of responsibility. Sure, I go to bed hungry, I slept terribly during that one spell of body lice, but the thing that really costs me sleep is the idea I might have shirked my responsibilities. Kevin looked down and Duke met his eyes, tilted his head quizzically. I got scared, boy. Because I'm a coward. There's 3 good ways to get to where I'm at in life. Not talking about being the most powerful man in the world. Talking about how I don't have a place to go, not a friend in the world besides you. One way you get like this is a lack of support. Caring family, friends, you can get through almost anything. No one there to back you up? Even the littlest things can knock you down a long way if there's nobody to catch you. There was a dull rumble, and then the rain started pouring down, heavy. A summer rain, Duke. About due, isn't it? The few people on the streets ran for cover, and the little side street was nearly emptied in the span of a minute. Kevin stretched his arms, letting the rain soak through him. He dragged his fingers through his hair to comb it back, raised his head to face the sky. Duke shook himself after only a few seconds, spraying water. It startled Kevin from his reverie. What was I saying? Oh, right. Second way you get to circumstances like mine? Sickness. Sometimes that's in the head, sometimes it's in the body, and sometimes it's a sickness you get in a bottle or a pipe. Third path is the one I took. Cowardice. Run away from life. Run away from yourself. Sometimes the bottle's a cowardice too. Run away from the truth about what you're doing to yourself, I dunno. I have you to thank for sparing me that sin. He felt a cold wind and stepped under the eaves of the newly renovated buildings, to find brief shelter from the downpour as he walked. Too set in my ways to change, to live a braver life. Just coming back here is taking all the courage I can sum up. Duke forced his head under Kevin's hand, and Kevin couldn't help but smile. Good boy, good boy. Appreciate the moral support. They had to step out into the rain again to cross the street. Kevin quickened his pace, and Duke loped alongside him. He ducked under the next set of eaves as he reached the next block. I fucked up, Duke. I know that. I gotta live with that. I did a lot. More than most would, I think. But it's not enough. If my gut's right, it's not nearly enough. Shit. Just down the street, a shop door opened and a young woman stepped outside. Petite, pretty, 20-something, her black hair cut to a pixie cut and topped by a dark grey beret. Black tights, short, pleated grey skirt. Fashionable. She turned his way, an umbrella in hand. He smiled at her, stepped out into the rain as they crossed paths, so she wouldn't have to. "Mister," she called out. He was just returning to the shelter of the eaves. "What is it?" "Here," she said. She had her wallet out, and handed him a 10-pound note. He glanced at her. Taking the note, he said, "Thank you." "You're very welcome." He gave her a funny look. She was looking him in the eyes. "Usually I get two types. Some give me the money and don't even give me a second glance. Those who do look at me are sure to lecture me on how I should spend it. So feel free to wag your finger at me, tell me I shouldn't spend it on drugs, drink, and fags. I'll understand, and I can look suitably ashamed. Spend it however you need," she said. She had a trace of a French accent. "Circumstances might be hard enough that maybe you need to find the little comforts, even if they aren't good for you." "Too true. Rest assured, I feed Duke first, feed myself, and then I buy the little comforts, as you put it. I admit I do like a fag when I can get my hands on one." "Glad to hear it," she said, smiling. "Hello Duke. He's a good boy, but I wouldn't advise petting him." She withdrew her hand. "Not fleas or anything like that. I keep him healthy. But he's a working mutt. Watches my back when I need watching. We take care of each other. So he might be protective of me, not keen on someone getting too close, too soon." "Did you name him?" she asked. When he nodded, she asked, "Any reason for Duke?" "Thought long and hard about it. Duke seemed fitting. Highest rank of our United Kingdom, just beneath a king in status. Fitting for the dog that serves the most powerful man in the world." He was looking at her eyes when he said it, saw the sadness in her expression. "The most powerful man in the world. It's true. Don't think I didn't see that. You don't believe me. It's a grand claim, Mr. Kevin Norton. And don't mind my rambling." "Lisette," she said, extending a hand. He shook it. Even with the moisture of the downpour, her hand was warm. "Are you okay?" she asked. He perked up, withdrawing his hand. "You had a look on your face. Just wondering when the last time I had contact with another person was. Might have been a few years ago. Pastor gave me a hug as I left his shelter. That sounds so lonely, Kevin. Years without human contact. Not so lonely. I've got one friend," he said, scratching Duke's head. Lisette nodded. "But you shouldn't forget. The little stuff. Even a handshake. That's something special. Meaningful. Value it, even if you get it every day." "I'll keep that in mind," she smiled. "Can't tell you how grateful I am," Kevin said. "Taking the time for me, it means the world to me. Might be the push I need." "For what?" "I'm looking back, and I haven't looked back in a long while. Visiting home, so to speak. Thinking about stuff I haven't even told Duke about, these past 12 years. You've given me a bump of morale at a time I needed it. Thank you. I'm glad. I hope you make peace with it. Heavy burden, mine. I don't suppose you have a little while? Would you walk with me a few minutes?" She glanced over her shoulder in the direction she'd been headed. "My train. I understand if you wouldn't want to. But if you indulged this old man, it'd make all the difference in my facing this, today." "A few minutes. You're not that old." She paused. "I suppose I could. Come, then, it isn't far. You might want to open that umbrella." She gave him a dubious glance. He shook his head. "No. Not expecting you to share. I haven't washed my clothes too recently. Wouldn't want to inflict that on you. And Duke might get jealous." She nodded, and followed alongside him as he headed on his way. He didn't miss the wide berth she gave him, staying several paces away, hanging back just enough that she could keep an eye on him, as though ready to run if he did something. "She might be a kind person, but she isn't stupid. I was in my early 20s when I started out," he said. "Born in London, had nobody left after my parents died in my teens. Moved up here to York. Met a girl, moved into her flat. I won't say it was the cause of this predicament of mine, I'm willing to take the blame for being where I'm at. But it started me on that road. What happened? Too many mistakes altogether. She wasn't the right girl, for one. Our relationship progressed, and I realized that I don't like women." "Oh," Lisette said. "A little late, but I'd gotten that far by doing what I thought I was supposed to be doing, and dating a girl was one of those things. Am I bothering you? Boring you?" "No. Not at all. Well, I was a young, stupid 20-year-old boy. I'd moved in without anything putting my name on the lease and without holding on to any money to move out. She realized we weren't going to work out, threatened to kick me out, and I begged to stay. Nowhere to go. Thought I could save up enough to get a place, if I stuck it out, dealt with the anger. She started hitting me. I was never the type to hit back. It got bad. I'm sorry. There's battered women's shelters, but none for battered men, far as I know. People somehow imagine a woman couldn't ever strike a man." "You left. And I've wondered for a long time if I made the right decision," Kevin said. "Here we are." The road ended, and they reached a narrow stream that fed into the river Ouse. A small, quaint bridge extended the cobblestone footpath over the stream, benches stood out on a stone patio, and younger trees had been planted in soil bordered by circles of stone. This is the home you haven't returned to? Lizette asked. Closest to home I ever had. Kevin stepped away from the umbrella's shelter, approached the bridge. They changed it. Used to be I could sleep under here. It's where I came when I left that apartment and that girl. And you've been on the streets ever since. Some stays in shelters, when it got too cold, and when they take Duke in as well. Have to make some concessions to make it as long as I have. Thank you, by the way, for coming. I know you missed your train. I don't know if I would have been brave enough to go through with this, even with Duke at my side. I've started and stopped more times than I can count. It's appreciated. She gave him a funny look. It's all right. Take your time. Kevin nodded. Would you take Duke? Just for a minute. She took the offered leash, a rope cord that had been carefully knotted into a harness for Duke, extending from his shoulder. It was barely necessary. Duke never pulled. Kevin approached the bridge, traced his fingers over the rounded stones that made up the bridge, the rain-worn gargoyle's face that stood out from the pillar at the bottom. The rain streamed off the stone face, poured off and through his clothes, soaking him to his core. It seemed almost fitting. There wasn't much point, given the rain, but he knelt by the water's edge, where the surface frothed with both current and the downpour, washed his hands. He took a deep breath, taking in the faint but familiar smells of the river water. A natural smell. Memories came flooding back. Kevin pushed his hair out of the way of his face, cupped water in his hands, and splashed his face. He stood, then stopped, frozen. A sigh passed through his lips, drowned out by the noise of the pounding rain. Between the nearest patio table and tree, the golden man floated, only inches above the ground, luminescent in the gloom and pouring rain. The light reflected off the falling raindrops, scintillating, cast eerie reflections in the river, and the water that streamed between the cobblestones. Kevin put his hands in his pockets to warm them, glanced at Lizette and Duke. Duke hadn't budged an inch, but his ears were flat against his head. Lizette had her hands to her mouth, eyes wide. The umbrella had fallen to the ground, forgotten. Kevin studied the man. Ageless, the golden man hadn't changed in the slightest. His hair was the same length, as was his short beard. Every part of him was a burnished gold, even his eyes. He didn't breathe, didn't blink as he stared. The water ran off the golden man's body, but he wasn't getting wet. His hair barely moved as the rain struck it, his costume absorbed the moisture, but dried just as fast. The water simply wicked off his skin and hair, leaving him untouched. It was this same effect that kept the costume clean, a simple white bodysuit extending to biceps and toes. It had been soiled countless times, by everything under the sun, but the golden radiance the man gave off pushed away the particles, slowly and surely cleaning it just as it was doing with the water. The suit might as well have been a part of him, now. Hello old friend, Kevin said. The only answer was the pouring rain. The golden man didn't speak. Wondered if I would see you here, Kevin continued. Been a long time. I'd nearly convinced myself I'd imagined you. That old dog over there, he wasn't even born when I left, and he's on his last legs now. 12 years old. The golden man only stared. Kevin turned away from the superhero. Walking briskly, he caught up with Lizette's umbrella, picked it up and shook off the collected water. He handed the umbrella to her. Scion, she whispered. No, Kevin said. That was never his name. I don't understand. Come closer. She hesitated, but approached until she was a short distance from the golden man. The pupil-less eyes had never left Kevin. I said I was the most powerful man in the world. Wasn't lying, Kevin said. See. The golden man didn't react. You control him? Lizette asked. No. Not really. Yes. Not like you're thinking. I don't understand. Time was, this golden man spent his time wandering, floating here and there, observing but never doing anything. In a daze. Naked as the day he was born. Everyone had different ideas on who he was. Some thought he might be an angel, others thought he was a fallen angel, and still more thought there were scientific explanations. Only thing they ever agreed on was that he looked sad. He does. Lizette was staring, but the golden man was only looking at Kevin. He doesn't, Kevin said. Don't buy it. He doesn't look anything. That expression never changes. But whatever's underneath, that's what's giving you that feeling. He looks sad because he is sad. Except you take out the looks part of it. That doesn't make sense. He bloody well flies. And fights a giant continent-shattering lizard with golden laser beams. Nothing about him makes any sense. The golden man turned his eyes away from the pair, examining one of the recently planted trees. His eyes fixated on a leaf. What's he doing? Getting around to that. Was pure chance, but he stopped somewhere near here, dead of night. Happened around the time I was still new to this life, when I was still feeling so sorry for myself I couldn't look anyone in the eyes. I saw him, realized he was the same golden man I'd heard about on the news. I was mad with depression, ran up to him and pounded my hands on his chest, yelled at him, swore, called him every name in the book. Why? Because he dared to be more miserable than me. Or because people were putting all these hopes on him and he wasn't doing a fucking thing other than being some world-wandering nobody who happened to be able to fly. Don't know. A lot of it was me shouting at myself. I said something about not being miserable, not being a waste, and maybe if he helped in a soup kitchen or something he'd feel better about himself. A soup kitchen. I didn't really expect him to go work in a soup kitchen. I eventually did, but that's beside the point. I told him to go do something, go help people. And he did. Has been since. Just like that. Look at him. There's nothing in there. Whatever happened to him, whatever made him this way, it broke the man. Broke his mind. Might be why he was wandering. Looking for answers, trying to figure out what's going on. The golden man continued staring at the leaves. He doesn't get offended? Lisette asked. When you talk about him like he can't understand. He understands. He hears. But I've never heard him speak. Barely ever get him to look at me while I'm talking. Doesn't show emotion, maybe doesn't understand it. It's almost like he's autistic, Lisette said. How's that? Kevin asked. Too connected, Lisette said. Too much in the way of stimuli, drowning everything out. Enhanced hearing, hearing the whole city at once. Maybe. Or maybe he senses things we don't, she said. The most powerful person in the world, and looking at him now, he's like a child. Yeah, and unless something's changed, Kevin said, the only person he listens to is me. He'd come when I was alone, when the weather was bad or in the dead of night, and however he comes, nobody ever followed him here. They can't follow him with cameras or satellite, I heard. Have to rely on eyewitnesses and global communication to track him. Oh. Might be it, Kevin said. Surprised he came with you here. I almost thought he wouldn't, because I had you along. It made me feel better. Why? Why avoid him? Kevin didn't take his eyes off the golden man. He scares me. He chose me to listen to, of all people. I'm the most powerful person in the world, just because of that. Because I can tell the strongest, most capable man in the world what to do. And you ran. It took me a while to realize what I'd set in motion. I started hearing about him. Word on the street, newspapers, radio. The golden man saves a small island from disaster. The golden man interrupts a burgeoning war. But it wasn't until that damned clip began playing on the news that I realized what I'd gotten into. I don't understand. He'd visit regular, right? Stop by, like he was checking if I had anything else to say. Maybe I'd tell him to be more gentle with people when saving them from a car crash, or after that horned bastard came climbing out of the ground and the golden man flew right past it to visit me, I told him he needed to help next time, to fight that monster and anything like it. But sometimes I didn't have anything to say, and it's not like he obeys my every instruction down to the last detail, so sometimes he'd hang out here at 4:30 in the goddamn morning, and I couldn't get rid of him, so I'd just talk. Talk. About whatever. A book I'd gotten my hands on. Current events. The generosity of strangers. Or I'd fix him up some clothes so he looked decent and talk about the clothes. He fell silent, watching the golden man. What happened? He never responded, barely ever paid attention when I opened my mouth to ramble about whatever. But he was following the general orders I gave him. Help people, do this more, do that less. But I'm in the middle of talking to him about my childhood, about home, when he latches on something. Head turns, eye contact. Scares the shit out of me. I go over it all over again, but it was 5 in the bloody morning and I couldn't remember exactly what I'd said. That is, I couldn't until 3 days later. I happened to be in the right time and place, and I see a television in a store playing this clip that's cropping up on the news. The golden man says something for the first and last time. Everyone seems to think he said Scion, and they latch onto it. They're wrong, but it sticks, and the word appears on t-shirts and in music and people are talking about it here, where I live. All because of one thing I said in some ramble of mine, the whole world changes. That's what scared you. It was the wake-up call. Stupid, isn't it? Trivial. No. Nothing's trivial when you're talking about him. The golden man had turned his eyes towards the river, his back to them. What did you say, if the word wasn't Scion? Lisette asked. Only realized later. Was talking about home, religion, and family. Talking about a memory from my childhood. Don't even remember it that well, now. But the word he paid attention to was Zion. That's Hebrew, isn't it? Kevin nodded. Don't know. Don't know the language, it was something to do with a cousin of mine getting in trouble when we were 13. Don't know why he fixated on it. But he did, and around the same time that clip started playing, they were talking about the things he'd done. How he was still the most powerful person out there. It's terrifying, because all that power was at my command, mine to order around. Because a filthy, do-nothing loser like me can change the world with a word. You're not a loser. You told him to help people. Kevin nodded grimly. Her expression changed. You're not going to change that, are you? He shook his head. Golden man. The golden man floated around to face him square on. I've screwed up, waiting so long to talk to you. But I'm here now and there's 2 things we got to discuss. There was no response. Only the motionless stare. This is a hard one, because I really want to be wrong, here. If this works, then it means my stupidity and my cowardice cost people big. Means I could have fixed something much sooner. Was only about the spring before last, I got a chance to use that newfangled internet. Took some time to learn, but I read up on you. Saw video of how you were fighting. Kevin. Lisette asked. Those Endbringer motherfuckers. I told you that you need to stop them, that you need to fight and protect people. And you have been. He clenched his hands, stared down at the ground, and God help me, maybe I wasn't specific enough. Maybe I didn't realize you'd interpret me literally. We need you to kill the things. Destroy every last trace of them, throw them into space. Don't know. But fight to kill, don't just. God, I hope I'm wrong, that I'm remembering the words I chose all wrong, and that you didn't hear my suggestion and take it to mean you should fight for fighting's sake, or fight to stop them, but not to stop them for good. You understand? Don't just stop them from doing what they were doing. Stop them permanently. The golden man hovered in place, so still it looked like he was frozen in time, standing in the air. My God, golden man, I'm praying you understand. Took me a year to get up the courage to do this, because I was afraid of this. If that was the problem, and you kill one of those bastards, then I just saved countless people, and the blood of every person they've killed in the meantime is on my hands. Kevin, Lizette spoke, her voice quiet. Her hands settled on his shoulders. He ignored her. The other important topic? I've run out of time. Middle-aged, and my liver's done in. Never really drank, because I had to feed that dog over there. Never did any drugs, besides smoking fags. But I got the hepatitis somehow. Bad blood in a hospital, or someone else's infected blood got mingled with mine on a night some kids decided to pick on a homeless man and I fought back. Running into you the way I did, golden man, and having you stop to listen to me? That was a 1 in a gazillion chance. Getting this disease was another, might be. Meeting you was the best and scariest part of my life, maybe it's the same with the disease, a blessing in disguise. Maybe it was, aside from this young lady's help, the only reason I was able to find the balls to come here. The rain wasn't as violent or as heavy as it had been. It made for an audible change in the patter of water on stone and water on water. Kevin sighed. I'm here to get my affairs in order, and you're most important after Duke. I want you to keep doing what you were doing. Help people. Try to communicate with the good guys more. I told you to do that before and you didn't listen, but you should. And if there's a problem, if you need someone to listen to, someone to visit from time to time, look for this young lady. Lizette. Because she's good people. She's a better person than I am. Braver. Has to be braver, if she's stopping to talk to a homeless motherfucker like me, following him someplace. No, Lizette said, I couldn't. Shitty thing for me to be doing, Kevin said, turning to look over his shoulder at her. This burden. But I somehow feel better about this than sending him to go obey you than telling him to go listen to and obey the suits, or the protectorate, or Red Gauntlet, or whoever. You think about it, figure out what you need to, decide what he needs to be told. You think he will? He'll come to me? Lizette asked, her eyes were wide. Don't know, but I think he might. Don't know why he picked me to listen to, but he did. I could have reminded him of someone he used to know. Or he just up and decided we were friends, maybe. With luck, he can be your friend too. Kevin sighed, you two got it. You're partners now. Lizette couldn't bring herself to speak. The golden man didn't respond either, didn't even move to glance at Lizette. The golden man hovered in place for long, silent seconds, and then took off, faster than the eye could see. Only a golden trail of light was left in his wake, quickly fading. In mere seconds, Sion was gone. We have to tell someone, Lizette said. You can try. They'll look at you the way you looked at me. Like you've lost your mind. But. Yeah, Kevin said. Not so easy, is it? Maybe if you're lucky, he'll show up when others are around, and they'll believe you when you talk about it. He sighed. Come on, Duke. Lizette didn't resist as he grabbed Duke's leash. Kevin started walking away. I don't understand. Lizette called after him. Kevin didn't turn around or stop walking as he raised his voice to respond over the sound of the pouring rain. Good deal, isn't it? 10 pounds to become the most powerful person in the world. Queen 18.3. Miss Militia didn't respond. She stared down the length of her gun at Tattletale. I could believe that if we gave her cause, any of the rest of us were an instant away from getting shot. We had bulletproof armor, but there wasn't anything saying she wasn't using the fanciest armor-piercing rounds. Her power supplied whatever hardware she wanted. We didn't take Vista, I told her. It doesn't make sense, Tattletale said, we'd take her, do that sort of damage, and then come back? Approach you guys peacefully. I'm beginning to see why Arms Master was so frustrated with you, Undersiders. Every time we run into you, we're left in the dark, vast amounts of information missing from the overall picture. There's always surprises. So I'm paying very close attention to what you are saying. Case in point, you say Vista was taken, and not murdered. I don't think she was killed, I said. Tattletale nodded. That's good to know, Miss Militia said. She sighed, when you're going on the offensive, there's nothing held back, you don't pull any punches, short of murder, and you apparently came damn close with Triumph, Skitter. Triumph folded his arms. She continued, if you're not trying to kill us, you're approaching us with open arms, asking for help, putting us in a situation where we can't accept without breaking our rules, but refusal comes at a cost. It's that second bit, Imp said. Some of the heroes wheeled around to find her standing on the opposite side of her group. I managed to hide my own surprise. Imp added, we're here because we need help. This is a nasty one, too. Miss Militia turned back to me, and her voice was a little harder. I thought so. It's your pattern. Except there's always information missing. Information withheld. You said you were indirectly responsible for this. You caught that, Tattletale said. She looked at me. Should we dish out the dirt? Yeah, I said. Have to anyways. Full disclosure, Tattletale said. We were working for Coil. The travelers were too. Miss Militia didn't move a centimeter. Some of the other heroes did. He's dead, in case you weren't aware, Tattletale said. And the travelers are a little upset, because they were counting on him to help them out. I could imagine Tattletale smiling. She's misdirecting them. They think he died at the debate, but she's talking about the real death. The death at my hands. Miss Militia shook her head. I doubt this was the travelers. We heard howling, and this wasn't Genesis. Analysis of her file by some of our top guys suggests she has limits to the strength of whatever forms she's chosen. Strong, yes, but not enough to tear half the wall off the front of a building in the time the witnesses described. I would, however, believe Hellhound's dogs could do it. Besides, Genesis has never been on record shape-shifting to resemble someone or something. Never? I thought. She crafted her bodies in a dream state. I knew she'd made a body that resembled her real self, but the rest. Did it take too much effort to get the aesthetic details exactly right, to the point that it cost her in other departments? When the Slaughterhouse 9 attacked, I said, do you remember who they targeted? Arms Master, Regent, Hook Wolf, Panacea. 2 more. With the appearances Mannequin and Burn Scar made in the boardwalk, we belatedly discovered Hellhound was another, and we were theorizing you were the last of them, Skitter. I got in their way too many times, I said. But they didn't want me. But the last one was Noelle. Her gun shifted a fraction towards me. I wasn't sure she was aware she was doing it. Noelle. Tattletale spoke up, the travelers have 2 other members who don't see much action. Oliver handles their day-to-day stuff. Finds and prepares places for them to settle down, gets food, looks after Noelle. Noelle. New York, Miss Militia interrupted. She's the one that's responsible for the disappearance of those 40 people. I wouldn't be surprised, Tattletale said. The reason the travelers have been operating like they are, I told Miss Militia, going for the quick and easy cash grabs and constantly moving, it's been for her sake. Trying to find someone who can help. They found Coil, or Coil found them, and they thought they had the answer they needed. Except now Coil's dead. Noelle snapped, and it's very possible Vista was her first captive. What does she triumph started? He stopped as Miss Militia raised one hand. You're good at this, Undersiders, she said. But I do learn my lesson. I won't get caught up in your story, I know you'll have to give me the details, if this situation is as serious as you say. But let's postpone that for a minute. Why don't you start off by explaining how you are indirectly responsible for this? I turned to Tattletale. She gave her head a small shake. What aren't you telling us? Miss Militia asked. Stuff, Tattletale said. Surrounding the circumstances of Coil's death. But getting into the particulars would create more problems than it solves, for you guys and for us. I dunno, Assault said, from behind Miss Militia, I doubt staying quiet is going to help you much. Did you have something to do with the explosion at the town hall? Miss Militia asked, and there was a note of anger in her voice, the way things went wrong? The deaths of those reporters, the injuries sustained by the retired director and the candidates. No, I said. I swear on everything I stand for that we, didn't play any part in planning or setting that in motion. You can understand if we don't take you at face value on that, nice as it sounds, Assault said. If it helps, Tattletale said, get your hands on the evidence from the scene, some of the blood and bits from the bodies. Send them out of town. Discreetly. Get another lab to run DNA tests. Why? Tattletale shrugged. It's pig meat. Almost all of it. Glued together with transglutaminase. Human bone, and human blood, probably, but if you look for it, you'll find antifreeze. Antifreeze. Glycerol. It's how they store it at blood banks. You're saying it was staged, Miss Militia said. Despite the fact that we had wards on scene, innumerable witnesses. Despite that. Miss Militia straightened a fraction, and of course, we can't check it now. So you're expecting us to work with you in the meantime, help you with whatever problem you're suggesting you're partially to blame for setting in motion, and when the lab tests come in, long after the situation's resolved, we'll find you were lying. Assault added, and somehow, conveniently, you come out ahead when all's said and done. A handful more of your enemies injured or dead. There was a hint of emotion punctuating the end of the statement. Battery. Telling the truth, Tattletale said. This situation's serious, I told Miss Militia, and if you do what we're suggesting, I can assure you, we don't wind up in a better position at the end of this. Why's that? Miss Militia asked. It was Gru who answered her, breaking his silence with his deep, eerie voice, because we're recommending you call in the big guns. Call in everyone. Class S threat, Tattletale said. Or damn near. The tip of Miss Militia's gun wavered as she started to react and then stopped herself. Neither she nor any of the heroes moved or spoke for long seconds. When she did speak, she said, there's 6 Class S threats active in the world at large. The Endbringers make up 3 of them. The Slaughterhouse 9 as a group are a 4th. You're saying this Noelle is on par with one of them. She's a nascent Endbringer, I said. Bullshit. Triumph shouted, not a half second after I'd said it. Fuck me, one of the wards said. It was only after he opened his mouth again that I saw it was Weld. Please tell me this is another one of Tattletale's mind games. Explain. Miss Militia demanded. She's maybe a nascent endbringer, Tattletale said. It's one theory. Her powers are transforming her, and she's getting less human, getting tougher and more desperate every day. Coil was keeping her contained, with heavy vault doors and promises of a fix. Now she's free and she's pissed. And this hypothetical individual has Vista? Clockblocker asked. It's very likely she has Vista, Tattletale confirmed. Coil's precog said she wouldn't cause any real damage until dawn. That's 1 hour and 29 minutes from now. I guess this kind of incident doesn't count as anything serious. You have Coil's precog in your custody? Miss Militia asked. Dinah Alcott. I took her home, I said. Her powers are currently disabled, so resist the urge to go to her and ask her for help with this situation. Everything she's been through, she deserves some peace. Assault, Miss Militia said, let's get some confirmation that at least some of what they said is the truth. Get in touch with the Alcotts. On it, he said. He drew a rugged smartphone from his belt and put it to his ear. I think it's time you guys offer the particulars on this Endbringer, Miss Militia said. She's as strong as Leviathan, physically, Tattletale said, she's not as tough, based on what I've seen. Have you read the notes on what I told Alexandria after Leviathan's attack? About the density of Leviathan's body? Miss Militia nodded. Higher density as you penetrate deeper to the core, to the point that it bends the rules of how molecules and atoms should work. It makes sense. Arms Master had a molecule-severing weapon that couldn't cut through all of Leviathan's hand, and it explains why nearly all the damage we do is so superficial. Noelle doesn't have that yet. I'm not sure if she ever will. We don't know if she's really becoming an Endbringer or not. What I've seen of her was only partial, a camera feed with dim lighting on the other end, Tattletale said. But everything she eats gets added to her biomass, and I think she'll probably reach a critical point and stop growing, start fortifying what's already there instead. She's big? Weld asked. She's big, Tattletale said. And if she gets her hands on you, she'll eat you whole. Spit you out along with a copy. Copies with powers like yours. Stronger, tougher, meaner. Understand? When this fight starts, it starts for real. She duplicates people, Miss Militia stated. And the duplicates aren't on our side, Tattletale replied. You're going to have to call for backup at some point, it's just a question of whether you do it before shit goes down or after. When you do get in touch with the PRT heads and get the AOK to call a red alert or whatever it is you do, you're going to want to be very careful about the kind of KP you request, because we might wind up fighting them. Assault had finished his phone call and was waiting for Tattletale to finish talking. Miss Militia turned her attention to him, and he said, story checks out. Kids at the hospital, recovering from a long stint of drug abuse. The situation they're describing is too dangerous to be ignored. We'll move forward with this. Tentative cooperation, Miss Militia announced. In exchange for our trust and our assistance, the Undersiders will give us one hostage. How about me? Imp offered. Her tone was light, joking. Someone who we can keep track of, Miss Militia said. Rachel Lint. Hellhound. If you'd please step into the van. Fuck that, Rachel replied. That's a disaster waiting to happen, Gru said. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. You, along with Skitter, are problematic due to the sheer amount of damage you could do in the enclosed space of a van. Tattletale's more damaging in other ways. It would help if we knew exactly what her powers were, Miss Militia trailed off, inviting a response. Not sharing, Tattletale said. And I just had my turn at being a hostage. Not sharing the details on that either, for the record. Regent's too dangerous. We don't know exactly how long it takes for him to achieve full control, and our records suggest he can regain control instantly. Even if we assume it takes an hour or more, we can't trust that we won't end up in a crisis situation where Regent's being kept in custody for an extended period and gets the opportunity to use his power on someone. Not to mention the possibility that he could call Shatterbird to his location. Separated from her dogs, Rachel Lint is the least threatening and most vulnerable member of your team. The optimal hostage, if you will. And she won't accept being separated from her dogs or being kept in custody, I said. I will. I can hand you my weapons and send my bugs away. Skitter, Gru said, no. Miss Militia folded her arms, unconvinced. I reached over my shoulder, slowly, and unbuckled my utility compartment. Tattletale grabbed it for me as it came free, and the straps fed out through the rings beneath the shoulder panels. She handed it to me, and I drove away the bugs I'd gathered inside. When they were gone, I sent away the bugs that were nestled in the midst of my hair, beneath each of my other armor panels and the skirt of my armor, where it covered the scorched leggings of my costume. So many fucking bugs, Clockblocker said. They have to weigh as much as she does. No, not as much as you'd think, I said. I turned to Miss Militia. Satisfied. She extended a hand for the concave, spade-shaped piece of armor, her gun turning into a handgun in the meantime. Triumph, pat her down. Everyone else, get ready to mobilize. Assault, you'll be riding my bike. I'll sit in the van. Weld, Clockblocker, Flechette, and Kidwin, with me. I waited while Triumph roughly pat me down, running his fingers into the folds and crevices of my armor and beneath my belt. He found the 2 pieces of paper I'd folded and tucked inside, shook them out as if there might be powder inside, unfolded them, read them, then put them back the way I'd had them. I felt like saying something to him, but wasn't sure what. Sorry for attacking your family and nearly murdering you? It sounded almost taunting. Miss Militia led the way to a containment van, and I followed, feeling oddly lightweight. She opened the back, indicating we should gather inside. They arranged themselves with Clock Blocker and Weld sat to either side of me, Miss Militia, Flechette and Kidwin opposite me. The door slammed shut as Kidwin got himself seated. I had only a few bugs in place to get a sense of their positions. Few enough that I might have lost track of who was who if I wasn't careful. Using one of these bugs, I did a minor, peripheral sweep. They didn't have weapons pointed my way, but Flechette and Kidwin did have weapons on their laps, a crossbow and laser blaster. You're shorter, looking at you like this, Clock Blocker said. Tall for a girl, but, not tall. Sorry, I said. You didn't get rid of all your bugs, Clock Blocker commented, as the truck started moving. He was looking in the direction of the patrolling mosquitoes and no-see-ums. He noticed. Not all, I agreed. Why not? Because I'm blind, and I'm utterly helpless if you take all the bugs away, I thought. Too much of it's automatic, I said. I got in the habit of using my power to survey the situation, and now it happens even without my thinking about it. Thinker 1, Weld said. Because your bugs let you sense things to the point that you might be a short-range clairvoyant. That's about what the director said, I replied. I heard a click, and bugs moved to the source of the noise to investigate. Miss Militia had my utility compartment in her lap, and she was holding a handgun. Mine. Only one shot remaining. 2 reasons that might be the case, she said. Saving it for yourself, or it was used and you haven't reloaded. The latter, I replied. Who have you been shooting? Your director. Mannequin. And shot through some boards so I could break them. Oh. Long story. I haven't really thought to reload it. I don't use the gun much. Obviously, she said, but she didn't elaborate. String. Can you leave stuff where it is? I asked. I'm curious why you have coiled string in your backpack here, she said. It's a utility compartment, not a backpack. It's so I don't have to have the spiders make it in the middle of a fight. Spider silk, Kidwin spoke his realization aloud. Miss Militia continued, pepper spray. Change purse with, cotton swabs? I see, it's to mask the rattle of spare change. And smelling salts, needles. Please leave everything where it was, I said, a little firmer. I'd collected a few bugs on the various objects she'd withdrawn from the interior of the compartment. I sensed her putting things back, watched to make sure she was putting everything back properly and in the right place. Clock Blocker, though, leaned across the back of the van and picked up the baton. You've got stuff like this that's high quality, but then the other stuff's so mundane, Clock Blocker commented. Odd for someone half the nation's paying attention to. I wouldn't know, I said. Not really watching TV these days. You guys took over the city, which is something that's usually limited to psychos like Nilbog or the third world nations. I guess with Coil gone, you're queen of the local underworld. Or is it Tattletale who's taken that position? We're partners. You sound so matter-of-fact about it, Clock Blocker said. You're not ashamed? Guilty? Or proud? Stand down, Clock Blocker. She was gracious enough to be our guest. Don't provoke her, Miss Militia ordered. I'm not bothered, I said. I'm more annoyed at you picking through my equipment. And I don't feel anything about being in charge. It is what it is. And you're not afraid at all, being a hostage, he asked. Should I be? You violated the code by association when you took control of someone. The same someone who you saw unmasked. You violated the code again when you attacked Triumph's family. So what's stopping us from tearing off your mask right now? The same code you've disrespected and broken. Look me in the eye, I told Clock Blocker, turning my head to face him, and tell me you don't think Shadow Stalker was a deeply damaged, broken person before we ever got our hands on her. He faced me square on. She was also a hero. She was a hero because the other choice was Javi, I said. In the months leading up to our kidnapping her, she was using real crossbow bolts. Shooting them at people, Gru included. If I remember right, she wasn't supposed to have or be using any lethal ammo, on penalty of jail time. Do you have evidence? Miss Militia asked. Would it matter? Does it matter? Judging by what I saw, in my limited interaction with her, she was pretty psychotic. There's no way you guys spent all that time with her without something crossing your radar. The night we took her, I baited her out and she tried to cut my throat. I understand where you're coming from, Miss Militia said, but again, I have to ask for evidence. I can't take you at your word, there's procedures to be followed. Procedures that tie your hands, I said. And they protect us at the same time. If you're looking for a reason why we're in charge, I said, turning towards Clock Blocker, that'd be a good place to start. You guys knew you had someone bloodthirsty and fucked up working beside you. You accepted it, probably accommodated her. Probably cut her slack in other areas, because I doubt she was an angel outside of costume, either. I let that sit with them for a moment. Yeah, I said. I shifted positions on the bench. We aren't limited by oversight and bureaucracy, and we don't pretend our lunatics are kid-friendly. And without that oversight, you're free to kidnap people like her and subject her to torture, Clock Blocker said. That's enough, Miss Militia said. She wasn't quite as sharp as before, but her words were somehow more effective. We rode on in silence for a few long moments. You smell like smoke, Clock Blocker said. Clock Blocker, Miss Militia said, I reserve every right to adjust your patrol schedule if you won't stop engaging Skitter. I'm really okay, I told her, keeping calm. If I'm ever going to shake the idea of Skitter being this unpredictable, dangerous felon, it's now. I'm not going to flip out and hurt someone because I don't like what they're saying. When I said I shot some boards, it was to escape a burning building. Coyle wasn't lying when he said he set your headquarters on fire, Weld commented. He was, I replied. This was something different. Fuck it, give me shit patrols, Clock Blocker said. I'm not going to just sit by and obey orders, when I have a chance to get answers. Clock Blocker, Miss Militia said the name in a warning tone. That's the kind of attitude I'm talking about, I muttered. Recognizing when the bureaucracy is hindering more than helping, pushing against it. I can respect that. Don't compare me to you, Clock Blocker said. Okay, I said, smiling a little behind my mask, I won't. I'm wondering how the fuck you can justify doing any of the shit you've pulled and act high and mighty. I won't deny I've done stuff, I said, but I somehow doubt it's the same stuff you're thinking about. But I had reasons for everything I did. If you want to tell me what you think I've done, I can try my hand at explaining myself. Provided you're willing to hear me out. Clock Blocker, Kidwin said, listen to Miss Militia. This is the kind of stuff that goes on your record. Clock Blocker shook his head. Fuck my record. Let's start with the takeover. Justify that. It put me in a position to help people. Visit my territory. People there are healthier, happier, safer, because of what I've done. Except the ones Mannequin and Burnscar killed. I didn't have a ready reply to that. No comment. I tried, I said. I did what I could to help the people in my territory. Maybe my being there did more harm than good. I don't know. But I tried to help. Let's call that one a draw, then. What about how things turned out with Panacea and Glory Girl? I already quizzed her on this, Flechette said. I want to hear it from her myself. That was Jack, not me, I said. Flechette nodded, snorted just loud enough that she knew I'd hear it. It was very I thought she'd say that. But you were one of the last people seen with Glory Girl. You were sighted in Panacea's company, Clock Blocker said. I tried to help her. Talk to her. We invited her to join the Undersiders, because she was in a bad headspace, she needed other perspectives beyond her own. But she finished giving Glory Girl medical care after Crawler's spittle had burned through half her body, she refused our offers to help and refused Tattletale's suggestion that she fix what she'd already done to Glory Girl's head. Tattletale knows the full story there, though I have suspicions. The next time I saw her, she was talking to Jack, and he was getting to her, fucking with her head. Stuff happened, I went after him, and it was the last time I saw her. She had a freak out, you know, Clock Blocker said. She was in a bad headspace, sure, but she was a good person. Healed people I really care about when she didn't have to. That's why I'm pressing you on this stuff, no matter what Miss Militia might put on my record or do to my patrol schedule. Because Amy deserves to have someone stand up for her, in her absence. I'm sorry she freaked, but it wasn't my fault. It was bad. She took Glory Girl with her, you know. When Gallant died, Vista saw the body. When Aegis was mashed to a literal pulp by Leviathan, to the point that he couldn't function anymore, when he died, despite his power. I got to see the remains to verify for myself. But Victoria Dallin was still alive and they didn't let us see. A select few adults and family members got to see her, they carted her off to a para-human asylum and none of the rest of us got to say goodbye, because the end result was that fucked up. I didn't know, I'm sorry, I said. But that wasn't my fault. Fine. I'll concede a point for you, then. You tried, maybe. One not. What about Battery? I was with Jack and Bonesaw, affected by the miasma, thought they were my friends. Battery was giving chase. Around the time I figured out what was happening, she got attacked by the mechanical spiders. She was fine when I left her. Assault blames you. Probably why Miss Militia didn't have him riding in the van with us. Okay. If I'd been in a better headspace, I would have backed her up. But there was the possibility Jack would get away, and the miasma. It fucked with all of us. Fine. Let's call that another draw. Can't judge you either way with that stuff in play. Triumph? His family. Didn't know he was Triumph until we were in the thick of it, I said, but I did it for Dinah. It doesn't excuse it, but I did it for her. How's that work? To get into a position where I could free her, I had to get close to Coyle. He'd already clued into the fact that I was planning on betraying him if he didn't let her go, put the screws to me, basically. Forced me to do what I normally wouldn't. It had nothing to do with keeping control of the city. I hesitated. I didn't say that. I could try to justify it, explain how I really felt like I was doing more good than harm and what all that meant, but it would take too long, cover too many details I'm not willing to share, and I'm not 100% convinced I'd buy it myself. I'll concede that one to you. Not in a position to defend or explain it. 1 all, then. Let's talk Shadow Stalker. We're back to that. I asked. She was an asshole, dangerous, didn't even like her, but she was still a teammate of mine. Some of your teammates might fall into that camp, so maybe you know how I feel. Maybe. But like I said, we weren't holding ourselves up as paragons of virtue. You guys were. Our focus right now is you. You, who drove Shadow Stalker into a corner, to the point where she flipped out on her mom and tried to hang herself with an electrical cord. What? I'm not sure how to respond to that, I said. Do you feel bad about it? I'm genuinely curious. I feel less bad than I should, I said. But yet, it isn't nice to hear. Because of what happened, because she was still reeling from the time she spent as your meat puppet, she attacked her mom, who called the authorities. They caught up just in time to catch her in her room, electrical cord around her neck. Cost Shadow Stalker her probation, meaning she got stuck in some para-human detention center until she's 18. And word is her mom doesn't want her back when she's finished the 3-year sentence. Last straw in everything. Her life, put on hold, her family shattered. Maybe she was damaged like you said, but you took her captive and tormented her until she went off the deep end. I'm not happy she was pushed that far, I said, that's ugly. You're right. But getting her off the streets? Yeah. That's worth it, at least. What I don't get is, why? Was the data from that computer really so important? Coil needed it, and I needed Coil happy. Either he'd like my work enough to free her on my request or he'd trust me enough that I could catch him off guard and help her escape some other way. I'm sure Dinah would be thrilled to hear that, Clock Blocker said. Some other girl's life ruined for her sake. How does a supervillain warlord react to that sort of news, by the way? Finding out a heroine tried to hang herself? Do you sit in your swivel chair, stroking your tarantula and pull off your best maniacal laugh? One more enemy out of the way. I didn't know, I said. Not until you told me what happened to her. That seems to be a recurring theme, he commented. You do stuff, you have reasons, like your apparent feeling that, oh, it's okay because she was a violent personality, but you don't pay attention to the ending, to everything that comes after. A whole lot of people have been screwed up and hurt in your wake, Skitter. I react like you see me reacting. I don't enjoy it. No maniacal laughing here. But you plan to continue doing what you're doing. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing in the future, I said. Aside from stopping Noelle. That's a good point to end this particular discussion, Miss Militia cut in. I will be adjusting your patrol route and noting this minor infraction on your record, Clock Blocker. I hope you're more or less satisfied with this discussion. More or less, Clock Blocker said, handing the combat baton to Miss Militia. Unless our local supervillainess-in-chief wants to pursue further debate. I think I was ahead by 1-1. No, that's fine, I said. I left it at that. No, I'm not entirely sure I want to hear the full details on any of the other stuff. Quit while I'm only a little behind. If he knew me a little better, I wondered just how targeted those questions could get. I'd killed a man, and I still didn't feel bad about it. I didn't feel anything in particular when I thought about it. In a way, I'd taken the perspective that I didn't feel bad about it because it wasn't wrong. He was a bad person, irredeemable, and it had been the only option. Except now Clock Blocker's words and his tone were resonating within me, and I was left just a little less confident about the conclusions I'd come to, in terms of the stuff we'd discussed and all the little events that had added up over time. I'd made peace with who I was and who I was becoming in part because my peers were limited to other villains and civilians who I could dismiss because they didn't have the full perspective of life on the battlefield. My dad was among those civilians, it almost pained me to admit. I wasn't entirely certain I felt so peaceful now. Most things, I couldn't imagine I'd really do them differently, given the circumstances and the knowledge I'd had at the time, but the decisions weren't sitting quite so easily as they had been. It was several minutes before the van stopped. Assault was the one who opened the door, and Clock Blocker held the front door of the PRT offices open for me, in a very ironic manner. My team was already waiting in the lobby. I'd entered once as a prisoner and thief, once as an invader and kidnapper. It was an eerie thing to be entering as ally to the good guys, when I'd never felt further from being one. Queen 18.4. We had to take the elevator in 2 trips, due to the size of our group, and that meant splitting us up. The heroes were too wary to leave any number of us unsupervised, whether it was on the ground floor or upstairs. I entered the elevator in the company of Parian, Regent, Bitch, Bastard, and Bentley, Miss Militia, Welt, Clock Blocker, and Triumph. It seemed to be an advanced design, the elevator offering so smooth a ride that I might not have been able to tell it was in motion if it weren't for the bugs elsewhere in the building. We exited at the 3rd floor. I could use the bugs that had gathered near the waste bins or in the walls to try to get a sense of who and what was around me. I recognized the area as the site where I'd entered via Trickster's teleportation, desks, cubicles, computers, and paperwork. I could sense some people heading into back rooms to rouse people who were sleeping in the office, on benches and in chairs. All of the officers and out-of-uniform PRT operatives were gathering to look. One of them stepped forward from the rest of the crowd. Deputy Director, Miss Militia said, standing straighter. I'm too cynical to think this is an arrest, or to hope that it's anything more than another ruse, the Deputy Director said. And I can't help but note these villains aren't in restraints. It's not an arrest, and I hope it's a trick, Miss Militia replied. You hope it's a trick, the Deputy Director asked. Because I like the truth even less. A new Class S threat. Every officer in the room reacted, a general murmur punctuated with swearing and exclamations. Who? An unknown. Possibly a 4th Endbringer, not yet fully grown. I'd like to get in contact with PRT thinkers to verify. Waits, the Deputy Director called out, over the noise from the gathered police, Doyen. Get on the phone. Patch them through to me as soon as you get hold of someone. We should wake people up, Miss Militia said. She glanced at the nearest clock, it's 4:24 in the morning. If this is real, we'll want the heaviest hitters ready to deploy at a moment's notice. There's a chance this may be our one chance to kill her. You're killing her? I asked, quiet. No, Miss Militia said. Nothing's set in stone. But there's a chance it may be our only opportunity and our only option. If we're going to do it, I want to do it successfully. No word from Director Calvert, the deputy director asked. One of the guys in plain clothes spoke up. He's gone silent, sir. I didn't miss the fact that nearly a third of the local officers glanced my way. We were apparently the prime suspects. Which wasn't wrong, per se. The deputy director ordered, Militia, join me in the director's office. Triumph, see to it that the villains are detained and separated. Interview rooms 1 and 2 for Regent and Skitter. Conference room for Hellhound. I could sense Rachel shifting position. If I may make a suggestion, sir, Miss Militia cut in, I think we should put Skitter in the conference room. She and Tattletale are our main sources of information. Not complaining, I said, but bitch, or Hellhound if you want to call her that, may be more comfortable in my company. Her dogs are their normal size. If she uses her power, you'll be able to see. Miss Militia already saw to it I was disarmed. This sounds like you're positioning people for a maneuver, the deputy director said. No. Just trying to keep things as copacetic as possible, I said. I'd okay it, Miss Militia said. Fine. Hellhound and Skitter in the conference room. The deputy director paused as the elevator opened with nearly all of Brockton Bay's remaining para-humans. Tattletale to the conference room. Parian in the legal room. Gru and Imp in interview room 2. Put police tape and a sign on the door with a notice of Imp stranger classification to remind people why it's shut and staying shut. Hey. Relax, Imp, Gru said. You want to confirm this is all right, Skitter? So long as my teammates go free when trouble starts, I said. But yet. I understand the paranoia. And I think we could break out if we had to, I thought. I didn't say that part. This sucks, Imp commented. Suck it up, Gru responded. Come on. We split up, with Rachel, Tattletale and I settling in the conference room, at the end furthest from the door. Triumph stood watch, and the blinds were left open, leaving us visible to the countless officers who were now on their computers and phones. There wasn't one of them who wasn't casting us suspicious glances every minute or so, or peering through the windows of the interview rooms at Regent, Gru, and Imp. I also noted the fact that there were nearly a dozen PRT officers fully suited up in their combat gear, complete with the full face helmets, the chainmail mesh-covered body armor and containment foam sprayers. They kept out of the way. If I was using my eyes and I didn't have my swarm sense, I wouldn't have known they were there. Sorry, by the way, I told Triumph. The fuck you apologizing for? Rachel grumbled. She'd settled into a chair, feet on the table, bastard curled up in her lap. One hand dangled, resting on Bentley's head. I attacked his home, remember? Didn't know it was him, but Trickster threatened his family. A fight broke out and I nearly killed Triumph. They know. Triumph asked. You shared the details already. More or less, I said. Bitch doesn't care and isn't the type to use it against you, and Tattletale would have figured it out anyways. Tattletale nodded. Fuck, Triumph swore. Weld was right. Anyways, I said, there were better ways to do it. So I am sorry. Didn't need doing in the first place, Triumph said, sighing. I was prepared to risk my life the day I graduated from the wards. Knew what I'd be getting into. Week I had clearance, I watched all the video we have of the Class S threats. Leviathan, Cymurg, Behemoth, Slaughterhouse 9, Nilbogue, Sleeper. I knew what I was getting into. So I'm not shocked or horrified at the attempt on my life. What gets me is what you did to my dad. Set his career back years, if it's even recoverable, by forcing him to take that stance. The whole thing, start to finish, was unnecessary. He'll recover, Tattletale said. I'd argue his career was already pretty fucked after the way things went down, here. Not saying he was to blame, or that he wasn't, but it's hard to graduate from mayor to governor when your legacy is a flooded ruin of a city. It's not that bad, I said. Tattletale shrugged, not if you're here, but the photographers and reporters who are getting pictures and video footage of Brockton Bay aren't going to take pictures of the barely affected areas. They're going to get the beaches, the south end and the crater. Because that's what sells. The people outside the city only see the worst bits. When we're talking public perception, it's not what is, it's the picture that's painted. And the picture is of a handful of scary and powerful supervillains running a fucked up city, Triumph said. Which is about to get more fucked up if you aren't pulling our legs. So yeah, not a good legacy for my dad. We have no reason to pull your leg, I said. Getting access to something else that's confidential? Covering your kidnapping of Vista so you're clear to use Regent's power on her later. Why would we want her? Rachel asked. She's strong. Bitch's question is a good one, Tattletale said. Yes, Vista's strong, but why would we want her? It'd be putting ourselves at risk, for no particular gain. If we wanted raw power, we'd have kept your cousin. There's nothing left in the city that we want or need, so it's not like we really need her assistance to get a job done. We have money, we have resources, and anything that's worth anything is destroyed or taken by now. Then what do you want? Triumph asked. Security. We have all of the basics. Shelter, food, warmth, companionship, money. Anything we do from here on out's going to involve better securing ourselves where we're at. We want to stop visiting villains from getting a footing anywhere in the city unless they're joining us. Keep the peace so we keep you guys off our backs. I wouldn't mind a system like the Yakuza of Japan's yesteryear, where we support and involve ourselves in local business, legally, to the point that nobody will be able to shake us. That's terrifying, Triumph said. Why? Because we're bad? Ooh, spooky, Tattletale waggled her fingers at him. If we do it right, we won't have to extort anything from the locals. We can do more to stop the drug trade than any of your guys. Then we disappear into the background, make enough money off the side benefits of our powers and investments to live a life of comfort. Mobilize only if and when there's a new threat. Build trust with you guys, ensure that any new para-humans go to either your group, go to ours, or they get dealt with some other way. Ensure that anyone like Hellhound who needs more elbow room or freedom is somewhere they're comfortable, where they won't do any real harm. And she's okay with that? Triumph asked, being benched. Give me my dogs, don't bother me, don't get in my face, I'm okay with whatever, Rachel said. Her arm was moving. It took me a second to realize she was scratching bastard. Calmer than you were a week and a half ago, if that's the case, Triumph said. Dunno, Rachel replied. That was then. This is now. Triumph sighed. Weld and Clockblocker joined us. Clockblocker handed Triumph a can of Coke or something like it. They behaving? Clockblocker asked. Pretty much. Tattletale mentioned Dinah, but it wasn't to fuck with me. We were talking about their master plan, if you can call it that. Not much else. Clockblocker looked at me. Skitter and I had a discussion on the way over. And you won't have another, Miss Militia cut in. She'd stepped out of the director's office next door and into the doorway. We're not here to socialize. We got in touch with some thinkers. 11th hour says he gets an 8. Appraisers read says we're purple. Rule for any preset to call is we get 3 points of reference, going by thinkers alone, that means a third thinker. The first they were able to get in touch with was Hunch. Your old teammate, Weld. Didn't think he rated, yet, Weld said. Chief Director Costa Brown gave the A-OK, and Hunch says it's bad. Altogether, we're calling this a threat level A. No shit. The Undersiders are for real. Triumph asked. Tattletale didn't wait for him to get an answer, that's threat level S. S-class. The Chief Director of the PRT determined it was an A-class threat. Bullshit, Tattletale said. S-class. I know Appraiser offered a purple velvet diagnosis for his previous ratings on Endbringer attacks, so that's not the reason it's so low. 11's score of 8 has to be above the 75% mark, and an answer as vague as Hunch's is going to be a 75% exact, as per Section 976, Article 71. That's 3 values that have to be above the threshold for declaring a threat level S situation. How the hell do you know all that? Weld asked. Tattletale waved him off. The Chief Director made the call. We're standing by it, Miss Militia said. We're talking Class S, even if you ignore pre-situation verification. Section 975, Article 57. Classifying high-level duplicators and villains who operate to any exponential degree. Nilbog and Cymerg both count, and Noel does too. If the powers generate more instances of power generation or recurring effect in an epidemic pattern. She's not a self-duplicator, Miss Militia said, and yes, she's creating powers, but they're copies of other people's powers. They're not exponential or self-recursive in effect. You're splitting hairs. And, Miss Militia said, she doesn't create more powers on her own. She has an intrinsic requirement of needing contact and time to absorb. She doesn't meet the criteria as they stand. Still splitting those hairs, Tattletale said. Her threat level zooms up to S as soon as she gets her hands on anyone who can enable something like that. Like, say, any tinker. I don't know why we're even discussing this, when you seem to have our operations manual memorized and you're capable of realizing it for yourself, Miss Militia said, but it doesn't bear dwelling on. The difference in our response to a Class A crisis and a Class S one is minor at best. Some tertiary protocols change, we won't necessarily have Alexandria, Legend, or Eidolon assisting, and there's no penalties for anyone who subscribed to the critical situation roster if they sit this one out. Which they will, Tattletale said. You're ignoring the fact that people are inherently selfish. It takes something to shake them from that reality, and that's not common. I think you're underestimating the inherent goodness of people who dedicate their lives to heroism. I know for a fact we have ample volunteers already informed on the situation. They're en route. If the heroes aren't showing in full force, others won't either. Tattletale said, and there's no epidemic protocols with a Class A. We have one tinker, Miss Militia said. Kidwin. Arms Master is no longer on the premises. We have no duplicators. The risk is one we can control, either through the organization of our forces or turning any combatants with problematic interactions away. Epidemic protocols are unnecessary. Arms Master escaped, you mean, Tattletale said. And it won't be that easy. Maybe not, but that's the word from above. I'm not interested in debating this further, Tattletale. Miss Militia said. She turned her head slightly toward me, clearly expecting me to comment along the lines of what I'd said in the containment van, about authority tying one's hands. When I didn't rise to the challenge, she said, we're having a strategy meeting in a matter of minutes. The first phase of the response will be teleporting in momentarily, but our best mass teleporter died in the Leviathan attack, and the process is slow. I'll be releasing the rest of the Undersiders to join you soon. As soon as you have enough extra bodies to watch us, Tattletale commented. Yes, Miss Militia said, terse. She looked at the 3 young heroes who had gathered at the wall by the door. Be good. Excuses or no excuses, it looked bad when we had the last incident with a break in the truce. Don't let Tattletale provoke you, don't provoke them. You can't blame them if they get emotional, Tattletale sighed. It's only natural, 3 young men, 3 young women, a possibility of Capulet Montague forbidden love between hero and villain. My warning goes for you too, Tattletale. I already instructed Triumph to shout at the first sign of trouble. I'll be angelic, Tattletale said. Good. You should also know that Parian is leaving. She asked me to tell you, and to let you know she'll be at her territory. Parian was gone? Shit. I wouldn't have let her go, I said. For a lot of reasons. It's unfortunate, I agree, Miss Militia said, but we're not in a position to stop her, short of fighting her. She was adamant about not wanting to participate in this fight. Flechette is escorting her back. And however Noelle found Vista, she might find Parian and Flechette and target them the same way, Tattletale said. Maybe. They both have devices to alert us. In the worst case scenario, they can inform us if something's happened. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare. Miss Militia didn't wait for a response. She was already striding down the hall, gesturing to get someone's attention. Someone too small and too young to be a cop. The 3 boys at the other end of the long table started talking among themselves. This is falling apart before it begins, Tattletale commented. I get the impression Miss Militia's spooked, I said. She's tense. Anyone would be, Tattletale replied. Doesn't help that the last Endbringer fight ended her predecessor's career. I nodded. Are muscles going to suffer in this fight, Tattletale said. You're bugs, bitches dogs, they can't hurt her, if she absorbs things on contact. Not unless we want clones of bitches dogs running rampant. The heroes have long-ranged fire, I replied. Kid win, Miss Militia, Triumph. So bitch and I adopt a support role. The dogs get our key players around the battlefield, if bitch is willing. Rachel grunted something that could have been agreement. And I might be able to tie Noelle up without the bugs touching her. Gru can slow her down, Regent could do the same. I finished. Regent couldn't use his power against Leviathan. Can you imagine him getting Leviathan under control? I'd rather not, I admitted. There's a sweet spot as far as rep goes. Having a pet Endbringer puts us in the too scary to be allowed to live category. We'd have to do what the Slaughterhouse 9 do, win frequently enough against high odds that people can't afford the losses. Would mean we have to go mobile, I said. So we have time to recuperate while the enemy tries to track us down. Anyways, enough what if. Let's get back on topic. Tattletale nodded. Imp. For this coming fight? Rescue, I said. The enemy won't target her, they might not target anyone she can get in contact with. Fallen allies, captives, Imp gets them to safety. Tattletale nodded. The tone of her voice shifted fractionally as she said, you guys can chime in at any point here. The young heroes had stopped talking and were listening in. I don't know what you want us to add, Clock Blocker said. Interactions, I said. Maybe we put you on Bentley's back. We won't have to kill Noelle if you can tag her. We'll be able to keep her frozen long enough for us to erect some form of containment. Me? On the dog. You scared? Rachel asked. I think anyone would be a little scared. You can't tell me they aren't a little intimidating. Your power nullifies any threat they could pose, I said. If it closes its teeth around my arm, the fraction of a second it takes my power to kick in is going to buy it time to dig in just a little. Jaws clamped on my arm, I freeze it, sure, but then every time it unfreezes, it closes a little more before I can freeze it again. No thank you. He's scared, Rachel said. She scratched the top of Bastard's head, and I realized she was talking to the wolf cub that was sleeping in her lap. You're the stuff of nightmares. Clock Blocker snorted, then got caught up in a murmured conversation with Weld and Triumph. They were facing our way as they talked. I tried to ignore them, focused on taking deep breaths, controlling the intake so I wouldn't start coughing and humiliate myself in front of the local heroes. You okay? Tattletale asked. Coughing less. I feel like I've maybe got the worst of it out of my lungs and throat. I meant you. You've been quiet. You weren't saying as much as you normally might when I was talking to Miss Militia. Thinking. Important you keep doing that, she said. But not if it's getting you like this. Unless you're putting together a master plan. I shook my head. No plan. Just fatigue and... I stopped. Each and every officer in the next room was turning their heads. I used my bugs to feel out the subject. A hood, with the warmth of a faint natural glow from beneath, with the same effect around his hands, with his loose sleeves. I noted that a glass helm like the one Clock Blocker wore fit over his face beneath the hood. People went out of their way to clear out of his path, to such an extent that I might have thought they were in front of an elephant and not a man. Eidolon entered the conference room and grabbed the seat just to the right of the one at the far end of the table. He swept his cape to one side before he sat down. Didn't think you were coming, Tattletale said. With it being just a Class A threat. The infamous Undersiders, Eidolon spoke. His voice reverberated slightly, an effect similar to Gru's. And the famous Eidolon, Tattletale retorted, while we're doing the reverse introductions. I thought I told Miss Militia that we shouldn't bring in anyone we can't beat in a fight. Don't concern yourself over it, Eidolon said. I can render myself immune. We won't know until it happens, she replied. There was a pause. Tattletale. Are you looking for a chink in the armor? You can't blame me, can you? If we wind up having to fight you, then it might be all over. So I'm gathering intel. Eidolon didn't reply. Okay, sure. Fine, Tattletale raised her hands in surrender. It's cool. Eidolon turned away to follow the murmured conversation between Weld, Triumph, and Clockblocker. Tattletale rested her elbows on the table, rubbed at her eyes. Tired? I asked. Exhausted. Been using my power all night, my head's throbbing, and this whole business with Noelle hasn't even started. Take a nap, I suggested. No time. And I do want to make sure I have some ideas in advance, for anyone we might have to face. Noelle is going to target Eidolon. If we fight him, we'll have to use his weaknesses against him. Tattletale, Eidolon cut Clockblocker off mid-sentence, his voice carrying across the room. Could you elaborate? Don't worry, she said, no weaknesses you don't already know about. Is that so? You're losing your powers, she said. Not fast enough that it matters today, but enough that the difference is appreciable. It was hard to read Eidolon's body language with the few bugs I'd permitted myself. He was leaning forward slightly, and his upper arms pressed against the fabric of his costume as he flexed or clenched a fist. And how would you know this, if it were true? Because any other day, with you heroes being as short on teleporters as you are, you'd be helping bring people in. You're conserving your strength. It might even be a long-term fear, like you've only got so much power to use over your lifetime before it's all spent. Candle that burns twice as hot, or something. Simple deduction. Did you consider that I am not teleporting people because there's a shortage of volunteers? That would contradict what Miss Militia said, and she wasn't lying. And it doesn't fit the overall picture. Alexandria. Eidolon slapped his hand down against the table. A force field expanded from the impact site, forcing Rachel and I out of our chairs and against the wall. I slumped down to the ground, grabbing my rib, and coughed painfully. The force field had kept Rachel and I out, but Tattletale was inside with Eidolon. The sounds from within were muffled. But I had bugs on both Eidolon and Tattletale, and I could almost make out their words. Tattletale was speaking. Reason you, this situation a Class A threat isn't because it doesn't fit. Did it is because Alexandria wanted an excuse not. You came because you needed to prove something to yourself. Test, measure of your power in a NSE situation, work best when, danger. This is best challenge you'll have. Treading dangerous waters, Eidolon spoke. There was no growl in his voice, no anger, irritation, or emotion at all. Only calm. It made him easier to understand. Can live with danger, it's interesting. Awfully interesting, why Alexandria's not coming. Me? Secret. Eidolon said something, but his tone had changed and I wasn't able to switch mental gears fast enough. You? Tattletale asked. Years, dash. The fuck? Rachel snarled. Bentley growled as if to accompany her words. He was already growing. Relax, I said, before I started coughing again. They aren't fighting. He knocked me over. I could see Miss Militia and Assault at the other end of the room, but the force field bubble was blocking us. What happened? Miss Militia shouted. I tried to respond, coughed instead. My voice was weak with the fresh rawness of my throat as I did manage to utter a reply. Eidolon flipped. Eidolon attacked. Rachel yelled. Did she provoke him? Miss Militia asked. Her gun was raised. No, I managed only a whisper. The force field winked out. Eidolon was still sitting, he hadn't moved except to slap the table with his hand, but Tattletale was standing. Just wanted to have a private conversation, Eidolon said. I'm sorry. I'll be getting some fresh air. With that, he stood and strode out of the room. He made his way to the stairwell and I could track him moving to the roof. I picked up my chair and sat, still coughing intermittently. Rachel was still standing, and her dogs were still growing. I gestured for her to sit. She just glared across the room. I gestured again, but the force of the motion made my chest hurt and I started coughing. Before I recovered, Rachel sat with an audible thud. She kicked her boot against the edge of the table, hard, and left it there. What did you do? Miss Militia asked. She was facing Tattletale. I could see the other undersiders behind her. Was just commenting that it seemed odd he wasn't helping you guys out with teleporting people in, Tattletale said. You said more than that, Weld noted. I'm tired, he's tired, we talked it out. All copacetic, Tattletale said. She leaned back and stretched. I'm not so sure, Miss Militia said. Skitter, are you all right? Recent injury, I managed. We'll be fine in a minute. Miss Militia nodded. Not much sympathy, but I couldn't blame her. Then let's get things underway. Everyone, please get seated, or find space to stand. Gru, Regent, and Imp joined us, and Gru set his hands on my shoulders as he stood behind me. He rubbed my exposed back where the armor panel was missing as I coughed hoarsely once or twice. I counted the people in costume with my swarm. It wasn't nearly as many reinforcements as we'd had against Leviathan. I saw Chevalier and Murden, but didn't recognize anyone else. There were the wards and Protectorate members from Brockton Bay, with perhaps 20 more. Tentative ratings, based on what we know, we have her down as a Brute 8, a Changer 2 and a combination of Striker and Master with a rating of 10. Too low, I heard Tattletale murmur. I suppressed a cough, managed only a choke. It drew more attention to me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was already paying way too much attention. I was wearing my older costume, and somehow felt more juvenile, more exposed. I didn't have the covering of bugs over the exterior of my costume like I was used to, either. Her ability allows her to create clones of anyone she touches. The PRT office believes she's a Class A threat, but Tattletale's expectation is that this individual has the potential to become an endbringer. We're moving forward with extreme caution. Our primary issue at the moment is that we can't yet locate her. She has one hostage, a young member of the wards. The girl was attacked en route to her home. Locating our target quickly is paramount, but we should also be careful to avoid giving her a chance to use her power on us. For the time being, we will be operating with the same protocols and plans that we employ against Hadaish. Hit and run, maintain a safe distance as priority number 1, and employ continuous attacks. We'll be dividing you into teams. Miss Militia stopped short as an officer pushed his way through the people near the door, Chevalier included. He handed Miss Militia a phone. She turned around and pressed a button on the wall. The faux wooden panels separated to reveal a widescreen television. It flickered on. Her. Kidwin asked. That's the Class S threat. She's bigger than she looks, Tattletale commented. I was disappointed I couldn't see. I tried looking at the screen with my bugs, but they saw only a rectangular glow. Quiet, Miss Militia said, it's a webcam feed. I'm setting it so we'll be transmitting audio only. Hello, Noelle. Who is this? Noelle asked. She talks, I heard someone whisper. Miss Militia said, louder. The gunwoman. Who else is there? Other local heroes, Miss Militia replied. Oh. There aren't more? The Undersiders didn't get in touch with you. Noelle sounded funny. Her voice was hollow, almost disappointed. It's just us right now. Because I smell more, Noelle said. Which makes it hard to believe you. But you can lie if you have to. You can smell us. Not you. But it doesn't matter, Noelle's voice broke. She stopped. Are you there? Miss Militia asked. I'm here. I was telling you it doesn't matter. I only called because I killed her. The Space Warper. I'm so bad with the names. So many names for you capes. I only ever paid attention to the powers. You killed Vista, Miss Militia said. Why? Because I could. Because I was hungry, and I'd already used her up. See. There was a brief pause, then a number of gasps and breathless words all at once. One of my bugs caught a noise from Clock Blocker, deep in his throat. Gru leaned close, whispered in my ear, 5 Vistas. All but one of them have faces more like masks than skin and muscle. Hard, rigid. Wearing borrowed clothes, not costumes. The 5th one might be taller than I am, and her bones look curved. I nodded. There was a thump from the microphone on Noelle's end, presumably as she turned the camera back to herself. Just wanted to let you know that. I'm sorry. This isn't like me. It's the stuff that's growing on me. I have my memories, and when I think, it's always my thoughts, but it feels like it's taking over my subconscious, and when it wants something the hormones and adrenaline flood into my body and my brain, so I feel what it feels. Twists the way I think. Why Vista? She was alone. And could smell how strong she was. Read about her online, too. Internet was all I had for a long time. Now I've got them. They're pretty obedient, and it's nice to have company. I haven't had any physical contact with anyone for a while, and they like giving me hugs. Except the 6th. 6th, Miss Militia said. Not as obedient. She ran off. Gibbering something about killing her family. Miss Militia thrust her index finger toward the door, and the wards were gone in a flash, running for the stairwell. Can we negotiate? Miss Militia asked, her voice oddly calm given the ferocity of the gesture and the threat against one of her colleagues' family. Not really a negotiation, but I can offer you a deal. What's the deal? Kill the Undersiders. Or hand them to me so I can torment them before I kill them. You can do it any time you want to. Just, knock them out, or hurt them, or find a way to tell me where they are. If it's a choice between hurting one of you or hurting one of them, I'll hurt them. I promise. If I've taken someone hostage, you probably have a little while before the hostage is dead. Just know that I'll trade you any of my hostages for any Undersider, anytime, any situation. When the Undersiders are all dealt with, I'll sniff out and kill all of the clones I've made, then I'll let you try to kill me. Or imprison me. Do whatever. I don't care anymore, because I don't think I'll be me much longer. I don't think I'm even me right now. Not the me I was. I'm rambling. They took away my only chance. My only chance to get well. Until they've paid for that, I'm going to make this hard on you, heroes. I don't think I can die, and I don't think I'm that easy to stop in other ways. I'll hunt you down, I'll copy you until you're all used up, let your copies ruin your reputations and your lives, and then I'll eat you. I'll do it to each of you, one by one, until you realize it's easier to go after the Undersiders than to come after me. Give me my revenge, and this ends. Interlude 18. Water torture, Justin said. It's what the CIA uses. No, please. Justin shook his head. What good is begging going to do? There's hardly a point to torture if you want it. The victim can aspirate water during water torture, Dorothy commented, as though she were commenting on paint shades. But I could have been doing it wrong. Burning, then. Start on the back, chest, and stomach, work our way to the extremities. They say a burn hurts worse than any other pain, inch for inch, Justin said. By the time we work our way to the face, the armpits, or the soles of the feet. Oh God. Scarring, Jeff said, looking up from his newspaper. Chance of infection. He'd be facing as much risk as he would with the water torture. It might even be harder to treat. Harder to explain if we had to go to a doctor. Razors. Justin suggested. Razors could work, Dorothy said. I'm good with a razor. Hear that? Justin asked. She's good with a razor. Please. There has to be another way. There are a number of other ways, Dorothy said. Tearing out your teeth, fingernails, and toenails is one. Castration, force feeding, breaking bones, rats, flaying. I meant besides torture. Psychological methods, Justin suggested. Isolation, Dorothy offered. Sensory deprivation, intoxicants. Would you like cream in your coffee, Jeff? No thank you, dear. The bacon is done. Why don't you two come and eat? Dorothy offered. Justin sighed. Come, theology. The boy gave them wary looks as he stood from the armchair and crossed the length of their hotel room. Dorothy had laid out a veritable feast: bacon, eggs, English muffins, toast, French toast, a bowl of strawberries, a bowl of blueberries, and a bowl of fruit salad. There was orange juice and pots of both coffee and tea. She was just setting down a plate of bacon, leaving barely enough room for anyone's plates. It would have been too much for 8 people to eat, but she didn't seem to realize that. She smiled as Justin ushered Theo to the table and sat down. Her clothes were more fit for a job interview than for a fugitive, with a knee-length dress, heels, earrings, and makeup. Jeff, like his wife, was too well dressed for the occasion, wearing a button-up shirt beneath a tan blazer, his hair oiled and combed back neatly. They can't act, Justin thought. They follow their routines like bad actors following a script. A housewife preparing a meal for her family, the husband at the table. He'd known that the pair started every day with the same routine, like clockwork. Wake, don bathrobe, and collect a newspaper. Jeff would step into the shower as Dorothy stepped out, and she would be done grooming by the time he was through. Once they were both dressed, they'd head to the kitchen, and Jeff would read the paper while Dorothy cooked. But always, the details would be off. Things any ordinary person would take for granted were forgotten or exaggerated. Dorothy inevitably prepared too much, because it was harder for her to consider how hungry everyone was and adjust accordingly. Only 2 days ago, Justin had noted that Jeff would take a few minutes to read the front page of the paper, turn the page, and stop. Now he couldn't help but notice. It was the same thing every day. For the 20 or 30 minutes it took Dorothy to put everything together and set it on the table, Jeff would stare at the second and third pages of the newspaper. Justin had asked about the headlines and the articles. Jeff never remembered, because he wasn't reading. He could read, but he didn't. He spent nearly 40 minutes in total, every day, like clockwork, doing little more than staring into space, pretending to read. Put the paper away, it's time to eat, Justin thought. Yes dear. Smells delicious. Put the paper away, it's time to eat, Dorothy said. She was holding the coffee pot, stepped behind Jeff, putting a hand on his shoulder, and bent down to kiss him on the top of his head. Automatic, without affection. Yes, dear. Jeff said, smiling up at his wife. Smells delicious. Jesus fuck, they scare me, Justin thought. But he plastered a fake smile of his own onto his face, grabbed one of the oven-warmed plates and served himself. Theo did much the same at the other side of the table, minus the smile. Kaden emerged from one of the bedrooms, her hair still tangled from sleep, wearing a bathrobe. Mousy, shorter than average, looking exceedingly human, she was Dorothy Schmidt's antithesis. Aster slept well last night, Justin commented. Didn't hear her crying. She slept through the night. We just have to maintain a routine as we keep moving, Kaden said. We were just discussing ways to force Theo's trigger event. It'll come on its own, she said. We have 2 years. 1 year and 11 months, Theo said. Kaden glanced at him but didn't respond. It should have happened already, Justin pointed out. It's easier for children with inherited powers, and Theo's the son of Kaiser, who's the son of Alfather. 3rd generation. Maybe I didn't get powers, Theo said, not looking up from his plate. Or maybe you've lived a sheltered enough life that you haven't had a reason to trigger, Justin retorted. I don't want to get tortured. Physically or psychologically. There has to be another way. Torture? Kaden asked. It's one line of thought, Justin said, trying to mask his annoyance. He'd purposefully brought it up while Kaden was out of the room. We were trying to think of methods that wouldn't leave him unable to fight Jack when the time came. No torture. Theo's right. We can find another way. Justin frowned. Every day we wait is a day we don't have for training his abilities, and he'll need all of the training he can get. Because I have to fight the Slaughterhouse 9 and Jack Slash. And he'll kill 1,000 people if I don't, Theo said. Me and Aster too. Justin glanced at the boy, saw the white knuckle grip he had on his knife and fork, looked at Kaden, who had French toast speared on her fork but wasn't raising it to her mouth. She stared off into space as the maple syrup slowly dripped down to the plate below. She doesn't know what to do any more than we do. You come from a good pedigree, Justin commented. Kaiser was strong enough to rule over the better part of Brockton Bay, as Alfather did before him. Which doesn't do us any good if I don't get powers, Theo mumbled. If worst comes to worst, Caden said, we fight the Slaughterhouse 9. Knight, Fog, Crusader, and I. Okay. Justin frowned, but he didn't speak. Theo voiced half the doubts that Justin was keeping silent. You didn't fight them last time. I'm not saying you were wrong to leave, but we didn't fight them then. You're right, Caden said. I'd hoped the others would stop them. The heroes, the Undersiders, Hook Wolf. And they didn't, Justin said. Which means we have to assume Jack's going to follow through. That gives us a time limit. Theo needs powers, he needs training, we need to find the 9, and we need to stop them. What if we went to the Gesellschaft? Caden glanced at the other two who were sitting at the table. Dorothy and Jeff. Neither of the two had reacted to the name of the organization that had created them. Or, at least, they hadn't reacted outwardly. I'm more concerned that they'd help the Slaughterhouse 9 if it meant killing 1,000 Americans, she said. And I'm not sure I want Theo to receive the kind of power they offer. If we contacted them through Krieg, Justin trailed off. What? Caden asked. She let her knife and fork drop to her plate with a loud clatter. You think they'd give us assistance with no strings attached? That we could call in a favor with Krieg and they'd give Theo powers, without the follow-up attention? No. No, I suppose not. They turn people into weapons, Caden said. Then they decide where those weapons are best positioned, for the cause. There's two good reasons why they wouldn't have given fresh orders to Knight and Fog since the Empire collapsed. Either they can't get in touch with us. I somehow doubt that. Or Knight and Fog are forgotten. Presumed dead or ignored, Caden finished. In which case we don't want to remind them that we're still around. I somehow doubt that, as well, Justin said. They have to know we're alive. Then what? Why leave these two in my care? Because it serves their agenda, Justin answered. He finished off his plate, spooned some blueberries onto the side, and poured himself some orange juice. What agenda? The Empire fell. The Chosen fell. Only Caden Anders and her pure remain. If they hope to retain any foothold in the Americas, it'll be through you. I don't want to give them a foothold in the Americas. By the sole fact that you exist, you're giving it to them. Your reputation, your success, it gives the Gesellschaft the opportunity to say, their cause is being furthered in the West. Even if your goals and theirs are only aligned in abstract. So they leave Knight and Fog in your care, because it keeps you dangerous, it helps ensure your success, and maybe because it gives them a way to strike at you if they decide you're a danger to the cause. Caden glanced at Dorothy, studying Knight's civilian appearance. More coffee? Dorothy asked, smiling. God, yes, Caden muttered. She held out her cup for a refill. What about you? Theo asked. Justin turned to look at the boy. Who? Me. Where do you stand, with the cause? Theo asked. Justin didn't miss the inflection at the end. I'm a simple man, Justin said, smiling. I like steak and potatoes. I like a good fight, a serious game of baseball or football. American football. I like a good woman's company. Caden cleared her throat. When Justin met her eyes, she was glaring at him. Not jealousy, more of a mother bear protecting her cub. Justin smiled a little, more with one side of his mouth than the other. And I believe that they are fucking things up, out there. And the rest of the world's letting them. People with different colored skin. People with differences, Justin said. Faggots, gimps, mongoloids. Kaiser got that. I talked to him one-on-one, and he had the right ideas. He got that America is ours, that they're polluting it over time, letting these people in. But he was too focused on the big picture, and he was working with the Gesellschaft, which was way too big picture for my tastes. Still, birds of a feather. I worked under him because I wasn't about to find others elsewhere, and I didn't feel like going it alone. Then he introduced me to Purity. Theo glanced at his one-time stepmother. And I think we're more in sync, Caden and I, Justin said. If Kaiser was the visionary, the guy on top, the guy with the dream, working to achieve something over decades, then Purity's the detective working the streets. And that's the kind of simple thinking I can get behind. So you don't support the Gesellschaft? Theo asked. I can't support what I don't understand, Justin said. And what I do understand is that we need to give you your trigger event before it's too late. Because Jack and his gang of psychopaths are the sort of freaks I can't stand, and I'll be fucked if we let him beat you on this count. They don't get to beat us, and you're one of us. Theo drew in a deep breath, as if he was going to say something, and then heaved it out as a sigh, slow and heavy. Whether you like it or not, Justin added, just under his breath. Theo glanced at him. He hadn't missed the comment. At a normal volume, Justin said, you're vetoing the torture, where we'd be trying to get him to a trigger state in a safe, controlled environment. We need another game plan. Caden sighed. For now? We'll let Dorothy clean up. Have you two done your morning sparring? Justin shook his head. Give Theo some training while I shower, then you two can wash up. Get dressed to go out. I have one idea regarding Theo's trigger event. Justin stood with a plate in hand, but Dorothy was already walking around the table, her heels clicking on the tile. She took the plate from him, smiling. Come on, then, Justin urged the boy. Let's see how much of it's sinking in. Not much, Theo said. Probably not, Justin replied. He reached for his power and stepped out of his body, a spiritual mitosis. A ghostly image of himself, wearing the same clothes, crossed the living room of the space the hotel had given them. He created 2 more replicas of himself, one walking until its legs were sticking through the couch. 4 against 1. Theo asked. You think the 9 are going to play fair? Now, do you remember priority 1? Self-defense. Protection comes first, always. The core of any martial art or self-defense. Perception second. Know what's going on, because it'll help you protect yourself, and it'll help you identify the right moment to strike. Arms up. Let's see your stance. Theo raised his arms in the ready position, positioned his feet further apart. Justin looked the boy over. He'd lost a little weight, though he wouldn't look much skinnier if he kept exercising like he was. He'd put on muscle, and looked just as bulky, at least for a while. But that stance? Justin suppressed a sigh. Those 1,000 people are fucked. Harvard, Justin said. This way, Caden said. She had Aster in a harness, the baby's head resting against her chest. You know your way around Harvard? Color me impressed. I looked it up online. This way. I'd rather not spend too much time in public. Justin noted the crowd of older teenagers and 20-somethings. It was summer, but the school wasn't empty. With the warmth of summer, the students were wearing shorts and short sleeves, as well as short dresses. Justin smiled at a group of girls as they passed by. One of them looked over her shoulder at him, gave him a glance that roved from head to toe and back up again. Justin, Caden said, raising her voice. Coming, he said. Damn. They made their way across the campus. Dorothy and Jeff had stayed behind, leaving Caden, Justin and Theo to carry out the errand with Aster in tow. They reached a tower, built to match the other buildings of the campus. Justin held the door for Caden and Theo, pausing to note the lettering across the entrance, Department. Para-Human Studies. Fitting. Caden's plan was clear, now. They entered the elevator, and Caden checked a slip of paper, hit the button for the 9th floor. She tucked it into a pocket behind Aster's back, then kissed her sleeping daughter on the forehead as the doors closed. We should get in and out fast, Justin commented. Caden pursed her lips. Always have to consider that someone made us, and that they're calling the authorities. I know, she said. Fuck Coil, Justin snarled. Caden glared at him, and her eyes and hair both glowed with a trace of light. Some free strands of hair lifted as the light touched them, as if they were buoyant, or as if Caden was underwater and slowly sinking. Watch your language around Aster. She doesn't understand. But she will, one day. Get in the habit now. Justin sighed. Will do. We going in hard or soft? You could rephrase that. But this is a soft entry. Right. They departed the elevator as it reached the 9th floor. Caden double-checked the slip of paper, and they began the process of figuring out where the room was. It wasn't intuitive, as the rooms didn't seem to be numbered sequentially. They stopped at one door that was labeled 914, with the nameplate below reading Drive Wysocki. What the hell kind of name is Wysocki? Polak. He's one of the top researchers on para-humans, Caden said. The best in the Massachusetts area. You're the boss, and it's your call, Justin said, shrugging. Just saying I pointed it out in advance. What difference is it going to make? Theo asked. Doesn't make any difference to his ability to do his job. So cute, Justin said. He gave Theo a pat on the cheek, and the boy pushed his hand away in irritation. Caden knocked, and the door swung partially open. A young man, no older than 25, hopped out of his swivel chair, pulling earbuds from his ears. Ah. Hi. We had a few questions, Caden said. I've never had a student bring their family before. We're not students, Caden said. She strode into the room, and Justin gave Theo a push on the shoulder to prod him forward. When everyone was inside, he closed the door and stood with his back to it. Hey. I thought I recognized you, would have been from class, the man said. We're not students, Justin echoed Caden's words. His tone didn't have the intimidating effect he'd hoped for. The young man's forehead was wrinkled in concerns of a different sort. You're not here for the office hours? Figures. I sit around for 3 hours twice a week, 5 straight weeks, someone finally shows and they aren't a student. You're Wysocki? Justin asked. No, the young man gave him a funny look. You're really not students. I'm the TA. Filling in while he's at an event. Peter Gosley. He extended a hand, but nobody accepted it. Fuck, Justin said. This is a waste of time. If you have questions, Peter trailed off, letting his hand drop. Trigger events, Theo said, his voice quiet. Peter's eyes fell on the boy, widening slightly. You have powers? You just got them. I need them, Theo answered. Peter gave them a funny look. I'm not sure I understand. Tell us what you know about trigger events, and perhaps we'll explain, Caden said. That's a broad field. What do you want to know? How to have one, Theo said. Trust me, there isn't a single government out there that isn't trying to pull it off. None have had much success with the various methods they've tried. Not to the point that anyone else has been able to copy their methodology. If anyone was succeeding, it'd be off the radar. Maybe the Protectorate. What methods have they tried? Justin asked. The governments. Anything? Everything. Drug-induced panic attacks. Kidnappings. Torture. Some with willing participants, some even with participants in the dark. The Queensland trials. Stop, Caden said. Peter stopped. Participants in the dark? And nothing worked. It sometimes worked, a lot of stuff sometimes worked. The problem is, the act of getting a trigger event tends to throw a controlled situation into disarray. A government or organization pours hundreds of man-hours and $500,000 into identifying people who might be parahumans, by whatever metric they're using, tracking them, covertly acquiring them, and inducing the parahuman state, and it'd work 1 in 200 times. Half of those times, they'd wind up with a parahuman in an agitated state and things would fall apart. So a lot of the successes end up being failures of a different sort. But they haven't found a consistent way of getting people to trigger. Caden asked. No. Fact is, it's harder when you're trying to provoke a trigger event. Even if the participant doesn't know you're trying it. Why? Caden asked. Peter shrugged. There's theories. There's the specific trigger theory, which suggests that each individual demands a particular kind of trigger event, so any attempts to force it are essentially attempting the wrong form of trigger. There's the specific circumstance theory, which is different, because it suggests that it's not just a particular type of trigger that's demanded, but the specific time or event. You're saying it's predestined, Justin said. Some scholars say it's predestined. I don't. Other theories, there's intelligent intervention. Phrase it in American fucking English, Justin said. There's no need for rudeness, Peter said. He adjusted his glasses and frowned at Justin. Please phrase it in American fucking English, Justin clarified. Please explain, Caden said, shooting Justin a look. It means there's someone or something that's deciding who gets powers and when. There's sub-theories. Aesthetic analog, where they're saying the powers tend to relate to the trigger event somehow, so obviously someone's doing it on purpose. Intelligent powers, where they say the powers are sentient and they're making the call on their own. Ties into other areas of study, and it's a favorite of mine. There's the... This isn't helping us, Justin cut in. Quiet. Everything helps, Caden said. We're short on time. Peter gave him a funny look. Look, I'm not fully understanding what you're getting at. It's great that people are interested in this stuff, but this notion you have that, because your son wants powers, you're somehow going to give him a trigger event? That's a little freaky, it's not really possible. And, it's borderline abuse, if not actual abuse. It's a complicated situation, Caden said. What else can you tell us about trigger events? Beyond theories. The manner of trigger event seems to impact the powers. That's frosh level stuff. Physical pain, physical danger, physical powers. Mental pain, mental crisis. Mentally driven powers. Justin frowned. And being the brother of a dying, half-blind, deaf retard of a girl who got all the attention? All of the gifts, the money? Being made to get surgery for her sake, give up years of my lifespan so she might live? Getting caught pulling the plug, only for it to do little more than set alarms going? Was his power really a mental power? He'd always considered it more physical. He looked at Caden, studied her concerned expression. Peter was still talking, responding to something Caden had said. Drugs tend to create conditional powers. It's not hard and fast, but you get situations where the power is directly linked to one's physical, mental, or emotional state. We think it's because the power works off a template it builds as the powers first manifest. If someone is riding an emotional high as they trigger, their powers will always be looking for a similarly excited state to operate at peak efficiency, often an emotion or drugs. When people were caught trying to fabricate trigger events, sometimes they were intending to use this so the subject would be more easily controlled. I wonder if lack of food and water could create similarly conditional powers, Caden commented. Are you talking about starving him? Peter's eyes were wide now. Not at all. I'm speculating. Justin could follow her train of thought. He'd heard the story through the Empire's grapevine, once. A 16-year-old girl, driving for the first time, down a side road, getting in an accident where her car rolled off the road, out of sight of anyone passing by. Trapped, starving, dying of thirst. Getting powers that fed off and required other resources. Light. He glanced at her, and she offered him a curt nod. Without speaking, they'd come to a mutual agreement that this Peter knew what he was talking about. What's the impact of being the child of a parahuman, she asked. I love that you are interested, and yet, I wasn't really doing anything, but maybe if you have this many questions, you should take a class. He's the son of a parahuman, Caden said, pointing at Theo. Cat's out of the bag now. No kidding? Wow. Who? Kaiser, Caden said. Peter's eyes widened as he looked at Theo. Then something seemed to click, and he looked up at Caden and Justin with a note of alarm in his expression. Yeah, Justin said. Smart man, and you're only figuring it out now. I saw this stuff on the news. Thought I recognized you. Purity and Crusader. So maybe now you understand we're serious. And how we're not interested in taking a class, Justin said. If he's Kaiser's son, and Kaiser's Alfather's son, he's third generation. And he doesn't have powers, Caden said. It's crucial that we fix that. I don't really know. It's supposed to be 10 times easier to get powers if you're second generation. But we don't have research on third generations yet. It's only pretty recently that we had the first third-generation cape on record. The baby in Toronto. Didn't hear about that, Cadence said. She frowned. A baby. Peter's eyes fell on Aster. Oh. Wow. Is she third generation too? Pay attention, Justin said. Yet. Each successive generation seems to produce younger capes, by lowering the barrier to entry, the severity of the requisite trigger event. So why haven't I triggered? Theo asked. I don't know. There's a lot we don't know. Maybe you don't have powers. I have to. It's a question of luck. You don't understand. If I don't get powers, a lot of people will die. I'm not sure I follow. It doesn't matter, Justin said. Give us all the information you have. Every way you've heard about people trying to trigger, and how well they worked. That's a 6-month lecture series unto itself. Talk fast, Justin said. There's meditation. Either to tap into your deeper psyche or to tear down the walls between yourself and your worst fears. There's theories that the powers themselves are intelligent, and they're worked into the host's head, before or after the trigger event. Sometimes the meditation's related to that, but it's usually people trying to have a second trigger event. That's not relevant to the boy, is it? Justin asked. The research is related. There's a lot of research into second trigger events because it's a lot easier to find willing para-humans than it is to find potential para-humans. The methods that people try tend to be similar, too. It's just, a lot of the time, they fail for opposite reasons. Opposite? Caden asked. It's not confirmed, it's just an idea, but the idea the powers are sentient? Well, either the second trigger event opens up communication, frees the powers to act on their own more, or if you don't buy that stuff, it breaks down the mental barriers between the altered part of the brain that controls the powers and the part that doesn't. At least, that's going by the patterns we've seen. Except, well, we think sometimes the reason people can't have a second trigger event is because they've already had one. You can't really distinguish a single trigger event from having two in quick succession. Like a multiple orgasm, Justin commented. Caden glared at him. More or less. There's more parallels than that, but yet. Crusader is right, this isn't helping him, Caden said. What kind of trigger events did Kaiser and Alfather have? Caden and Justin exchanged glances. No idea, Caden said, frowning. Peter frowned. That would have helped. At least we know they both had similar powers. Alfather could conjure iron weapons from the air immediately around himself, send them flying. Kaiser could call metal out of any solid surface. Both are the kind of powers you'd see from almost purely mental trauma. If the trend continues. He trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging. Theo would probably require mental trauma to trigger. Hard to imagine Kaiser having mental trauma. He seemed so confident, Caden said. His dad was Alfather. Not so hard to imagine, Justin replied, absently. He thought of the college girls and stepped over to the window, curious if he'd be able to make out any from this high up. He froze. Caden, he said. What? Cops. And containment vans. Someone made us. Caden asked. And saw us enter the building, Justin finished. They're surrounding us on the ground. Shit. Caden swore. Aster whimpered, then started crying. Didn't you tell me to watch my language in front of Aster? Justin thought. Theo was sitting in a swivel chair, hands clasped in his lap, his eyes watching Caden, waiting for her cue. Justin noted the tension of Theo's grip, the way he seemed to retreat into himself. The fat little boy who was nothing like Kaiser. Maybe he hadn't inherited powers at all because he wasn't his father's son. If his mother had cheated on Kaiser, gave birth to this pudgy blob, it would explain why he didn't have powers. It would mean he wasn't a second-generation cape, let alone a third. Justin watched more PRT vans arrive. They were spreading out, clearly anticipating Caden's artillery-level attacks, and they had the damn foam bead nets they used for dealing with flyers. Theo, who's your mom? Hythe. Justin sighed. Hythe was Fenja and Menja's cousin and guardian, Kaiser's first wife, killed in a turf war with the teeth, back in the old days of Brockton Bay. She has powers after all. Somehow, all of this would be easier if he could believe that Theo was illegitimate. Crusader, Caden said, can you stall them? We have more questions. He nodded, shut his eyes, and drew on his power. It was as simple as stepping forward while staying in the same place. A ghostly phantom appeared, followed by another, and another. One headed for the elevator shaft, while the other headed for the stairwell. He directed the remainder to sink through the floor. What else can you tell us? Something we can use, Caden said. If the authorities are here, I don't know if I should say. You should, Justin said. Because we'll hurt you if you don't. Don't, Theo said. Justin gave the boy his best dispassionate look. He's been helpful, Theo said. He hasn't solved your problem, Justin said. He was dimly aware of his other selves engaging with the enemy as they moved into the building. One fought them in the stairwell, immune to any strike or bullet, yet fully capable of pushing a man down the stairs, into the people behind him, fully capable of strangling a man. Peter shifted positions nervously. His voice rose in pitch as he spoke, I don't know what you want. I can't give you an answer because there aren't any. Think, Justin suggested. You expect me to do in 5 minutes what the best scholars in the world haven't figured out in 30 years. Well put, Justin said. More clones were still splitting off, breaking away from himself to sink through the floor. Some had moved beyond the building to attack the men who were manning the turrets on top of the van. With luck, he and Caden would be free to fly to safety with the children. This is insane. What am I supposed to tell you? I've outlined some of the best theories we have. If it helps, Justin said, leaning towards Peter, I'm going to kill you if I don't leave here satisfied. Think about that. Caden, Theo said, you're not going to let him, are you? Crusader, Caden said. Is that really necessary? I can't even think straight under this pressure. Peter cried. I imagine you feel very similar to someone about to have a trigger event, Justin said. Maybe that will inspire something or fill in the blanks for some half-baked idea you had once. I don't. There's isolation. An isolation chamber? Justin asked. Peter shook his head. No. More basic. It's a common trend. People who have trigger events, they don't usually have a good support system. Their family, their friends, they tend to fail them, or be the cause of the problem. I wrote a paper a while back about how masters tend to have loneliness as part of their trigger events, and how maybe that was why masters tend to be villains. Because you need support and social pressure to be more of a good guy. My professor then, the guy who I work for now, Dr. Wysocki, he tore me to pieces. Too many other para-humans have it as part of their history. Isolation. It wasn't enough to suggest a correlation. He said you could call it a common theme for nearly all of the trigger events out there. Justin was in the middle of creating another ethereal copy of himself when he stopped. It snapped back into place. He thought back to something earlier in the day. Caden, let's go. What? I've got our answer. Let's go. Are you sure? Justin nodded. To the roof, she asked. As fast as you can move with the baby. Caden rose into the air, her hair and eyes lighting up. Come on, Theo, Justin said, I'll carry you. He spawned a ghostly replica as Caden left the office. Theo hesitated as the replica got closer. What's wrong? Justin asked. What he just said. You're going to leave me. Isolate me. Yeah, Justin said. His ghost self lunged, and Theo threw himself back with such force that he fell over in the chair. The ghost was on him in a second, pinning him down to the floor with one hand around his throat. Don't. You heard what he said. If you force it, it won't happen, Theo protested, his voice barely above a wheeze with the hold the ghost had on his neck. I'm willing to take that chance. In the worst case scenario, you're their problem, not ours. The heroes can look after you and figure out what to do with you. Justin. Crusader. Theo managed a strangled scream, but Justin was already in the doorway, not even pausing or hesitating at his words. It won't work if you try to make it happen. Justin left Theo behind, stepped into the stairwell, noting a gap between the stairs that was big enough to fly between. He created a clone and left it overlapping his body, using its flight to lift himself into the air. Caden hadn't flown for safety yet. She was waiting on the rooftop, Aster writhing in the harness, screaming bitterly. Fly, he said. Where's Theo? Would you believe me if I said he was coming? He could see her expression shift in time with the realization. You didn't. I did. And you won't go back for him. Like hell I won't. He saved Aster when Jack was going to kill her, he might have saved me in the process. I owe him. And we're paying him back by leaving him. No. No, we aren't. He's one of our own, kind of. I get that. But, he was never going to help the cause. The cause, Caden spat the word. Purifying the world, cutting out the rot, becoming a symbol of better things. It's not him. He's my stepson. And isn't that the problem? Remember this morning, at breakfast? He was worried he wouldn't get powers. That he wouldn't be able to stop Jack. And how did you respond? You reassured him. You told him we'd fight the 9 if he couldn't. Caden only glared, eyes shining with painful brightness. When you said that, part of me, I thought we didn't fight the 9 then, how could we 2 years from now? Theo said it outright. He's sharper than he looks sometimes. Sharper than he acts. But here's the thing, at the same time, a part of me felt like I'd realized something, and it took me until now to get it sorted in my head. What? You're reassuring him, when that's the last thing we want. When there's a crisis, he looks to you. The most basic requirement for a trigger event is you get to a point where you can't go anywhere. Pushed to your limit and then pushed further. He can't get there so long as we're there as a safety net. As a support system. So we're supposed to abandon him. We just did, Crusader said. The authorities are just getting to the 9th floor now, my clones are letting him by. By the time we got there, they'd have him secured, and they'd be ready to spray us with that foam. You could use your power, disable them without any risk. I could. But I won't. Caden flared with light, and for a second, he thought she was going to shoot him. The blast of solid light didn't come. Just inside, he'll be hurt, he'll be pissed, and he'll be alone. They'll quiz him on us, get every detail they can, and if I know him at all, it'll tear him up, because he might not like us, but we're the closest thing he's got to family. Caden glanced toward the door. And that's the best thing we can do for him right now, he finished. I never was the mom he needed, Caden said. Well, it's too late now. She walked over to the roof's edge, peered down. Any net launchers? Nobody to aim them now. Everyone's fighting my doubles. She glanced back toward the door, absently cooed for Aster to stop crying. There was a flash of light. By the time it cleared away, she was merely a glinting speck in the distance. He glanced at the door, then flew after her. Up to you and you alone now, boy, he thought. Queen 18.5. The television screen went dark. Transmission over. Damage done. Well, Tattletale said, funny thing is, that was only the second worst thing she could have done to screw us over. That's so? Asked one male cape I couldn't identify. Oh yeah. I was worried she'd disappear for a few days or weeks, leave us to go looking for help. Then we'd look crazy when she didn't show, and whatever concessions we'd made to get you on board would cost us, like how you have us in custody right now. Either she's not as smart as Ballistic implied, or she's feeling some kind of pressure. I'd lay odds she's losing the inner struggle for self-control. Someone slammed his hands down on the end of the table, interrupting her. I sent bugs in that direction to identify the speaker. Does it fucking matter? My bugs traced his armor. Assault. It matters, Miss Militia said. This monster killed one of the good guys. One of our best. We let it slide when the Undersiders took Shadow Stalker. We accepted it when the 9 got to Glory Girl and Panacea. When they killed Battery. We let the Undersiders take the Director, and they may have taken the man who's replacing her. Are we really going to ignore the most obvious option here? You're saying you want to turn the Undersiders in. They broke the code. They'll break it again. And now we're effectively on trial, Tattletale said, when we should be hunting her down. Which may be exactly what she wanted, Gru added. You may be giving her too much credit, someone said. I was having trouble keeping track of who was talking. There were too many people in the room, and gathering more bugs would potentially give someone cause to think I was massing a swarm in anticipation of a fight. Not to say I wasn't. I'd been collecting a swarm, hiding them in shadows and beneath cars. I drew them closer to the building, as surreptitiously as possible. It was strange, to have more awareness of the world beyond the local PRT headquarters than I had of the room I was currently in. Did you miss the part where there were 6 vistas? Tattletale asked. She's a pain to deal with, trust me. If anything, you're underestimating Noelle. I'm forced to agree. Let's not underestimate any opponent, Miss Militia said. I'm going to put in my recommendation right here, with full knowledge that there are several people present who outrank me, and I will extend my full cooperation if they should decide on a different route. I think we should put old issues aside and accept any assistance the Undersiders are willing to offer. With what happened with Vista, it's all too apparent how this situation could get out of control, with each of us fighting friends. She paused, and nobody cut in. Miss Militia continued, we treat this situation as we would an Endbringer attack. Our side is smaller than we might hope for, but our enemy is more vulnerable. She looked to one man, and I realized she was checking with the deputy director. Her superior, so to speak. He offered a single nod. I agree, Triumph said. My bugs were still on him, from earlier. But we'd need you on board, Assault. Assault was standing, hands still on the table. He didn't respond. We can't get the Undersiders on board if they're wondering if we'll backstab them, Triumph said, calm. He wasn't someone I'd anticipated as an ally, here. You mean like they backstabbed us during the Leviathan attack? Assault asked, his voice a growl. Broke the truce. What? I couldn't stop myself. My voice sounded so small and feeble, between the recent spell of coughing and the lack of bugs to augment it. I wished I could have conveyed more of a presence. How to word it so it didn't sound like feeble protests. I think you've been grossly misinformed. Fuck me, I sounded like Coil. Would Battery want you to put your feelings and prejudices before duty and the safety of this city? Assault slowly turned to Miss Militia. You want to play that card? I'll play it. And if the Undersiders decide to play it fast and loose with the rules again, I'll be right there beside you, ready to see them answer for it. We've talked about that before. Nothing came of it, Assault said. This time, Miss Militia said, given precedent, the stakes, and the dangers posed by villains unwilling to follow the written and unwritten rules of the Cape community, I'd be willing to argue and testify for a kill order. I felt a chill. A kill order. It was what they had in place for the Slaughterhouse 9. No holds barred, official heroes would be allowed to shoot us on sight. Any villain or vigilante that came after us would be allowed to go free with only a brief questioning for the paperwork after killing one of us. To top it off, anyone would be able to donate or post amounts for our heads, amounts would be added to running totals. We'd be waiting jackpots for any bounty hunter or assassin looking for a big score. I wondered if any of Coil's wealthier investors or contacts would hold a grudge. There were any number of arguments against her statement. We'd done good. Even Clock Blocker had been willing to argue that the calls I'd made weren't entirely without merit. I could have pointed out that any number of people in my territory would argue I was a force for good, and that it was ludicrous that we were the ones being held to this standard when they'd been at fault for Armsmaster's breaking of the truce. Armsmaster, who had gone free because of Hero's prerogative. But that same bias meant things had been twisted around, and apparently popular sentiment held us at fault for the breaking of the truce. It was an unpleasant surprise. Hell, to give us the one last chance line with a situation where there was every possibility of friendly fire? It was tying our hands, putting us at mortal risk one way or another. I'm willing to accept that, I said, suppressing every argument and every bit of indignation I was feeling. I looked in the general direction of my teammates. If my team is... You're the boss, Tattletale said. She was quick enough on the draw that I suspected there was a reason she'd said it. Yeah, Gru said. My bugs caught Imp and Regent nodding. Rachel's response was last. Whatever. Well then, Tattletale said. Now that that's settled, in the spirit of being allies, I have some news. News. One of the unfamiliar capes asked. A woman with a deeper voice. Good news. Oh, it's terrible news, Tattletale said. Noelle's lying. About what? Miss Militia asked. About Vista being dead. That's terrible news? Is she in danger? Triumph asked. I sensed him leaning forward to get a better view of Tattletale, past the crush of bodies at the end of the room. No. I can't say how Vista's doing, because I don't know the specifics on Noelle's power, but she was trying to mislead us, talking about how she'd use us up. Too much stress on it. If she'd only said it the first time, I'd be more inclined to think it was part of her stream of consciousness, but then she hammered it in, used it to threaten us. It felt forced. Didn't ring true. Can we believe her? This from another unfamiliar cape, a man. It was apparently directed at Miss Militia. She's frequently correct, Miss Militia said. Vista's alive and Noelle's trying to keep that secret? What's so terrible about it? Triumph asked. Because it means she's capable of producing more clones. She's capable of keeping Vista captive somewhere, continually producing agents to sow destruction and apply the kind of pressure she was talking about, and she's lucid enough to recognize that fact. How the hell do you keep Vista captive? People, Tattletale said. Then let's wrap this up fast. Essential details only, Miss Militia said. Any objection to me taking point? Eidolon's not usually comfortable with it, and I'm the ranking para-human in Brockton Bay. There was no dissent. Then we're splitting up into teams. Stick with the teams you arrived with. Best to fight alongside people you know. Standard stranger countermeasures are in effect with the clones. I'll assume they retain the memories of the original, based on what she said about the clone going after Vista's family. They do, Tattletale said. Then we're restricted to visual ID checks only. No passwords. I already got in contact with Dragon. She's on a mission and will only deploy here if it's absolutely essential. I caught a sigh from Tattletale. But she's set the armbands up for the coming conflict. They'll display a green screen up until you remove them, and the screens will flash and identify other armband wearers at a range of 50 meters. Be vigilant. Keep track of every one of your teammates, maintain a visual, no splitting up. Chevalier, take your team, follow after my wards. If she can detect capes, we'll need to assign her a thinker classification, and we'll need to assume that any isolated groups are at risk. Undersiders? Take Murden's wards and pursue Flechette and Perian. Ensure they aren't intercepted. The rest of us will track down Noelle. Any indications about her location from the video? Yes, but there's no point, Tattletale said. You know her location. I know her location as of the time of the call, but she'll be moving already. Where? The West End. By the mountains. She went from just east of downtown to the West End. Miss Militia asked. I'd stake money on it. But again, it's no use. It doesn't make sense in terms of timeline, someone said. He sounded slightly nasal. The distance covered. Think about it, Tattletale said. Vista, Miss Militia supplied. She had Vista's power. And she will have that power at her disposal for the duration of this conflict. And Noelle's fast, Tattletale said. Put those points together and she's highly mobile. Ergo, she isn't going to be anywhere near where she was. Good intel. In the interest of finding her, I'd like you to accompany my group, Tattletale. No can do. No. I was just about to say I was wanting to stop by my headquarters. I have a few theories on how we could handle this situation, and one off-the-wall idea that needs some verification before I do anything about it. Nothing that puts any of us at risk. No. It mostly involves the other travelers. But I think it's worth pursuing. If she comes after you. Tattletale cut her off. She will. I'll join the Undersiders and the Chicago wards as far as going to ballistics territory to fill him in, ensure he knows that she may come after him. I'll see if I can't bribe him into coming with me. It'll be a narrow window of time where it's just me, him, and hopefully his flunkies. You make a high-value target, I said, especially with ballistic in tow. She wants you dead, and she wants his power. I have ideas. Don't worry about me. Tattletale turned. Miss Militia, I'll be in touch by phone, so you know where you're going. Fine. I'm ordering more capes to patrol the area around you, then, if you're sure you'll be a target. Are there any other isolated para-humans in the city that we aren't aware of? Scrub, I said. He's working under ballistic, Tattletale said. I'll get him on board by any means. He's one of the few people, short of Flechette, who can deal guaranteed damage to an Endbringer or Endbringer Light, and I have ideas about him and how I could use him. Scrub, one of the visiting capes asked. The deeper-voiced woman. Uncontrolled matter annihilation bursts in his immediate vicinity, I said. Ex-member of the Merchants, a local gang of dealers and users. Blaster 8, easy, if not a straight 10, despite his relatively short range, Tattletale supplied, but I'm not sure he does what Skitter thinks he does, and that's why I want to talk to him. See to it, Miss Militia said. Anyone else? Circus, Leet, Uber, Gru said. They were leaving, but... They're dead, Assault said. They're very much alive, Tattletale retorted. And they would have gone west to leave the city. The same direction Noel went after targeting Vista. I think that speaks for itself. Miss Militia nodded. It does. If anyone has any questions, communicate them while on the move. Go. The capes began flowing out of the room. We had seated ourselves at the furthest point from the door, so we were stuck inside until the way was clear. A small group of younger capes hung back. Miss Militia had left us a contingent of out-of-town wards. I couldn't get much of a sense of them just with what my bugs could give me on their costumes. They probably weren't a full team from a city as big as Chicago, they'd be limited to the ones who'd agreed to fight an unknown, A-class threat. 3 boys and a girl. They were watching us, and I couldn't even guess at their expressions without the ability to see or feel things out with my bugs. I was getting tired of this, and my fatigue was wearing on my already thin patience. Bitch, I said. Do me a favor and clear that window. She didn't respond, but she didn't hesitate either. She was on her feet as soon as she'd lifted Bastard off of her lap, and kicked the plywood free of the frame before anyone could protest. I brought every bug I'd had outside the building into the room. They swirled around me, the undersiders, and the handful of capes on the far end of the room. I could sense 3 of the 4 wards getting into fighting stances, noted how 2 of the boys and the girl shielded the one other boy, forming a loose triangle formation between him and us. The movements of the bugs gave me the ability to feel them out, drawing a complete map of what they were wearing and carrying. The boy in the very front, the tallest and largest of them, would be a tinker. The rods that supported his heavy gauntlets were oiled, suggesting they were pistons, and I noted the presence of blunt-tipped spikes inside his gauntlets. The setup wasn't unlike the blades in Mannequin's arms, but these weren't extending into his body, and I somehow got the impression they were intended for something very different. His armor was heavy, supported more by engineering than by his own strength, and his helmet covered his face, but not the back of his head, with a single lens on a telescoping nozzle, dead center. The other boy in front was narrower, with flowing clothes. He sported a surprising lack of equipment and weaponry. It gave me the sense of someone who thought of their body as a weapon. The girl was similar, but I did note that her gloves were reinforced for striking, a framework of some sort of metal, with rivet-like bumps over each knuckle, each edged with a fine design I couldn't make out and metal filigree feathers at the edges. She had padding with a similar design and near-identical feathers. The one in the back wasn't in a fighting stance. He stood with his legs together, heels touching, back straight, one palm extended toward us. He wore a mask that covered one eye and put an oversized lens in front of the other, with spikes radiating from it like the rays of a sun. His costume was a very lightweight covering of layered and interlocking metal plates, more stylized than functional, but there was a coat-tail length of cloth extending behind the back, hanging to his knees. I was careful in how I condensed the bugs around me. I kept my team obscured as I pulled the bugs away from the 4 wards, leaving enough bugs on them that I could covertly follow their movements. They hadn't been stung or bitten, and they didn't have a clear shot as the bugs moved away from them. It meant, at least, that they'd get a chance to realize they weren't under attack. The bugs filled the necessary pockets of my costume, then carpeted the exterior, including my mask. They connected to the ends of my hair, and moved beneath it, giving it more volume and helping it come little alive, the ends moving in the absence of wind. Where I had excess, they trailed several feet behind me like the hem of a royal gown. That's better, I said, augmenting my voice a touch. It was. I felt more centered, more secure and confident with the bugs' clothes. I'd just alarmed the people we'd be working with, but a small show of power would help ensure we got respect and cooperation. Your names and powers? Tattletale asked the Chicago wards. She gestured toward the door and we started walking briskly toward the exit. Tecton, said the power armor wearer. He had to raise his voice to be heard over his heavy footfalls and the rattle of furniture around him. He indicated the boy to his right, then the girl. This is Wanton and Grace. Our ranged attacker here is Raymancer. Isn't Wonton a kind of noodle? Regent asked. And Raymancer? Imp asked. They're really running out of stuff to call superheroes. Play nice, Gru warned. Yeah, Tattletale said, a wonton is a kind of dumpling, not a noodle. Get it right. Wanton, Tecton said, stressing the pronunciation, is a Breaker Stranger class cape. He can turn into a localized telekinetic storm. Raymancer is our long-range fighter. The 3 of us are more close combat types, but Raymancer manages to make it work. Grace is a martial artist. She's got a power spread. Faster perception of time, enhanced agility, and a striker class enhancement for select body parts at a time, invulnerability to both powers and general harm, as well as increased effect on contact. And you? Tinker. Gru asked. Tinker and Thinker both. Architecture and geology sense. Armor lets me ground kinetic energy like you might do with electricity. These are pile driver gauntlets, he patted one gauntlet, for creating fissures, generating localized earthquakes and other controlled demolition. Having Tinkers against Noel is probably our safest bet, Tattletale said. Because she won't copy their gear, I said. Tattletale nodded. Good. Thank you, by the way, for sharing, Gru spoke to the wards. Tecton nodded. Our groups had reached the door that led into the stairwell. There were officers handing out armbands, and the elevator was in use, forcing us to wait as people got their armbands and hurried downstairs. You need our info. No, Grace said. Her voice was hard. We know who you are. Imp cackled, we're famous. I hung back a second as one officer held an armband in my armor compartment out to me. I gripped it, but he didn't let go. He wanted to play it that way. I let my bugs drift away from my armor to surround it. He acted as if I'd set it on fire, letting go and backing away. I handed it to Tattletale as we passed through the door to the stairs, then strapped on my armband. I spoke into it, Skitter. How had things gone with Leviathan? My username would appear. I held my armband to Tattletale, and she pressed a button. No trackers hidden in your stuff, she said. Want help putting this on? Please. When we're at the bottom. We were at the tail end of the group, and consequently we were the last ones out the door. The dogs were already mostly grown, and we paused as Bitch increased Bentley's size to the point that we could ride him. We have too many people and not enough dogs, Gru commented. We'll drive, Tecton said. Just need to requisition a van. I'll ride, I said. Rachel. She nodded. She was up first, and she gave me a hand in getting up. I had to fight coughing for a minute. Assault's going to try to screw us over, if we cross paths, Tattletale said. I suspected, I answered. And if this goes south, they will come after us. The bit Miss Militia said about battery. That loses its cachet when people start to feel like the people of this city would be better protected if they turned us in than if we were helping. We're going to have to stay on top of this. Turn around, I'll help strap on your armor. I nodded and turned around. I moved my bugs out of the way as she fiddled with the straps, threading them through the appropriate areas. I blinked a few times, looking towards the nearest light source to try to gauge if my vision was any better. No improvement. Short of a thorough check by an ophthalmologist, I wouldn't find out if I'd regain my sight, or how much I'd recover if I did. Everything I'd been through, and I got the long-term injury as a civilian. Within 2 minutes, the wards had pulled a containment van up beside us, with Tecton behind the wheel and Raymancer sitting in the passenger side window, holding the headrest of the chair inside to help maintain his position. The back popped open, and Imp, Regent, Tattletale and Gru climbed in. Ballistic is our first stop. Then Parian. I winced at the pain in my side as Bentley started running. And maybe collect Atlas while we're in this area of town. Tattletale was right. This situation being classified as a level A situation instead of a class S situation wasn't doing us any favors. I just had to note how things were different from Leviathan's attack. There were no air raid sirens. People weren't being evacuated. Helicopters flew overhead. I could hear them, even if my bugs didn't reach that high. I knew Miss Militia had assigned us capes, for the inevitable event of Noel sniffing us out and coming after us. I didn't sense them on the ground, so I could only assume they were in the air. Was it better that people weren't being evacuated? They weren't on the streets, in the line of fire if the Psychovistas or Noel came after them. It meant we didn't need to deal with unpowered clones. But it also meant that there were that many more people here if things went south. There was a potential kill order on our heads, and there were innumerable heroes in the city who had reason to throw us to the wolves, or to Noel if they thought the situation called for it. The stakes were higher, and there was a lot more room to fail. Noel just needed one lucky maneuver to go from Class A to Class S threat in moments, and we weren't getting half the backup this situation deserved. Not to mention that I was worn out. Physically, emotionally, I felt like I'd been pushed to the limit, wrung out and then pushed to the limit all over again, and that was just dealing with Coil and rescuing Dinah in the past 24 hours. If I got into the past few months, or how the very way I thought had changed. I felt a touch dizzy just thinking about it. No. It wasn't dizziness. My surroundings really were off-kilter. The buildings around us and ahead of us were stretching and shifting en masse. Trouble. I informed Bitch. I used my bugs to notify the others in the containment van, Vistas. I had to sweep my bugs over the area before I could find any of them. One was perched on a rooftop, 1 block ahead. She wasn't in costume. It had been dumb of me to expect them to be in costume. I hadn't even considered it, but Noel wouldn't spit out anything but the people themselves. The bugs noted the hardness of her face, more like a mask than flesh, her angular, almost artificial chin, and the thin hair on top of her head. The others, too many places to check. I found another, 3 blocks over, making a beeline towards us. Noel had ordered them to space out, to catch us if we crossed her perimeter. Bastard yelped to my left, skidded to a stop. Rachel seemed to read something in his response, because she pulled Bentley to a hard left, veering straight into the van's path. She was going to hit it. I had to adjust my grip, lifting my leg out of the way before she could follow through and have Bentley body check the vehicle. I sensed Raymancer dropping from the window to his seat as the dog hit, only an inch away from serious injury. The van turned and skidded to a stop, and I fell, rolling. A block ahead of us, a building toppled. I ducked my head low and covered it as dust and debris rolled past us as a thick cloud. The building wouldn't have hit us, but the debris and dust might have left us incapacitated long enough for the vistas to act. We'd ground to a halt, and sure enough, the pseudo-vista on the rooftop was slowly starting to work on the buildings around us, thinning walls and twisting supports. She was spreading out the work and laying the groundwork for future collapses, I realized. The second psychovista, busy trying to close the distance by folding the space between us and her and stepping across the shortened distances, was raising the street between 2 buildings, creating a steep incline that even Bitch's dogs would struggle to climb, cutting off 1 avenue of retreat. And I was aware of a third one. The tall vista Gru had described. She'd stretched like taffy, her bones curving to the point that each was more a crescent than straight. Narrow, so thin it felt like she'd break, with a face twisted into a perpetual, distorted scream, she was picking her way through the rubble of the fallen building. Her power was twisting the largest pieces of rubble around her until they were wisps, chunks of concrete slowly corkscrewing in space until they were nothing more than dust. 3 of them. And Noelle nowhere to be seen. Not in my powers range of 4-ish city blocks. She'd be going for the others. For ballistic, or Parian. These troops were only to slow us down, buy her time to make another move, find another set of powers. Fuck me. Noelle was employing the same basic tactics I did, sensing the opposition, strategically deploying the offensive troops, acting as the heavy hitter and problem solver in the center of the chaos her minions generated, working towards complementary or wholly different goals than the swarm. Worse, she was better at it than I was. She was faster, her senses reached further, and the individual at the center of her army was a nightmarish force unto herself. We couldn't afford to get caught fighting. Not while Noelle hit our other allies. Still flat on the ground, I choked back the next spell of coughs and touched the button on my armband. We need reinforcements, fast. Queen 18.6. Help is on the way, Miss Militia's voice came over the armband. 3 vistas, I said. And Noelle is probably north of our location, going after. Skitter. Tattletale shouted, interrupting me, lose it. What? The armband. Toss it. I pulled at the straps. As I gathered bugs onto the armband to get a better sense of what I needed to do with the straps, I could tell that the entire thing was swelling, distorting. I could hear the screen crack. I pulled it free and threw it, simultaneously climbing to my feet and scrambling away. Grew. Cover it. Tattletale shouted. Use your power on anything that one breaks down. Grew threw out a stream of darkness, then dissolved the darkness that wasn't covering the area where the armband had been. Without the ability to see, I had only my bug's senses to go by, but I could track where he'd laid down the darkness by the way the air seemed thicker. From Tattletale's words, I'd expected an explosion, but it simply twisted away into wisps of thick smoke. It's radioactive, Tattletale intoned. Everything she's dissolving like that. Unless I cover it. Grew asked. Unless you cover it. Should cancel out the effects. But you did want me to let you know when I'm making an educated guess. This is one of them. Tattletale said. I hope I'm right. We could win this fight and still wind up dying in a hospital bed a few years from now, because we got too close as that stuff dissolved. Oh shit. Doesn't matter, does it? Regent said. World's ending in a few years anyways. Let's avoid the extreme radiation poisoning, I said. Regardless of whether the world's ending or not. The other Undersiders and the Chicago wards were out of the van, and we were collectively backing away from the Negavistas. More specifically, we were retreating from the one who was creating the radioactive dust. The first one I'd noticed was still on the rooftop, spreading out her efforts, thinning walls, and twisting supports. Her progress was slow, but I was willing to bet that half of the city block would be collapsing onto us in a matter of minutes. If not sooner. If I had to guess, her power operated in a different manner than the original vistas. It affected a wider area, it was slower, and she didn't seem to be suffering for our presence. The bugs that I was sending her way were having a hard time approaching. They kept veering around so they flew clockwise around her instead of straight. I had only a few bugs attacking her, but the same effect that I'd seen with her face had hardened her skin and there weren't many places left to attack. Her mouth was little more than a lipless slit across the lower half of her face, firmly closed, and only the smallest bugs could get at her eyes. She barely flinched at the bites and stings my swarm was delivering. Meager as my efforts were, they still should have left her blind, filling her eye sockets with ants and no-see-ums, but her power was still steadily working on the buildings around us. Another peculiarity of her abilities? The ability to sense the layout of whatever structures she was affecting. Did that extend to sensing us? The second one had arrived, creating footholds and handholds to ascend the section of road she'd raised into a vertical wall, 12 feet high. She was now perched on top, crouching. In the time that it had taken me to lose the armband, she had started to work on cutting off our best avenue of retreat. The road we'd traveled on to get here was raising behind us, bulging upward into a similar barrier. As far as I could tell, her powers were most in line with the regular Vista, and she seemed to be reacting most to the bites and stings. I wished that would make me feel more confident about these circumstances. That left the freakishly tall one. The Vista with limbs that zigzagged, who was apparently turning matter into radioactive dust. She'd climbed past the wreckage of the fallen building and now stood on solid ground again, facing us. We off the radioactive one first? Tecton suggested. No, I said. I used my bugs to draw an arrow in the air. Priority's the one on the roof, over there. There's a third one, he asked. Apparently he hadn't caught my message to Miss Militia. She's going to bring down more buildings if we don't take her fast, I said. Raymancer, Tecton ordered, handle it. Raymancer stood like he had before, feet together, one arm extended. I didn't sense any energy blast or ray from his hand. The Vista didn't act as though she'd been shot either. She bends light? Wanton asked. She's bending space, Tattletale said. You won't get a straight shot. Don't need one, Raymancer said. His second shot left a shallow crater in the Vista's chest. She sprawled onto the roof, hands pressed to the injury. The thinning of the walls didn't stop. How the fuck does that work? Regent asked. The laser didn't even. She's still alive. I called out, interrupting him. There was a small explosion as Raymancer directed a shot at the radioactive Vista and missed. I could sense how the barrier behind us abruptly stopped growing and how the space to one side of her warped to let her evade more easily. Vista to our 3 o'clock is assisting her. I said. Grace. Tecton shouted. Leaving rooftop to you. Launch. Grace leaped toward him, onto the back of one outstretched hand. She had no trouble maintaining her balance as she placed the other foot on the back of his other gauntlet. She bent her knees, and extended them to jump in the same instant the pile driver attachments on the gauntlets extended with explosive force. Most of the bugs I'd placed on her were torn free by the force of the wind ripping past her, as she turned into a human projectile. She had to have used her selective invincibility to augment her feet and legs so they weren't annihilated by the pile drivers, and she would be using her enhanced agility to ensure she stuck the landing. Except the landing wasn't going to happen as planned. If I'd understood what they'd planned, I would have warned her. Her trajectory shifted as she ran into the rooftop Vista's power. Grace fell short of reaching the rooftop. Very short. She hit the ground with both feet together, arms spread, and left a shallow crater around her impact site, a half block away from the building. Grace was running toward her target a heartbeat later, unhurt. Some of the flying capes that had been assigned to watch over us were targeting the Vista on the rooftop, and I saw that as excuse enough to focus on other, more immediate problems. Rachel and her dogs went for the Vista to our right, with Regent doing what he could to hamper their target's movement, forcing her to use her power to maintain the distance from the beasts. Which left the rest of us to face off against the radioactive one. One on the rooftops occupied, I said. Now we can fight her. She extended her hand toward us, and the ground between us and her bulged, as though a cartoon mole had crawled beneath the pavement. Raymancer fired at her, clearly hoping to distract her, but each shot missed by a fair margin. My bugs were covering every inch of her skin, and I had them biting and tearing at her flesh. Her skin was hard, gnarled, and calloused, but I did the damage where I could at the elbows, knees and neck, drawing blood. I tried to tell myself that she was a monster, a mockery of a real person, and she was too dangerous to be allowed to live. With that kind of unhinged mental state, and her ability to irradiate people. I grit my teeth. No choice. Gru finished covering the bulging ground with darkness. Tall Vista didn't react. Her hand was still pointed at us. It's a feint. Tattletale shouted. She spun around. There. My swarm moved in the direction Tattletale was looking. I found the bulge, a basketball-sized blister on the side of the containment van, felt it erupting a mere foot from Raymancer's head a half-second before Gru's darkness covered it. Too late. Raymancer stumbled, coughing. Gru turned and extended a hand toward the tall Vista. With my swarm spread out around her, I could sense minuscule explosions appearing all around her, see the flashes of light with the bug's distorted vision. The individual detonations weren't much larger than golf balls, and even the direct impacts weren't enough to kill my larger bugs. How the fuck do you use Raymancer's power? Gru asked. You copy powers. Wanton asked. Thought you guys read up on us, Tattletale quipped. Gru, focus the beams with the lenses. The beam appears from the center, so line them up to refine the beam into something more effective. In case you haven't noticed, I've only got the one lens there. Lenses? My bugs weren't sensing anything. Wanton was closing the distance, now that the other Vista was distracted trying to avoid Bentley and Bastard, still hobbled by Regent's power. As he got halfway to her, the ground around her began to distort and twist into curls. Wanton disintegrated as he entered the area. For a heartbeat, I thought she'd used her power on him. When the debris, dust, and chunks of building began stirring and orbiting a central point that continued his general trajectory, I realized it was his power. Wanton didn't hesitate as radioactive dust exploded around and inside his new body. If anything, it proved an advantage, as the dust provided more material to work with and the damage to the street let him pull up chunks of pavement. He closed the distance to our opponent and began thrashing her. One of her arms snapped and dangled as one large chunk struck her. Gru's attacks weren't terribly effective. There were only half the number of explosions, but they were sufficient to kill bugs if they happened to hit one. He abandoned Raymancer's power and cast out his darkness toward the Vista. A moment later, the ground under her feet was contorting, and dust was rising around her. To our right, Rachel and Bastard were closing in on the Vista. Her foot was contorted by Regent's power, and her neck was craning at awkward angles, making it harder for her to focus on them and use her own abilities. She backed away, raised her one good hand in their direction, and promptly bumped into Imp. Before the pseudo-Vista could react, she had a taser pressed to her neck. Rachel closed the distance, Bentley loping forward. My bugs caught her voice. An order, not too hard to make out. Not with the context. Kill, Rachel said, her voice quiet. The bulldog picked up the Vista in his jaws and bit down until an audible series of cracks marked the breaking of a dozen major bones. He shook her like a rag doll, no doubt snapping her neck and aggravating every injury he'd just inflicted. The girl was dead in an instant. Rachel's ordered him to drop the body, ordered Bastard to back away from the carcass, and then took hold of Bastard's chain. She started to wheel Bentley around to rejoin us, but I was already drawing arrows in the air. Wanton wasn't at risk from the radiation in his new form, apparently, but Rachel and her dogs were. There was nothing saying that any radiation wouldn't be able to penetrate the monstrous flesh and hit the dog nestled in the core. Kicking Bentley into an all-out run, she led Bastard in an all-out toward the one on the rooftop. No hesitation. No apparent remorse. Rachel and I had grown closer, to the point of maybe being friends on top of being teammates. Whatever rifts had formed between us were largely mended, and she trusted me as a leader. With all that in mind, it was sometimes hard to remember that she was still Rachel at the core of it. If her psychological wiring didn't give her any real empathy for her fellow human beings, it wasn't about to give her any for humanesque beings. Tecton slammed one gauntlet into the ground, creating a crack that rushed toward the taller Vista. It exploded in a geyser of debris and dust as it reached her. She staggered, then staggered again as Gru landed a shot with Raymancer's power. She tried to raise one hand to defend herself, but the thin, curved bone of her upper arm had been shattered. Her broken arm dangled in front of her. With the topographical map my swarm provided, I noted the presence of thick veins standing out on her arm, where the weight of the dangling limb pulled the skin tight against the shattered bone. I barely thought about it, sending my bugs to the area, biting deep into the largest one, working together so that one hornet might pull one way, a beetle pulling another, to better rend the flesh or positioning it for a stronger bug to bite into. She jerked in reaction, and blood began flowing. Beads of it at first, but the skin was pulled tight and the bugs were relentless. It virtually tore between the combination of damage and strain. A small river of blood flowed, intermittently spurting. That would be an artery, not a vein. Fuck me. I tried to suppress the quiet horror that took hold of me as my bugs tracked the blood pouring down her arm, trickling off her fingertips in individual streams. Still fighting to avoid being brained by Wanton's telekinetic storm, the tall Vista let out a drawn-out half-moan, half-scream, equal parts despair and anger. It didn't sound exactly normal, but that didn't surprise me. What made my blood run cold was that she almost sounded like a young girl might. A little too close to reality for comfort. She went all out with her power, aimless, directionless. Street signs, mailboxes, piles of debris, walls and sections of road began twisting and bulging. Gru laid down a blanket of darkness all around us, aiming to dampen the spread of the radioactive particles. I wasn't sure how that worked, but Tattletale thought it did, and I wasn't about to complain. I'd settle for a white lie if it meant we were able to stay focused on fighting, rather than the cancer we'd have 5 years from now. It took 10 seconds before the Vista collapsed. Only 10 seconds to bleed out to the point of unconsciousness. The blood continued pumping free, and nobody leaped forward to staunch the flow. I sensed some of the faster capes from Miss Militia's group making their arrival on the scene. The wound the rooftop Vista had sustained from Raymancer was shallow, the majority of it consisting of surface damage to her artificially smooth, thick skin and to her ribs. I'd only peripherally been aware I was doing it, but my bugs had seized on the opportunity to dig in and attack the more vulnerable flesh of the open wound. She barely seemed to care, focusing her efforts on diverting incoming fire and trying to distort the rooftop to force Grace to fall off. That changed when several bugs found a hole leading into the empty space surrounding her lungs. In that same moment, the Vista started trying to claw the bugs out of the shallow cavity. The distraction afforded one of the heroes a chance to catch her in the head with a gobbet of foam. A smaller containment foam blaster? Flying capes closed the distance and settled around her. There was a brief dialogue that I couldn't make out with the unfamiliar voices. Someone said something about foam, there were a few words of argument from a pair, and one pressed a finger to their armband, saying something about a captive. It was Miss Militia who responded through the armband. She gave a curt order, and several capes turned away. One of the capes who hadn't took aim and shot the fallen girl between the eyes. The fight was over. The heroes were already moving north in pursuit of Noelle. I signaled for Rachel to return. That moan scream the tall Vista had made was still ringing in my ears. It had been way too human for my tastes. There was no doubt she'd been going all out. Raymancer was on his knees, supported by Tecton. He'd taken a hit of the dust straight to the face. If Tattletale was right, he'd just taken a lethal dose of radiation. The clone hadn't even flinched in delivering the attack. I'd had fights like this. Dealing with the 9 had been much the same, had demanded we hold nothing back, had involved enemies who didn't hesitate. The difference was that the 9 had demanded it because anything less wouldn't cut it. Fighting these clones, they were vulnerable. They only defended themselves so they could keep causing damage. When I tried to hurt them, they got hurt. It sounded so lame when I framed it like that, but it shook me. Even knowing they were deranged, that Tattletale had confirmed they weren't really people, I couldn't ignore how brutal we'd been. My actions. The clones weren't innocent, but they were innocents. If that made any sense. And I knew I'd have to do it all over again, the next time we ran into a clone. Tattletale touched Gru's arm, and he banished the darkness around us. I'm going to die, Raymancer said, his voice barely above a whisper. There's a good chance, yeah, Tattletale said. Hey, Tecton said, don't be a bitch. She didn't respond. Instead, she touched her armband, Raymancer down. He needs immediate medical attention for acute radiation poisoning. Quarantine this location, you'll want stuff for radioactive decontamination, mobile showers if you've got them. Oh, and Skitter's armband is out of commission, we need a replacement before someone mistakes her for a clone. Keep close to her, Tattletale, Miss Militia said. And we'll deliver one shortly. Quarantine, civilian evacuation and decontamination are en route. We're moving on to check on ballistic. Your man can meet us there. If they can track us with the armband, they can follow us to his headquarters, Gru commented. He can move bases, I said, finding him fast is a bigger priority. He won't like that, Gru said. Going from a well-set-up base of operations to someplace improvised. He didn't want to come today, he deals with the fallout, I said. I waved as Rachel approached. She was still holding Bastard's chain. Let's go. Tecton. Tattletale asked. I can't leave Raymancer here, Tecton said. Wanton can watch him, she said. I looked at Wanton. He was still in his telekinetic form. To my swarm sense, he gave me the impression of a miniature galaxy with dust and various objects orbiting a central point. When he moved, the outer edges took longer to catch up than the bits closer to the center, almost like a jellyfish in water. Hey, W, Tecton said. Fight's over. He can't change back, Tattletale said. If he does, that dust he drew into his TK body is going to settle, and then he'll be in the same shape Raymancer is. Maybe everyone in his vicinity will. But they can stick him in a decontamination shower, Tattletale said. Just needs to hold himself together long enough for that to happen. Not to worry. 15-minute decontamination and he's clean. Longest he's ever held that form was 12 minutes. Then he'll need to hold together for longer. But we've got to get ahead of Noel before the next trap is set up. We need you to come with us. You want me to leave my team, Tecton said. We could run into more vistas. She warps space, distorts architecture. If the next batch is organized enough to cut off all avenues of retreat while keeping their distance, or drop more buildings on us, we'd need you to help. Rachel's dogs aren't going to be able to get us free if Vista buries us, or if she traps us under some bubble of stretched building. Go, Raymancer said. But you. I'll get looked after, and I'll give Wanton he encouragement he needs to break his old record. Get Grace and go. You heard the man, Tattletale said. You want to drive? You go ahead, Tecton said. Driving with the suit is a hassle. All the better, Tattletale said, cheery. Tecton didn't reply as he got into the van. I climbed onto Bentley's back. The van had to take a detour, given the 3 sections of road that had been raised as barriers and the one fallen building. Bentley wasn't so disadvantaged. We crossed the ruins of the toppled building. I could smell the thick, metallic scent of blood in the same moments that his hot breath wafted past me. I wondered if I should be in the van. I could communicate with Tattletale and Gru if I was, and it would mean I wasn't experiencing an agonizing pain in my side every time he set his feet down with too much force or leaped an obstacle. That said, I wasn't sure I wanted to turn Rachel away if she was being friendly. The van stopped to pick up Grace. They traveled down a different street, moving parallel to Rachel and I. So fast? Tecton asked. I couldn't make it all out. I caught the tail end of Tattletale's reply, a trap. I drew out letters on the dashboard with my bugs, trouble. She shook her head. I didn't catch what she said. She repeated herself. Ventative measure. Preventative measure. She was picking up the speed so any other enemies that were lying in wait would have less time to spring any surprises on us. I scattered the bugs, left a brief okay and then removed those. I caught Tecton saying something, but couldn't make it out. His mask didn't help. I redoubled my efforts to check our surroundings and find any possible clones of Vista, Uber, Leet, or Circus. We caught up to a group of the faster-moving heroes who'd flown ahead. They were dispatching another Vista. She was shorter, thicker in the arms and legs, with a neck as thick around as her head was. The space around her was twisted into jagged shapes, with some raised into points. 2 of the capes had been injured but were still fighting. We rode past, and the van with the others gave chase. The flying capes weren't moving with purpose. They were roving the area, going west to east and back again as they moved in a general northerly direction. We were nearly at ballistic space when a digitized voice sounded over the armband. Not Miss Militia. Dragon's AI. We have a sighting. All cooperating capes are ordered to stand down. Remain at your present coordinates until further notice. Stand down? I tapped Rachel on the shoulder, and she pulled Bentley to a stop. The armband buzzed again, but it was Miss Militia's voice this time. Eidolon has found our primary target. He has requested that all capes in the area remain in position. I caught Tattletale pressing the button on her armband. She asked, why? Whatever program was managing communications, it didn't see fit to convey Tattletale's message. The van caught up to us. Tattletale rolled her window down, and opened the back. The others climbed out to join the conversation. Grace folded her arms and hung back. What's going on? I asked. Don't know, Tattletale said. But if Eidolon is fighting Noel. Regent finished her sentence for her, we might not have to worry about the end of the world happening in 2 years. Why is Miss Militia letting this slide? I asked. She has to know the risk. Everyone has to know the risk. She's letting this slide because Eidolon outranks her and she has no choice, Tattletale said. And he's doing this because he's got an agenda. An agenda? Grace asked. Yet. He's the top hero in the Protectorate. His agenda is doing the right thing. Is this what you guys do? You analyze the situation until you've twisted it into a scenario where you just have to do something. Yeah, Regent said. We're really good at it, too. Haha, Grace said, without any humor. Look, I said. Fine. You guys are helping us, so you get a say. If you guys are willing to hear me out and you decide that there's no merit to what I'm saying, we can go along with what you want to do. Hear you out. Yet. Look, you can't deny that putting one of the most powerful people in the world in close quarters with someone who could turn Vista into those things is a fucking bad idea. Sure I can. Play nice, Grace, Tecton said. No, I'm going to make my arguments. He's not stupid. He knows what he can do, and he's heard what she can do. You don't get to be a member of the Triumvirate if you're an idiot. He's desperate, Tattletale said, he's losing his powers. He knows putting himself in dangerous situations makes his power stronger, like how one of my teammates gets a little stronger when outraged, and another gets a little stronger when feeling protective. Fighting Noel is nearly as dangerous as fighting Endbringers. Endbringers. When Leviathan had attacked, it had been destruction layered on top of more destruction. Noelle was being pretty damn subtle for someone who could tear vault doors apart and generate an army of superpowered soldiers. Even in terms of the overall impact of her assault, as far as I knew, it had been limited to one fallen building, 2 injured capes and 1 in critical condition. It felt like too little. Then again, the sun wasn't up. Dinah had said Noelle wouldn't do any real damage until dawn. Would things get worse? How long until sunrise? I asked, cutting Grace off just as she started to voice a response. 9 minutes, Tattletale answered. Dinah said the situation doesn't start getting really bad until dawn. I trailed off. You think this is why the situation goes south? Gru said. It's a possibility. Tattletale pressed the button on her armband. This is really bad timing on Idolin's part, Shit's due to go down at sunrise. Can you call him off? Remind him. There was no indication the message went through. Fucking computer, she said. Let's go. No, Grace said. You said it was our call. I don't buy the argument. We stay put. Tecton. I asked. He was still in the passenger seat. I don't know. Are you willing to disobey the order and have Miss Militia okay a kill order on you? Try to okay a kill order on us, Imp said. Oh, well then, Tecton said. That's not a problem. I thought about the possible scenarios that could unfold. Deranged Vistas had been brutal enough. Deranged mutant Eidolons? Yeah, I said. If it comes down to it, I'm willing. Be it on your heads, Tecton said. Get in if you are coming, Tattletale said. Get out if you are not. Tecton hesitated, but he stayed in his seat. Tecton. Grace asked. They believe it enough to go this far. They've either got an unhealthy amount of conviction or they're insane. Or both, Imp said. Or both. If it's conviction, I can accept that they might know what they're doing. The same argument you made about Eidolon being an upper echelon member of the Protectorate applies to them. They didn't get here by being terrible at what they do. They did get to the point where they're about to get kill orders put out on them, and you stand to get in trouble with the wards. What's the worst they could do? As a tinker, I'm a protected species. Not like they're going to fire me. If these guys are right, they might need our help. If they're wrong, maybe I get in a bit of trouble. I'm willing to take that bet. And if they're trying something? Or if they are insane? Then it's better I'm along for the ride, isn't it? Grace didn't respond. Instead, she turned around and walked away. When she reached the back of the truck, she hopped in. You fucking owe me, Tech. She slammed the one door closed, as if to punctuate her irritation with the situation, leaving the other open for my teammates. Tattletale dropped her armband out the driver's side window. The rest of the Undersiders discarded theirs. There was a pause before Tecton and Grace followed suit, throwing theirs free of the van. That done, Tattletale put the van in gear. It was already starting to move by the time Imp and Regent had climbed in and slammed the doors behind them. With Tattletale's ability to identify Eidolon's general location and my ability to narrow the result down with my bugs, it only took a few minutes to find them. The issue was that we only had a few minutes to begin with. Eidolon was in the air, flying a safe distance above Noelle. And Noelle. I couldn't get a read on Noelle. My bugs disappeared into her as they made contact, their signal distorting and cutting off. It left me with a hazy picture. She was big. African elephant big. I didn't get much more than that. They were talking. Eidolon had his hands folded into his sleeves, like an ancient sensei, legs dangling, his costume billowing around him. His voice was calm, quiet, in stark contrast to the hot breath that billowed around Noelle as she panted with no less than 5 mouths. 4 of the mouths were considerably larger than the one owned by the rough human shape on top. I only caught 2 words as he spoke to her. Coil was one. Cauldron was another. Interlude 18. Thursday, June 16, 2011, 22:11. Are you comfortable? Is there anything I can get you? Jessica Yamada asked. Okay, the staff employee said. What had her name been? Worthwhile? No. Worth something. She was elderly, and took more time than was necessary to go through the letters, okay. M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, A, M. Stop, Jessica said. I can guess. I have to continue, the older woman said. Patient's right to communicate. T, U, V, W, X, Y. Y. Third letter is Y. We've been over this, Victoria, Jessica said. You know that's something I don't have any power to give you. Victoria blinked 3 times, the signal for the alphabet. The older woman started. As Victoria's right eye was the only one open, she started with the second half. M, N, O, P. P, okay. Victoria switched eyes, closing one and opening the other. First half of the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Another blink. H. Okay. Phone. Jessica interrupted, before the reading started again. A blink. Affirmation. I've explained you can't phone her. She's gone to the birdcage. Jessica paused. Her own heart rate was climbing, her breathing involuntarily quickening. She felt a bead of sweat running down the back of her neck. The old woman had stepped out of her chair, backing away. Stop that, Jessica said, her voice firm. She'd managed to keep her voice from trembling. The sensation didn't fade. She went to the birdcage because she wanted to, Jessica said. And we let her because there were serious concerns about her unleashing an epidemic if she had another psychotic break. 3 blinks. To the old woman's credit, she stuck to doing her job. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Okay. Victoria, Jessica said, and she wasn't able to hide the tremor this time. If you want to communicate with me, I'm going to insist that you turn your power off. Victoria reduced the effect of her power, scaling it down to a general sensation of unease. Thank you. Returning to our previous topic, Amy had to be contained somewhere. Everyone involved agreed on that point. There was too much danger, otherwise, with the possibility of uncontrollable, incurable plagues that could eat through plastic or metal. Jessica waited patiently as the staff member went down the list. I. D. O. N. T. C. A. R. E. I don't care. Others do care, Victoria, Jessica Yamada informed her patient. Amy cared. She knew her own limits and her own potential, for good or for ill. It wasn't an easy decision, for her or for the authorities, but that decision was made with everyone's best interests at heart. Again, the letters. N. O. T. M. I. N. E. Not mine. Not in my best interests. She didn't feel that she could fix you, or that it was right to use her power on you again. 2 blinks. Negation. You, that's not what you meant. Blink. Agreement. 3 blinks to signal for the board. A. L. O. N. E. Not entirely, Victoria, Jessica said, her voice gentle. There are others who care about you. No blinks, now. Long seconds passed. Back to my original question. Is there anything we can do to make you more comfortable? B. A. T. H. Excellent, Jessica said. We'll see what we can do. Anything else? 2 blinks. No. I'll be seeing you for a longer appointment next Tuesday, then, she said. Tell any of the staff if you would like to get in touch with me before then. I'm on call, 24/7. 1 blink. Jessica exited the room. The door sealed shut as it closed behind her. Well, the head nurse asked. Some headway, Jessica said. She took off her suit jacket and folded it over the nearest chair. Her back was drenched with sweat, shoulder blade to belt. Hard to endure. She's upset. Understandably. I know. But I'll take her on as a patient, and hopefully we can get her in a better headspace. Thank you again, for letting me overstep my duties. It helps me to open a dialogue if I can offer her something she wants or needs. You can't offer her what she really wants. But a bath is a good starting point. Is it doable? Yes. We're well equipped for disabled patients. We'll lower her in with hoists. She won't break? Or tear? No. She's far more durable than she appears. For better or for worse, she retains her invincibility. I see. Who's the next patient on your caseload? Sveta. Garot. I know you've heard the instructions about the protective safeguards 1,000 times. Jessica sighed. But I have to go over them anyways. There are regulations, Jessica, as you well know. You will be wearing a Type C reinforced protective suit. The suits include both an inner and outer layer. The inner layer has a button in the palm. I can withdraw my fingers from the outer glove and press the button. At random intervals, you'll buzz me surreptitiously. And we expect you to press the button to verify that you're okay. You can press it twice in the event of an emergency. The damn thing has malfunctioned and interrupted 3 of my last 7 sessions with her. It's what we have for the time being. If you don't verify your own safety or if you signal an emergency, we'll employ containment foam through the sprinkler system. And I'll be stuck here for another hour, with another 4 pages of paperwork after the fact. Is she your last patient for the day? No. I'm scheduled to see Nicholas after. Sad boy. Jessica didn't correct the head nurse. She hated using the code names, it reinforced the idea of the patients being less than human. Yes. I'll see him, then I'm done for the day. I'm on rotation with the PRT for Friday-Saturday, then I have Sunday all to myself. Any plans? The head nurse asked. I've learned not to make any. There's always a crisis of some sort. They'd reached the changing room, and Jessica pulled on the protective inner suit. The suit fit close to her body, smelled faintly of someone else's sweat, and consisted of a stretching mesh covered in fine chain link. The entire thing was reinforced by a grid of metal bars, complete with oiled hinges at each joint, so she had a near full range of motion. Zipping it up, it went straight up her neck, the bars running vertically down her throat. She couldn't look down without getting jabbed in the soft flesh beneath her jaw. It made it harder to get the outer suit on. The entire thing was one piece, like footy pajamas, and the fabric was heavy, with alternating layers of insulated fabric and more chain mesh. She liked to go into situations armed with knowledge. When she'd been new to the job, fearing her first week of work at the asylum, she'd researched all of the protective measures, even running down the patents that were public access to see what they entailed. Odd as it might have sounded, she'd stopped doing that as of late. It wasn't due to a growing confidence. Just the opposite. Now that she had a better grasp of what her patients were capable of, it was easier to hope the people designing the safeguards were doing everything they needed to. It was better than researching it and knowing they weren't. The heavy fabric exterior suit fit her like hazardous materials gear, bulky, broad, leaving a great deal of empty space between her body and the fabric. Protective airbags of more reinforced cloth inflated to fill that space. She stepped into the dock, and the door behind her shut. The next door opened. The room was empty. The wall had a mural painted on it, ocean waves and beautiful architecture that Jessica couldn't place as belonging to any particular era or culture. There was a short, translucent table littered with painting and drawing supplies, and what looked like a cat's tiered scratching post, extending floor to ceiling, securely bolted to both. Mirrors were fixed to the wall, to show that the room's resident wasn't hiding behind it. "Come on out, Sveta," she said. She clenched her teeth and braced herself for the ambush. Sveta had been waiting above the door. Tendrils snaked around the neck of the protective suit, and cinched tight in a moment. Even with her full knowledge of the suit's protective qualities, Jessica felt her heartbeat quicken. Deep breath. Her breath caught in her chest as she heard the faintest, almost inaudible sound of metal creaking. More tendrils had caught her legs and arms, and even lashed across the room to catch the only points available to hold, the 2-inch diameter bolts that held the scratching post bed to the ground. "So sorry," Sveta whispered. "Sorry." Jessica felt her arm jolt as one set of tendrils lashed up the length of her right arm to catch her gloved fingers. Each finger was pulled in a different direction, but the metal reinforcement in the outer glove held, and her hand wasn't crumpled like tissue paper. "Relaxation exercises, Sveta. Don't try to fight the instincts all at once, don't worry about me." Sveta convulsed, contorted, and every part of her drew tighter. Jessica heard something metal give way, felt a small component tap her shoulder, bouncing around the interior of the outer suit before settling in her boot. "Calm. Sound calm. Just focus on your extremities. Flex them, release them, repeat." Another contortion. Jessica forced herself to take a deep breath, simultaneously cursing whoever had let this defective equipment go back in the changing room. "I'm so sorry," Sveta said. "I'm trying, but it's making it worse." "Take your time," she replied, defying every instinct that was telling her to get out of this dangerous situation, to press the button, fight, or panic. Like Sveta's, her instincts weren't serving her best interests here. Unlike Sveta, she could fight them. Sveta contorted, and an airbag gave way in the suit's midsection. "Oh," Sveta said. She'd noticed, and the realization coincided with further constriction. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Yamada." No. It's fine," Jessica lied. Too many things were going wrong with the suit, all at once. Why? There had to have been an altercation between another staff member and a violent patient. The only reason this many safeguards would be giving way would be if the suit had sustained recent damage. Except it had gone unreported, and the suit had gone back on the shelf. We should have done this through the glass," Sveta moaned. "I'm sorry. I like you. I don't want you to die. We're striving to socialize you, right? That's our goal? We can't do that without regular human contact. I'm going to kill you. I don't want to, but I'm going to. I'll..." "Hush," Jessica said, sounding far calmer than she felt. "Take." She nearly said take a deep breath. She corrected herself. "A few seconds and keep doing your relaxation exercises. Flex your extremities, relax them. Flex, relax, steadily work your way up, inch by inch. Look at me. I'm not worried. I'm in this suit. I feel safe. Okay. Oh okay. I want you to think of all the progress we've made since the start of the year. But something popped in the suit just now. We wear the same suits for multiple patients. That was a safeguard to protect any patients that might collide with us. It's not meant for you. Don't worry." Jessica hated lying to her patients. "It's not, it's okay. It's okay," Jessica soothed. "You remember our goal, right? Christmas. I think you're well on your way to your goal. That's what you think of when you're trying to be positive, right? You can celebrate Christmas with a few other patients, people who you can't hurt. I just met one of them, I think. A new patient of mine. She's someone who could use some friends." Like a dozen frogs' tongues, tendrils snapped across the length of the room to the bed, encircling it. In another second, as though each tendril were elastic bands stretched to their limits, Sveta had shifted there, her tendrils gripping the post as she hung from it. Jessica was free. Sveta was little more than a very pale face with thin tendrils streaming around it like hair. Small organs dangled from the largest of the tendrils that extended from the back of her face. A small symbol marked the girl's cheekbone, a stylized C, in black. It took Sveta a second before she relaxed enough to let the tendrils uncoil from the post. The tendrils settled in the air, in a rough facsimile of where a person's limbs might be. She'd positioned herself so that the organs could rest on the shelves on the post. "I'm sorry," Sveta said, eyes downcast. "I'm fine. I understand," Jessica soothed. She shifted position, and one tendril snapped out to catch her leg, gripping her around the knee, squeezing and twisting with a strength that could have torn every ligament in her knee and wrenched Jessica's calf from her upper leg. Sveta flinched, closed her eyes for a second, and the tendril moved back to the post. The suit had held. No damage done. Can you tell me about her? The girl you just saw. I can't talk to you about my patients, just like I couldn't tell them about you." Sveta clutched the pole harder. "I understand. Was she a bad guy? Like me? Do you think you were a bad guy? I killed people." "Yes. It wasn't you. It was your power. I still killed people. I think that's a good topic for today's session. But there's a few things I want to cover first, before we get into the meat of it, so let's put a pin in that topic for now. Okay. She was a superhero, I can say that much without betraying any confidence. And you'll hear it from the staff sooner or later. Better to hear it from me. There may be wiggle room. Maybe I could convince one of the hospital staff to stop by, and she could tell you a bit about the new patient through the intercom? If the patient gives consent. Sveta's eyes lit up. Yes please. I can't make any promises. I understand. Now, have you been keeping that journal? Sveta snatched a notebook off of the small table with the art supplies, reaching out and bringing it to her faster than the eye could follow. She passed it to Jessica with just as much speed and force. Even with the airbags filling the void in the protective suit and offering a cushioning effect, Jessica had to take a step back to catch her balance. May I? Sveta nodded, bobbing the mask with the mass of tendrils behind it. The bedpost contorted into an S shape as the girl twined around it. It indicated some kind of negative emotion. Jessica paged through the recent entries. The letters of the words were exaggerated, and they got more so as the writer got agitated. Worries, daydreams about being human, the vividness of her imagination when she pictured places like she'd drawn in the mural, her day-long spell of depression after waking up from a dream where she'd been human, in bed with a boy. Jessica closed the book. None of this was so unusual, capable of explaining the sudden anxiety she saw now. Can I ask what's bothering you? Why aren't you scared of me? Because I have no reason to be, Jessica lied, meeting the girl's eyes. The truth is that it's because I've spent more time in the company of monsters than legend, she thought. Trust me, honey, you aren't the scariest I've run into, not by half. Friday, June 17, 2011, 10:15. You're not the person that was here last week, the red-headed boy said, shutting the door behind him. We rotate. The PRT doesn't want any therapist developing a bond to the point that they could manipulate a cape. By rotating through 3 or 4 for a given area, they can ensure that one therapist will be able to identify manipulations on the part of any of the others. Doesn't that kind of defeat the point? Not letting us develop a bond, no trust. Yes, Jessica thought, but she said, it's not my place to say. Is that what you are hoping to get, here? A one-on-one relationship? A bond of trust? And now it begins, he said. Answering questions with questions. An unfortunate fact of the job. Would you like to sit? The boy let himself sink into the chair. What should I call you? Jessica asked. I prefer to use real names wherever possible, but I understand if you'd prefer the confidentiality of a code name. Clock blocker. Dennis. Whatever. You get crucified, drawn, and quartered if you betray our secret identities, right? Nothing that graphic, but the penalties are severe, and they include extensive jail time, and forfeiting the credentials it took me 8 years to get. You strike me as someone who's paying a great deal of attention to the workings of the system. Where people are, how they're operating. I have to, don't I? You ignore that stuff, you get fucked, Dennis said. That's the second time in 2 minutes you've brought up consequences. Is that something that concerns you? Consequences. In the last 3 months, my dad's leukemia came back, Leviathan destroyed a third of my hometown, the Endbringer killed my best friend and teammate, and another of my teammates, the Undersiders abducted one of my teammates. Shadow Stalker. Yeah. I talked to her after that incident. Anyways, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm trying to frame it all in my head. They left her so fucked up she went and broke her parole. It's all been unraveling. People I care about and rely on are getting knocked around, screwed over by dumb luck or because they let their guard down. Aegis, Gallant, Amy and Victoria, Battery, Shadow Stalker. Did you care about Shadow Stalker? She was a teammate. I know. But the way your thoughts seemed to connect there, it sounded like something more. Dennis shrugged. It makes me sound like a sleazebag if I say it, but I can get away with that here, right? She let herself smile a little, yes. She was hot, and when you spend 4 or 5 hours a day with the same people, and you're a guy, and the one girl in the group that's around your age is that good looking, maybe you look forward to seeing her. That doesn't make you sound like a sleazebag. It makes it sound like a perfectly normal teenager with a mild crush. Maybe? Not really, I couldn't stand her as a person. It still sucked balls, hearing what I did about her going to juvie, on top of everything else. Did you see yourself in her shoes, at all? What do you mean? You're very mindful of consequences and the dangers you're facing. Are you afraid you'll suffer a similar fate? I dunno. No. If I'm worried about anything like that, it's that there's a worse fate waiting out there for me. A worse fate? With all the stuff the capes bring to the table, there's 100 bad endings that are possible that wouldn't have been possible 30 years ago. You hear about what happened to Victoria and Amy Dallin. Victoria. The vivid mental picture disconcerted her briefly. Yes I have. Case in point, Dennis shrugged. And there's all the stuff that went down with the Slaughterhouse 9, too. Scary business. Dennis shrugged. Are you sleeping well? Way I've been working, sleep isn't a problem. Head hits the pillow, I'm out. And the stress of all of this, it's not affecting your diet. No. I mean, my diet's not great, but that's just trying to work around shift schedules and crap, you know. I know, Jessica smiled. Work makes it hard on me too. I was going to walk you through some coping methods for anxiety, but it seems like you're getting by. Too busy to think, really. I prefer it that way. I don't know if anxiety's the right word. No? What word would you choose? He paused. I dunno. Take your time. It's not a big deal if you can't come up with one. I feel like there's probably a word, in another language, but English doesn't have it. Not despair, but, that feeling you get when you're losing. You feel as though you're losing. Dennis nodded, leaned back in the leather seat. We're fighting a war. The consequences don't seem to hit the bad guys as hard. We fight Leviathan, and people act like we won, because the casualty rates were lower than they've been in 9 years. Slaughterhouse 9 come, and again, there's a lot of people who act like it was a victory because only half of them made it out of the city. Nobody but me seems to notice that, hey, those guys still lived. They escaped. Maybe they share the same thoughts you do, but they don't want to face that reality because it scares them. Maybe. There was a long pause. Looking at the general notes from your last appointment, you gave the A-OK for him to mention that you were working on some coping mechanisms for your anger. Yet. Do you want to keep working on that, or do you feel like it's more under control? It's pretty much under control. My dad was dying, then. Amy healed him. I see. I regret this. Regret what? Joining the wards. The rules, the bureaucracy. I appreciate having the resources. Guys to make the costume, even this. Talking to me. Sure. Make sure my head's screwed on right. But at the same time, being stuck in a classroom after Leviathan attacks, because the rules say I have to be in school a certain number of hours a day? It's fucked. I wonder if the villains are winning because they don't have to worry about that stuff. Could be. I don't get it. I almost think I could be okay with things if I understood them. Why the fuck do they get away with this shit? I can't give you the answers you want, and I'm afraid that answers to questions of that magnitude aren't going to appear nearly as fast as we want them to. I know. But you're very observant, Dennis. I've already said as much. I find that we often find what we're looking for the moment we stop actively searching for them. Perhaps spend less time looking for the answer, and keep an eye out for opportunities to learn the answer. Psychobabble, he said, smiling a little. Sorry, she said, returning the smile with one of her own. Friday, June 17, 2011, 13:01. Jessica. Weld asked, peeking his head in the door. Come in, she said. It's good to see you, Weld. It's been a little while. Weld closed the door and settled in the reinforced chair she'd brought into her office in anticipation of the appointment. Have you picked a name? She asked. He chuckled lightly. I'm Weld. That's it for now. She nodded. Studied him, at ease in his chair, hands folded across his stomach. So. A lot's happened, she said. Endbringer, Slaughterhouse 9. Losing control of the city. Did you come from out of town? Yes. Was it on the news? What's been going on here? It has been. I try to catch the 11 o'clock news, and it seems there's a news story every night, detailing recent events in Brockton Bay. What kind of picture does it paint? Of the city. Of us? The villains. Things look worse than they are, if you go by what's on television. It paints a positive picture of the local heroes, I have to say. Not entirely undeserved, if you ask me. Thanks for saying so, Weld said. You don't sound convinced. I'm not. It's only been 5 days since the Slaughterhouse 9 fled. Smoke's clearing, and I'm not liking where we're at. Where are you at? Villains who took territory before everything went to hell are still holding the territory after us. We're not in good shape. We lost battery. I heard. I'm sorry. We got hit harder, and while they're picking up the pieces, nobody's jumping to help us. No. Flechette's going back to New York before too long. Nobody's replacing her, or any of the ones who died. Maybe they think we're cursed, or maybe it's career suicide to try to help a city that can't be helped. Does that matter to you? Career. Some. There was mention of me maybe climbing the ranks. I'm marketable, but I'm a freak, too. She thought of Sveta. It sounds like you're being unfairly harsh on yourself. It's how it was explained to me. I see. That's unfortunate, that a colleague would make you out to be a freak. Water off my back. Honest. It doesn't bother me. Is there anything? She stopped as his phone rang. Sorry, he looked genuinely guilty as he reached for the phone, way things are. I totally understand. Please, go ahead. He answered. Weld here, yes. Skitter? With Perian. I understand. No, I get it. We'll see if we can track her. He was already out of her seat. If it's okay. Go. You have a team to lead. Flechette said the local villains in power just made a move on a rogue friend of hers. Could I wrangle a longer session next week? That could be arranged. Go, she said. He was at the door when she called after him, and Weld, I want you to pick a proper name. Friday, June 17, 2011, 18:01. Fuck them. Fuck her. Lily. Fuck. Lily paced. Lily, please, Could you sit? Jessica asked. Lily stopped, resting her hands on the back of the armchair. It's clear something happened, Jessica said. You asked me to come, and that's totally, 100% okay, but I can't do anything to help until you explain what happened. They got her. Jessica felt her heart sink. Who? Perian. Skitter got to her. The rogue your teammate mentioned. Was she hurt, or killed, or turned? Turned. She changed sides. Ran into Skitter, with ballistic wreaking havoc in the background. Knew something was up. Tattletale fucking with our heads or something. Then Skitter goes into this good cop bad cop routine, but she's using ballistic as the bad cop, the idea that if we don't go along with her plan, he'll try to kill us. Makes Perian an offer she can't refuse. Power? Money. Money. $200,000, so that Perian's friends and family who were mutilated by the Slaughterhouse 9 could pay for surgery. So Perian could go to school. A lot of money. And she asks Perian to leave. And it rips my heart out, because she's my one good friend here. Because she's more, I can't remember if I've talked to you about it. You PRT therapists all sort of blend into each other. We've talked about it. You had feelings for her. Lily folded her arms on the back of the chair, rested her forehead against her wrists. Did you tell her about those feelings? No. No, I didn't. I was thinking about it, but now I can't ever, because if it pushes her away, she'll be totally, completely beyond my reach. Completely on their side. Do you think she reciprocated? I don't know. Sometimes, I thought yes. Other times, I thought yes, but not nearly as much as I had feelings for her. And there were other times I thought definitely no. But I couldn't ask because by the time I got up the courage, the Slaughterhouse 9 had murdered most of her family and her friends, and the ones who weren't dead were, altered. Fuck, my feelings weren't even on the third page of the list of priorities there. It was about taking care of her, helping her. It's what you do for friends. It is. It sounds like she was lucky to have you. And then Skitter waltzes in and, it's like, she slithers right past your defenses. How's that? I can't even put it into words. You run into her, and you can't even look straight at her without feeling your skin crawl. Like when someone's got something wrong with their eye and your own eye starts watering, only with her it's because of the bugs. Okay. And then she talks, and she sounds so idealistic, and naive. I don't know how you sound idealistic and naive with a swarm of cockroaches and bees crawling over your face, but she does. And so you let your guard down. And then she starts making sense. And that was the point where Perian started lapping it up. Did she make sense to you? Jessica asked. I had a feeling about what was happening, said as much. Now, I don't know. There's only two good answers for it. Lily walked over to the door and picked up the satchel she'd brought into the office. She returned to the chair and sat, plopping the satchel down on the coffee table. What is it? Jessica asked. The thing that lets me know which of the two it was. And what are those two answers? Either my gut was right, and Skitter was just feeding us info that Tattletale prepared, just to fuck with us, or Skitter was right. And this satchel contains the answer. It does. May I? Jessica leaned forward. No. Jessica stopped. I can say no, right? You don't have the right to search my things. You can, Jessica said, leaning back. And I won't touch it. What are you going to do? I don't know, Lily said. Her eyes were damp. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change what happened with Perian. Won't change the choice she made. A tear fell free, and Lily wiped it away with her sleeve. Fuck, so stupid. I go up against Leviathan, go up against the Slaughterhouse 9, and this is what fucks with my head? This is the moment I want nothing more than to go home and just crawl under the covers. You could. Can't. It'd mean I couldn't do the costume thing again. Not the same way. Gotta tough it out. Lily didn't look tough, Jessica observed she looked like a heartbroken, homesick teenager. She couldn't say that, though. Jessica stood from her chair and approached the girl. When Lily realized what Jessica was doing, she gratefully accepted the offer of a shoulder to cry on. Lily's cell phone rang. She pulled away, breaking the hug, but she didn't answer the phone. Never fucking ends. Didn't think it would be like this. Are you going to answer? Jessica asked. Can't. Not like this. May I? I'm not sure if it's against the rules, but... Yes. Please. But Lily paused, and the cell phone rang again before she spoke. Don't mention I was there? With Perian? I wasn't supposed to be. Jessica nodded and answered. Mrs. Yamada answering for Flechette. Miss Militia here. Could you please inform Flechette that Triumph has been hospitalized? Anaphylactic shock. Which hospital? Oh God, Lily said, eyes going wide. The one attached to the PRT headquarters. Flechette knows where. We're in the building, Jessica said. I understand if you're busy, but could you contact me in my office, when you have a free moment? I will. Jessica hung up and returned the cell phone. The hospital in this building. It's Triumph. Lily stood, pocketing the phone. What happened? Anaphylactic shock, Jessica answered. Skitter. Jessica didn't answer. Lily wiped the tears from her face. She drew in a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Her expression hardened, her shoulders squaring. There wasn't a trace of the emotion she'd shown just moments before. Do I look okay? Presentable. Jessica nodded. Thank you. Lily was already moving, snatching the satchel from the table, striding for the door. It slammed shut behind her. Jessica sat in her chair and tried not to dwell on just why it bothered her that Lily had been able to switch personas so easily. Did the career demand it? Why couldn't a teenager just be allowed to be vulnerable, at a time they felt vulnerable? The phone rang 5 minutes later. It's Miss Militia. You wanted me to contact you. Yes. I've seen half your wards today. They aren't doing well. I know, Miss Militia said. They're losing faith. I know. Saturday, June 18th, 9:01. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Hi. I'm Kid Win, the boy said. He wasn't in his suit, though. He looked like he'd just come from the shower, and his brown hair was still damp. He extended a hand and Jessica shook it. Clock blocker said we had a different therapist this week. Protocols. Can I ask how Triumph's doing? He's okay. Recovered. Assault and some of the others are more upset over it. We're calling in the big guns. That must be a relief. To have others pick up the slack. To deferring some responsibility, after having a heavy burden on your shoulders for some time. Kid Win shrugged. Dunno. I am excited to see Dragon's stuff. I can imagine. A silence stretched on. Jessica tried to get a grasp on this boy, reconcile him with the one filled with self-doubt that she'd read about in Mr. Camden's files. I still don't really get what we're supposed to do here, Kid Win said. We talk. It's safe territory. A place where you can vent about your issues. I kind of prefer to work through problems on my own. It's very common for tinkers to be introverts. But sometimes we all need a person to bounce ideas off of. Non-tinker ideas. Sorry, it's a rule I have. Kid Win smiled sheepishly. I kind of subjected Mr. Kyles to a rant about types of modular equipment, a few days ago. I think he needed therapy by the time I was done. Do you have any ideas you want to bounce off me? It's been a rough month. Kid Win shook his head. Nothing. I don't know if this is me. If what's you? Needing to bounce ideas off people. Needing therapy. All my problems so far, they've stemmed from me trying to fit myself into everyone else's mold. It's only when I broke away from that, started thinking on my own, that things started to make sense, all the pieces of the machine working in unison. Given your tinker background, I'm not sure I can tell, is that a metaphor, or a literal machine? Metaphor. Okay. Your life didn't start making sense until you stopped worrying about what others think. But I'm not being judgmental, and I don't intend to change your mind about anything. I don't want to make you conform. I still don't think I want the therapy, Kid Win said. Can I opt out? I'm afraid not. Why don't you want it? I'm more comfortable going the other route. I'd rather walk my own path and be a little screwed up, than walk everyone else's path. I'm okay with thinking in a way that's outside of the norm. I've been happier since I started down that road. How does that impact your duties with the wards? It doesn't. I mean, I stick to the rules, Kid Win said, with a measure of confidence. Funny, how it's easier to do that when I'm being more unconventional. I'm still not sure I understand. Can you give me an example of what you mean by unconventional? It's like, if I did this therapy thing, and I mentioned how I'm not bummed and pissed off about what's going on with the villains and all that, if I talked about how I'm actually happier now, when everyone else is miserable and stressed, I feel like you'd talk me out of it. I don't want to do anything like that. If you ask me a question, he asked, do I have to answer? You wouldn't get in trouble, no. Is there a particular question you don't want to answer? It's not that. I guess I'm saying I'm done here. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a pair of headphones. No offense. But I feel like having 30 minutes to kick back and take some notes on stuff is going to be a hell of a lot better for my mental health than talking. No offense. She was offended, but she didn't say so. Saturday, June 18th, 11:06. Hi. Please come in. Would you rather me call you Vista or Missy? Vista. Vista it is. Nice to meet you. Vista sat down in the armchair. It took her a second to get comfortable. Her feet didn't touch the ground if she sat all the way back, and she was forced to sit awkwardly upright if she couldn't lean against the chair back. I heard they called in the big guns. Dragon. Pretty big as guns go, Jessica said. Are you doing that on purpose? What? Talking down to me? No. I didn't think I was talking down to you. It sounded condescending. Jessica took a deep breath. What can I do for you, Vista? Is there anything you want to share? Have you been here? The non-sequitur caught Jessica off guard. I'm not sure I follow. Have you been in Brockton Bay since this all started? No. I travel for work, and stay in hotels. On the weekends, or when I'm not working, I stay in Boston. How are you supposed to help when you don't understand? The question might have sounded accusatory, but it rang as more curious instead. Why do you ask? Because I've been trying to help the others, and a lot of the time I can't. So how can you do it, when you don't even know? When you have no idea what we're talking about? I went to school for a long time. Does that teach you how to talk to someone when their mentor's just been attacked? Are you talking about Triumph? Is it why you ask a lot of questions? Because you don't know. I ask questions, Jessica said, because only you can give your perspective on things. I know a lot of what's happened. Some from research, some from your colleagues. But the only opinion and viewpoint that matters to me when you're in that chair is yours. Humph, Vista huffed. Where do you stand? Jessica asked. What's your view on things? Summing it all up. Sucks, Vista said. I can believe it. When I go on patrol, I can't go alone, not until I'm 14. So I spend the most time with everyone. I hear what they say, and we talk about everything. If there are doctors and field medics, maybe you're the equivalent of a field therapist. Jessica suggested. Vista wasn't amused in the slightest. Don't be condescending. I'm talking the same way I would with anyone else. I promise. There was a pause. Jessica sat quietly, letting it stretch on. In a pinch, a resounding silence could prompt a patient to open up. Vista finally said, Weld said I'm the team's heart. I can imagine him saying it. Vista gave her a dirty look. I couldn't help shadow stalk her, but Weld said she was beyond helping. Jessica nodded. But I think I got through to clock blocker. For a while I thought he'd fly off the handle at Weld. Jessica almost replied, but kept her mouth shut. I feel like there's two ideas and they're playing tug of war with my head, Vista confessed. She gave Jessica a look, as though she were daring her to say something. Yet. One part of me, it's like. I want us all to stay together. Aegis died. Gallant died. Battery died. Velocity died. Dauntless died. Browbeat died, Arms Master retired, and Shadow Stalker went to jail. And now even after it's all over, Triumph gets hurt. I think I'd feel pretty spooked, after all that, Jessica said. It's a lot of people to be losing, in the space of a month. I want to do what I can to keep us together. Keep people fighting. But what? The other part of me? The colder part that's being very logical, very rational? It says that won't happen. We won't stay together. Can't. One by one, horrible things will happen to us. My friends will die, and if they're lucky, they'll die fighting. And I'm somehow okay with it. What does it really matter when the world's supposed to end in 2 years? I've heard about that. It's pretty strictly limited to the PRT, though, and there hasn't been any strict confirmation. We don't have very good precogs, Vista said. Not ones that can see that far ahead and still make sense of it all. Does it? Are you bothered? Looking at things that way? Thinking that your friends will die violently? That the world will end? No. I'm very okay with it, when I think about it clinically. It's the way things are, isn't it? The way the world works. I don't think so, Jessica confessed. That part of me, that feels like that? It's telling me I'm going to die. It's inevitable, it's soon, and it'll be horrible, Vista said. Therapy that? Was she serious, or was it a challenge? Okay, Jessica said, somber, I'll try. Just like that. Vista's eyes widened a little. Just like that. Believe it or not, I've handled worse things than a young woman torn between fatalism and wanting to help her friends stick together. I can't tell you anything about your teammates, but I can arm you with some tools, so your field therapy is more effective. If that part of you is better equipped, maybe it'll get a bit of an edge in that tug of war that's going on inside your head. Sound good? Vista nodded. Sunday, June 19, 1739. Jessica fumbled to find the ringing phone. She had to move the pizza box and the bag of chips to reach it, reclined back on her bed the second she hit the call button, muting the television. The pants she'd put on only for long enough to answer the door and pay the delivery guy slipped to the floor. Yeah, she said, suppressing a sigh. No, I'm not busy. Isn't he Richmond's patient, though? He's away? Fuck me. Okay. I'll be there in an hour. Monday, June 20th, 12:50. Jessica paced back and forth in her office. Somehow, when she'd left after seeing the wards on Saturday morning, she'd let herself believe that things were largely resolved. Dragon had been en route. Not just one suit, either. When she'd heard, on Sunday, that the suits had left the city, unsuccessful in their mission, she'd allowed herself to believe that things, at least, hadn't gotten worse. She'd seen Clock Blocker in the morning. There had been a shift conflict with Weld having to watch Vista on her shift, and he'd rescheduled for the afternoon. Now this. She'd never felt more useless. The wards had intervened to stop a mad villain from attacking the local debate, and it had all gone tragically wrong. They hadn't finished tallying the dead. The wards were okay, at least. Physically. Nobody came to her office all day. Too much to be done. Waiting nervously, restless in her inability to offer any assistance at all in a crisis like this, she headed up to the roof and bummed a cigarette from one of the interns, smoking for the first time since grad school. Tuesday, June 21st, 6:10. Jessica sat on the edge of the roof, legs dangling. She was on her 5th cigarette. Mrs. Yamada. The voice startled her, because it didn't sound quite human. She turned around. Oh. Wow. Idolin. Could I ask for a few moments of your time, he asked. Yes. I should warn you I predominantly work with juveniles. I know. I'm not looking for therapy. Oh. He didn't say anything as he crossed the rooftop. Somewhere downstairs, the local heroes were gathering. The Undersiders were present as well. Another threat. Flechette had been right. It didn't end. She felt a pang of sympathy for her wards. Vista had asked her how she could dispense advice, when she hadn't experienced it for herself. The response that Jessica had been unable to frame was just this. That if she did, if she found herself under that same pressure, she wouldn't have the objectivity. Besides, if she was unbalanced, how could she hope to offer any aid to another person? It was a bittersweet thing that nobody had asked her to. She wanted to help, but she was glad she didn't have to, because she wasn't sure of her own emotions, now. Except Eidolon was asking. One of the most powerful men in the world. He sat down beside her. He pulled his hood back, letting it fall around his shoulders, then undid the clasp for his mask. He set the glowing mask down on the edge of the roof, beside her cell phone and cigarettes. He looked so average. Heavy cheeks, thinning hair, a big nose, thick brows. More ugly than attractive, but not so much that he'd draw attention walking down the street. And still, she felt like it was hard to breathe, as though his very presence sucked the air away. She felt like she might if someone had a gun to her head, with no intention of pulling the trigger. It was there, devastating power that could end her existence in a heartbeat. The fact that he didn't plan to use it didn't matter. This, Sveta, she thought, is why I can be around you and be so calm. Because I've been around monsters like this. I wanted to talk to you, Eidolon said, sounding very normal, because there are few I can trust to listen. I might have found a priest, but it's late, and there are so few good ones out there. I've used psychometry to view the past few days of your life. You'll do what I need you to do. How am I supposed to respond to that? Okay. I'm losing my powers. Slowly but surely. If this goes much further, mankind may lose this war. I don't understand. Against the Endbringers, there are really only two individuals who can stop them, drive them away. Sion is one. I'm another. Each of us is worth 100 other capes, if not more. I'm not boasting when I say this. But my powers are getting weaker every day, little by little. Whatever vast, improbably deep well para-humans tap into to use abilities, I suspect mine is running dry. And only Sion will be able to stop them, after you've lost your powers. I'm sorry. I'm thinking slowly tonight. Been awake for a long time. It's fine. You're exactly right. They really only need 2 or 3 critical victories, and it all ends. And they will win more without me there. Jessica nodded. I can't process all this right now. When I fight, Mrs. Yamada, I feel as though my lost power is somehow within reach. Reserves I have not yet touched, maybe. Or a fresh well. It is something, but it is there. The problem is that I rarely get to truly fight. Do you understand? Yes. I think so. I hope that tonight is one of those moments. I hope to fight seriously. With the information we have about this threat, I can feel confident that the situation would be salvageable if I fail. Even in the worst case scenario, this could be ended with a strategic missile strike. In my absence, the heroes would have weeks to adjust, to change their battle plans and compensate, before the next Endbringer arrived. You're talking about dying. Here, at least, I can fight this monster, and where I might never make the gamble against an Endbringer, I hope to fight this thing to the death. Hers or mine? To the death. He continued, if I can find that untapped well of power, then it will be worth it. If I can't, then there's no point to me existing anyways. Surely you have something else to live for. He gave her a look that was both incredulous and pitying. She felt a pang of sympathy for Vista, and how she'd reacted when she felt like she was being condescended to. Maybe life doesn't offer anything suitably interesting or profound to a man who's been as powerful as Eidolon is, she thought. Jessica said, why me? What am I doing? You know, now. If I die, you can explain what happened. But I've read you, and I don't think you will tell others until the fight is over, and you won't tell others what I planned if I succeed, tonight. She stared at him. If you were a priest, he said, I would have you say a prayer and bless my endeavor tonight. I will settle for having you wish me luck. Good, she had to get her words in order, good luck. He nodded. Then he took off. Queen 18.7. He's talking to her about Cauldron, I said. And Coil. I'd signaled the others to exit the van, and we were gathered around Bentley and Bastard. Cauldron? Tecton asked. Cauldron worked out a formula that could give people powers, and the capes with monstrous features are the failed results, I said. The case 53S, Grace said. Tattletale nodded. I raised my finger to my lips. To where my lips were behind my mask, really. I wound up sliding my hands beneath the sides of my mask to plug my ears. I'd hoped to shut out other sounds and allow myself to focus. It wasn't too helpful. Tattletale murmured something to Gru, and he surrounded us with darkness, leaving a clearing so we could communicate. It took me a second to realize why. Were he and Tattletale hoping to mask us from Noelle's other senses? Rachel's dogs could smell through the darkness, couldn't they? It wouldn't stop Noelle if she really was smelling us. Saying he knew them, Noelle said. Is that a question? I was having trouble discerning tone. Am saying exactly that, Noelle, Eidolon replied. Very beginning. Coil involved. People who made you like this. I don't believe. No. Eidolon just said Coil was involved with Cauldron. And that Cauldron is responsible for Noelle, I informed the others. Another of Coil's schemes. Gru asked. But why would he make Noelle? What does that serve, really? He didn't make her, Tattletale said. But the rest is very possible. I'd spoken because I was worried I wouldn't get a chance later, between fatigue affecting my memory and the possibility of an imminent fight. I'd missed some of what Eidolon said in the process. Help you. I've had too many, she said one word that was too complicated for me to make out. Of help. Can't get my hopes. I was disappointed in how limited these senses of mine were. They were useful, but the tactile nature of my swarm sense left me blind as to people's changes in expression, and listening in like this, I could only catch the individual speech sounds, working out how they fit together into words while trying not to fall too far behind. I wished I'd devoted more time to trying to figure out my swarm sight and swarm hearing. Eidolon said something, and I couldn't decipher the word. He paused, so I grasped that there was some meaning there. Ended with tiv or shiv, prerogative? Alternative. It connected just as he started speaking again. Do you want to die? Yes, Noelle's answer was clear. I'm ready to die too, Eidolon said. There'd been another longer word in the middle there that I couldn't afford to stop and work out. My danger sense tells me you, alone. No, Noelle said. She bumped into more of my bugs as she shifted position, moving one large leg that was likely so thick around that 3 people together couldn't have reached around it with their hands meeting. The bugs disappeared from my power senses. Why don't you, us, Eidolon said. Introduce. It only made sense as a question, why don't you introduce us? Show my hand. Why not, Eidolon said, and I missed the tail end of it. Another question? I was starting to get a headache, trying to process all this. Something peeled away from Noelle's side, and when it bumped into my bugs, they weren't absorbed. The stature, the length of the hair, another vista. I thought maybe Noelle had produced another clone, but others started to emerge from the surrounding architecture, peeling away from nearby walls as if they'd been inside the surfaces. And they weren't all vistas. I noted the presence of what had to be a circus, disproportionate and thin, with a hunched back, using her knuckles to walk. There was another vista, 2 large figures who might have been Ubers, and on the second floor of the building behind Eidolon there was a narrow young man, shirtless, with a gun bigger than he was. Leet. Not expect you to, a trap, Eidolon said. He hadn't budged, and as far as I could tell, his tone of voice hadn't changed. Noelle didn't reply. From her vantage point, she had to be able to see through the open, glassless window behind Eidolon, see the lead silently setting up the gun. Trouble, I said. Gru banished the darkness. Trouble. She's ambushing him. There's a lead with a gun inside the building behind him. Tinker Maid, has to be. Eidolon knows what he's doing, Grace said. And if he doesn't? Tattletale asked. If that gun just happens to be able to punch through any invincibility or whatever it is he's given himself. He's better than that, she said. He's Eidolon. He's human, I said. Humans make mistakes. He's Eidolon, she repeated. I'm with Grace on this one, Tecton said. Too dangerous to go. She has a vendetta against you guys. It's not worth the risk that you'd throw his plan into disarray. Then why are we here? I asked. If things fall apart, he said, we can act then. Eidolon's powers are weakest just after he changes them. If she creates a clone of him, the clone will be picking the powers for the first time. There'll be a window of opportunity where we can take them out. Assuming we can get close enough, Gru said. And there's a good half-dozen capes around her, I said. 1 circus, 1 vista that can apparently hide people in 2-dimensional space, 2 Ubers and the lead with the gun. We compromise, Tattletale said. Skitter, draw arrows on the ground, discreet but easily readable. Point the way to the lead, okay? The rest of us hang back, and we wait to make sure we can get Eidolon out of a bad situation if one crops up. I started to draw the arrows. I was going to ask why, but I realized I was missing what Eidolon and Noelle were saying. Think you can win, Eidolon said. I hope I don't, Noelle replied. Want to die, why fight? Can't think straight. My wiring is all screwed up. Won't let me give up. Too angry, too less ruthless? Restless? Leet was still setting up. He'd had to find a point where there was an open door, just so he had enough space behind him that the weapon could be positioned horizontally. The design was crude, hodgepodge. It resembled Squealer's work, just going by what I was interpreting with my swarm sense. That meant there was an excess of openings and gaps. The part that burned hottest had to be the power source. It was at the very back of the gun, at the point furthest from the mutant Leet. I sneaked cockroaches in through the gaps in the weapon's exterior and started them chewing through the wiring. You so sure that you'll be any calmer when they're dead? Eidolon asked. I'm not. I'm angry, and it's like they have been taken off my emotions. My anger, my passion, the pain, the hate, so much deeper. It's not mine. Not my emotion, so I can still think. They're both stalling, I said. Eidolon's picked the powers he thinks will win the fight, Tattletale said, and is waiting for them to get up to full strength. Noelle's waiting for her evil lead to shoot. I'm trying to sabotage the gun, I said. But it looks like he'll be ready to shoot any second now. Tecton and Grace simultaneously looked at one another, but they didn't speak. What was that about? Was their faith in Eidolon faltering as I described the situation, or was it more about me? Less than a minute, Tattletale said. I'm pretty sure we don't have that long, I retorted. The words had only just left my mouth when Leet dropped to a position at the side of the gun, putting one eye to the scope. The entire weapon shifted on the tripod mount as he aimed. Eidolon's head turned slightly, as if he were looking at Leet out of the corner of one eye. Leet pulled the trigger. "There we go," Eidolon said. The gun wasn't firing. He pulled the trigger again, and an arc of electricity ripped out from a space by the power supply, toasting half of the bugs I'd positioned on Leet and sending him sprawling to the ground. He was back on his feet seconds later, tearing one panel away to get at the sparking power supply. Tougher than a normal person. "Attack!" Noelle screamed. Her minions started to move on Eidolon, but it was Eidolon who acted on the command. He swept one arm out in front of him, as though he were brushing a curtain aside or waving away some bugs. There was a crash we could feel where we were huddled together, making the ground shake. In that very instant, Eidolon had killed the vast majority of the bugs I'd placed in the area. It took me a second to process what he'd done. The bugs that were still alive were unable to move, pressed hard against the ground to the point that they were sinking into the soft earth. Even the more durable cockroaches had died where the ground wasn't soft enough for them to be pushed down into it. Through the few surviving bugs, I could get a sense of what was happening. Tufts of weeds that had stuck up between slats in the pavement now laid flat against the ground, as though they'd been starched and ironed in place. The effect only lasted a few seconds. I tentatively moved more bugs into the area to do an inspection, found the air both dense and strangely warm. The ground had shifted, and both the pavement and the concrete panels of the sidewalk had cracked. Chunks of rubble had been pulverized, piles of debris pancaked against the ground. Plywood, siding, and wood paneling had been torn from the faces of nearby buildings, rendered into unrecognizable fragments of wood and plastic. Each fragment had been mashed flat or shoved into cracks and crevices. The ubers in the circus were dead, pulverized against the ground with their limbs broken in multiple places, their chest cavities and skulls cracked like eggs. The vista was nowhere to be seen. Eidolon hadn't moved, and a tentative search told me that Noelle was still standing. My swarm noted the presence of blood dripping to the ground beneath her massive body. Eidolon said something, but I didn't have enough bugs in the area to hear him. "He just crushed everything around her," I said. Almost as if he dropped a house-sized, invisible anvil around her. "Around Imp?" Tattletale asked, gripping my arm. "Around Noelle," I said. "What do you mean, Imp?" "The building where Leet was," Tattletale started, grabbing my arm. "Did he hit it?" "No. Turn the arrows around. Give every warning you can. We just sent Imp in there to deal with Leet." I did as she asked, using every bug I could to draw warnings, turning the arrows to point to a retreat. "Damn it!" Gru said, "Why did we send her in there?" "We need to get in there, in case anyone." "Stay," Tecton warned, "evacuate your teammate, but don't get in Eidolon's way." There was another crash. Once again, the vast majority of my bugs in Noelle's vicinity disappeared. Only a small few who were lucky enough to be in the right place and tough enough to endure the pressure survived. The bugs who had been flying above Noelle sank into her flesh. Through them, I could sense her advancing, moving one massive leg forward, relaxing and letting the pressure Eidolon was generating slam the limb into pavement with enough force to crack it. Then she moved another leg forward. Eidolon floated higher, maintaining the same relative distance between himself and her. She dropped lower to the ground, as though she were succumbing to the pressure, then leaped in the same instant the last of the bugs who'd sunken into her flesh were absorbed. I couldn't follow what happened next. There was another crash, another earth-shaking rumble, and even the bugs who'd survived before were obliterated, leaving me utterly blind. I moved a few bugs closer, to gauge if the effect was still active, and they died as though they'd moved beneath a falling hammer, going splat against the ground at the effect's edge. Behind Eidolon, Leet had finished fixing the gun, helped by the fact that the electricity had killed my saboteur cockroaches. In the same instant he moved to take position by the trigger, Eidolon turned around, raising one hand in his direction. An imp was there. She drew her knife across the Psycho Leet's throat. Eidolon froze as Leet staggered and slumped against the windowsill, blood pouring from the open wound. I felt a momentary confusion. Leet was dead? Eidolon seemed to be reeling as well, but he recovered faster. He wheeled around to strike out with the effect again. "Leet's dead," I said. "How?" Tattletale asked. "Throat slit. Imp. She's not listening to instructions." "Did Eidolon attack Leet?" I shook my head. She released my upper arm from the death grip she'd been maintaining since Eidolon had attacked. It wasn't like her to get that upset. She usually had more information to work with, so she had a better idea of what was going on, but that couldn't account for her full reaction. I wished I could read her expression. Leet slumped almost entirely out the window. In a dying gesture, he feebly reached out for the end of the gun, gripping the barrel. When he fell from the window, he kept hold of the gun. The tripod skidded, and momentum coupled with Leet's weight pulled the gun after him. Eidolon glanced over one shoulder at the body falling from the second-floor window, then soared straight for the sky. I was already sliding from Bentley's back, heading toward the ongoing battle. The movements, Eidolon's reaction, everything spoke to something deliberate, something devastating on Leet's part. The weapon's power supply detonated on contact with the ground. I didn't have many bugs in the area to track it, only experienced a momentary sensation from the bugs in the area, much like I sensed when they were burned or electrocuted. When the sensation disappeared, they were gone, dead. I could see the actual explosion, a flare of white that I could most definitely make out with bug eyesight and with my own damaged eyes, a glow that rose above the buildings around us. "No," Gru said, "just behind me." The both of us had stopped in our tracks in the wake of the explosion. My bugs flooded into the area, to give me a better sense of what was happening. I caught Noelle stampeding toward a tall building. She had been in the blast radius, and she hadn't slowed down. I hoped she hadn't slowed down, because she was damn fast. She wasn't in Leviathan's speed class, but she was moving at the sort of speed I might expect from a car on the highway. Maybe the comparison wasn't so apt, because she was a living thing. Like a predator, she shifted from a standstill to 80 miles an hour in a heartbeat. She was more like a rhino than a jungle cat, though, and she was ungainly. My bugs could track the vibrations of her footfalls better than they could trace her outline, and I could sense how her movements weren't synchronized. There was no pattern to how her legs moved, rather, it was as if each leg had a mind of its own. Still, the sheer power of her movement carried her forward, while having 6 or more legs meant she always had several feet on the ground for balance. She reached the base of the tallest skyscraper in the area and scaled it just as fast as she'd moved over ground. Chunks of concrete were pulled and clawed away as each of her feet found or made footholds. The debris fell in her wake, but her movement was steady and unfaltering. Eidolon turned her way, laid down that same pressure he'd applied earlier, tearing a full third of the building to the ground. A large part of the upper floors cast straight down, torn free of the building's housing. The debris moved straight down with such force that it punched through as many as 5 or 6 of the floors below. Noelle was already moving out of the way as the attack landed, circling around to the other side of the building, still climbing. She reached the top before the dust from Eidolon's destruction rolled past us. I held my breath. I couldn't afford another coughing fit. We made our way to the spot where their fight had started. Where Eidolon's power had struck, the pavement had depressed until it was a good 2 feet lower than where we were standing. Imp, Gru breathed the word, stepping down to the depressed pavement and breaking into a run as he headed for the explosion site. Tattletale gave me a hand in stepping down as we followed. It wasn't necessary, but I didn't turn her down. The explosion had shattered one exterior wall of the building, and scorched the inside. My swarm fanned out to search the building's interior. It didn't take long to find her on the 2nd floor, she was so caked in dust and debris that I'd almost mistaken her for a piece of wreckage. 2nd floor, near the back. Stairwell is this way. Noelle, I realized, was vomiting from one of the 3 mouths on her lower body. The slurry contained a human being, naked, with ulcerous growths all over her body. Circus. And Noelle wasn't in contact with Circus. Fuck me, I said. Is she hurt? Gru asked. It took me a second to realize he meant Imp. I shook my head. I don't know. I was swearing because. It's Noelle. She's creating clones, and she apparently doesn't need to be in constant contact to do it. She does, Tattletale said. Everything the travelers said indicated it, and my power corroborated. She's touched people before and hasn't produced any of them in the time she was with Coil. Maybe it's a short duration thing, I said. We'd reached the staircase. I was a little slower than my teammates in ascending the stairs. My stamina was nowhere near where it needed to be, and my chest was aching as I breathed harder. It made talking harder. She absorbs someone and she can create clones for a little while after. Maybe, Tattletale said. We reached the top of the staircase. The floor wasn't entirely intact at the landing, so Bitch and her dogs hung back. With the damage the explosion had done to the exterior wall, I could feel the salt-water-scented air stirring my hair. We reached Imp's side. She'd slumped against an intact wall. I worked with Gru to clear away the pieces of wood and concrete that had joined Imp in being thrown against the wall. Turn around, Tattletale ordered Tecton and Grace. Tecton listened. When Grace didn't immediately obey, he grabbed her by the shoulder and forced her around. Gru took off Imp's mask. My bugs traced her, and I could sense the trail of blood running from one of her ears. Hey, Aisha murmured. Oh, are you hurt? I asked. Ear hurts. Hurt all over where I hit the wall. That ear's a ruptured eardrum, Tattletale said. Shitty, Aisha said, least I save money, not having a reason to buy surround sound when I get my own entertainment system. You're not so lucky. It'll heal, Tattletale said. Did you hit your head? Gru asked. No, Tattletale and Imp answered in the same moment. Gru smacked his sister lightly across the head. Idiot. You're supposed to listen when we give you orders. I know why you were giving that order, Imp said. You wanted me to clear out in case he smushed this building. Except I knew I couldn't get out fast enough. I figured I'd take out that gun guy. Leet, I supplied. Leet, yeah. Gru cuffed her across the head again. Hey. Aisha said. Then she cringed, or winced, as if she was in pain. Ow. What? In a quieter voice, she said, ear hurts when I speak too loud. Stop hitting me. It was the right call. You still didn't listen, Gru said. He took the mask from Tattletale and helped Aisha put it on. Get up. Imp stood, then wobbled. Dizzy. Ruptured eardrum will do that, Tattletale said. Let's go. We should see what we can do to help against Noelle. Gru and Tattletale supported Imp between them as we made our way to the stairwell. I turned my attention to the fight. Eidolon's holding his own. Told you, Grace said. He's using that pressure. Gravity, Tattletale said. Right. He's using supercharged gravity to try to pin her down and simultaneously take out any of the clones she spits out. He's staying out of reach with flight, and he said something before about a danger sense. Precognition, I guess. Didn't help him stop the explosion, Regent commented. It let him move well out of the way before it went off, I said. And it's helping him when Noelle tries to trick him. I don't even know how to put it. She's wearing a Vista that can turn two-dimensional, and the Vista is helping keep her other clones alive. Whenever Eidolon moves like he's about to drop that gravity magnification on them, she folds Noelle's clones against whatever surface they're touching and then pastes herself into Noelle. Can we help Eidolon by taking the Vista out? Gru asked. I don't know how we'd get the Vista without attacking Noelle, I said. Eidolon can hold onto about 3 serious powers at a time, Tecton said. If he's packing flying, danger sense and gravity manipulation, that's it. Sometimes he does 4, but 2 or 3 of them are usually pretty minor. Enhanced accuracy, whatever. Unless the flying's an extension of the gravity manipulation, Tattletale pointed out. I'd guess he's maintaining a kind of power immunity, in case Noelle manages to close the distance or one of her underlings tries to hit him from range. I could follow the fight as Noelle leaped to another rooftop. Being airborne, she might have been vulnerable if Eidolon had been able to devote his full attention to her, given how it wasn't possible to dodge while midair, but she'd timed the jump to coincide with a killer circus's pyrokinetic attack on Eidolon. The hero destroyed the circus with the use of his gravity power, and I could guess that the same power had destroyed any incoming fireballs she'd thrown his way, because he wasn't even touched by any hot air. The top floor of the building the circus had been standing on was still collapsing as he directed another gravity slam in the direction of Noelle's landing point. She was already moving on, leaping to a building face that Eidolon wouldn't have a line of sight to. The degree of mobility the pair had meant it was hard to get bugs in a position where I could follow what was going on. I moved the bugs up through the various buildings, spreading them out as best as I could. In tracking the movements of the bugs through the buildings, I got a sense of where Eidolon had done damage and where the civilians were. He's doing a fantastic job of avoiding hitting any civilians when he uses his powers. Told you, Imp said, mimicking Grace's tone. In the same moment Grace said, of course. Imp laughed, then winced at the pain it caused her. Could be an extension of his danger sense, Tattletale suggested. We'd reached the stairwell, and the others declined to go back for the van. Imp and I got on Bentley's back. I sat behind Imp so I could help keep her from falling. We weren't broadcasting it to Tecton and Grace, but I wasn't in great shape, myself. Even if Bentley wasn't the most comfortable way to travel with a cracked rib, it still beat running. I pointed the way, and we headed for the site of the battle. I wasn't exactly sure what we could do. This was a fight between titans. Eidolon had hit Noelle 1,000 times as hard as any of us were capable of, and she hadn't even slowed down. I was getting increasingly worried that there was some factor here that would decide the battle, something I should grasp but wasn't. It didn't help that both Noelle and Eidolon had power sets that I didn't fully understand. Noelle was apparently pulling clones out of nowhere, despite not having contact with Vista or the other villains. Getting a sense of any given power and accounting for all the possibilities was hard enough, but Eidolon had a bunch of them at any given time, and they could change. Eidolon struck at one cluster of clones that were lurking in a half-destroyed building, then hit himself with a gravity attack. He and his costume were left untouched, but the bugs I had on him were annihilated. I was left blind. Why? The attack was pointless. There hadn't been any of Noelle's servants in the area. Was he sending me a message? Did he want us to back off? Noelle was consistently managing to avoid being struck by any of the gravity attacks, or scrambling out of the way of trouble after sustaining a glancing blow. She was keeping tall buildings between herself and Eidolon. He used the gravity manipulation where he could. He had changed up his tactics, sending chunks of building flying, then spiking them down to the ground with the gravity slams. He wasn't changing powers, though, even though Noelle had adjusted to them. It was very possible he couldn't, that if he gave up one power for another one more suited for the situation, he'd be too vulnerable while it grew to full power, or it would be too hard to catch up after the fact. One of the heads of Noelle's lower body vomited up a slurry of flesh, with 2 naked bodies in the midst of it. A Vista covered in fingernail-like plates of hard flesh and Elite with one forearm and hand as big as his torso. The 2 clones were on their feet in seconds. The Vista ran in Eidolon's direction, while the Elite made a beeline for a nearby mall entrance. I sent a swarm of bugs after them, focusing predominantly on going after Elite. They weren't fast, but they would hopefully interfere with his efforts to build anything. We arrived at the edge of Eidolon and Noelle's battlefield. As I drew a swarm together with the bugs in this new area, I found Eidolon and tagged him with some houseflies and wasps. Best if I knew if he was moving in our direction, so we could clear out of the way. Circle around, I said. We keep eyes on one another, but our goal is to clean up clones wherever we can, so we need a broad perimeter. Got it, Gru said. Tecton nodded as well. Rachel signaled, and Bentley ran. Tecton and Grace moved as one pair, while Regent, Gru, and Tattletale formed another group. The lead had entered a mall. The place had been looted, but he stopped somewhere long enough to grab some basic clothes. He wrenched a piece off a clothing rack and used the ragged end to cut a sleeve off and open up the shoulder enough that he could fit his oversized left hand through it. The activity bought my bugs enough time to catch up to him. As they attacked, he started thrashing. I was in the middle of changing my focus to other things when I noticed something curious. A rat. The rat itself wasn't so unusual. Large for its size, maybe. But it had moved in the same general direction as my swarm, and it was wet with fluids. The vomit? I'd been flying bugs over surfaces at a height sufficient to catch humans. It was a waste of energy and bugs to fly them over the ground level, when I generally knew that a road was flat, and any obstacle that was shorter than 1 or 2 feet wasn't worth dwelling on. Moving my bugs closer to the ground, I found more. Rats, wet with the fluids of Noelle's vomit. She'd absorbed rats? She wasn't limited to cloning people. I made a point of searching the vermin out and killing them with my bugs. I'd played exterminator once before. Not over so large an area, but I'd done it. I pointed the way to Noelle, and Rachel changed direction. Eidolon was dealing with the last Vista clone that Noelle had spawned. The girl wasn't going on the offensive, but she was using her power to move quickly, using every spare moment to raise lumps of pavement and concrete from the ground, sculpting them into rough images of Noelle. It would be sunrise, now, but in the dim light, they would be something that distracted Eidolon and potentially drew his fire. He paused in his attempted murder of the mutant girl and eradication of the statues, striking himself with another gravity slam. Again, he killed every insect I had on him. Was he aware of something we weren't? Noelle turned toward a group of people who were evacuating one of the buildings that had taken damage. Before I could open my mouth to shout a warning or take an action, she lunged into the lobby of the building. The people she touched were absorbed as quickly and easily as if she were quicksand. Some were almost drawn in. It took a minute and a half for her to form the clones within her. We closed the distance as her body swelled. When she'd reached critical mass, each of the 3 mouths on her lower body opened to heave out a tide of blood and gore, along with 18 or 20 people. Half of the people she'd heaved out had clothes. The other half had mutations. The mutants were on their feet as soon as they could find traction in the sludge. The innocents seemed as though they could barely move. One of the people was Vista, I realized. Not a clone, she was costumed. An extremity, a tentacle, or tongue, extended from one of Noelle's lower mouths to wrap around Vista's midsection. The girl was hauled into the mouth and swallowed in a flash. She's keeping them, I said. What? Tattletale asked. The capes she keeps spitting out. Circus, Uber, Leet and Vista. She's holding the 4 of them inside her, so she can keep creating more clones. She doesn't have to let people go, Tattletale said. Fuck me. We won't be able to kill her without killing whoever she's holding inside her. As the mutant clones around Noelle began to thrash and strangle the near-helpless victims, their maker shifted position, stepping on arms and legs. Her body was oriented more towards Eidolon. I wasn't willing to sacrifice bugs to know her exact position, but I got the sense she was looking up at him, despite the fact that there were several buildings between her and him. She made contact with the bugs I had in her immediate vicinity as she twisted her body to look towards us. Then she ran in the other direction. We rescue the people she just vomited out, clear away the clones, I said. I used the bugs I'd gathered near the other 2 groups to speak to them. Then we signal Eidolon and chase Noelle. We need to get in contact with the heroes. Whatever Eidolon's plan is, it's not working. I could track the rats that were crawling out of the vomit. A dozen of them, and they were homing in on people, savagely biting and clawing into any flesh they found. I made sure to cluster my bugs in as dense a swarm as I could afford, to keep them contained. The bugs I didn't devote to the task worked to disable and distract the more mundane clones. I might have missed it if I hadn't had the bugs pressed together to contain the rats. I had missed it already, countless times. Wasps, hornets, and cockroaches were crawling free of the slurry of flesh that Noelle had vomited into the building's lobby. They were attacking my bugs and any people they found. I couldn't sense them, and I couldn't control them. Queen 18.8. I signaled bitch to stop so I could communicate with the others. I fucked up, I said. What? Gru asked. How? She's been absorbing my bugs. She's spitting out some, and I can't control them. They're methodically destroying my swarm, and they're hunting down people and attacking them. She probably absorbed some before she even ran into us, Tattletale said. And she just needs one of a given type to make copies. I wouldn't blame yourself. Did she absorb hornets, black widows, brown recluses? Maybe not, Tattletale admitted. Okay, I said. Because there's homicidal hornets and spiders out there now. Because of my fuck-up. Don't focus on the mistake, Gru said, let's focus on making up for it. I took a deep breath. Okay. Bitch and I will be going ahead to deal with some unpowered clones. I'll be in touch through the swarm. You guys keep moving forward, and I'll signal you about any clones that Eidolon or my bugs aren't able to take down. Eidolon's gone quiet, Tattletale said. He might be changing powers, chasing at a distance to safely keep track of her while he adjusts. I'll try to signal him, I said. Let him know we're here, and that we're engaging Noelle if and when we've managed the clones and we see an opportunity. Hopefully he doesn't accidentally wipe us off the face of the planet, Regent joked. Hopefully, I echoed him, except I wasn't joking. Then I'll suggest that this can be where we part ways, Tattletale said. I'll take Imp, I can do more good with a phone and computer, and she's no good to anyone right now. I nodded. I helped Imp climb down to the others. Good luck. Bitch whistled, and Bentley sprang into motion once more. The people inside the building lobby were only now starting to recover from whatever Noelle's power had done to them. Their clones hadn't suffered any such drawbacks, though, and the abuse that had been heaped on the victims was more than making up for their recovery speed. They were helpless. None of the victims were standing. I reached forward, putting one hand on the chain that Rachel was using to keep bastard close. She looked back at me. Clothesline. I raised my voice to be heard over the rushing wind. Rachel let some chain out and caught it under her left foot, forcing it lower. She managed to hook it on one of the growths of bone of Bentley's ribcage. We stampeded into the building lobby, through the hole Noelle had made, and bitch whistled, flicking the chain as Bentley and bastard passed through the space. Left, she shouted, while steering Bentley right. The chain was just low enough to catch the standing and crouching clones. The clones were caught by either the chain or by the bodies of their fellow clones, pulled back en masse, drawn together into a tangle of bodies and distorted body parts. I moved my bugs through their midst to ensure they were all mutants. There was only one innocent who'd been dragged along with them. His clone had a grip on his clothing, and hadn't let go when the chain had caught it. Getting down, I said, sliding off the dog's back. I hurried to the mass of clones before they could get themselves in order, drew my knife and slashed the hand that gripped the one innocent. I managed to pull him free without any of the clones hitting or grabbing me. I was left coughing by the exertion and the pain in my side. Bitch steered Bentley to put his bulk between me and the clones. I got him, she said. I'll handle the others, I told her. Right, she grunted the word. Bastard, hurt him. Bentley, kill. Kill. The canines threw themselves into the mass of clones the chain had caught. There were 3 clones in the remaining group. One continued thrashing her alter ego, while the other 2 stood to face me. I held my knife in one hand, drew my baton with the other and flicked it out to its full length. Not nearly as threatening as either of the canines, but I'd make do. It was odd that Rachel was having Bastard hold back, being limited only to a hurt command. Come to think of it, she'd had Bentley do the killing when fighting the Vista clone, too. My rib throbbed even now, just from riding Bentley and hauling the one victim out of the mass. I was left breathing hard, though the exertion had been mild. My stamina wasn't a tenth of what it might otherwise be, to the point that I was worried I might get dizzy, start coughing or wind up too tired to fight if it came down to a straight hand-to-hand brawl. I couldn't afford to take it easy, though. Where I might otherwise have tried to distract them or buy enough time for Bentley to finish off the others and deal with these guys, the person that the female clone at the back was thrashing wasn't going to last long. The 2 who were facing me were both men, both bigger and tougher than they might have been as humans, one fat, the other tall and broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted to the point of being a caricature. My swarm was my best offense and my best defense, here. My bugs went for eyes and ears, and that was excuse enough for the 2 mutants to charge me. They were half-blind, and the mass of bugs that clung to me billowed out to mask my location. I started to move to my left, but I felt the fat one veer slightly in that direction and chose to head between them, instead. The pair stumbled forward into my swarm, arms swinging wildly in a blind attempt to hit me. I ducked low, then moved forward to the mass of fallen and wounded. The female clone had her more normal self by the neck, and was repeatedly raising her and slamming her down. If someone else's leg wasn't in the way, she might have had her head dashed against the ground. As it was, a beating was still a beating, and something vital was bound to give sooner or later. The clone looked up at me as I approached, still cloaked in a thick cloud of bugs. I realized why she hadn't stood to face me. Her left leg was gone, barely a flipper. She raised her arms in self-defense, and I batted one aside with my baton before stabbing her just above the collarbone. They're not people. They're mockeries. The small, helpless sounds she made as blood bubbled around the throat wound weren't helping my attempts to assuage conscience. Damn Noelle, damn her for making me do this. You leave Steph alone, the fat clone bellowed. The words caught me off guard as much as the fact that he'd seen the attack. He charged, and I swiftly backed up, bringing my weapons to the ready. He didn't come after me. He stopped by Steph, the one-legged clone with the fatal throat wound. You care about her? I asked. She's Steph, he said. What? My train of thought was interrupted further by the snarling and gnashing of Bentley fighting the clones. One tried to break away from the group to come after me, but Bentley caught him, striking him flat against the ground with both front paws, like how a cat might pounce on a mouse. She's Steph. She's Steph. Of course I care. Fucking bugs. He lashed out with one arm, as if he could hurt the swarm, drive them away. His arms folded around the clone Steph. I pulled the attacking bugs away, leaving only enough to track his movements. I wasn't sure I wanted to open up a line of dialogue, but my conscience couldn't afford to let me not. But, what about the person she was beating up? You don't care about the real Steph. Ignored me. Looked down on me because I was fat. Fuck her, he spoke with such force that my bugs could feel the spit flying from his mouth. She's still Steph, isn't she? Bitch. Brushing me off. Made it so we were friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Bitch, he said. He let the mutant clone Steph drop limp to the ground, clenched and unclenched a fist. Fuck her. Fuck you for killing Steph. Why do this? Why hurt people? I'm a soldier, he said, his words dull. It's what I am. I sensed his girth, used my swarm to sense his equally heavy alter ego. You, don't strike me as a soldier. It's what I am. Is he a soldier? I gestured in the direction of his other self. No. Fat fuck could never be a soldier. Kill him. Dig my fingers into that gut and rip and tear until he dies. Strangle him. No willpower, hide from the world behind that disgusting fat. Choke the life out of him. He's useless anyways. Waste of air, waste of a life. Projecting much? And when he's dead? What will you do? He moved toward me, and I backed away a step, bringing my bugs closer to him. He went still again, glanced around. Kill others. Kill Dad and Mom and Sammy and the cats. Kill teachers and classmates and burn my house and burn the school. Fuckers. All of them. Looking down on me. His words struck a chord, and it was the closest experience I'd ever had to the sort of flashback that happened in the movies. I could remember being in the school bathroom, dripping with juice. Being so frustrated, so angry, so hurt that I just wanted to lash out. Was that all he had left? Was that all he was? And if they all die? Kill others. Burn this fucking disgusting city. Burn this fucking country. Keep burning, keep killing. Do you really think that'll make anything better? No. Then why? Is there any way I can get you to stop? No. Won't stop. I'm a soldier. Whose soldier? Hers? Noelle's? The monster who spat you out? No. And you? I asked, turning so my back wasn't to the broad-shouldered one in the midst of my swarm. He didn't answer. He charged for me instead. The obese one took the opportunity to come after me from a different angle. Again, I drew my swarm around me, put each of my bugs on the offensive to distract, and used my swarm sense to figure out where they were moving, getting out of the way. Ducking low, I felt a sharp pain in my side. I grunted in pain and barked out a cough. The cough made me need to cough more, which only helped inform them of my position. The coughing fit took the strength out of me at a time when I needed to move most. Swinging blindly, the fat one struck me across the face. My mask absorbed the worst of the impact, and I stuck my knife out in his general direction, sticking it into the general area of his chest, hitting bone rather than anything substantial. Bugs fucking hurt, he growled, apparently oblivious to the pain of the knife wound. Stop it. He swung again, but I managed to get out of the way. With the stinging, biting insects in his eyes, crawling into his mouth and nose as he talked to gag him, I managed to distract him enough that I could safely retreat. My entire body shook as I suppressed coughs, and I dropped to one knee to try and catch my breath. I hoped that being closer to the ground would mean I didn't get hit. I was too breathless to move out of the way if he swung a punch at me. The broad-shouldered one stepped close, his cheeks wet with the vitreous fluids of torn eyeballs and blood where my swarm had dug in deep. I suppressed another cough and slid my knife's blade against the back of his knees. It might not have cut deep enough if he'd been wearing clothes, but he was naked, and there was nothing to stop the knife. He collapsed just in front of me. I hesitated a moment, then stabbed my knife into the side of his throat. They're not real. Not real people. Bentley had finished tearing apart the other 8 or so clones, and at Rachel's instruction was closing in on the fat clone. I moved my bugs to give her a clearer view. I was ready for him to make a break for it. He didn't. He turned toward us, clenching and unclenching his fist. There's no saving them. Whatever had happened to their heads while they were grown inside Noelle, they're twisted. Their perspectives are warped. Stop him, I said. Finish them, Rachel. Rachel whistled, and Bentley leaped. The clone tried to come after me, but didn't make it 2 steps before the dog got to him. Feels wrong, I said. Rachel gave me a hand in climbing back up. She didn't offer a reply. It wouldn't feel wrong to her. I started searching with my bugs, looking in the direction Noelle had last gone. Without even the ability to tentatively feel Noelle out with my bugs, I was having trouble keeping track of her. Every passing minute meant that there was more sunlight, but even with that I couldn't see Noelle. It was as though a painter was working with white and black paint, throwing handfuls of it onto a canvas from 3 feet away. It didn't convey a picture so much as a blurry, indistinct abstract. I should have been able to follow movement, to track Noelle by the way the patches of light and dark changed. The issue was that there were countless things moving across my radius. Water was running where some streets were still draining, plastic bags blew in the wind and shadows shifted as the sun and clouds moved. Each changed the canvas, altered the blurry, muddy blotches of light and dark. I could hear Gru give an order, and his group started moving with purpose. Gru just saw her, I think, I said. I pointed the way. I'd started another coughing fit by the time we caught up with the others, and I could feel my skull pounding as if it had a 3-pound heart inside of it instead of a brain. She found some of the other capes who were holding position, Gru said, when I'd managed to get my breath. Lights in the distance. Fuck, I said. I was about to comment on how we were too close to ballistics headquarters for comfort, but remembered that Grace and Tecton were listening. I stopped myself before the words left my mouth and coughed instead. You okay? Tecton asked. Little worse for wear. Sounds like more than a little. I shook my head. As we got closer, I tentatively moved the bugs closer, until I had them on the flying heroes. I made an effort to discover and eliminate the hostile bugs that Noelle had created, and tried to find identifying details on the capes we were approaching. One of the heroes is a guy with an emblem, I think it's a book with chains around it, I said. Maybe Chronicler, Tecton said. 3 more flying ones, I said. One with antlers on his chest emblem. All guys? Tecton asked. When I nodded, he said, that'd be Strapping Lad, Intrepid, and Young Buck. And the one you mentioned before would definitely be Chronicler. Seriously? Regent asked. Strapping Lad. They're from the Texas Wards team, Tecton said, as if that was explanation enough. Lad, Intrepid and Buck are all about the harassment. Flying, teamwork, hitting hard and adjusting their battle plans to match the enemy threat level, staying out of danger. Up until they get too close and she grabs one, I said. Could happen, Tecton replied. Eidolon's probably up there too quiet. Might be waiting for new powers to finish manifesting before he makes any moves. What can we do? Grace asked. I remember those wards from the Leviathan fight. Some of them, I said. They fly? All of them. Yeah, Tecton said. Then we support on the ground, I said. You, Gru and maybe Regent can slow her down. Bitch keeps us mobile. We stay ready to move at a moment's notice if it comes down to it. Staying safe is a bigger priority than anything else. Noelle was limited to moving on the ground. It gave the young heroes a natural advantage, each of them flew, and 2 of the 3 were armed with long-range Tinker-made weapons. The guns weren't anything flashy or spectacular, more the kind of laser weapon that a fan of science fiction might create, but the young heroes apparently thought it was worth keeping up the onslaught, and the guns didn't appear to rely on any ammunition or reloading. The one without the gun was apparently young Buck, going by the raised image of antlers on his chest emblem. He would fly around Noelle, close to the ground, then turn himself, his gear and the bugs I'd placed on him into a living projectile. Or, maybe, he was using some kind of uncontrolled breaker power to go faster than the speed of sound, unable to change course or take any action while he traveled. Whatever he was doing, he flashed across the battlefield as a straight, living projectile before materializing again. The ground shook with his impacts he delivered to Noelle. The one I took to be Chronicler was casting out a hazy field around himself and the other 2 with the guns. The field shifted, drifting closer to the ground, and then solidified in a semi-solid image of the heroes, complete with the laser fire. A quick check with my bugs verified that the shots were just as real as what the real selves were creating. The aim wasn't so hot. It was more of a replay of the actions they'd just taken than proper clones. Young Buck moved beneath Chronicler, and passed through the field as he turned into a beam. When the images appeared, they mimicked the same beam attack, their paths a perfect parallel to the real young Buck. We stopped as she came into view. For the others, anyways. Fuck me, Regent said. Anyone else noticing what I notice? Bitches dogs, Gru said. Not that similar, Rachel grumbled, but she didn't sound confident. Pretty fucking similar, Regent said. I leaned forward, hand on Rachel's shoulder, whispered, what is it? Her entire lower half, it looks like my dog's. Bit on the back doesn't look like it, though. More like a hand, but same look. Thanks, I replied. We good to go? Gru asked. Go, I gave the order. Tecton slammed his pilot-driver gauntlets into the ground, and a fissure opened beneath Noelle. The ground shattered around her, denying her the footing to move out of the way as Chronicler and young Buck worked together to multiply young Buck's offensive power. Tecton repeated the process, disintegrating the ground beneath her. I can't do a lot to her, Regent said. Only some of her is normal, and it doesn't really connect together. Try, or focus on the clones, Gru ordered. He sent a blast of darkness my way, enveloping me. I could feel the quality of my bug senses decline, my degree of control degrading. A moment later, he withdrew the darkness. Did he just want the view? The sense of what was where? Raising his hands above his head, Gru fired a thick stream of darkness at Eidolon. The hero moved out of the way before the beam made contact. Work with me. Gru growled. Damn. I can't throw darkness over Noelle without hurting our side as much as we hurt her. I need powers. Grace. You want to copy my power? There was a rumble as Tecton shattered more road beneath Noelle. With the way he'd directed the attack to place it off to one side, I suspected she was trying to climb out of the funnel-shaped depression the explosions had made. Given her speed from before, it was surprising how slowly she was climbing. Then it struck me. An antlion pit. The sides of the pit weren't giving her any traction. Any time she set her weight down, she only pushed the sand to the bottom. Let me test it, see what I can get, Gru told Grace. Fine. I scouted the area with my bugs, and accidentally ran into Noelle with a handful of houseflies as she slid backwards into the pit. I wasn't going to agonize over the fact, but I didn't want to give her any more ammunition. My bugs did find a mess of vomit at the very bottom of the shallow crater. There's vomit, but no clones, I said. She's trying something. The two-dimensional vista. She's ambushing, Gru said. Ambushing who? Tecton asked. I don't know. Can you see them? I asked. When they're moving on a surface, are they visible? Why are you asking us? Grace asked. Tecton, I said, as much ground as you can affect, now. He didn't hesitate, punching the ground and driving both pile drivers into it. There were no fissures, this time. The entire area rumbled, and the ground spiderwebbed with cracks in every direction, not leaving 2 square feet of ground untouched. Bentley nearly lost his footing, and Bastard growled, until Rachel pulled on his chain. The first clone stepped out of a piece of plywood that had been placed across a shattered balcony door. A newber. He pulled the plywood free and disappeared into the apartment, swatting at the bugs that I'd set on him. A circus emerged beneath the flying heroes, cradling a shattered arm. Bugs began drifting toward her, as if a strong wind were pulling them in. The normal circus packed a pocket dimension she could put things into. This one was only storing air, forming a strong vacuum around herself. Chronicler's cloud dissipated as it was sucked in, and the heroes with weaker flying abilities were swiftly being dragged her way. Regent hit her with his power, and the effect slowed, but she recovered faster than the flyers did. My swarm could see a large blob of shadow, Noelle, taking advantage of the distraction to climb free of Tecton's antlion pit. Now. Gru said. Grace ran forward, having little trouble moving on the shattered road. She leaped and kicked Noelle, no doubt putting her invincibility in one foot. As the kick was delivered, Grace used Noelle as a foothold and thrust herself away. Gru chased her attack with a stream of darkness, enveloping Grace as she stuck her landing, leaped, and did very much the same thing Grace had, slamming one fist into Noelle. Noelle toppled with a rumble my bugs could feel, then slowly slid back into the crater Tecton had made before she could get her feet under her again. The Uber stepped out onto the balcony with a block of kitchen knives in hand. Though they weren't weighted for throwing, he had no problem throwing a knife to hit young Buck as the hero flew by. Young Buck spiraled out of the air, stopping himself only a moment before he hit the ground. When he righted himself, his hands were pressed around the knife that had embedded in his stomach. I sent more bugs after the Uber, my bugs tearing at his eyes and hands in earnest. He threw another knife blind, hitting Chronicler in the arm before he collapsed and started thrashing to get the bugs off himself. The circus, for her part, had used her pocket dimension vacuum to draw one of the flyers close enough to get her hands on him. The hero, intrepid or strapping lad, was set aflame from head to toe, his costume ignited in entirety. He kicked out, blind in the midst of the flames that were immolating him, and she ducked out of the way. Grace saw the flames of the burning hero as Gru banished his darkness. She made a break for the circus. Regent knocked the circus off balance, momentarily interrupting the suction yet again, and Grace punched with enough force to cave in the clone's chest. The circus dropped to the ground, dead. Grace couldn't see in Gru's darkness, so they were limited as far as their partnership went. He backed away slowly, searching for another opportunity or another power he could borrow. Without Grace's natural agility, the individual pieces of road made for unsteady footing, each tilting and sliding as weight was placed on them. Noelle screamed with frustration and rage. As far as I could tell, she was still at the bottom of the pit. I couldn't follow what was happening, not without giving her more bugs to work with, but then again, I wasn't sure that anyone else was having more luck on that front. Not with the pit around her. She's pulling something. Tecton shouted. He raised his voice to be heard by the other capes, get back. Everyone moved away, excepting young Buck, who was frozen, hands to his wound. Grace retreated, holding onto the incinerated young hero. When Noelle vomited, the slurry came out as one stream, a geyser that extended 600 or 700 feet. Rachel steered Bentley out of the way before it hit, and the others danced off to either side to avoid getting splashed. Grace got clipped, and went sprawling, almost glued to the ground under the weight of the fluid, the cape in her arms falling. A dozen bodies began climbing free of the vomit. 10 or so clones had been deposited on the street, along with a real lead in civilian clothes. One of the clones was a circus, folding herself into her pocket dimension. She's walking on the bodies, Tecton said. Incoming. The bodies. She vomited bodies into the pit to keep stuff from sliding underfoot. Young Buck charged through Noelle, but he wasn't flying when he finished his maneuver. He tumbled to the ground, rolling after he landed. I could hear armbands informing others of the fallen. My arm jerked in pain, and I slapped at a hornet. One of Noelle's. Noelle advanced on the burned cape and Grace. Tecton slammed the ground, but the effect was muffled. He'd shattered the ground for blocks around, had maybe killed or eliminated several of the two-dimensional clones, but his pile driver gauntlets wouldn't be as effective on this soft surface. 2 of the southern wards opened fire from above, pelting Noelle with laser fire. I could sense her growing tall, or rearing up on her hind legs, and she vomited a stream into the air. Chronicler and the other cape were splashed, caught by the clotted liquid in a flying body. Chronicler's power remained, the hologram images sustaining the same fire at the same angle, not adjusting as Noelle moved to one side. Eidolon made his move. My bugs could sense the air growing heavy and humid. Vomit dried, and clones staggered and fell. The humidity increased to the point that I could feel the moisture flowing through the air in thick clouds, rising from every surface, heavy off the bodies of the clone, off Noelle, and the streams of vomit. My bugs were dying. The flying insects were first to die, their wings crinkling. The ones closest to me were alive, but they were suffering too. Desiccation. You're killing Grace. Tecton bellowed at the sky. I doubted Eidolon would hear from his vantage point. I had only his word to go by. Grace was in an area my bugs couldn't reach. Acceptable losses, Gru said. Tecton whirled around to face him. Gru's voice was calm, his plan isn't working. Tattletale said he wanted to experience enough danger to get a power boost, and I'm not getting the feeling he's had that. He's too experienced to panic, but with everything he's seen, everything he's done over the past decades of work, maybe he's thinking he has to do something here, and he's decided he can't let there be another Endbringer. Can't let there be another monster in this world. She's on our side. She's one of the good ones. If it makes you feel any better, I said, Eidolon might be assuming she's already dead. I'd positioned some bugs so that they could distinguish Noelle's vague lumbering frame against the background of the dimly lit sky. Her flesh was drying and flaking off in chunks as the moisture was pulled out with force. But the ground still rumbled with the vibrations of her steady advance, and for all the dried flesh that was falling free, she wasn't getting noticeably smaller to my bug senses. Eidolon hit her with a gravity slam. More flesh came free. I saw a change, with that, but the edges of the silhouette filled in. She isn't dying. I asked, my voice a murmur. She's regenerating, Gru said. The effects of Eidolon's desiccation were starting to get to me. The air was too dry. I coughed once and briefly held my breath to keep from succumbing to another fit. There was a sound like a firecracker taking flight, and Noelle lurched. Even with my bugs less than stellar sight, I could see the aftermath. 100 slightly different angles. Noelle's true body, the human half perched on top of the monster, arched her back, her chest out, head turning toward the sky. A spray of blood and gore marked a small explosion ripping out the front of her chest. And another, a shot from behind, tearing through her cranium. My bugs ventured into the desicat area. They would only last for a minute at best, but they'd serve to scout, to give me eyes. They found Ballistic. He hadn't come alone. Scrub was with him, and Trickster swapped Rebel out of the area to move his teammates in. He swapped himself in for Grace, appearing in the middle of the vomit slurry. I opened my mouth to speak, coughed at the dry air instead. You decided to help. Gru called out. She's our responsibility, Genesis said, we made a promise to each other. To get home, no matter what it took. But there were other parts to it. Things we added on when the whole situation became clear. Fixing Noelle was one of those additions. Getting home? We knew it was fucked up, Sundancer said. But we promised ourselves that if it came down to it, we'd step in before it got bad. And this is bad. So we're acting on it. Her orb burned above her head. Its crackle sounded slightly different in the dry air. Noelle's growl was accented by a noise from one of the larger canine mouths. Traitors. She's alive. Shot through the heart and brain, and she's talking. If you were thinking straight, you'd agree with us, Genesis said. You'd agree this is right. That we can't let people get hurt, just for your revenge. I didn't ask for this, Noelle said. I know, Trickster spoke. He looked up toward the sky, tilted his head, and then Eidolon disappeared. I could sense Eidolon's new location, a few blocks away. He tried to fly closer, and Trickster teleported him again, keeping him a distance away. Eidolon had given up his power invulnerability. I'll use my son, Noelle, Sundancer said. We'll burn you. It'll be complete, thorough. And this ends. There'll be no more hurting people. And we put all this behind us, remember you the way you were. It's better if it's us. I don't want to be a memory, Noelle said. You already are, Ballistic said, from behind her. She turned, and a low growl sounded from one of her lower mouths, deep enough I could feel the rumble of it. Ballistic shook his head. The old Noelle's long gone. Do you think she would have survived getting shot like that? Noelle didn't answer. You have her memories, nothing more, Trickster said. Kraus, Noelle said. You turn on me like this. I don't know what else to do. He teleported Eidolon away again. This time Eidolon stayed put. Choosing a new power? You did this to me. This? The old Noelle disappearing? It's your fault. You know it. You created me. He'd created her? He'd dosed her. Yeah, Trickster said. He lit a cigarette, put it in the mouth hole of his mask. And I listened to you. I bought your promises. Your hollow assurances. I listened and cooperated when you said I should be locked up. I listened when they shut me in that vault, in the dark, alone, with that fucking beeping that wouldn't let me sleep. I waited all this time because you said I could get better. I know. It eats away at me. But I don't know what else to do. I spent the past 2 years listening to you. Doing what you wanted. Just do what I want here, and I'll let it all end. I'll let her burn me, and then you guys can find your own way home. I know what you want, he said, but the consequences don't matter, she said. It's not our world. It's as screwed up as the things I make. They're just dark twisted copies of people in this dark, twisted, fucked up world. No, he started. You owe me this. Trickster sighed, spat out the barely touched cigarette. Even though I couldn't identify tone, I felt a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach. Shit, I said. Gru. Trickster was already turning. Gru was only beginning to raise a cloud of darkness around us when he disappeared, Trickster standing in his place. Gru. I screamed. He was where Trickster had been, half a city block away from Noelle. Noelle lunged. Trickster could have moved out of the way fast enough. Gru wasn't so lucky. The shattered ground under her feet shifted, and she slammed into him, her lower body catching Gru, adhering to him. He was giving her us. Trickster was already gone from the midst of our group. There was gunfire and incoherent shouting as people tried to identify his location. Ballistic was gone, replaced by a piece of Rebel. He was taking the most immediate threats out of the picture. Eidolon, Ballistic, Gru. Who came next on that hierarchy? Me. I found myself only 5 paces away from Noelle, plucked from the midst of my cloud of bugs. There were too few to hide me from Trickster's sight, with the way the desiccation had thinned their ranks. She caught me with the back of one claw. There was a sound like a gunshot going off, my ribs feeling like my bones had turned to white-hot brands, and I stuck. She set her claw down on the ground, and my back exploded with pain as I struggled to contort my body, get in a position where I wasn't being folded in half under the weight of an 8-ton monstrosity. I was spared being snapped in two not by my own struggles, but by the pull of her flesh as it folded around me. It simultaneously consumed me and pulled on me, as if by 100 hands. The process was smooth and inevitable, flesh flowing around me like hot candle wax, even as I was drawn upward and inward. I could sense Regent appearing nearby. Noelle turned to face him. He didn't fight, didn't try to run. He said something, but I couldn't make out the words, couldn't hear them with the dark, hot, rancid-smelling flesh that had enveloped me. The last of the flesh closed behind me, my power stopped working, and I was left with only absolute darkness and the pounding flow of Noelle's blood in my ears. Interlude 18. Dr. Jeremy Foster was woken by the sound of a distant gunshot. He sat straight up in bed. Another gunshot. He reached over to his bedside table and found the remote. A press of a button illuminated his bedroom. He opened the drawer to grab the handheld radio and pressed the button. Report. Silence. Captain Adams, report. It wasn't Captain Adams who responded. It was a woman. Stay put, doctor. We'll be with you in a moment. He was out of bed in a flash. Remote in hand, he turned off the light and opened his bedroom door. There were two figures in the hallway, cloaked in shadow, one large and broad, the other narrow. The smaller one saw him and broke into a run. He slammed the bedroom door and locked it in the same motion. There was a crash as the figure threw himself against the door. If the door were the usual wood chip and cheap cardboard, it might have broken, but Jeremy valued quality, even with the things one normally didn't see. His doors were solid wood. The doorknob rattled as the doctor crossed his bedroom. He reached for the underside of one shelf on his bookcase, pulled a pin, and then pulled the bookcase away from the wall. The remote fit into a depression on the stainless steel door that sat behind the bookcase. He made sure it was positioned correctly, then hit a button. There was a click, and the door popped open a crack. He had to use both hands to slide the door open. The doorknob rattled again, then there was a heavier collision. The bigger man had gotten close. Safely inside, Jeremy pulled the bookcase tight against the wall, felt it click into place, and then shut the metal door of his panic room. Monitors flickered on, showing his estate in shades of black and green. At any given time, he had 7 armed men patrolling the grounds and an 8th keeping an eye on the security cameras. He could count 7 fallen, including the man in the security office. They lay prone on the ground, or slumped over the nearest surface. One struggled weakly. He picked up the phone. There wasn't a dial tone. The cell phone, then. He opened a drawer and picked up the cell. No service. There was only static. They had something to block it. There was no such thing as security. However much one invested in safes, in armed guards, in panic rooms and high stone walls, it only served to escalate a perpetual contest with the people who would try to circumvent those measures. Raising the stakes. Helpless, Jeremy watched the invaders making their way through his house. He was already mentally calculating the potential losses. Pieces of artwork worth tens of thousands, valuables not secured in the safes. The Magnus painting at the landing between the 2nd and 3rd floor, overlooking the ground floor foyer. Jeremy winced at the realization. He'd only picked it up 2 months ago. The $2 million price tag might have given him pause, but it was insured. He'd bought all the furniture for foyer to complement the work, and now he'd have to find another painting to take its place and buy new furniture to match. Except they were walking by the painting as though it weren't even there. A part of him felt offended that they hadn't even stopped to admire it. Philistines. No. There was a very good chance they were coming for him. One by one, they entered his bedroom. It was a blind spot of sorts. He'd wanted his privacy, so the only ways to turn on the security camera in the corner of the room would be to unlock or open the balcony doors, break the glass or input a particular code. He stepped over to the computer, typed in the code. Simon Foster 19931996. The screen flickered to life, but it wasn't his bedroom in the picture. A field with 4 walls approximately where his bedroom walls had been, the 6 invaders waiting very patiently in the middle as walls stripped away to become tendrils, tendrils became vines and vines twisted together into tree-like forms. The window went quickly. The field of knee-length grass rippled as the wind caught it. The bookcase was slower to degrade. Books were rendered into leaves, shelves into vines. He watched the image on the camera with an increasing sense of dread, glanced at the door. The screen went black. No, 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 he said. A crack appeared in the door. Floor to ceiling. He grabbed the handgun from the counter, double-checked it was loaded. Another crack crossed the door, horizontal, nearly 6 feet above the ground. He disabled the safety. With the 3rd crack, the door fell into the panic room, slamming against the ground. He fired into the opening of the doorway, and the acoustics of the metal-walled room made the shot far, far louder than it had any right to be. There was nobody standing in the doorway. He looked around. The layout of the room wasn't set up for a firefight. Especially not a firefight that involved para-humans. He crouched, kept the gun pointed toward the door. They didn't make a move. The floor of the panic room was being finely edged with markings that overlapped and wove into one another. Where lines drew to a taper, points were curling up, strands slowly rising, dividing into finer growths and flaring at the top with the vague cattail-like ends of wild grass. He could see the clean-cut edges of the door curling, twisting into tendrils. Some had teardrop-shaped bulges on the end. He called out. Labyrinth. Altogether, the bulges on the tendrils unfurled into tiny, metallic flowers, framing the doorway. She's having one of her bad days, doctor, the woman who had been on the other side of the radio called back. She's not feeling very talkative as a result. If you have something to say it to me. I go by fault line. Fault line pressed her back to the wall. Not that it was really a wall. Labyrinth's power was slowly working on the metal, gradually twisting it into gnarled textures and branches. Shamrock was beside her, clad in a costume of skin-tight black leather with a green clover on the chest, her red hair spilling over her shoulders, a combat shotgun directed at the ground. Gregor and Spitfire were on the other side of the door, holding similar positions. Neuter sat with Labyrinth on the bed, his tail circled around the girl's waist, keeping her from wandering. The bed was barely recognizable, nearly consumed by waist-high strands of hardwood textured grass. A cool summer breeze blew in through the opening that had once been the window, scattering dandelion seeds and leaves throughout the room's interior. I don't know what she told you, the doctor called out. I always treated her professionally, to the best of my ability. We're not here for revenge on her behalf, Doctor, Faultline responded. We're looking for information. I'm not working with the asylum anymore. It's been over a year. I know, she replied. Protocols have changed. I can't get you past security or anything like that. The asylum doesn't really interest me, Faultline said. Not why we're here. Then why? Because we've been trying to track down people who can give us answers, and you stood out. Spending a little too much money. I'm a good doctor, that's all. Doesn't account for it. Comparing you to your co-workers at the asylum back then, you were spending too much money. Just enough that I think someone was bankrolling you. Your sources are wrong. Don't think so. I think someone was paying you to keep tabs on certain individuals within the asylum. Was it Cauldron? She shut her eyes, listened. She couldn't make out any telltale gasps or movement. I don't know what you're talking about. The other possibility is that you were working for a foreign government. A spy. Or, to be more specific, you were working as a spy for several foreign agencies. Look at my neighbors. We do the same kind of work, we live at the same level. Your neighbors are in debt, or they're riding on the capital from smart investments. You aren't. Just the opposite. Your investments are nil, yet you somehow have enough money sitting in the bank that you can coast into retirement. No, the doctor said. The difference between you and the other people on my list is that you were stupid about it. Showing too much of the money. If it wasn't me who noticed, it'd be one of the people paying you. Nobody paid me. Your sources are wrong. I am in debt. Hundreds of thousands. Let's cut past the lies and bullshit, Dr. Foster. I'm offering you a deal. You and I both know that you won't be able to maintain this lifestyle if your employers realize you were discovered. Depending on who they are, they might even take offense. Either they terminate their relationship with you or they terminate you. More of the house around them was blowing away, dandelion seeds in the wind. The wall surrounding the window was gone, and the roof was well on its way to the same state. You're wrong. These people you're talking about, they don't exist. I don't know them. Okay, Faultline said. Now, I'd have to double-check whether the person paying for the mission is willing to torture or kill you for the information we want. She hesitated, glanced at Gregor. He shook his head. And he isn't. Isn't that good news? God. I'm a doctor. I work with politicians, sometimes with big-name para-humans. The president's friends come to me. But I'm only a doctor. I'm not a spy. Then you have nothing to worry about, Faultline said, if we leave and we spread the word that we thought you were involved. If it's an unfounded rumor, then nothing happens. Maybe your reputation takes a little hit, but a powerful man like you will bounce back, won't he? Please. But if you're lying, if you are involved, the people who paid you to keep your eyes open and your mouth shut will be upset. I don't think you'll be able to escape them by hopping on a plane to some remote country. She let the words hang in the air. If I told you, I would be in just as bad a situation. Hypothetically. Hypothetically, she said, I suppose you'd have to decide whether it was better to trust us in our professional, circumspect demeanor and the possibility that we'd let the details slip or whether you wanted to suffer the inevitable consequences if we started talking. There was another pause. She waited patiently. I was supposed to find out just how much the United States knew about what was going on. Like you said, keeping my eyes open. Twice, putting a special thumb drive into one of the main computers. That was for the United Kingdom. I sent regular reports to another group. I think they were the CU. I didn't do anything specific for them. Just describing new inmates, recent hirings and firings, changes in policy. The C.U.L. China. It was good to be right. Did you download anything onto the drives, or? I don't know. I don't think so. I was supposed to plug them in, then wait. After, I took them out and destroyed them. Very possible it was putting a backdoor into place, giving your employer remote access, Faultline said. Why does this matter? That's our business, not yours. Did they ever show particular attention to an individual? Some attention for the more powerful ones. Nothing ever came of it. I gave them more details, they paid me, that was it. The patient stayed in the asylum's custody. If you had to, how would you get in touch with them? Email. Sometimes phone. They changed handlers. Been a while. When did they last contact you? 2 years ago? About. Why? Wisconsin. The Simurg attack. There was an open call for civilian volunteers. My contact from the UK left me a message. Asked me to volunteer my medical expertise, see who was filtering out. Did he have a handle? Christoph. Her heart leaped. Spell it. Christof. A rare smile spread across Faultline's face. Finally, after weeks of looking, they'd found a connection between two clues. Christoph was a familiar name. She glanced at the others, and Neuter gave her a little fist pump gesture, smiling. How much did he pay you? He didn't. I refused the deal. Every clue points to a greater picture, how they operate and where the priorities are. In a situation where every piece of information was valuable and every avenue of collecting that information crucial, there was a lot to be said for identifying where the major players weren't looking for clues. It suggested they already knew, they already had agents in play. If they'd let him go so easily, there might have been others. But it suggested they were interested in what had happened in Madison. Which meant her crew had reason to be interested. Keep talking, she said. Let's talk about some of the other jobs. Hate the heat, Faultline said. I never thought I'd miss Brockton Bay, but the weather was usually nice. Damn, sun's not even up and I'm sweltering. It might be easier to bear if you wore something more summery, Neuter commented, eyeing her short-sleeved dress shirt and the black slacks that were tucked into cowboy boots. She glared at him, and he smirked in response. She'd have to put him in check or he'd be intolerable for the rest of the day. Maybe I need to get the bullwhip? Or did you forget the drills? Neuter groaned aloud. You're on that again. On the wall. Go. Neuter leaped across the hotel room and stuck to the wall, one hand planted above his head so he could stay more or less upright, his tail curling around his lower foot. Pain in the ass. You know I'll have to scrub the hotel walls after to get rid of the footprints before we go. Deal, Faultline said. The practice could make the difference between you dodging a bullet and you moving too slow to avoid it. Spitfire and Elle stepped out of the bathroom, Spitfire with a towel in hands, drying Elle's hair. How are we doing? Faultine asked. Elle didn't respond. She chewed slightly on her lip, and her eyes looked right through Faultine as she glanced around the room. I think we're about a 3, Spitfire said. She brushed her teeth after I put the brush in her hands. Why don't you sit down on the couch, Elle, and I'll brush your hair. I'll do that, Faultline said. Get me a brush and then go finish getting ready. Yes, ma'am, Spitfire said. She glanced at Neuter, and Faultline suspected she saw an eye roll there. Spitfire led Elle by hand in the direction of the couch, let go as Elle got close enough to Faultline. Faultline led the girl to the couch, then sat on the back of the couch with her feet planted to either side of the girl. She caught the brush that Spitfire threw across the room and set to brushing Elle's white blonde hair. This is badly tangled. Were you sleeping in a tree again? Elle nodded slightly. I'll try to be gentle. Let me know if I'm tugging too hard. Elle nodded again. Faultline caught a whiff of hot sand, salt, and humid air. Don't make water, okay, Elle. Faultline said. It's not that we're paying the deposit for the room, but it's a matter of principle. We're professionals. We don't leave messes. The ocean smell faded away by the time Faultline had stroked the brush 5 more times. Thank you, Faultline said. The labyrinth power would typically clean itself up. When they'd left Dr. Foster's estate, much of it had been turned to leaves, grass and flowers with electric blue petals. As the effect faded, the building would be restored. What else power didn't clean up was the aftermath the changes themselves wrought. If a stone pillar toppled onto a car, the pillar might disappear, but the car would remain crushed. A fire quenched by water would remain out, even as the moisture faded. Gregor and Shamrock entered from the hotel room's front door, holding hands. Both were in their combat gear, with some adjustments made to adjust for the heat. Shamrock wore black yoga pants and a green sleeveless t-shirt with her clover leaf symbol on the front in black, her mask dangling from her right front pocket, her shotgun dangling from her free hand. Gregor wore a fishnet shirt over bearskin, thick canvas pants and a snail shell spiral mask strapped to his face, with holes worked into the gaps for his eyes. The dark vague shadows of his organs were visible through the flesh of his broad stomach. I'm sorry the rest of us aren't ready to go. Slow start, Faultline confessed. It happens, Gregor said, in his accented voice. And I know it is almost always Spitfire, Neuter, or Elle at fault. Not to say I would fault Elle. But you should not apologize for any of them. Only yourself. Frankly, bro, Neuter said, I'm surprised you're even capable of moving. It's not like you slept a wink, know what I mean. Gregor lobbed a glob of goo at Neuter, who leaped to the ceiling, cackling. The slime bubbled away to nothingness. I took the role of leader, Faultline said. It's my job to kick people's asses and get them moving when we have a job coming up. And I'm the client, Gregor said. He'd taken a seat in an armchair, and Shamrock sat in his lap. Almost as an afterthought, he folded his arms around the young woman. I could ask that you and the team are more casual with this job. Our destination is going to be there whether we leave before dawn or at sunset. Faultline shook her head. I'd rather treat this as I would any job. If nothing else, keeping everyone on the straight and narrow means they won't get sloppy on our next serious job. Very well, Gregor said. Then I'd like to leave within 30 minutes. We'll make it 10, Faultline said. Pack everything up. Spitfire can help Elle get her stuff on. Elle makes us an exit from the balcony so we aren't walking through the hotel in costume. She stood from the back of the couch, and nearly collided with a statue that had emerged from the wall above and around her. A woman, back arched, hands outstretched to either side of Faultline. She led Elle to the bedroom, where Spitfire was pulling the last of her fire-retardant gear on. Her own gear was in a separate suitcase. Faultline was a believer in doing things right. Image came secondary to effect, and doing the job right was better for image than having the best costume. Her own costume blended several functions. A bulletproof vest, lightweight, with a stylized exterior, formed the most expensive single component of the outfit. She tied her hair back into a crude bun, then gingerly drew the ponytail from the side of the suitcase. Unfolding the surrounding cover, Faultline slowly and carefully used her fingers to comb the fake hair onto a semblance of order. The bristly hair extension masked a thin, flexible rod in the core, with painted spikes protruding at various angles. It was all too common for an enemy to reach for the ponytail in an attempt to get her. Their hands would be impaled on the waiting spikes, if they weren't invulnerable, and the hair extension would come free, giving her a chance to escape. Belts with various tools and weapons were strapped to her upper arms, forearms, and thighs, held in place with suspenders. Knives, lockpicks, various pre-prepared hypodermic needles, climbing tools, sticks of chalk, a mirror, a magnifying glass, iron wire and more were on hand if she needed them. She ran her finger over the belts to ensure that each pocket was full. She checked her semi-automatic, then slid it into the holster at her left hip. A flare gun went into the holster at the right. Flowing sleeves that would mask the belts and their contents were buckled on next, followed by a dress with a side pocket that would let her access the gun in a pinch. The buckles meant that anyone pulling on the fabric would pull it free rather than get hold of her. It was amusing, just how much of a contrast Labyrinth's costume was. The robe was easy enough to wear that she could put it on over her clothes. It was green with a maze drawn on the fabric. There were no safety measures, only minimal supplies and gear. Faultline donned her mask, more a welder's mask with a stylized crack to see through than anything else, then led the other two girls back into the main area of their hotel room. Neuter had changed, but he didn't need much. He had hand wraps and foot wraps that left his fingers and toes free, basketball shorts and a messenger bag slung over one shoulder. He was the first one to exit the apartment, disappearing out the window, then poked his head back in long enough to give a thumbs up. Elle opened the window into a proper exit, complete with a staircase leading to the road behind the hotel. Faultline paused to look at the looming stone wall, only a few blocks away. 300 feet tall, it was all smooth stone. Para-human-made, no doubt. The barrier encircled the area the Cymurk had attacked, containing everything within. Every house and building within 300 feet of the wall itself had been bulldozed. She couldn't help but feel conspicuous as they crossed the open area. It was dark, there weren't any spotlights, but she couldn't help but be paranoid. Cell phones are dead, Shamrock commented. Faultline nodded grimly. Of course there wouldn't be any transmissions into or out of this area. No messages of any sort would be permitted. Not even water entered or left the quarantine area, let alone communications or goods. Anyone still inside was left to fend for themselves with whatever resources they could gather. She'd checked and double-checked the measures authorities were taking, ensuring that the area wasn't being watched for intruders. There weren't any people on the wall, and the only surveillance was busy keeping an eye out for anyone who might be trying to make it over the top of the wall. Going through the wall? Anyone digging through would be caught by the daily drone sweeps, and anyone trying something faster would make too much noise. Besides, they certainly didn't expect anyone to be trying to get in. Faultline touched the wall. She felt her power magnifying around her fingertip on contact. She just had to will it, and her power would dance around the contact point, leaving a hole a third of an inch across. If she really pushed for it, it would extend several feet inside the object. Her power worked better with multiple points of contact. She touched with her other fingertip, and felt the power soar between the two, running through the surface like a current. She let it surge outward, and a fissure appeared. She tapped one toe against the wall, and power surged from either fingertip to the point of her toe, drawing a triangle. Moving closer to the wall until she was almost hugging it, she moved her other toe against the surface. 4 points of contact, 6 lines. Then she pushed, literally and in the sense of using her power. The power surged into the object, the lines widening, and she swiftly backed away as the resulting debris settled. Once the dust had more or less cleared, she could make out a tunnel, roughly door-shaped. Her power had destroyed enough of the material that there was barely any debris on the ground. Labyrinth, Faultline said, shore it up? Make a nice hallway? Taller and wider than this, please. Labyrinth nodded. It took only 20 or 30 seconds before there was a noticeable effect. By the time they were halfway down the tunnel, there were alcoves with statues in them and torches burning in sconces. Walking through the tunnel was claustrophobic. Faultline could handle that, but she could see Shamrock clinging to Gregor. It made his progress through the narrow tunnel that much slower. How fragile civilization is, Faultline mused, as she emerged on the other side. Neuter clambered up the side of the nearest building for a vantage point. Some of it was the Cymurga's doing, no doubt, but the thing that made her catch her breath was the degree to which things had degraded. Windows were broken, plants crawled over the surroundings, a building had collapsed a little further down the street. Stone was cracked, windows shattered, metal rusted. The buildings, the cars that still sat in the middle of the street, they looked as though they had been left abandoned for a decade, though it was closer to a year and a half in reality. It didn't take much. Animals found their way inside, fires started and spread, and weather damaged the structures. Once the spaces were partially breached, the wind, sun, rain and temperature were free to wear on the interiors, and everything accelerated. That damage, in turn, paved the way for other things to take root. Mold could get into materials and surfaces. Plants could take root, winding roots into cracks, widening them. Ice did much the same in the winter months. Still, it was so much, so fast. She couldn't help but think about what Coyle had said about the world ending in 2 years. However it happened, if it happened, how long would it be before nature had destroyed every trace of humanity, after mankind was gone? Pretty, Labyrinth said, as she emerged from the tunnel. Her head craned as she looked around. Faultline and Spitfire gave the girl a look of surprise. It wasn't like her to talk on a bad day. You think so? Faultline asked. Labyrinth didn't venture a response. Guess you like different architecture, hey? Still no response. Faultline rubbed the girl's hooded head, as she might with a dog. Gregor and Shamrock were the last ones to exit the tunnel. All good? Faultline asked. A little much, Shamrock said. Knowing how tall the wall is, how much pressure's bearing down over our heads. I'm a little claustrophobic at the best of times, and that's worse than the best times. We have some time before we need to pass through again, Faultline said. Maybe Labyrinth can make it wider, shore it up more so you're more comfortable, for the future. Shamrock nodded. I hope so. Thank you. We're looking for any signs of life, Faultline said. Avoid confrontation if you don't have backup. We patrol this area in a pinwheel formation. We have 4 people patrolling, each in a different cardinal direction. Head 3 blocks out, turn clockwise, travel 2 more blocks, then zigzag your way back to the center. One person always waits with Labyrinth in the middle, so we have a fortified spot to fall back to. We take turns staying with her, so nobody walks too long. There were nods from each of her subordinates. Flare if there's any trouble or any find. Everyone has their guns. Everyone did. Gregor and Shamrock babysit during the first patrol, don't need anyone to backtrack, obviously. Move out. It took only a second for Neuter, Spitfire, and Faultline to choose their individual directions. Gregor and Shamrock stayed behind. Better to give Shamrock a chance to calm down, Faultline thought. Her boot heels made noise as she walked. Dr. Foster had been asked to keep an eye on those being released from the city's quarantine. Each individual got a tattoo of a bird on one hand or on one arm, marking them as someone affected by the Cymurg. It had been a short-lived policy, covering only 2 of the Cymurga's visits to America in the span of 4 years. Shortly after the second event, the idea was abandoned. The idea, that people could take extra caution around anyone with a tattoo of a white bird, only generated prejudice. The affected individuals couldn't find work, they were beaten and they had their lives threatened. The outcry had meant it was hard to spread the word about what the tattoos were intended for, and the problem was further exacerbated when some people had started getting the tattoos as a matter of protest. In some poll a year back, something like 6 out of 10 people had been unable to say why the tattoos existed. But it wasn't likely that the tattoos were why the doctor had been asked to oversee this situation. No. The person who had assigned the doctor the job, Christophe, most definitely wasn't working for the United Kingdom. Christophe was, according to data they'd picked up on a job a week ago, supposedly working for Cauldron. Which meant Cauldron wanted someone expendable that could keep an eye on things. Faultline noted a message scrawled onto a wall, 3 thorn babies seen here May 20 killed 2 1 lived. Just below that line, there was another message, drawn in pink chalk that had streaked where moisture had run across it, thanks. Faultline walked on. Where doors were obviously open or unlocked, barriers hacked down, she peeked inside. There weren't any signs of people having resided anywhere nearby. Her patrol carried her back to Labyrinth, Gregor, and Shamrock, and the statue-topped gazebo that Labyrinth had put together in the meantime. Neuter had returned and was looking out from a nearby perch. No luck? Shamrock asked. Signs of life, not too long ago, but no people. Gregor put down the backpack he carried and handed Faultline a water bottle. Neuter scaled his way down the side of the building nearly as fast as if he'd fallen, arriving a few seconds before Spitfire returned. Anything? Faultline asked. Ominous graffiti, not much else. Those, spine babies, was it? No, Spitfire said. I couldn't read it all. Very broken English. But it said something about a devourer. Let's move. We move up 6 blocks, then do another patrol, Faultline said. She thought about the devourer, and the fact that the number 1 priority of the people in this place seemed to be warning about the local threats. And, until we're out of here, we walk with our weapons at the ready, flare guns in hand. They moved up to the next location, moving deeper into the city. Faultline was pleased that she didn't have to order her team to hold formation. They were practiced enough that they did it naturally. Neuter scouted out front, Gregor took the rear. Shamrock took the right flank, shotgun at the ready, and Spitfire took the left. Faultline moved in the center with Labyrinth. She called the group to a stop when they had traveled far enough. When they paused to look at her, she gestured for them to move out, staying with Labyrinth. Sorry to drag you around like this, she said. Do you feel thirsty? Labyrinth shook her head. I know new places don't help you feel more lucid, Faultline said. And it's more than just today. We've been going from city to city, doing a series of jobs to try to dig up more info. I wanted to say thank you. Labyrinth only stared around her, looking at the buildings. Maybe you want to stay here? Faultline asked. Labyrinth shook her head once more. Well, I'm glad. A flare detonated overhead. Faultline whipped her head around. Neuter. She bolted in the direction he'd gone, holding Labyrinth's hand, pulling the girl after her. When she saw Neuter, she stopped, let herself breathe. Civilians. 5 of them. They were wielding improvised weapons. A makeshift bow and arrow, spears. Nothing that posed a serious threat to Neuter. These are my friends, Neuter said. He was holding his hands and tail up in the air. More will be coming shortly. We're not here to hurt anyone. Why are you here? You're insane, coming to a place like this. You know what the Cymurg does? We do, Faultline said. But we have a friend, she's got a bit of precognitive talent. Enough that it should clear us of any schemes the Cymurg is pulling. Eyes went wide. We're looking for answers, Faultline said. Information, either about or from the monsters who came through that portal the Cymurg made. Give us something to work with, we'll show you how to leave. Assuming we want to, one man said. Why wouldn't you? Faultline wondered. She chose to be diplomatic and keep her mouth shut. Assuming you want to. I'm sure we could come to another deal. Why do you want to talk to the monsters? The woman with the bow asked. She had improvised urban camouflage paint over her face. Faultline gestured in Neuter's direction, was aware of Gregor and Shamrock arriving. She turned her head to see Spitfire coming around the corner. She gestured at her teammates, these guys are my friends, and they're my employees. We want answers about why this happened to them. Once we have those answers, we decide where we go from there. If nothing else, it's valuable info. You're on their side, a man with a spear asked. Yes, Faultline said. But I could be on yours too. The woman with the bow stepped away from her comrades. Her weapon pointed in their general direction. You have a way out. Yes. And you just let us go? There's no catch. No catch. How do I know I can trust you? You are one of us, Gregor said. The woman froze. Maddie, a man asked. How did you know? Maddie asked. I know this feeling, of being lost. Of being very alone and not knowing who can be trusted, Gregor said. How can I believe you? Because we've been where you've been. These two don't remember, they had their memories taken, Shamrock said, but I didn't. I remember what it was like in there. And I get why you're afraid. You were in there? Maddie asked, her eyes going wide. Shamrock nodded. One moment, I was going to bed in my temple school. In another, I was in a cell. A cot, a metal sink, a metal toilet. 3 concrete walls, a concrete floor and ceiling, and a window of thick plexiglass with a drawer. You might know the kind of cell I'm describing. They drugged me, then they waited until I started showing signs that something happened to me. It took them a while to figure out, because my power was subtle. When they had an idea of what I could do, they gave me a coin. I had to flip it when the doctor came. If it came up heads, I got to eat, I got fresh clothes, a shower. If it didn't, I got nothing. I realized I was supposed to control it. Decide the result of the toss. When I got good at it, they gave me 2 coins, and both had to come up heads. How long were you there? Maddie asked. I don't know. But by the time I saw the chance to escape, I had to roll 12 dice and each one had to come up with a 6. And if it didn't, if I got more than a few wrong, they found ways to punish me. Gregor put his hands on Shamrock's shoulders. They made me use my power. I think I was one of the people they used to punish the ones who failed their tests, Maddie said. Christ, one of the men said. And the freak has been with us for a week. Maddie turned to glare at him. If it means anything, Shamrock said, I forgive you. You didn't decide to punish anyone. We did what they made us do. Maddie flinched as though she'd been struck. Come with us, Faultline said. You don't have to stay with us, but we want to hear what you have to say. I'm a predator, Maddie said. Not because I want to be. You don't want me to be near you. You were around them for at least a little while, Faultline said. You can be around us for a few hours. Maddie glanced around, then nodded. When they tested you, did they give you a name? They gave me a number at first, Shamrock said. I couldn't use my real name or they'd punish me. When I passed a year of testing, they let me pick a code name. I picked Shamrock. I wouldn't pick, Maddie said. So they gave me one. Matryoshka. I don't deserve my old name. So call me by that one. Layered doll, Faultline said. Matryoshka nodded. Let's go. We'll leave the quarantine area, get you some proper food while we talk. If need be, we'll come back and see if we can find more people. If you wanted to guide us for a return trip, maybe direct us to others, I could pay you. Get you on your feet in the outside world. Matryoshka smiled a little at that. It took a little while to verify that everything was in order at the hotel. Nobody had noticed their exit and there weren't any law enforcement officers stationed nearby. They entered the hotel room much the way they'd left, with a makeshift ladder leading to the balcony, and quickly settled in. Matryoshka gorged herself on the groceries Faultline had bought shortly after they'd arrived. She stared wide-eyed at the television. It was the first time she'd ever seen one. It led to her excitedly describing her world between mouthfuls of food. Faultline visited the bathroom, then stopped as a square of white caught her eye. A note? She opened the door to verify it wasn't attached to anything, then pulled it into the room with the toe of her boot. Closing the door, she unfolded it with her toe to verify that it didn't have any powder inside. Only a message, front desk. Message from Brockton Bay. ASAP. Brockton Bay? Faultline frowned. That would be Coyle. He was the only one with the resources to get a hold of her group. She was loath to leave Madison while they were having some success pulling in more information on Cauldron's operations, but Coyle did pay well. Well enough to warrant a phone call. She headed down to the lobby in civilian clothes, with Shamrock as backup. Oddly enough, there was a wait at the front desk. A young woman, dark-haired, wearing a suit and fedora, with luggage on wheels. Arriving at 4 in the morning? The woman smiled and tipped her hat at Faultline as she headed to the elevator. Faultline watched her with a touch of suspicion. She didn't relax when the elevator doors closed. She watched the floor number for the elevator tick upward until it stopped at 4. 2 floors above the rooms her team was in. What is it? Shamrock asked. Gut feeling. About the woman. Just, felt wrong. Do you mind going upstairs? Check on the others? Maybe tell them to be on guard, and get all the non-essentials packed up. Might be paranoid, but I'm thinking we should change hotels. Good enough chance we were seen, worth doing anyways. Shamrock nodded and headed for the staircase. You had a message for me? Faultline asked the woman at the front desk. Room 202. Yes. A phone number. Faultline nodded. She took the piece of paper with the number, then stepped outside to call it on her cell. The person on the other end of the phone picked up on the first ring. Yes. Faultline spoke into the phone. This is Tattletale, the voice came through. Fuck me. Faultline groaned. How the hell did you find us? Long story. What do you want? We're not available for any jobs. Don't want to hire you for a job. In fact, bringing your guys into the current situation would be a fucking bad idea. Pretty much all of you are, well, let's say it'd do more harm than good. You're wasting my time, Tattletale. It's been a long night. Cut me some slack. I want to borrow Labyrinth. I don't care how many of the rest of you come. Non-combat situation, use her powers. Faultline paused. Why do you want her? Because I have a group of people here with very little to lose and nothing left to hope for, and I need them on our side. I think Labyrinth can give them what they want. Labyrinth's powerful, but I can't imagine any situation where she'd be able to give anyone what they wanted. Her power's temporary. The kind of stuff you could do with her power, there's easier ways. Other people you could go to. I think, Tattletale said, and she managed to sound condescending, that I understand her power better than you do. Faultline considered hanging up. She sighed, then raised the phone back to her ear. You wouldn't be baiting me if you didn't think you could get away with it. Cut to the chase. What are you offering? 3.4 million. Faultline blinked. Her surprise at the sum was tempered only by irritation that Tattletale had managed to get her hands on that kind of money. Double it. Done, Tattletale said. A little too fast. I'd think she was lying, but that's not why she was so fast. She expected me to make a counter-offer. Probably decided the first amount with that in mind. Faultline grit her teeth in annoyance. I want it in advance. Sure, Tattletale said, sounding far too pleased with herself. And done. A little too fast, again. She had that set up, damn her. You have my account information. Coyle did. Don't worry about it. Faultline hung up in irritation. She considered taking the money and refusing the job, but she and Tattletale knew her reputation as a mercenary was too important. Should have refused. She made a beeline for her hotel room. She'd need to check the account information, then move funds to an account Tattletale didn't know about. A glance at the display above the elevator showed that it hadn't moved. Faster to take the stairs to the next floor than to wait. Her heart skipped a beat when she heard the screaming. Faultline flew up the stairs to the door, pushed her way into the second floor, and raced down the hallway to the hotel rooms. There was blood on the door as she pushed it open. How to even take this sort of thing in? How to describe it? Her team had been destroyed. Gregor was in the kitchen, on his back. His chest heaved, and he'd covered much of his upper body in a foaming slime. What she could make of his face was contorted in pain, scalded a tomato red that was already blistering. One of Neuter's arms, one of his legs and his tail had each been broken in multiple places. The remains of the coffee table, the flat-screen television and one door of the television stand lay around him, where he'd sprawled into them. Matryoshka had unfolded into a mess of ribbons, but knives from the belt Faultline had removed to go down to the lobby had her pinned to the wall in 6 different places. Labyrinth was the one screaming, steady, almost rhythmically, with little emotion to it. From the lack of affect, Faultline might have assumed she was in shock, but it was simply the fugue from her power. A small mercy tooth in cuts marked her face, and one hand was impaled to the armrest of the couch by another of the small knives. Shamrock was busy giving Spitfire a tracheotomy. A fedora filled with slime was plastered to the younger girl's face, and she was struggling weakly. Shamrock's own face was covered in blood from nose to chin, and her efforts to administer the tracheotomy were limited as the fingers of one hand were bent at awkward angles. The woman in the suit, Faultline said, dropping to Spitfire's side. She noted the slime. Gregor's. And Gregor had been burned with Spitfire's breath? Power thief. Shamrock let Faultline take over, positioning the clear plastic tube that was sticking into the hole in Spitfire's throat. She had to spit blood out of her mouth before speaking. No. I don't know. She came in here and took us apart in 20 seconds. We didn't touch her. Spitfire coughed, then started breathing at a more normal rate. She gave Faultline 2 pats on the wrist, calmer. A signal of thanks? Super speed? Super strength? Faultline asked. No. Don't think. Shamrock spat blood onto the floor. She tried to stand and failed, put one hand to her leg. Nothing I could see. A think or power? Precognition? No, that wouldn't work with your power. Fuck. Faultline scrambled to her feet, hurried to Labyrinth's side. Hey, Elle, calm down. It's okay, it's over. Stop screaming. Labyrinth shut her mouth, whimpered. The cuts to the face were thin. They'd heal with little to no scarring. The hand. Faultline stopped. There was a piece of paper beneath the hand. She helped Labyrinth raise her hand where it was impaled, leaving the knife in place. The blood-stained piece of paper had a message on the underside. Final warning. See. Interlude 18. Scout it, Noel gave the order. Recuperate while we wait. Marissa sent a hawk flying through the dense foliage. Noelle could feel that dull thrum of adrenaline, feel as though time had slowed down, her perceptions and reaction times cranked up to the maximum as she assessed every skeleton and bog zombie between her team and the Hawk's ultimate destination, a clearing with a withered crone standing idle in the center. Everything was a clue, the placement the enemy had chosen for each unit crucial, because it would force them to maneuver one way or another. Was that treasure chest placed at the back of the swamp dungeon because the enemy overlord had wanted to put it as far out of reach as possible, or was it because he wanted to bait them into a trap on that side of the room? It would be impossible to guess from that one clue alone, but the position of the monsters, lighter on that end of the room. Stay to the right, she ordered. There were reports of assent from the others. Like being aware one was dreaming without actually disturbing the dream, it was a rare thing to be in the zone and to be aware she was in the zone. She knew she was right. Cody, go ranged. Cody's highwayman sheathed his rapier and drew twin pistols from his belt. Luke, wind magic, wind spirits. Dimplecheeks doesn't usually use casters as an overlord, but he'll stick to old habits. He'll have teleportation. Mars, circle around, poke at her from range. Go. They charged into the clearing. The hag, Dimplecheeks, summoned 2 Uber demons as they breached the threshold, then teleported to the far end of the room. Luke's shaman was already setting down wind spirits who were spewing forth miniature tornadoes, casting out gusts of wind that would accelerate his team and slow down or push their enemies. Enemy team just turned around, Jess reported. They're backtracking for the portal. They're going to invade en masse. Fuck, Noelle said. Her mind was racing, covering a dozen factors at once, positioning her challenger to best benefit her allies in the fight, avoiding the hag's spells, calculating the damage her team was doing, keeping track of her items, and those of her team. How many rooms? They were 1 room past portal, they'll be entering around now. 10 seconds at best. We can't kill her before they show. Want me to send troops? Jess asked. No. Fortify your dungeon. If they take us out, you hold them off. You know my boss monster isn't that strong. They're only 3 rooms from fighting it. Hold them off, Noelle said. Sure enough, the enemy appeared at the entryway of the boss room. Her team was hurt from the fight with the hag, and the enemy team hadn't ventured far enough in to burn all of their resources. Dying was inevitable. That didn't mean that their efforts were futile. She had to slow them down. She challenged the enemy's chronomancer to a one-on-one duel, consequently shrugged off the vast majority of the damage the remainder of the enemy inflicted, and charged to close the distance to strike the mage down in 3 blows. She challenged the hag the second her target was down, landed 2 good hits, dropping their target to 1/3 of her total health. Then Cody fell, with Luke falling shortly after. Noelle managed to use her own body to absorb the worst of the enemy attacks while Marissa kited across the area's perimeter, maintaining a consistent distance as she fired arrows at them. Caught between the approaching enemy and a cloud of poison fog the hag had cast, Mars chose to rush through the ladder. Her health dropped to 0 and she collapsed. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Cody was shouting. He kicked something. It was as though Cody's tantrum were happening in a very distant place. Noelle's focus was entirely on slowing the enemy down. She challenged the enemy's barbarian, because he did the lowest damage and everyone she didn't challenge would do less damage to her. She took a swig of the potion she still had in her inventory from the start of the game. It wouldn't restore even 5% of her health, but there was a dim possibility that it would force the enemy to land just 1 more attack. Take a half second, or invest a few magic points into an ability to catch her. Magic points they couldn't use to take Jess on. The 3 remaining enemy heroes bum-rushed her, cutting off her fighting retreat and forcing her into one location. The hag landed a toxin bomb on her, and her health disappeared in an instant. The screen turned to shades of crimson and black, and a timer appeared in the dead center. 45 seconds to respawn. The enemy players were surrounded in flares of light. Level ups. It would make up for the expense of passing through the portal. It had been a good maneuver, perfectly timed, so they could disengage from Jess' own forces and backtrack through her dungeon. Fuck. Cody shouted. Cody would take 30 seconds to respawn. 30 to 45 seconds before they spawned at the checkpoint. No, the enemy's bandit was backtracking through the dungeon. Hacking away at the checkpoint flag. Now 20 to 35 seconds before they spawned at the dungeon entrance. She watched the clock count down, bought new items, continued to watch the clock. Cody respawned. Go, she shouted. Luke appeared soon after. So did the enemy chronomancer, in Jess' checkpoint room. The enemy was on the second to last room, dispatching goblin grenadiers and goblin gunners, fighting their way past the trenches Jess had laid down. They defeated the last of the monsters. The blood gate was satisfied and opened, giving them free rein to fight Jess' end boss, an ogre king. The boss Dimplecheeks had put in the checkpoint room, halfway through his dungeon, was just as tough and more dangerous. Mars and Noelle respawned, and they charged through the dungeon. Jess had half her health remaining, the hag had 1/3, but there were 4 enemies in Jess' boss room and Cody hadn't even reached the hag. By the time Cody and Luke were in the hag's room, it was 30-25 in the enemy's favor. The ogre king was tough, but slow, easy to hit. The enemy delivered damage steadily, while Luke and Cody were forced to adapt as the more fragile hag teleported to inconvenient spots, costing them precious seconds each time. Noelle and Mars joined the fray. When the fighting stopped and the screen went dark, Noelle wasn't entirely sure if they'd won or lost. Letters in gold script flashed across the screen. Victory. The others were out of their chairs, cheering. She joined them. They hugged. She turned, saw Kraus perched on the desk in the center of the room beside Chris and Oliver. He was smiling. Noelle hugged him, and for once she was able to forget all her doubts and insecurities, all her issues, the way even physical contact would leave her with a pit in her stomach. She hugged him tight, and it was good. It felt right. We're going to nationals. Cody whooped. That was you, Kraus whispered to her. You made the difference. You won. Her breath was too hot as it passed through her lips. The exertion, this body mass, it made her feel feverish. Worse than feverish. She felt like she had when she'd been camping as a child, standing too close to the fire, seeing how long she could endure it. Only it was all over, inside her. A prickling, almost unbearable heat. I know why you showed me that, she thought. She looked at Trickster. He adjusted his hat, swapped Sundancer with one of the flying capes. The sun fizzled out as she landed. One thread out of commission. Ballistic and the other cape he'd arrived with were down as well. She tried to read Trickster's body language. Back straight, walking with confidence. He'd hesitated when she'd asked for his help. Now there wasn't a trace of doubt. She'd admired that about him, had been jealous of it. The confidence. The sense of pride. But the memory that had flashed across her consciousness, almost more vivid than reality, the emotions very real as she recalled them, it hadn't served the intended purpose. You can't convince me that way, she thought. This victory and that one don't even compare. There wasn't a reply, of course. Bitch. Run. Regent hollered. Go to Tattletale. Only his head, shoulders, and one arm were free of Noelle's grip. She tugged and pulled him in faster. He put his free arm inside her flesh, found something more or less solid and managed to push back enough to avoid having his head pulled in. Trickster and Noelle wheeled around. Bitch, the girl with the dogs, was the last undersider here. Trickster couldn't find an angle to swap the girl with anyone else. The boy in the armor would be too large, and Trickster's field of vision didn't allow for him to get his eyes on her and someone more appropriate. Noelle tagged several of the bodies in her internal stomachs, felt flesh constrict tight against them, felt the pre-prepared nuggets of flesh in her gullet forming into close replicas in an instant. Timing was crucial. If she spat them out too soon, they'd be malformed, missing limbs or features. Too late, and there was extra material. She retched, sending them flying in the direction of the girl with the dogs. Bodies for a Trickster to use. But the boy with the armor was already moving. He slammed one hand into the ground, and a cloud of debris and dust masked him and bitch. She couldn't wholly control the vomit, lost one of the powered ones. Not one of the undersiders, she was relieved to note. It had been the big one, who'd been with the Tinker. He'd called himself Huber. She didn't try to reclaim him. He was more or less useless. The loss still pained her. Better to have him than one of the unpowered ones. Her vomit caught Genesis, who was presently a charging bull with a jellyfish-like tentacles trailing behind her. The vomit blinded Genesis, and Noelle struck her hard enough to kill. The body collapsed and started disintegrating. Hey, Regent said. Monster girl. Noelle snarled as she glanced down at the boy who was stuck inside one of her legs. Only his face was left to be consumed. Her voice was hoarse with emotion as she asked, what? When you make my clone, do you think you could give him a goatee? Noelle didn't dignify the question with a response. She flexed and drew Regent completely within her body. She'd hurt him later. For now, she needed him to help her escape so she could hunt down his friends. She ran. The simple act of moving flooded her body with endorphins and adrenaline. It felt good, made her feel strong. That was another avenue of attack, as her body tried to work its manipulations on her mind. The hunger, the heightened emotions, rewarding her with pleasant memories and good feelings when she operated in sync with it. It was a matter of weeks, days, or hours before she lost enough ground that she was the one trying to manipulate her body into doing what she wanted, with it calling all the shots. If the process continued, she would eventually be subsumed entirely, unable to do anything but observe, and maybe not even that. The pavement had been cracked like a sheet of glass, and the footing was unsteady, but the mass of her body was crushing fragments underfoot, and she had 4 good legs, with 5 more for further support. Falling wasn't a concern. Noelle passed through the cloud of dust that the one in armor had sent flying into the air. She saw the armored Tinker punching the ground once more, leaped to clear the ground that suddenly plunged into a pit in front of her. She picked out a selection from those within her and, with her rightmost head, sent a stream of bodies at him. He punched the ground with his other hand, and pavement tilted upward in a makeshift barrier, blocking the worst of the stream and flying bodies. The ones who did land in his vicinity were on him in moments. One was the little space warper, another was a copy of the fire-breathing acrobat with the rich smell, and 3 were copies of the unpowered people she'd absorbed. They mobbed the armored Tinker. She hadn't included the undersiders in that stream. Until they were more fully absorbed, there was a good chance that she'd spit them out if she tried to copy them. Using any one person too frequently carried the same risks, and she suspected that it would be more difficult now that she was so full. The girl in silver armor, with white flowing clothes was dashing toward her from the other side, not any slower for the shattered ground underfoot. Noelle picked out unpowered individuals she could afford to lose, closed her muscles tight around them, and spat out the partially formed nuggets along with a mess of the internal fluids. The girl ducked low, landing on a fragment of road, using her forward momentum to skid toward Noelle as though she were snowboarding. There was an explosion of debris as she kicked off the ground, and the girl soared toward Noelle, twisting in the air to land a kick with that same foot. It felt like getting hit by a cannon. Noelle's stride broke and she had to plant one foot to the side to keep from falling over. She'd lost ground, and Bitch was swiftly increasing the distance between them. Noelle hesitated, then decided to let the girl go for the time being. Better to defend herself, establish a better position. While stationary, she could spit up an undersider, swallow them back up again. She'd read up on them, had talked to Trickster about them. She had a good sense of what they were capable of. But which one? She had three. Regent might work against this girl in white, but his influence would be too minor in the big picture. His smell was weakest of the three. Not that it was really a smell, but she was peculiarly aware of the people with powers, active or otherwise. Each had a texture and a tone and a flavor, something she felt like she could come to understand. She might have said it was taste, might have compared it to when she'd tried wine that one time and tried to see what the wine aficionados looked for when they sampled a vintage. Except the word smell worked better, because smell and taste were really very similar and smell worked over distances. There was a difference in Skitter, Gru's and Eidolon's smells, along with a handful of the other visiting capes. A smell that set them apart from the other para-humans in the same way that the other para-humans were set apart from the people who could have powers but didn't. An intensity. She wished she'd spent more time researching the powers. She hadn't been able to bring herself to, had wanted only to distract herself from the thoughts of what was happening to her. Which one to use? Skitter was more dangerous in a general sense, but she wouldn't stop the girl in white now. That left Gru. She didn't spit, but simply contracted and let the body spill forth. Sure enough, the real Gru tumbled out, prostrate, unable to move. A tongue snaked out of her center mouth and caught him before he could try to escape. She'd swallowed him by the time her Gru was on its feet. Noelle only had a glimpse of her Gru's real form before he started cloaking himself in darkness. He was muscular, broad-shouldered, his long hair slicked to his head by the fluids of the vomit. Angry red ulcers studded his dark skin at set intervals. He cast a glance over his shoulder at her as the darkness crept up over his shoulders and the back of his head. His eyes were black from corner to corner, his teeth too large, misshapen much like his fingernails were, tangled together to the point that he couldn't open his mouth. It forced him into a perpetual grimace with his teeth bared. He turned his back to her as the darkness covered his face, squared his shoulders. The body language was clear. He was protecting her. He's one of the useful ones, then. Her copies of the little space warper had been like that. Naturally inclined toward teamwork, disciplined. The other three were more likely to run off. They were still useful, but they did things in their own way. Spheres of darkness appeared in her Gru's hands. One after the other, he hurled them at the girl in white. The first missed, and the second seemed like it might do the same, until it arced in the air to strike her from the side. The darkness was more like gum than smoke, and she struggled. Noelle's Gru closed the distance, moving over the surface of the road much as the girl in white had. Then Noelle saw why and how. A thread of darkness, barely thicker than a finger, extended from the sticky darkness to her Gru. That would be how he'd moved the projectile in the air, and how he was absorbing her power. The boy in armor created a fissure that spat debris into the air as it parted, aiming to separate the Gru and the girl in white. By intent or accident, he cut the thread of darkness in the process. Noelle's Gru stopped, turned to face the tinker and created more spheres in his hands. Those two were occupied. Noelle turned to see Trickster dealing with the flying heroes. Two were on the ground, prone. That would be the result of Trickster baiting them into shooting one another. The remaining hero had a weapon in hand but wasn't shooting. Eidolon was there too. His smell was interesting. Complicated, but somehow off. If he was using any particular method of attack on Trickster, then Noelle couldn't see it. Trickster disappeared from the skirmish with the flying heroes, putting one of her creations in his place. She sniffed him out. He was in the midst of the one batch of bodies that had piled up against the Tinker's makeshift wall. They were turning on him, grabbing for his arms and legs. He teleported to keep them from getting any serious leverage, but the escape was slow. "Leave him," she ordered, and her voice came out with surprising volume. They didn't listen. They struck him, gripped his costume and dragged him to the ground. Trickster shouted in alarm as he was submerged in the mass of clones. Noelle advanced on her creations in as threatening a manner as she could, the ground shaking with her advance. They noticed and backed away. Trickster, for his part, didn't even flinch as she closed the distance between the two of them, stepping within a few feet of him. It would be all too easy to just snap her tongue at him. Catch him, swallow him. She held off. Instead, she faced Eidolon and the other flying cape. Trickster adjusted his hat and did the same. The two of them against the world. "It's not you, it's me," she said. Kraus folded his arms. "You can't blame me at least a little." "No," Noelle said, shaking her head. "If I could only explain, I would." She could feel her throat seize up. Worrying that her voice might crack if she spoke at the normal volume, she lowered her voice to a hush as she said, "You've been great." He spread his arms. "I don't get it. I thought we were doing fine." Doing fine? How many hours had she spent lying awake in bed, agonizing over this relationship? Hating herself? She'd relapsed because of it, and recovering was proving to be a long, hard road. "We aren't." Noelle said, "It's not working. I'm okay with it. I enjoy spending time with you, and I didn't get any impression you were having that bad of a time, either. But we aren't." She stared down at her feet. "We're stalled. It isn't fair to you. That's what you're worried about. Only part of it. Don't dismiss my concerns," she said, and the anger in her own words surprised her. "No, it's fine. It's cool. I get that there's stuff you've got going on that you don't want to tell me about, Kraus said. Her breath caught in her throat at that. Had Marissa told him? Or had he figured it out? It wasn't like she hadn't left signs. He continued without a pause, I can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, but I'm not an idiot. And I'm not going to twist your arm to get you to share, either. That's your stuff, and I figure you'll tell me in time. Or you won't. It's not fair to you. Noelle knew she was repeating herself, but it was the only argument she could make. All of the others would involve discussing other topics, her issues. And she couldn't bring herself to do that. Marissa knew, would keep quiet because she got it. Marissa knew, wouldn't bring it up, would back her up when needed. Noelle loved Kraus, but she knew he wasn't so graceful. It would become something jarring, intruding on their everyday interactions. I'm not saying things have to be equitable or balanced or fair or any of that. So who cares if things aren't fair? Kraus asked. Don't do that. She could see his expression change to bewilderment at her reaction. He spread his arms, as if he were asking a question without opening his mouth. I'm being irrational, but that's the disease at work. It took her a long time to find the words. Someone said, a little while ago, Noelle spoke without looking at Kraus, that I can't really forge a good relationship with others until I have a good relationship with myself. You don't? He asked. I think you're fantastic, if that counts for anything. The words stung, nettled her, as if they personified his lack of understanding. She said as much, you don't know me. I've been getting to know you some. And I have yet to see anything that's going to scare me away. She couldn't keep going down this road, couldn't have an argument, or she'd let something slip. She stared at her feet. I don't think we should date. Okay. If you think that's for the best. But I just need you to do one thing. Look me in the eye as you tell me that. Noelle glanced up at him, then looked back down. She tried to find the words, but both brain and mouth failed her. Because, he went on, I think you've seemed happier than I've ever seen you since we started going out. Marissa said so, too. It's a bad time for me, she thought, as if voicing the words in her head would let her utter them out loud. The wrong moment. Any earlier or later in my recovery. He continued, if you really feel like us dating is making things worse in the long run, then I'm perfectly okay with breaking it off. I can leave the club if that makes things easier on your end. It was your thing before it was mine, and you've got enough on your plate with being team captain. I don't want you to leave the club, she said, meaning it. Okay, he said. He paused very deliberately. She didn't take the invitation to speak. He sighed, listen, I get the feeling today is a bad day. Don't know why it is, but it is. And that happens. Fine. But I'm not willing to end this if it's because the stars aligned wrong. So I'm asking you to tell me that you're worse off because we're together. Not asking for an explanation, just. Can't do this. Can't break it off. Not when he's being this good about it. Not when it's making the both of us this miserable. Never mind, she said, abrupt. I'll find another way. Never mind. I'm just never mind. Can we forget this conversation happened? Sure, he said. Her feelings were a chaotic storm. Relief, quiet joy, fear, misery, self-loathing, panic. I'm not well, she thought. Want me to walk you home? His voice was gentle. She nodded mutely, unable to find the words to speak. A simple 5-word confession would simultaneously explain everything and spoil the tone of their relationship. She knew it, knew she was being irrational, that her recent relapse was making her that way, was making her nasty and emotional and unpredictable. How could he not notice? The way she picked at her food, the way Marissa got on her case about eating? The countless other clues? Yes, she'd been in recovery for much of the time they'd known each other, but, hadn't he been paying attention? She simultaneously loved and hated him, in that moment. He was the best thing in the world for her, and the worst thing in the world for her, both at the same time. And it wasn't fair to him, putting that on his shoulders. She was fighting with Eidolon. The realization startled her. She'd been adrift in vivid memories, and she'd lost time. She sniffed, for lack of a better word, and found Skitter prone on the ground. Her tongue snatched the girl up, and she swallowed the girl anew. The taste and smell were right. Good. That spooked her. Her body wasn't making good decisions when it was on autopilot. Or, at least, it wasn't making decisions she'd accept. Almost losing an undersider? No. She double-checked. Skitter, Gru, Regent and the little space warper were safely ensconced inside her, each tucked away in neat little wombs, unconscious and helpless and safe from the ongoing fighting. Why did you show me that? Why was that so important? There was no reply. Never a reply. Eidolon reached out with one hand, and she instinctively rushed out of the way. The gravity effect hit her, and she could feel her flesh tearing, feel the extremities ripping, her ears, nose, lips and all the little pieces of her monstrous lower half. At her shoulders, the top of her head, the flesh above her spine on her lower half, the flesh was pulled down and away until it started to rip. Eidolon fell out of the air, hitting the ground hard. Noelle turned her head, saw Regent. Her Regent. He was only half-formed, one arm missing, the features of his face more like a fetus than a teenage boy. She smiled. Maybe her other half had made some good decisions. Her flesh was already knitting back together, everything shuffling into their proper places or shifting around to fill in gaps. The fluid that welled from a bottomless source in her monstrous lower half bubbled up and coursed through her veins to supply the needed materials. The girl in white hit her again, striking the joint of one outstretched limb. Noelle swiped at the girl in midair with her other forelimb, came within inches of making contact. The ground underfoot shattered. Noelle leaped before the tinker could repeat the effect and sink her into another sand trap. There was another explosion from beneath her. She leaped to avoid the worst of that one. She vomited in the direction of the tinker, but he was anticipating the attack. He provoked an eruption of rock shards and dust midway between them. The bulk of the flying bodies and fluids were knocked off course by the plume of debris. With the third strike he raised a barrier around himself. 2 of the 3 bodies that hadn't been stopped by the debris were caught on the shards of pavement. One suffered a broken back, the other hit the edge of a fragment with enough force that his stomach was ripped open. The third flew over the barrier. The tinker caught it with a punch, and the pile driver in his gauntlet extended twice in an instant, punching 2 neat holes through the upper body. He didn't even wait for the body to hit the ground before striking and creating another fissure that extended beneath the barrier and beneath her. She leaped out of the way before it opened wide enough to catch her or one of her feet. It was bad timing. She had been distracted by the recent vision. Eidolon hit her square on with another gravity attack. Her flesh was savaged and split, she was almost immobilized under the force of it. If the tinker used his power now. Trickster broke Eidolon's contact with the gravity field by teleporting him. The hero reacted in an instant, releasing a half-dozen blue sparks from each hand. They grew until they were each 3 feet across, crackling with electricity, moving at a walking pace as they slowly homed in on Trickster. He had to teleport to avoid the closest one. Only some of the orbs followed him to his new destination, the others remaining where they were. Noelle opened fire on the tinker, 2 streams of vomit, each directed to one side of him. She considered vomiting on the electric orbs, then thought twice about it. Trickster teleported again, trying to maintain distance, but Eidolon had created more of the sparks, and the things were spreading out evenly across the battlefield, moving closer to Trickster if he got within 10 paces of them. It threatened to hamper her own movements too, Noelle noted. Eidolon raised a hand in Trickster's direction, and Trickster was quick to teleport away. The gravity slam hit one of Noelle's creations instead. Trickster wound up within 2 paces of one orb, and had to scramble back before it touched him. Noelle looked at him, remembered the scene from the most recent memory. In this moment, with so many other people to be angry at, so many others to hate, she didn't feel that bottomless resentment for Trickster that she'd experienced ever since the transformation started. It wasn't you, she thought. I keep saying it was your fault. It wasn't. She was already moving towards him as the thought came to her. I blamed you for giving me the elixir. The potion. Whatever you call it. But it was me. I heard you guys talking about how the people who drank the stuff were supposed to get tested for psychiatric issues. I didn't tell you the Cymerk showed me visions of my worst days, of my relapses, my lowest points. That she drove me into a state where I was reluctant to take the full dose, eager for a compromise. She started running. I knew all this, and if I'd only had the courage to say it, maybe this all would have gone a different way. Oh, the irony, that this was what she'd become. She crashed into the first of the lightning orbs. She felt the current surge inside her, settle in her bones, latent. A heartbeat later, every single orb that Eidolon had cast out flashed with visible arcs of electricity, striking her. The energy ripped through her, stripping flesh from around the bone of her arm, her ribs, her spine, and the larger bones of her lower body. The electricity surged to the ground and out the top of her head, stabbing toward the sky in a visible lightning strike. Noelle staggered, touched one hand to her face, where her flesh had been distorted by the strike, separated from bone so it hung down, large patches of hair at the crown of her head burned away. The ends of her fingers where she'd touched the orb were blasted away, revealing bone. She could feel it growing back, flesh knitting together. Even this wasn't enough to kill her. She touched another, and it was worse, drawing on the residual energy from the first contact. The third was worse still. She'd complained of the sheer heat of this body before, but this, it was heat and pain on an inhuman level. Transcendent. Were she regular Noelle, Noelle without the powers, without the monstrous lower half and warped brain, even a tenth of this would knock her out, stop her heart from the sheer intensity of it. On contact with the fourth orb, her frontmost legs collapsed under her, with everything within a half-foot of the major bones being rendered to little more than ash. There was nothing to connect flesh to bone, and she toppled. She roared, and for perhaps the second time in the past hour, both she and her monstrous half were in agreement. With her other legs, she pushed herself forward, and extended one of her long tongues for the orb closest to Trickster. To Kraus. She screamed in pain and fury as it ripped through her, and another bolt stabbed toward the sky. Too much damage, too fast. She wasn't healing fast enough. A series of lightning strikes nearby marked the deaths of some of her clones. Eidolon was there, too, at the end of the street. The glow beneath his hood and sleeves was almost blue in the reflected luminescence of the 20 or 30 orbs that hovered around him. A further 20 or 30 orbs were spread out over their immediate surroundings. The others, the tinker had created short walls of stone to shield himself and the girl in white. The rest of the battlefield consisted of bodies and other fallen. Eidolon spoke into his wrist. Noelle realized that there were other capes nearby when they each came to a stop, resting on rooftops and behind cover a few blocks away. Short of Eidolon, there was nobody for Trickster to swap himself with. And given that Eidolon had so many orbs in his immediate vicinity, no, Trickster swapping himself for Eidolon wasn't an option. Her other half hated him, and she was realizing just how much her monstrous body had been influencing her without her knowledge, now that her emotions were all pointed at this one individual, this one target. It left her feelings towards everyone else at an almost normal level. Her feelings for Kraus, her hatred of the Undersiders, her anger at Coil, each had been twisted, magnified, warped. If he does another gravity attack, I'm kind of dead, Trickster said. He won't, Noelle rasped, he'd knock those orbs out of the air, and he's counting on them to destroy me. They probably will. As some of her tendons and ligaments knit together, she got 2 legs under her and positioned herself as close to Trickster as she could without touching him, shielding him from the orbs that were approaching at a crawling pace. I'm sorry, Trickster said. Noelle couldn't bring herself to reply. She wanted to say she was sorry too, that his apology was unnecessary, but a kind of indignant rage was rising deep within her, threatening to overwhelm her. All of it was directed at Eidolon. And in the midst of that rage, she felt a killing instinct she hadn't experienced before. Even coming this far, she'd never wanted to kill. She'd wanted the Undersiders dead, yes, she'd tried to kill people, but a part of her had always held back from wanting to kill, from wishing to carry out the act of murder herself. To execute this man who sought to end her existence. It wasn't her desire, not really. It was her body's. You want to kill? She asked. You really think you can fight your way through this? What? Trickster asked. What are you talking about? Not talking to you, she thought. I have 2 conditions. Don't harm Trickster, and make it a nice memory this time. Then she let her defenses down. Her other self took over, and it wasn't her memory that she experienced. Some of the others departed early. Others were ready to depart soon after arrival. Still others, this one included, were to wait. They were one, they were all. A collective, a single entity, a trillion times a trillion entities. Each with a function in the whole, each with a role in the cycles, each with an individual identity. As one, they traveled. The distance was immeasurable, the passage of time impossible to convey. There was no standard, for there were realms they had traveled where time and space operated on different levels. For all, their own kind was the only standard, the only thing that remained relatively static through the cycles. When they met their own kind they shared with each other. When a new cycle was carried out, everything of the parent was born by their spawn. And the collective moved toward their destination. They operated as a whole to decipher it, to pick apart the permutations, see the futures and the possibilities. But for this one entity, which existed as part of the whole, there was a target within that destination. When it came time for this one to depart, it would seek out a particular individual, and it would bond with that individual. This one would fragment itself if others met the criteria. If there was time and opportunity enough, then it would move to better candidates, younger or more able ones with a greater ability to affect the cycle. This one would wait until the time was right, and then it would activate, come into the identity and role that had been ingrained into its being. All to serve this cycle. With the help of the collective, this one could see its objective. A single living being. This one encoded that being, the time and place in its very makeup. It would be ready. Noelle's eyes went wide. It wasn't me. Whatever her body was, the intelligence and purpose that lurked inside her other half, whatever these powers were. It had all gone to the wrong person. Gone to the wrong person, askew from the beginning, then twisted further by her own psychological issues, messed up by the fact that she'd only taken half a dose. The realization and the confusion that came with the vision were compounded as she stared at her surroundings. Her minions surrounded her, 2 copies of Trickster, a skinny girl with long dark hair, covering herself with her arms in a carpeting of rodents, Skitter, a Gru, a Regent, 2 blondes who would be copies of the girl in white, 4 of the civilians, and one she didn't recognize as any of the civilians she'd absorbed. The Tinker. 8 of them in all. Her flesh was knitting together. Wounds as bad as the ones before, and worse ones. Eidolon had apparently wanted to spare her captives, because the electricity had only affected her flesh as it surrounded her bones. He had selected that power with their safety in mind. And there he was, in front of her. Eidolon, on his knees, covered in bile and blood. Why? He asked, in an eerie, distorted voice. You want to know why I did this? Where would I start? Why would I even tell you, when you tried to kill me, kill Trickster? She was breathing too hard to respond, even with her nearly bottomless stamina. Why isn't it working? He asked. She had to stop for breath, I don't care. Whatever it is. I was supposed to get stronger, and there's nothing. Nothing at all to reach for. She turned, saw Trickster on his hands and knees, covered in the fluids of her vomit. You weren't supposed to hurt him. You were supposed to give me a nice vision, for that matter, she thought. Why? Eidolon asked. I don't care, she said, again. She took a deep breath before speaking again, though there was little point, when it was this entire body that was so drained. It's your choice. We continue this fight, and my creatures run, they do whatever damage they can, and it's weeks before you find every last one, or you let me go. Eidolon struggled to his feet. Let you go. 3 Undersiders down. 3 to go. Then I give myself up. Deal stands. What's to say you keep that promise? Nothing. But you don't have another choice, do you? Eidolon didn't respond. I'll even let you call in reinforcements, she offered. Your knight in shining armor took it, Eidolon spoke. The wristband I use for communications. Noelle turned to Trickster, and he extended one hand, holding out one of the wristband displays. Noelle took it. Her Skitter was watching, looking concerned. Don't fucking look at me, Noelle spat the words at her minion. Her skitter turned her eyes to the ground. Trickster said you thrived on this kind of impossible fight. Prove it. Or die horribly. I don't care. Her skitter looked up and smiled, lopsided. Half the girl's face was paralyzed, Noelle realized. She wondered if the real skitter had spaces between each of her teeth like that, or the gnarled twist of a nose. Noelle turned back to Eidolon, waited for his decision. Okay, he intoned. She gave him a curt nod. Tentatively, Eidolon slid the armband into place and pressed a button. Requesting reinforcements to my location. In bad shape, need to mop up some clones. Her regent said something she couldn't make out. He talked as though his tongue was too large for his mouth. He had more muscle than fit on his frame, stretching his skin almost comically tight. It was easy to believe the problem extended to the inside of his mouth. And they let me pass uncontested, she said. He spoke into the armband again. Do not engage target Echidna. Understood, a woman's voice came from the armband. Echidna? Noelle asked. One of the PRT members coined it, Eidolon said. He was eyeing her minions warily. Said he had a 3-year-old girl called Noelle, didn't want to associate her with something like you. What was his last name? Eidolon gave her a wary look. Meinhardt. Okay, Noelle said. Then she turned to run, leaving Trickster behind. Her nose led her to the remaining Undersiders. Back home, insofar as she had one. The same place where she'd been kept contained for weeks. Coil's headquarters. Surfacing from her dream, she temporarily supplanted the killer instinct that was demanding Eidolon's head. Now that she was closer, her thoughts were afire with thoughts of revenge, and that killer instinct was welling up again. The idea that she'd maybe had the chance to get back to normal, that her friends had maybe been close to going home, and the Undersiders had taken all that away, it made her want to scream. To inflict punishments worse than death on them. Her vision from before lingered. The entity. The thing that was taking her over, that had made her a monster, it had an identity, now. She wouldn't say it had a face, but it was no longer a vague malevolent force, now. Part of her felt sympathetic for it, because this thing that shared her body had been wronged by some nebulous circumstance. In that, at least, they were kindred. Another part of her was just bewildered. The memory it had shared with her was so vast, it changed everything, had left her feeling like her problems here were so small, so minuscule. Even this fight, her revenge, in a way it felt artificial, false. It's not my world, she thought. It's almost like a game. Killing characters in some false, barbaric setting. If she felt like she was more in sync with it, now, did that mean she'd lost ground in her perpetual war with the entity, her other half? So much ground lost, so fast, in the heat of this battle? She shook her head. Focus. The tunnels that Coil had used to move his trucks in and out of the base had been collapsed, and it had been recent. She could smell the smoke from the explosives. She spat out a vista, then another, and another, until she had one that could give her a way in, shrinking the rubble and expanding the corridor. In her restlessness, unable to shake the idea that her sanity was slipping away moment by moment, she pushed her way through the last length of the rubble, absorbing it into herself and spitting it out behind her, moving through it as though she were a thick fluid, even her bones dissolved when needed. The only thing that slowed her down were the capes she'd stored within herself. Each of the 3 Undersiders, the Tinker, and the girl in white. She used her strength to wedge gaps sufficient to squeeze the individual organs through. She brute forced her way through the last few feet of the barrier, and paced her way into the interior, the ground shaking with her footfalls. The vault door was still open, crumpled, and the entire interior was lit only by red emergency lights. Tattletale was on the metal walkway, hands gripping the railing. Bitch was on the ground, with no less than 7 dogs around her, each of varying size. Noelle could smell the Protectorate and Ward's members moving towards her location. She was put in mind of the memory her entity had granted her only a little while ago, of the night her team had passed the qualifiers for nationals. She'd passed the point of no return, and now the enemy forces were collapsing in on her. She smiled a little. She would almost thank Tattletale for this, if she wasn't so eager to rend the girl limb from limb, to wipe the smile from her face and hear her screams. All that aside, Noelle hadn't felt more like herself in a long time, and she had these circumstances to thank. The difference between this scenario and that one, really, was that the reinforcements were minutes away. This fight wouldn't last that long. Well then, Tattletale grinned. Her tightening grip on the railing betrayed the emotion she was trying to hide. Come on. Do your worst. Arc 19 Scourge 19.1. The school's bell tolled, oddly deep, with an echo that continued, unending. I couldn't see it through the cloudy haze that consumed my vision, but I felt as though the lockers were straining against their hinges in keeping with the rhythm. The same went for the floor tiles, and the hundreds of footfalls of the students milling around me. A pounding rhythm. I couldn't keep my footing. I was blind, still, but that wasn't the source of the problem. It seemed vaguely familiar, the way every impact seemed designed to hit me where it hurt, to knock me off balance and leave me in a state where I was spending too much time reeling and staggering to push back or find safety. Someone tall shoved past me, and his bag caught on my nose. It tore at the skin between the nostrils, and I could feel warm blood founaining from the wound. I staggered, bending over with my hands to my face, and someone walked straight into me, as though they didn't know I was there. My head hit a locker and I fell. Someone stepped on my hand as their vague shape walked by, and I could hear something break, could feel it break. The pain dashed all rational thought from my mind. I screamed, brought my hand to my chest, cradling it. I was tougher than that, wasn't I? I wasn't made of glass, to have bone fracture or... You're so pathetic, Taylor, Emma intoned. No. Not now. Not like this. I could hear Madison tittering. Sophia was silent, and her presence was all the more ominous for it. I'd done something reprehensible to her. I couldn't recall what it was, but I knew she was here for retaliation. They struck me, and I fell. Emma and Madison took turns kicking me, and every effort I made to defend myself fell short. It wasn't just that I didn't know how to fight, or that I was blind. It was somehow worse, as though every effort I made were being actively punished. I'd reach out with my good hand to grab one of them and pull them off their feet, and my elbow would get stepped on, forcing it to bend the wrong way. I tried to push myself to a standing position, only for someone to kick me in the back, slamming my chest and face into the tile, hard. I tried to speak and a kick caught me in the throat. And all around me, there was the steady rhythm of footsteps and the bell's echo. The point was clear. I was supposed to give up. I really should have given up. If I wasn't able to do something on my own, maybe a weapon? Some tool? My thoughts were confused and disordered, but I searched through them, as if I could remember if I'd stashed some tool or weapon on my person. No, something else. I was supposed to have another weapon, though my instinct told me it wasn't anywhere I could reach, and that was normal. I searched for it. The scene was visible through 1,000 times 1,000 eyes, the colors strangely muted in favor of texture, the images blurring except where they moved, when they became oddly sharp. Tattletale managed to leap back from the metal walkway as Noelle lunged and caught on the fixture. As Noelle fell, her claws scraping gouges into the concrete walls, the walkway was pulled free. Tattletale had put herself in one of the rooms that extended off the walkway. Coil's room. There was a doorway to nowhere between herself and Noelle, surrounded by concrete walls that were 2 or 3 feet thick at their narrowest point. Most of the construction of this place had taken place after Coil had found out about Noelle. He'd known there was the possibility that she would go rogue. Tattletale stepped up to the doorway, drew her gun, and fired, gunning down a grue that had been vomited out. Blood spattered and he went limp. And I couldn't find anything. I was unarmed here. One kick caught me in between the eyebrows, and my head exploded with pain. That spooked me. I had to protect my head. If I suffered another concussion. That was the breaking point. My brain was more important than whatever else I was trying to protect. Anything else was fixable. I stopped fighting back, tucking battered legs against my bruised upper body, drawing my hands around my head. Immediately, the assault stopped being an attempt to break me and destroy my every effort to stand up for myself. It became something more tolerable, with periodic kicks and stomps instead. The accompanying shame and humiliation was almost nostalgic. Horrible, but familiar. Then Sophia stepped close, and I felt something sliding beneath my hands and arms, settling around my neck. A noose. She used it to lift me, choking, off the ground. Madison opened the locker, and the rancid smell of it wafted around me. I would have gagged if I could breathe. Sophia shoved me inside, planting one foot between my shoulder blades as she hauled back on the rope. My unbroken fingers scrabbled for purchase, found only trash and cotton that tore when I tried to grab it. Bugs bit at my flesh and there was nothing I could do to stop them. Bugs? There was something I thought I should know, something. The bugs observed as Tattletale pulled the pin from a grenade. She waited while it sat in her hand. It was dangerous and reckless to cook a grenade like they did in the movies, but then again, this was Tattletale. It fit with her nature, and if anyone knew how long the fuse really was, it was her. She tossed it down to where Noelle lurked below. The grenade detonated just before it made contact, billowing with smoke and radiating enough heat to kill the bugs that were finding their way into the underground base. Other bugs could see the shifting radiance of the flames. Tattletale shouted, "Rachel! Now!" That eluded me, like the water that escaped the ever-thirsty Tantalus. As I scrabbled for purchase, the contents of the locker shifted, falling and collapsing against me, pressing tight against my body, smelling like old blood and rancid flesh. My heart skipped a few beats and I felt as though my blood was turning to sludge in my veins, slowing down. My thoughts dissolved into a slush of memories, speeding through my life in choppy, fragmented, distorted images. I felt momentarily disembodied, as though the line between myself and my surroundings, my mind and my feelings were all blended in together. When it pulled back, I could finally breathe. I let out a deep, shuddering breath. I could breathe. I could think again. I heard the sound of blades rasping against one another, the ringing of steel building with each repetition of the sound. I blinked, and the blind haze lifted as though I'd only had tears in my eyes. Mannequin stood in the center of the room. He had 4 arms, each ending in 3-foot blades, and was sharpening each weapon against the others without pause. Around him, the factory. Machinery churned, pumps and pistons and levers moved, and furnaces glowed to cast long shadows, casting Mannequin in a crimson light. The people from my territory were there too, along with Sierra, Charlotte, Lisa, Brian, Rachel, my dad, and my teachers. Each of them fought to hide in the shadows and the corners, but there wasn't enough room. I carefully assessed the tools I had at my disposal. My gun, my knife, my baton. In a more general sense, there were my bugs. I called for them. Tattletale jerked toward the doorway, stopped as one arm stretched behind her with a clink. She'd handcuffed herself to a length of chain, fastening that chain to a rubber-sheathed cluster of wires at the far end of the room. Tattletale's free hand gripped her gun, pointed it at something narrow. The bugs who were touching the object in question were being absorbed, dying. It was one of Noelle's tongues, wrapped around Tattletale's waist. The gunshot went off, severing the tongue, and the chain went slack. Tattletale dropped to her knees, pressing her gun hand to her shoulder. The 3 largest dogs attacked. Bitch sent 3, and the result was predictable. Noelle absorbed them as they made contact, though each dog was nearly a third of her own size. Her flesh stretched thin around the mass of each dog, then stretched thinner as they started to swell in size. Noelle's flesh crept over them faster than they grew. The growth ceased the instant the flesh finished enveloping them, and their struggles slowed. It took long seconds for them to stop struggling, but each dog eventually went limp. Tattletale and Rachel watched as 2 figures stepped out from behind Noelle. Regent and a skitter. Me. Regent whipped his head up in Tattletale's direction, and she dropped her gun. As her good hand snapped up to her throat, gripping it, it became apparent that dropping the gun had been quite intentional. If she'd been holding it. The perspective of the scene shifted abruptly as the skitter bit every bug in the area, Noelle's included, to turn toward Rachel. Rachel clenched her fists. And barely any responded. 100? If that? The heat of the furnaces killed many of the ones who were trying to approach. It left me with a mere 39 bugs. I might as well have been unarmed. Mannequin extended one arm with the blade outstretched, pointing at the crowd. His eyes were on me as he did so, moving the blade slowly. Pointing at faces that were familiar, but who I couldn't name. Pointing at my dad. And there was nothing I could do to save him. Not saving him wasn't an option, either. I drew my gun, fired. Only 1 bullet in the chamber. There was a sound as it hit Mannequin, but he barely reacted as he turned toward my father. I drew my knife and baton, charging. Futile. He ignored me completely, raising one hand and then stabbing down. I couldn't even look at what was happening. Refused to look. I struck Mannequin, aiming for the joints, the small of his back, his hips, and knees. Nothing worked. Without even looking, Mannequin reached over to one side and thrust one blade at me. His weapon penetrated my armor like it was Armsmaster's special halberd. I screamed, but it was more rage than pain. I howled like I might against a hurricane, a storm that was destroying everything I loved, that I was helpless to fight. I battered him, struck him with my weapons, gave everything I had and more, to no avail. He folded his arms around me in a bear hug, squeezed, crushed. More of him folded around me, pulling tight against my head, my throat, arms, chest, and legs. My life flashed before my eyes, every event, every memory, and recalled feeling distilled into a single point. When the crushing sensation passed, I was left standing, disoriented, in the middle of a flooded ruin. The momentary relief faded swiftly. All around me, desolation. Blasted buildings, bodies, flooded streets. Graffiti covered the walls around me, the letter number combination S9 repeated in endless permutations and styles. I flinched as an explosion took the top off a building 2 blocks away. Blue flames roared on the upper floors. I couldn't breathe. My skin prickled, burned, just on contact with the air. I felt nauseous, disoriented. Radiation? Plague? A fleet of cockroaches scurried over one of the nearby ruins, like cattle stampeding away. They were fleeing from something. Multiple somethings. I took cover. Where are you? The voice might have been sing-song if it weren't for the filter that reduced it to a mechanical hiss. Where are you? Another voice echoed the first. Younger, female. A girl's giggle followed. Hush, Bonesaw, Jack's voice reached me, like a sibilant whisper in my ear. The water that flooded the streets served as a surface for the sound to bounce off of, letting it carry throughout the area. My costume was more tatters than actual fabric. It wasn't like there were spiders anymore. Only cockroaches, and fewer than I might hope. The water that flooded the streets wasn't so kind to them. What game shall we play today? Bonesaw asked. Did you make anything? Please tell me you made something. I did, Bakuda responded. I borrowed from your work for this one. They were clothes. 9 of them. I couldn't run without making noise. The cockroaches, then. I reached for them. Regent, Noelle gasped out the word. She was far bigger than she had been before. Come. Regent hesitated, gave her a sidelong glance. Come, she roared. He reluctantly obeyed. She raised one massive limb, slammed it into the wall where the walkway had once been attached. The mutant regent clambered up her arm to the doorway. That would be the doorway that leads to the corridor with the cells. The same cells where Shatterbird was in soundproof containment. Tattletale had descended to the ground floor and was backing up as 2 skitters in a grue approached, with Bentley advancing to her side. Rachel was prone, lying at the point where the wall met the floor, with Bastard on the ground and pressed up against her, as if he were using his bolt to keep the worst of the bugs from reaching her. Her other dogs were smaller. Big, but much smaller than they could be. You take flyers, I take ground, one skitter asked the other. The other skitter grunted her reply. Have to share, be smart about this one. Grue, hang back. She might try pulling something, Skitter 1 ordered. Harder to make a counter plan against bugs. Me? Pull something? Tattletale asked. She was cradling one arm, and covered in vomit. Judging by the body parts that surrounded her, Bentley had taken apart the clones that Noelle had vomited at her. Yeah, you, Skitter 1 said. You're the type, aren't you? Awfully fond of keeping secrets for someone who calls themselves Tattletale. Keeping secrets from me, even at the best of times. Even though you knew what I'd gone through. I've been pretty open, Tattletale said. She retreated a step, and Bentley advanced. The swarm stirred around the two skitters and the Gru. You haven't mentioned your trigger event, have you? Perfectly happy to dig through other people's sordid pasts, but you won't get into your own darkest moment. Really not that interesting, Tattletale said. Skitter 1's voice was thick with restrained emotion. It's still a betrayal, staying silent. How can we have a partnership, a friendship, without equity? Maybe. I think you're exaggerating. Does the other Skitter have any input? Awfully quiet. Skitter 2 made a growling sound that might have sent a small dog running for cover. I'm the quiet type. That you are, Tattletale said. No commentary? No manipulations? Skitter 1 asked. Nothing nasty to say, to throw us off balance. You're already off balance enough. Besides, I don't think anything I had to say would get through. How can I target your weak points when you're nothing but? That's so. Skitter 1 asked. Doesn't happen often, does it? You're not as cocky, now. Do you feel scared? Just a bit, Tattletale said. She'd backed up enough that she'd reached the wall. The mangled staircase stretched out beside her, almost entirely torn free of the wall. Why don't we turn the tables, then? Let's see how I do, trying to fuck with your head, Skitter 1 suggested. I'll pass. Bentley, attack. The dog hesitated, hearing the command from an unfamiliar person, but he did obey. Skitter 2 ran towards him, surrounding herself with crawling bugs. At the last second, she took a sharp left, sending a mass of bugs flowing to the right. Bentley managed to follow her, struck her with his front paws, and shattered her legs. Skitter 1's flying swarm flew over him, and began binding him with threads of silk. It was too little, a distraction at best. Tattletale fired her gun, and Skitter 1 went down. The bullet didn't make for an instant kill, and the bugs continued doing their work. Tattletale thrashed as the bugs started to cluster on her, took aim again. And the Gru swept darkness over Skitter 1. She disintegrated, reappeared as the darkness sloshed against the far wall. Teleporting things via his darkness. As divergences from the base power set went, it was pretty extreme. Heroes are on their way. Skitter 1 shouted to Noelle, one hand pressed to the flowing chest wound. I could sense them, observing with the same bugs that Skitter 1 was using. Tattletale had left each of the doors unlocked as she'd made her way into the base, and Miss Militia was leading a squadron of Protectorate members in her wards through the series of rooms and tunnels. More bugs sought Rachel out, and she kicked her legs at the gap where they were flowing in beneath the left side of Bastard's stomach. Shatterbird appeared in the doorway at the end of the tunnel. She was holding the Regent clone by the throat. She pushed him forward and let his limp body fall. It landed in the heaping mass of Noelle's flesh. Shatterbird panted, her face was beaded with sweat, and it wasn't related to the scene she was looking at, not the underground base filled with flesh and bodies. Her hand shook as she pushed her hair out of her face. Emotion? Miss Militia chose that moment to open the door. She, like Shatterbird, stared at the scene, but she was distracted as she was forced to grab the door frame to avoid stepping out onto the ruined walkway. Tattletale's voice was muffled by the bugs that were crawling on her face. To actually open her mouth, in the face of all that, I wasn't sure I could have done it. I knew better than she did what the result might be, but she did it. Tattletale opened her mouth and shouted, "Shut the door." Miss Militia moved to obey. Too late. Shatterbird screamed, using her power of her own free will for the first time since we'd captured her. And the cockroaches obeyed. They formed a rough human shape, then another. Swarm clones, as close as I could get to making them, without a concealing costume for my real self. And the 9 didn't fall for it. Bakuda turned my way, and I belatedly remembered the heat-tracking goggles. She could follow me by my body heat. I ran, and I knew it was futile. Night caught up to me first. It would have been a simple matter for her to kill me right then, but she had different aims. Her claw cut at the back of my legs, and I fell, crippled. My fear pushed the pain into a distant second place on my priority list. In a matter of moments, I was surrounded. Night at one side of me, Crawler on the other. Jack, Bonesaw, Siberian, Bakuda, Shatterbird, Burnscar and Panacea. It was Weld who seized my wrists. Run, I tried to warn him, but the words didn't reach him. Fluid bubbled out of my lips, and it came out as a mumble. The radiation? Plague? Had Bonesaw or Panacea done something to me without my knowledge? He said something I couldn't make out. It sounded like I was underwater. Then he pulled. He wasn't gentle about it. He threw me over one of his shoulders with enough force that bile rose in my throat and the sharper parts of his shoulders poked at my stomach. I tried to move my hand to raise my mask, so I wouldn't choke if I threw up, but my arm didn't respond. My head swam, and half of my attempts to breathe were met with only chokes and wet coughs. Was this another delusion? A dream? Could I afford to treat it as though it was? I was still blind, but my power was waking up. I could feel the bugs in the area, and I was getting a greater picture of the surroundings as my range slowly extended. Shatterbird was still perched in that doorway-turned window. Noelle was beneath her, and I had only the bug sight to view her with. Her already grotesque form was distorted further by the 3 dogs she'd absorbed into herself. Instinctively, I tried to move my bugs to get a better sense of the current situation. They didn't budge. Instead, I felt the pull of the other 2 skitters, wresting control of my bugs from me as though they were taking a toy from a baby, ordering those bugs to hurt my teammates and allies. Rachel and Tattletale were down, and Imp was crouched beside Tattletale. Imp had pulled up the spider silk hood that I'd worked into her scarf, covering the back of her head, and cinched it tight. It wasn't perfect, but it was leaving her almost totally protected. Almost. Bugs had reached her scalp, and there were spiders working thread around her legs. I wasn't sure if she was aware of the latter. The wards and protectorate in the upstairs hallway, some were hurt. The fallen and the wounded were numerous enough that the heroes had lost any momentum they'd had. Their focus was in the hallway, now, in saving their teammates. Maybe they deemed the situation unsalvageable. I exerted a greater effort, trying to reduce the impact the swarm was having on everyone present, but there was nothing. My doppelgangers had a complete and total override, and the pair definitely noticed my attempts. They turned my way. What would I be doing in their shoes? They couldn't hurt Weld, but they could hurt me. Or they'd find another avenue for attack. Weld, Skitter one spoke up. Her voice was quiet. Surprised you're here. Did Imp help you get clothes? Do I really sound like that? I wondered. An Imp? Weld wasn't replying. Really surprised you're with her, Skitter one said. She had one hand pressed to a chest wound. Weld glanced over his other shoulder at her. The other Skitter was a distance away, with shattered legs. Did she tell you? Skitter one said, she set someone on fire. Maimed a miner, slicing his forehead open. She cut off Bakuda's toes, carved out a helpless man's eyes. I can keep going. I don't care, Weld said. He wasn't moving. Why? He was waist deep in Noelle's belly, holding me. It dawned on me that he couldn't throw me to some point clear of Noelle without giving me to the Skitter. You should care. I could tell you about the critically injured man she left to bleed out and die. She stood by and let people get attacked by mannequins so she could buy herself time to think of a plan to make a counterattack. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't draw in enough breath to manage more than a hoarse whisper, and Weld wouldn't have heard me. I don't care, Weld said. I know she's done bad things. After this is over, we'll find her, beat her and take her into custody. You don't care? Skitter one asked. She murdered your boss. Shot Thomas Calvert in cold blood, not that long ago. Weld froze. Or he went more still than usual. Hoopsie, Imp said. She'd appeared behind Skitter one. A slash of her knife ended Skitter one's contributions to the discussion. Sorry to interrupt. I couldn't say whether Skitter one's feedback had done anything to change his behavior, but Weld wasn't gentle when he grabbed me and flung me overhand. My legs tore free of Noelle, where her flesh had closed firmly around my legs, and I was sent flying. Unable to move to protect myself or react to the landing, I sprawled where I landed, 15 or so feet from Noelle. Weld turned back to Noelle. His left hand changed to become a blade, and he used it to hack and slash his way through Noelle's side. His other hand dug and scraped for purchase as he deliberately and intentionally submerged himself. My bugs found their way to the others. I did what I could with my bugs to drive Shatterbird away from the doorway and put her out of reach of Noelle's tongue. Once she'd started staggering back, I set about finding and destroying the bug clones who were attacking people and ignoring my powers. The door where the wards and protectorate had been lurking opened. Miss Militia tested her weight on the staircase, then leaped down to ground level. She trained a gun on Imp as she noticed the girl crouching over Skitter 2, the taciturn Skitter with the broken legs. Imp executed the girl, glanced at Miss Militia and shrugged. I tried to speak, coughed. I pulled my bugs away from Rachel and Tattletale. Miss Militia stared at Noelle, her eyes adjusting to the poor lighting. You fed her? Miss Militia asked. Rachel, Tattletale said, come on. There was a clapping or slapping noise, and Bastard lurched to his feet. Rachel stood, and the other 3 dogs spread out around her. You fed Echidna? Miss Militia asked, disbelieving. Echidna? Right. They'd coined a name for her, then. And we'll feed her more, Tattletale said. Rachel. All of the spare dogs. Try not to get in Weld's way. The dogs began to grow, flesh splitting, bone spurs growing, and muscles swelling to greater size. Rachel hesitated. Do it. Tattletale shouted. Rachel gave the orders, shouting, all of you, hold. Malcolm, go left. She slapped one dog on the shoulder, and he bolted. Coco, go right. Twinkie, go right. The other 2 dogs gave chase, stampeding past me as they ran along the right side of the room. Hurt. Rachel gave the order. The dogs attacked the closet target Noelle. They got stuck in her like she was tar. But, I realized, that the converse was also true. Noelle was absorbing them, but she was unable to move so freely as long as this much extra mass was stuck to her. It was like the way we'd fought Weld, sticking metal to him. The problem would be when she spat out the dogs. I tried to move, but I felt like I had 50-pound weights strapped each of my arms and legs. My face burned hot, and my vision swam. It wasn't an entirely unfamiliar feeling. I felt sick. With that thought, it dawned on me. Noelle absorbed living things, and that apparently extended to bacteria. Where others had bacteria in their digestive systems to help them digest food, Noelle, Echidna, had no need for such. When she absorbed the ambient bacteria and molds from her surroundings, she was storing them, weaponizing them like she did with rats and insects. They were used to debilitate her victims, render them unable to fight back while her clones got the upper hand. It meant I was sick, and I'd have to hope that whatever the illness was, it would be short-lived. Shatterbird was still thrashing, trying to do something with her glass and failing because she couldn't breathe or see. Echidna couldn't move, as her legs were caught on the dogs. The other clones had been executed by Imp, as far as I knew. The sticking point was Weld. Tattletale had apparently figured out that he was immune to Echidna's absorption ability, but he wouldn't be immune to her basic shape-shifting ability. She didn't have a lot of control over her form, or she surely would have chosen something without that number of legs, without the 3 mutant dog heads, but she did have the ability to shift her flesh around, and Weld was limited in how fast he could cut that flesh away. Rachel had moved to my side. She put her arms under my shoulders and my knees and lifted me, grunting. I twisted around to cough and gag. I managed to move one arm to my face, but didn't have the strength in my fingers to move the fabric at my neck. Rachel found it instead, pulling it up and halfway up my face. I coughed up lumps of stuff that tasted the way raw meat smelled. Careful. Tattletale said. Incoming. Dogs. Noelle had apparently moved one of her heads around, because she managed to spray a stream of vomit our way. There was a pause as her body heaved. My bugs could sense the movement as one of the bulkier dogs was repositioned inside her monstrous lower body, and then she puked up one of the dogs, along with a handful of humans. It wasn't large, wasn't mutant. Well, it was a mutant, but it wasn't one of Rachel's mutants. Bentley, Rachel ordered. Kill. The bulldog lunged and seized the smaller dog in its jaws in a matter of seconds, crushed it in a heartbeat. Yeah, Rachel said, her voice low enough that only I heard it. Feels wrong. Why? Miss Militia asked. Why was it small? When we were hanging out with Panacea during the Slaughterhouse 9 fiasco, she put her hand on Sirius, Tattletale said. And she said that the tissues die as they get pushed out from the center. They're more like super zombie dogs, really, with a juicy, living center. An echidna doesn't copy dead things, Miss Militia said. Tattletale nodded. We got lucky. I was worried it would only be a little smaller. Weld was fighting to emerge. He had his hands on Gru and one of the dogs. He hurled them out, and Miss Militia caught the dog. Imp and Tattletale hurried to drag Gru away. Did you bring all the stuff I asked for? Tattletale asked. Yes. It won't be enough. So long as you've got some, it'll help. Just need to buy time, Tattletale said. Echidna's bulk shifted. I couldn't see it with my own eyes, but with the blurry vision the bugs offered, I could track how she was getting her legs under her. I could see that there weren't any distinct bulges anymore. She was breaking down the mutant flesh she'd stripped away from Rachel's dogs and she was making it her own. 6 dogs, if my estimates about them being roughly a third her mass were right, she could be 3 times as big as she'd been before. She'll be stronger, Miss Militia said, putting the dog down. If this doesn't work, we just gave her a power boost for nothing. We're saving the people she took, Tattletale said, and we're buying time. It's not nothing. Echidna heaved herself up to her feet. She vomited forth a geyser of fluids and flying clones. Our ranks were scattered, knocked over and pushed away from Echidna by the force and quantity of the fluids. It was stronger than before. Whatever the source she was drawing from was, she'd reinforced it with the mass she'd gained from eating the dogs. No less than 15 clones littered the floor, and there were another 12 or so dogs and rats in their mass. Miss Militia didn't even stand before opening fire. Twin assault rifles tore into the ranks of the clones as she emptied both clips, reforged the guns with her power, and then unloaded 2 more clips. Several clones were avoiding the bullets more by sheer chance than any effort on their part. One Grace clone managed to shield the bullets, moving her hands to block the incoming fire. One stray shot clipped her shoulder, but she was holding out. Echidna spat up another wave, and I hurried to get my flying bugs out of the way. I still couldn't move, but I held my breath. The wave hit us on 2 fronts, an initial crush of fluid and bodies, and the bodies from the first wave that had been shoved up against us. As the fluid receded, my bugs moved back down to the ground to track how many clones she'd created. It made for a pile of bodies, with snarling dogs and clones struggling for footing as they reached for us. Bentley and Bastard provided our side with the muscle we needed to shove the worst of the enemy numbers away, bulldozing them with snouts and shoving them aside with the sides of their large bodies. Miss Militia followed up by sweeping the area with a flamethrower. She stopped, waiting for the smoke to clear, and Tattletale shouted, again. Weld still inside. Another wave of flame washed over the clones. They were regents, tectons, and graces, as well as various dogs, and none were able to withstand the heat. Each and every one of them burned. But this much heat and smoke, even with this space being as large as it wasn't an assault we could sustain. Echidna opened her mouth for a third spray, then stopped. One by one, bodies were dropping from her gut. No. Noelle screamed, from her vantage point on top of the monstrous form. Weld forced another dog free, and Echidna moved one leg to step on it. Grace and Tecton fell, and Weld dropped after them. He turned the blade of one hand into a scythe, then chopped a segment of Echidna's foot free. With one motion of the scythe, he sent Tecton, Regent, and some of the dogs skidding our way, sliding them on the vomit-slick floor like a hockey player might with a puck on ice. Echidna deliberately dropped, belly flopping onto Weld, Grace, and the dismembered foot that had stepped on the 6th dog. Miss Militia was already drawing together a rocket launcher. She fired a shot at the general location where Weld was. He forced his way free of the resulting wound a moment later, the dog tucked under one arm, Grace under the other. Echidna swiped at him, but he hurled the others forward to safety a second before it connected. He was slammed into the wall, but he didn't even reel from the blow. He made a dash for us. Retreat. Miss Militia gave the order. The staircase shook precariously as we made our ascent, one group at a time. One of the capes had frozen the staircase of the metal walkway to the wall to stabilize it. They started getting organized to hand each of us and the dogs up to the door, but Rachel barreled past, carrying me and 2 dogs, with Bastard and Bentley following behind. As we reached the doorway, dogs were handed to the able-bodied. Others were helping the wounded. Clock Blocker had fallen, and Kidwin was being moved with a makeshift stretcher formed of one of the chain-link doors that had been in the hallway. There was a lot of blood. It was Shatterbird's power, I realized. I'd barely registered the event. Shatterbird was still in the hallway on the other side of the underground complex. Standing away from the main fighting, perhaps, or waiting for an opportunity. She'd found the locker where Regent kept her costume, was using her power to put it on while simultaneously fighting off the bugs that were still biting her. Echidna reared back, apparently gearing up to vomit, and Miss Militia fired a rocket launcher straight into the monster's open mouth. It barely seemed to slow Echidna down. Vomit spilled around her, crawling with vermin and bugs. The monster was moving slower, now. The entire structure shook as she advanced on us, sections of the walkway crumpling and screeching where her bulk scraped against it. But the door was just that, a door. 3 feet wide and 6 feet tall. The tunnels the trucks had used were too small for her mass, even if one ignored the fact that they'd been strategically collapsed. The entire area shook with the impact of her furious struggles. She was trying to tear her way free. The violence only ramped up as we made our escape, to the point that I was worried the building above us would come down on top of our heads as we headed outside. The warm, fresh air was chill against the damp fabric of my costume as we escaped from beneath the building. I could sense other heroes and trucks stationed nearby, no doubt surrounding the area. The second we'd reached the perimeter, Tattletale collapsed to the ground, propping herself up with her back to a wall. Gru and Regent were placed next to us. We were covered in blood and vomit, half of us so weak we could barely move. It didn't convey the best image. Vista wasn't inside Echidna, Weld said. If she's still in the building. Triumph, phone her, Miss Militia ordered. Yes'm, Triumph replied. Miss Militia turned to Tattletale. She gestured at the nearby vehicles. You said you wanted containment foam. I did, Tattletale said. You think she'll fight free? Almost definitely, Tattletale said. She had a Gru with her. One with teleportation powers. He disappeared partway through the fight, lurking somewhere out of sight. Being pragmatic about the situation. So unless someone can testify to having killed the guy, we can expect her to pop up in a matter of minutes. Minutes, Miss Militia said. No reply from Vista, Triumph reported. Keep trying. She gets free in a few minutes, and we'll use the containment foam then. Assault asked. I jumped a little at the realization it was him. No, Tattletale said. We'll use it as soon as the dust settles. Dust? Assault asked. She withdrew her cell phone, raised her voice, if any of you have force fields, put them up now. Tattletale started punching something into the keypad. Miss Militia grabbed her wrist, prying the cell phone from her hand. Stop. It's our only option. What's our only option? Buying time, Tattletale said. She wrenched her hand free, but Miss Militia still had the phone. How? You could punch the last 2 digits, 1 and 4, into that keypad, see for yourself, Tattletale said. Or you could give me the phone, let me do it, and then if Vista's in there, your conscience is less muddy, if not exactly clear. Miss Militia turned her face toward the phone, stared at the building that loomed over Coil's not-so-secret base. Shatterbird, I started to speak, had to catch my breath, she's in there too. She was talking to Noelle. To Echidna. Last I saw. They might be deciding to work together. I won't have a clear conscience, no matter what I do, Miss Militia said. But I might as well own up to it. Miss Militia touched the phone twice. Long, quiet seconds reigned. Didn't think you had it in you, Tattletale commented. There was a rumble. My bugs couldn't reach far enough to see, but they could see the blur. A cloud, at the top floor of the building. Another cloud expanded out from the top of the building, 1 floor down from the first. The explosions continued, escalating, ripping through the building in stages. I couldn't even breathe as I experienced the resulting aftershock, the vibrations as the building folded in on itself, plummeting down to the construction area. What assault started? There was another explosion, muffled, and my bugs were in range for the explosion that followed. Plumes of earth rose in a rough circle around the building, and then the ground sank. The entire underground base, folding in on itself. Even with the debris of the fallen building on top of it, the area seemed to form a loose depression. Fitting for the criminal mastermind, I thought. She-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee-ee Coil. She was staring at what must have been a massive cloud of dust. He tried, sort of, she said. His computer was rigged to blow everything up if someone tampered too much. I found the stuff when I went looking for his files, as I moved in. Scared the pants off me when I realized that it was already in motion. Before that? I asked. When we were waiting for the meeting. Couldn't afford to let a kidna loose, she said. And I think I would have known. Can't say for sure. It took minutes for everything to finish settling. Containment foam on the wreckage. Miss Militia shouted. I want Cape escorts for each truck and equipped PRT member, do not engage if you see her. She was rattling off more orders. I couldn't focus enough to follow it all. She's not dead, Tattletale said, but we bought an hour, at least. Maybe a few. With luck, they'll upgrade this to a Class S. We'll get reinforcements, which we'll need. She's stronger, Gru said. He didn't sound good. You fed her. Had to. Or she would have escaped before the explosion. But she's stronger, Gru repeated himself. Tattletale nodded. Do you have a plan? I asked. She shook her head. Not really. Ideas. I have a few too, I said. Not good ones, though. I'll take bad ideas, she said. She sighed wistfully, fuck. I really wanted an evil mastermind headquarters of my own. It'll be years before I can build one for myself, Tattletale groused. So impatient, Regent clucked his tongue. Tattletale pushed herself to her feet. The next part's going to be 3 times as bad. I'm going to go see if we can scrounge up some healing. I brought my legs up to my chest and folded my arms on my knees, resting my head on them. The visions I'd seen were swiftly fading into memory, but the ideas behind them lingered. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't sure I wanted to fight, to step up and save others. A large part of me wanted to say it was up to the heroes, to take the unsure thing over doing it myself and knowing I'd done everything I could. I turned to Gru. You okay? He didn't respond. Gru. I asked. Nothing. I used my bugs to search for someone who might be able to give medical attention. Everyone was milling around, active, busy. Us undersiders aside, there were only 2 people nearby who weren't active, trying to contain and prepare for a potential second attack. Weld and Miss Militia. They were talking, and they were looking at me. Thomas Calvert. My clone had informed them. And they'd seen our faces. Scourge 19.2. I wanted nothing more than to stop, to look after Gru and lick my wounds, but I couldn't let the heroes come to one of their deeply misinformed conclusions at my expense. Not when they were talking about murder. It took me 2 attempts to get to my feet. I didn't like looking anything less than my best when surrounded by so many people who were judging me, and I felt pretty far from my best. My bugs formed a cloak, strategically covering me much in the way that Gru did with his darkness. I noticed how Miss Militia and Weld went silent as I approached. Other heads turned, but nobody moved to stop me. If anything, they edged out of my way. They didn't clear a path, exactly, but a number of them found reasons to walk away, shift position or avoid looking at me as I moved through the perimeter they'd formed. For an instant, I felt like I was among the students at the school. Only this time, instead of drawing attention, with people approaching me and bumping into me, I was pushing them away. Instead of that incessant tolling, there was only quiet, the sound of the wind, a vehicle in the distance, and the buzzing of the insects that cloaked me. A part of me wondered how much of that was my reputation beyond Brockton Bay, and how much was my innate creepiness. Skitter, Weld said, when I reached him and Miss Militia. Thank you for the rescue, I said. I can't really sum it up in words, but it was pretty damn heroic. I owe you. Imp got in touch with me, with a message from Tattletale. The 2 of them made a pretty convincing argument. You're okay. I offered a curt nod. I wasn't, but it wouldn't do to say so. Silence was a very effective tool, I was finding, because it spoke volumes and rarely put me into a less advantageous position. The more I talked, the more I risked revealing just how exhausted and battered I was feeling. Catastrophic, was the word Imp used, Weld said, when describing just what might happen if a clone got your power without any of your restraint. Not to mention the issues posed by the psychotic Grus. Your clones could commit mass murder on the scale of hundreds, but his threatened to lose us the battle. And we suspect at least one survived, Miss Militia said. I nodded. There's other capes who are just as dangerous as us. Think in terms of the damage some heroes could do. You. Weld looked at Miss Militia. She nodded. If anything, this situation is very illuminating, in terms of how bad some para-humans might be in a worst-case scenario. There are some powers that are tame at first glance, but utterly disastrous if left unchecked. I take it I have one of the tame powers. I asked. No, Miss Militia said. I wouldn't say that. There was a pause in the conversation. I wasn't going to argue with or agree with her point, and neither she nor Weld were volunteering further information. Your team took off your armbands, Miss Militia said. Yes, I replied. You're playing very loose within the scope of the rules, with the consequences I outlined. That's somewhat related to what I came here to talk to you about, I said. Go on, she said. The clone told you things, I ventured. I wanted to address them before you jumped to conclusions. Or, at least, I wanted to address one major point. You were conscious? Weld asked. I nodded. Weld spoke, I understand if your clone was lying. Psychological warfare, creating division in the ranks. I'd be willing to believe the clone is capable of it, in light of our past experiences with you. No offense. But I still had to tell my boss. I didn't respond right away. He was giving me a way out. I tried to get a sense of Miss Militia's body language, using just my bugs, her arms were folded. It was a moment where I desperately wished I could see and get a better read on her. I'd always hated those parts in the TV shows and movies, where everything could be resolved with the simple truth. It was why I'd never been able to watch romantic comedies. It grated, the sitcom-esque comedic situations which would be resolved if people would only sit down, explain, and listen to one another, the tragedies which could have been prevented with a few simple words. I didn't want to be one of those tragedies. Thomas Calvert was Coyle, I said. I kept my voice low enough that only the two of them would hear. I didn't need to provoke a riot. Beg pardon? Weld asked. Miss Melicia's arms unfolded. She hooked her thumbs in her belt, silent. Thomas Calvert got powers, I said, the ability to create a parallel reality where he could nudge things to unfold in different ways. He used those powers to make a lot of money with no risk, hired high-power mercenaries, and then hired both the travelers and us. The undersiders. Miss Militia shifted position, leaning against a wall with her arms folded. A lot of what you say fits with what we know about Coil, but I'm not seeing where Thomas Calvert comes in. His power meant anyone working under him could operate with less risk. Our plans were that much more likely to work, because we got 2 chances anytime he was able to give us his attention. With that, we took over the city. At that point, he'd exhausted the use of the Coil persona, so he staged his own death. He staged the deaths of those reporters, rigged the whole scene and set it up so it would play out like it did. And in the end, a body double was set to die in his place. His hired woman gets elected mayor in the aftermath, Piggott loses her job, and Thomas Calvert becomes head of the PRT. You're giving him a hell of a lot of credit, Miss Militia said. He's spent years rigging this. If you dig, you'll probably be able to find some traces of it. Maybe the reporters who were on the scene only started working at a certain point, after he put them in position. Maybe you can follow the money trails. But he set everything up. Think about it. I raised one hand, counted off my points. Through the undersiders and travelers, he would control all illicit activity in Brockton Bay, slowly moving on to the neighboring cities. Through his money, power, and his activity as Coil, he would control local business and industry. Most of the construction companies that are rebuilding, all of the areas that are being bulldozed and rebuilt, he owned the land, he owned the businesses. He could do it all at a loss because he was able to get money in other ways. He was prepared to control the government through his puppets, and he controlled the heroes through his newly acquired position in the PRT. All in all, he was set to have an absolute grip over Brockton Bay and all of the major aspects of the city. And you murdered him? Miss Militia asked. Your clone was telling the truth. I think, I said, and I had to pause to get my thoughts in order, that this dialogue of ours is going to play out far better if I don't answer that question. Because you murdered him, Weld said. I didn't answer. I'll have to discuss this with the higher UPS, Miss Militia said. The de facto truce we formed should protect you until this is all over, but I'll make a strong recommendation that you be left alone for the time being. It might help. I wouldn't, I told Miss Militia. Wouldn't what? Make my recommendation. I wouldn't tell the higher UPS. We took off the armbands because Tattletale had a feeling, complicated to explain. I would really like you to explain, Miss Militia said. The problem with explaining was that it threatened to offer insight on Tattletale's power. Worse, it might get the Chicago wards in trouble, and they'd been decent. Maybe changing the subject. Tattletale had ideas that Eidolon's motives weren't entirely pure. And I don't think they were. When we got closer, I overheard Eidolon talking to Noel. He knew a few things that suggested he already knew what Coil was doing. Eidolon? Weld asked. Miss Militia put a hand on my shoulder, and ushered me away from the perimeter where the heroes were walking around and getting prepared. I was pretty sure nobody was able to hear, but I didn't object. She leaned close and spoke in order in my ear, explain. This explanation was having the opposite effect I'd intended. It threatened to get me and the others in deeper trouble. Do you know what cauldron is? I asked. A rumor, Miss Militia said. It was an idea that cropped up around the time the first major para-humans did, and occasionally a person or group will use that idea and claim some greater conspiracy or a power connection. In every case, it is investigated and thoroughly debunked. I frowned behind my mask. If you don't think Cauldron's responsible, how do you explain the monstrous para-humans? Like Gregor the Snail or Neuter? Or me? Weld asked. He was just behind us. Or you, I said. I've run into too many situations that involve Cauldron to buy that it's a series of hoaxes. The merchants had vials that granted powers, and a suitcase detailing some contract with Cauldron. I read some of it, before Faultline's crew absconded with the rest of it. Did you actually see someone drink and gain powers? Miss Militia asked. No. It's a name that's acquired enough momentum and prestige that people will occasionally use it to their advantage. Nothing more, Miss Militia said. Then why did Eidolon say that Coil was involved with Cauldron, and that Cauldron was responsible for Noel? I asked. Miss Militia pursed her lips. I don't know. It could be that you're lying. If I was going to lie, I'd pick something more believable. Or you're picking something so unbelievable that it'd take ages to sort through the data. In the meantime, this situation gets resolved and we let you walk away unharmed. I have talked to my team, and I've seen your records. You tend to do that. Protect yourself in the present with details and arguments that would take a long time to verify. I'm not looking for an argument, I said. If you don't believe that Calvert was Coil, then that's fine. I just wanted to put all my cards on the table. Except for actually admitting to the murder, Weld said. Right, I said. Assuming we believed you, what are we supposed to do with this knowledge? Miss Militia asked. For now. I asked, nothing. Operate as you would otherwise. But keep your eyes open, with this information in mind. And if we do? If we keep our eyes open, thoroughly investigate this allegation about Calvert and Coil, and we still decide to arrest you, will you agree to come peacefully into custody? I shook my head. No. I don't think so. So it's really selfishness that brings you here, Miss Militia said. You don't expect to change the way you operate, and you expect to get away with acknowledging that you murdered a man, if not outright admitting it, but you want us to change how we handle our end of things, based on your hearsay. If you want to see it as selfing, that's your call, I said. Maybe that's how you work. But I don't have high aspirations, now. I saved Dinah. I want to protect the people in my territory, and stop the forces that might hurt them, be it the Slaughterhouse 9, Coil or Echidna. Maybe you won't believe me when I say so, but I'm not trying to argue in my own defense here. I won't confirm or deny what the clone said, but nothing I'm saying here really gives me an alibi or leverage to escape this situation. You're giving us excuses to soften the impact of the crime you committed, Miss Militia said. I'm not admitting to anything, I pointed out. You know what I mean. Maybe they are excuses, kind of. It's one way of looking at it. Another way is that maybe now you can maybe be more wary when talking to Eidolon, or pay more attention when you start looking into Calvert's daily life, see if anything points to Coil. He wasn't stupid, but you don't devote that much time and energy to something without some blurring of the lines. I don't gain much if you do that, but you could stand to benefit. Maybe, Miss Militia said. Are you speaking from experience? Weld asked. When you talk about blurring the lines between identities. I turned toward him, remembered that he'd seen my face. That would be telling. Could be, he answered. It's something I'm interested in. I never had the benefit of a secret identity. Overrated, as far as I can tell, I told him. I thought of my dad. Was he the victim of a blurring of the lines? Or just a casualty in a long series of events that had affected the whole city? Or both? This seems like a good time to cut in, Tattletale said. She approached from around the corner, turned her head in Miss Militia's direction. May I steal Skitter from you? Miss Militia waved a hand to one side, silent. Tattletale was leading me off when Miss Militia spoke up. I don't know if you are speaking the truth. She trailed off. I opened my mouth to speak, then shut it. Silence was safer. But if you are, I appreciate it. It's not like me, to demand evidence, to suspect everything, but I have to. My teams can't afford for me to give anyone or anything the benefit of a doubt. Being in charge is hard, I said, without turning her way. Tattletale gestured in the direction we were going, then walked beside me as we left Weld and Miss Militia behind. Whatever warped disease Noelle had dumped into me to weaken me and leave me unable to fight back after I'd been vomited out was steadily wearing off. That was only a part of the overarching problems, though, and I still felt drained. My stamina was pretty rock bottom, and the recent fight hadn't helped. I was hungry, thirsty, and I wanted to crash for 15 or 30 minutes. Oddly enough, though she no doubt felt far more spry than I did, it was Tattletale who fell a half step behind me as she walked to my left, and it seemed very deliberate in how she did so. She'd done something very similar when we'd been on the rooftop, a subtle maneuver to help portray me as the leader and as someone to be respected. Tattletale was scary in her own way, in a very different way than I was scary, but scary. That she was showing deference or whichever would suggest something, even if people didn't consciously realize it. The alternative interpretation was that she'd been hurt more in the fight than she was letting on. Skitter, Tattletale said, meet Scapegoat. My bugs passed over the young hero, and he didn't flinch. He would be one of the wards, unless his stature was misleading. His costume was a robe, though closer to Murden's in style than Panacea's. My bugs traced beneath the robe to detect armor that suggested the costume was intended to be worn into a fight. He wore a mask attached to his head by a band that felt like metal, apparently designed to flip up. 2 curling horns were attached to the band, at the sides of his forehead. Scapegoat? I asked. A healer? No, Scapegoat said. But I can fix you. Sort of. What do you mean by sort of? What I do is fragile. It's not healing. You'll stop hurting, the wounds will disappear, but it's a delicate balance, and the duration is limited. I'll take what I can get, I said. When the duration expires, unless certain conditions are met, the injuries come back. Sometimes not as bad, sometimes worse. And they're usually slower to heal. What's the duration? I asked. Anywhere from 1 hour to 6 hours. And the condition? I asked. Longer you go without breaking the effect, the better the chance the injuries stay gone. Sit, Tattletale said. I sat. Scapegoat touched my hand. I felt a wave of sensations rushing over me. Being hot, being cold, vibrations, the feeling of different fabrics and skin contacting mine, all at once. The feeling of my costume against my skin became intense, sharp, even overwhelming. I jumped and pulled away. It's okay, Tattletale said. I nodded, gave Scapegoat my hand once again. Tattletale explained, Scapegoat's effect operates on a quantum level. He's digging through potential realities to find unheard versions of you that are close enough to who you are right now that everything fits together seamlessly. Except the injuries, I said. Sensations were rippling over me, each simultaneous, and the simple contact of my costume against my skin or the ground under my feet was so intense that it felt electric. Tattletale nodded. Except the injuries. For the time being, he's patching you together with unheard parts from the versions of Skitter from the other realities and other possibilities, and his own body serves as a bridge for that. Is this safe? I asked. I had to grit my teeth as the effect continued to intensify. Relax, Scapegoat said. More agitated you are, the weaker the effect. Relax. I reached out to my bugs, trying to feel what they felt, see what they saw, hear what they heard, and displace myself from my body. It was a method I'd tried many times before, almost meditative. It doesn't take much for the effect to break, Tattletale said. A heavy impact, a new injury or a major shock. If that happens, all the injuries come back. Probably worse. I'd planned to comment on how hard it was to relax and distract myself from the sensation when the meaning of Tattletale's words struck me. How the hell am I supposed to fight if I can't get hurt? Play safe. And stay within 150 feet of Scapegoat. I frowned. I don't think I can operate like that. I can stop, Scapegoat said. If you're feeling ungrateful. You're barely functional, Tattletale told me, ignoring him. A lot of it's just the way that her puke makes you feel sick. It's wearing off. You're saying you'd rather keep going the way you are? Tattletale asked. Ribs, lungs, exhausted, battered. If it means being able to fight without having my hands tied, maybe. I said. And not feeling like this. Scapegoat's process sucked. But you can't fight. Not in this shape. It doesn't really matter, Scapegoat said. It's too late to undo it. All at once, the sensations stopped. My entire body seemed to vibrate like a silent tuning fork might, in the absence of the sensations. My ears were ringing, and spots swelled behind my eyelids. I opened my eyes, and I still couldn't see. No. It was different. There wasn't a white haze. I wiped at the lenses of my mask, and dried bile and blood flaked off, leaving them more or less clear. I blinked a few times, then took a deep breath. I could see, and I could breathe. She's fucking blind. Scapegoat yelped. I looked down at Scapegoat. His costume was all white and gold, his mask an alabaster goat's head fixed to a golden band, his robe white, and the chain around his waist more gold, with a goat's head buckle. He was on his knees on the ground, and the yelling had elicited a coughing fit. Could have sworn I mentioned it, Tattletale said. What's going on? I asked. Oh. He takes on whatever injuries he removes from others. The eyes you're using right now are essentially a blend of his eyes and the ones he was able to find by paging through alternate skitters. Kind of. Hard to explain. How the fuck am I supposed to operate like this? Scapegoat rasped. He started coughing again. You visit my other teammates, make sure they're shipshape, Tattletale said, then we accompany you, and we create a situation where you can use the offensive effect of your power. Fuck me, Scapegoat said. It's temporary, she said. In a lower voice, she added, and I'm paying you well. A corrupt hero? Or just an enterprising one? I wondered. I was also wondering if Tattletale had the funds for this. She'd just paid off Coil's soldiers, and as far as I knew, she was committing to keeping his enterprises going, but she wouldn't have all of his funds, nor all of his contacts. It came perilously close to emulating Coil's fatal mistake. Other junior heroes were gathering around us, as Scapegoat continued coughing and wheezing. The one that caught my eye at first was a girl with a flower motif to her costume, her hair pink and styled in waves like a rose's petals, which was impressive given how she'd probably just gotten out of bed before arriving. Others included a boy in green with a sledgehammer, a guy with plate armor with fins at the side of the visor, a boy with a candle on his tan costume, and a pair I recognized as Grace and Wanton. Problem, S.G., the girl asked. Hate my power, hate my power, hate it, hate it, hate it, Scapegoat rasped. Wanton and Grace gave him a hand in standing. He was still making his way to his feet when Grace turned to me. You're blind, she asked. I was, I said. It happened after we parted ways. No, I said. She gave me a funny look. I kept my mouth shut, deciding to let her draw her own conclusions. She looked down at Scapegoat, and I changed the subject. You're okay? No lasting effects from Noelle. Shipshape, she said. I wasn't sure she was telling the truth. Grace looked a little worse for wear. Her hair looked wet, and the fluids that Noelle had been spitting out had congealed into the cracks and folds of her costume, with colors ranging from black to red to bilious yellow. I wasn't sure how she'd looked before, but she looked tired. Was it waking up before sunrise, or had she been affected emotionally? I probably didn't look much better. At least my costume was black and grey. The muck wouldn't stand out. I felt better, though. Enough that I felt almost euphoric. Aches and pains I'd stopped paying attention to long ago were gone. It did a lot to help me disassociate from the images and scenes I'd seen inside Noelle. Tattletale might have been right. Maybe working with Scapegoat was necessary. If making this permanent was an option, I was willing to do what it took to preserve the effect, keeping Scapegoat close and keeping myself in one piece. It wasn't something I had a lot of experience in, playing safe. Let's go find the others, I said. I didn't like how Gru was acting when I left him behind. Grace, Wanton, are you coming with? The orders we got stand until we hear different, Grace said. We're supposed to accompany you. Good. Then let's see about getting Bentley and putting him on the dog's back. Tattletale shook her head. Too many impacts, with him lumbering around like he does. Either you or he take too heavy a hit, and we're back where we started. What if we find a containment van and put him in the passenger seat? I asked. The last van didn't fare too well, Tattletale said. We'll use containment foam to keep him safe and in one piece if we have to, I told her. I hope it doesn't come to that. Let's go. I started to move to pick Scapegoat up off the ground, but Tattletale stopped me, putting one hand on my wrist. Treat yourself like you're made of glass, she said. No heavy exertion, don't get hurt, don't strain yourself. That's a little extreme, I said, but I didn't touch Scapegoat. It took 2 people to help Scapegoat to walk. Grace walked on one side of him, Tattletale on the other. When he'd taken on my injuries, had he received a more crippling variation? I was hungry to observe and absorb every tidbit of information I'd been missing. I could see the heroes gathered, all eyes on the wreckage of the building. PRT officers were treading the perimeter, spraying volumes of containment foam onto the rubble. 80 heroes, if my bugs were counting right. Maybe 8 in all were in the air. It made it easy to find Eidolon. Like Grace, his costume had been tinted by the film of dried fluids. He was a few stories above the ground, and his cape flapped around him in the strong winds. It was hard to make capes look good. They had a way of clinging to the body, or flowing the wrong way, getting caught around an arm. It took a measure of majesty to make it work. Eidolon could pull it off. Ironic, that the slang for a para-human was cape, and so few of us wore them. I'd worn a short cape, not so long ago, barely long enough to reach the small of my back. I'd adopted it more for utility than style, to give me more concealed area to hide my bugs and for the marginal extra protection it afforded me. I didn't have it now, and I was somewhat glad. I might have felt more self-conscious, seeing Eidolon up there. I'd wind up worrying if I really had the ability to make it look good, when I needed to focus on projecting confidence. There weren't many villains here, and now that I could see, I was getting evidence to my previous concerns about being watched. We reached the Undersiders, and I knelt beside Gru. Imp was beside him, and both Regent and Bitch were standing nearby. Regent gave me a nod, and I nodded back. Sorry to do this, I said. I looked at the 3 heroes that had accompanied us, but I'd like to have a private conversation with my teammates. The bugs flowed from my costume and the surroundings, forming a moving curtain that separated me from Grace, Wanton and Scapegoat. I gradually widened it, forcing them to back up. Wanton let Grace support Scapegoat and tried to venture forward into the swarm. He snorted and backed up as bugs crawled into his nose, ears, and mouth. I gave him a few seconds to experience the sensation, then removed them. He didn't try a second time. What's going on? I asked, keeping my voice low. He's gone quiet, Imp said. Not responding much. He flinched when I tried to touch him. Being inside Echidna, you see things, I said. Variations on your trigger event, or ugly moments from your life. Oh, Imp said. Oh. I looked at Gru. He was staring off into space, with darkness gathered in thick ropes around him, to the point that I couldn't make out how he was sitting. He did that instinctively, I'd noted. The more he withdrew into himself, suppressed his emotions, the more his darkness manifested around him. If it was this bad, then I wasn't sure what I could do. I knelt beside him, and even with the darkness that wreathed him, I could sense him pulling away. Imp, I said. What? You should take him home. But I can help. I know, I said. You've helped a lot already. But he can't stay here. Not like this. If he relived his trigger event, he's going to need reassurance from you. His other trigger event was about you, Imp said. She sounded almost accusatory. Maybe, I said. I stared into the black lenses of her mask. Do you want me to take him? Because I will. I'll leave, Tattletale can lead the Undersiders, and you can stay and focus on assassinating clones. She drew her knife, turned it around in her hands, as if she were considering it. Whatever you do, I told her, make the call fast. If you aren't staying, I want to get moving fast. I need to collect bugs before the fighting starts up again. She glanced down at Gru, then she looked at the others. Regent and Rachel were watching us carefully. For my part, I looked at Gru. I wanted nothing more than to walk away. I'd be okay being partially blind, waiting weeks or months to see if maybe my senses came back, if it meant holding him, helping him through this, giving him whatever support he needed so badly. I could so vividly recall the vision I'd seen of Mannequin, and all the people I'd cared about struggling to get to safety. Everyone had been counting on me, and I'd been failing them. Odd, that the recollection was somehow reassuring to me in this brief moment. In the same moment, I turned to Imp and Imp turned to me. The black lenses of her mask met my yellow ones straight on. You're the leader, Imp said, and that was answer enough. I reached out and took Gru's hand. He flinched, trying to pull away before I got a firm hold. I managed it anyways, seized his hand between mine. Gru, I said. I kept my voice firm, but quiet. It's Skitter. Taylor. I need you to listen. He didn't budge an inch. I squeezed his hand. Listen. You're going with Aisha, understand? I think I know the kind of thing you saw. What you experienced. But you need to remember the important part, okay? You didn't fail. You did what you wanted to. You saved her, you saved me, and you saved yourself. He tugged, trying to pull his hand away, and I held fast. The darkness was swelling around him. There's only one more part left. Just like you did then, you need to walk away. Leave the scene behind. It's the best thing you can do. You turn your back, and you walk away from where all the ugliness happened. Understand? Go with Aisha. You two go home together. I stood, and I pulled on his hand at the same time. He resisted. Take her home, I said. This time, when I pulled, he worked to climb to his feet. I took his hand and placed it firmly in Aisha's. I watched them walk away, hand in hand, and when I couldn't see them with my eyes, I sensed them with my power, followed the movements with the blotchy vision of my bugs. The bugs I'd formed into a barrier drifted in my direction and congregated on me. The younger heroes were a short distance away, and Tattletale was with them. They were watching as reinforcements arrived. Alexandria and Legend had joined Murden, Chevalier, and Eidolon. The big guns. We were finally treating this like a Class S threat. When I approached Tattletale, the other Undersiders followed me, Regent and Bitch with a litter of dogs of varying size trailing around her, chains clinking where they were attached to collars and harnesses. Tecton was on the other side of the crowd, looking somewhat worse for wear. Grace and Wanton started making their way toward him, and I followed by necessity, because they were helping a blind scapegoat hobble along. Our trip led us past the collection of major heroes, and the crowd that had gathered around them. Glancing at them, I could see Tattletale in my peripheral vision, a smile spreading across her face. I felt a moment's trepidation. I'd seen that kind of smile, had seen it on Emma's face, often enough, just before she pulled something. It wasn't directed at me, though. I reached out for Tattletale's arm, but she was already speaking. Cauldron, she said. The word just loud enough for the heroes to hear. Eidolon managed to feign ignorance, not even moving a muscle, and Alexandria barely moved, nothing out of the ordinary for someone who'd heard a voice calling out. Legend, though, turned our way, looking straight at Tattletale. His lips pursed a fraction, and then he looked away. Tattletale's grin widened a fraction. She murmured to me, all three no. In which case we just added 3 people to our list of possible enemies. Scourge 19.3. I could see the dirty looks from the heroes around us. Tattletale's outburst would cost us something in the here and now, and I wasn't sure there was anything to be gained long term. Meanwhile, we were the only real villains that I was aware of, surrounded by people who didn't trust us. People who expected us to try something. I was acutely aware that the Chicago wards and Scapegoat would be listening in if I said anything to Tattletale, and the thing I most wanted to say to Tattletale would be the worst thing to say on a lot of levels. Calling her an idiot made us look less cohesive as a team, and she never reacted well to it. I didn't want Tecton, Grace, and Wanton to hear, so I put one hand on Tattletale's shoulder to stop her, and spoke just above a whisper. That was ill-timed. Only opportunity I was about to get, with all of them together, she said. She didn't bother to lower her voice. Big piece of the puzzle, knowing this much lets me start working out how everything fits together. I know, I murmured, but it wasn't a good moment. We don't need to make enemies of the Triumvirate, and we don't need a kill order put on our heads. Miss Militia wouldn't really, Tattletale said. That's so? I asked. Or is that another one of your educated guesses? Educated guess, Tattletale said. Let's not forget that there's other capes with a reason to hate us, and provoking their bosses might motivate them to get on Miss Militia's case about that kill order and cleaning up Brockton Bay. If an order comes down from above, it doesn't matter if she's willing to kill us or not. Let's do our best to avoid seeming dangerous. Sure, she said. Got what I wanted anyways. I wasn't sure I was happy with that outcome. She wasn't saying she wouldn't do it again. Keep in mind that we're tired. It's easier to make mistakes. I get it. It's cool, Tattletale said. But just like you need time to get your bugs together, I need background info to work with before I get into a fight. That's not a fight we want to start right now, I said. Maybe ever. I have ideas. Trust me a little, she said, smiling a touch. I frowned behind my mask, then led the way to the wards. I couldn't be lecturing her about picking her battles if I didn't do the same, and arguing this point with Tattletale wasn't going to help us right now. Something to address another time, another day. What's going on? Tecton asked. Discussing strategy, I said. How are you guys? Wanton. Murden caught up with me, collected all the radioactive stuff, Wanton said. My other form feels a little weak. Might be that my real self is feeling drained, might be that whatever powers my other self is. And Raymancer? I asked. Wanton glanced at Tecton, but he didn't respond. I could tell from their body language. I'm sorry, I said. Nausea, vomiting, headaches, weakness, and even if he makes it through today, it's probably going to kill him in the next while, Tecton said. There's healers, I said. Tinkers who understand radiation. I'm sure they've got good doctors looking after him now. If you'll accept my saying so, I'd say your priority is here, now, this situation. Tecton shifted position, straightening his back so he stood a little taller. With his power armor, it put him head, shoulders and chest above me. I had to admire the power armor. Even the idea of power armor, it was kind of scary to me. Putting together a piece of machinery that could bend steel bars and punch through concrete was impressive enough on its own, but doing that and then climbing into said machinery, walking around in it, knowing that a single malfunction could cause a potential catastrophic failure? Being trapped in that armor, or worse, having it accidentally leverage that terrible strength against the wearer inside? I was still operating like I had when I was blind. A centipede crawled over the lens of my mask, obstructing my vision. I willed it to move away. Tecton wore his suit well. He was a walking tank, wide as he was tall, a glossy rust brown with brass highlights. His eyes were barely visible, but I could see his eyes behind the mask, studying me. He wasn't venturing a reply. Had I been too forward? Too presumptuous? Worrying about him is fine, I said, and the image of Gru sitting at the base of the wall flickered through my mind's eye, but the best thing you can do for Raymancer is get through this thing alive, and when you're done, you can do your job as team leader and find someone who can help him. Murden will do that. Maybe, I said. But are you really willing to trust the well-being of your teammate to a supervisor? Wouldn't it feel better to handle it yourself? Unless I have reason not to, I'll rely on Murden and I'll feel better doing that, Tecton replied. All of this whole scenario, the organization of it all, it doesn't work unless there's a measure of trust. Okay, I said. His reply had caught me off guard. I hadn't expected Tecton to have that kind of faith in his superiors, and I couldn't be sure if it was my own bias or naivete on his part that were at fault for this gap in understanding. Even if I were right, though, it wasn't my place to fix him. You lead the way you have to. Sorry to make assumptions. Okay, Tecton said. Doesn't matter if you do or not. I'll just keep making sure you and your team don't create trouble. Which we didn't do, when we lost the armbands and let them move on Eidolon, Grace pointed out. I'll take the flak for that, Tecton said. I mentioned it in passing to Miss Militia, I said, better that you tell the truth and say we pushed hard for it. Blame me. No, Regent said, blame me. I shot him a look, and he shrugged. Just wanted to get in on the fun, he said. You want me to put the blame on you, even if it means you get the kill order? Tecton asked. I'd rather not get the kill order, I said. And I'd rather not be indirectly responsible for your death, Tecton said. I think that settles that. Maybe that's for the best, I thought. Then let's talk strategy and priorities. Tecton, do you need anything? Gear? Time to prep. He shook his head. No. Need time to clean my armor and make sure it's all in working order, that's all. Bitch, I said. The dogs are okay. They weren't, but they're getting better as they grow. I looked at the dogs. They were each about twice their usual size, rippling with interior and exterior muscles, layered in calcified skin and sporting bone hooks. They were walking, which was good. I looked over the rest of the group, trying to take in all the variables. Regent, you have a bead on Shatterbird. Sorta did, felt too shitty to do anything with her after Metal Boy yanked me out. Around the time I started feeling better, she disappeared. What does that mean? She's out of range, she's dead, or she's inside Noelle. Inside Echidna. That would be bad, I said. And plausible, Tattletale said. She would, just to fuck us over. Any idea what variance we could expect on her power? I asked. Tattletale was combing her hair free of gunk with her fingers and fingernails. No. Seems like there's always a consistent factor, and the variations work off of that. For Vista, it was space warping. For Gru, darkness. With Shatterbird, there's 3 strong possibilities: glass, sound, or macrokinesis of some type. Fuck me, Tecton said. City-wide attacks with something other than glass. Wood? Metal? Pavement? Tattletale suggested. The way her original power works, her kinetic ability attunes other objects so they extend her range. She reaches as far as she can, then sets up a wide area explosion. Instant chaos. We deal with that if it happens, I said. I can use my bugs, maybe sense if she's affecting anything besides glass, buy us time to react or take cover somehow. But we have limited time, and we should use it. I'd like to stop by my territory, get resupplied, and maybe swing north to wherever Coil put Atlas. Atlas? Tecton asked. Skitter's giant pet beetle, Regent supplied an answer. It'll let me fly, I said, and I want to stay out of trouble until Scapegoat's power stabilizes. Easiest to do that if I'm 100 feet above the ground. That's not important right now. What I'm wanting to know is whether anyone else has an errand they need to run. Yeah, Tattletale said. I'd like to meet up with the remaining travelers, talk to Scrub. Scrub? Tecton asked. Scrub. And then I need to get back here to meet some guests as they arrive. I invited Faultline's crew. That gave me pause, but I couldn't say why while the heroes were here. Let's find a ride. Half of the PRT's containment vans had turrets on the top for spraying foam, and each of those vans were circling the area where the building and construction site had been demolished and brought down on Noelle's head, laying foam down on the rubble. The other half were little more than mobile roadblocks, and they had been positioned to block off minor roads and alleys, leaving only a few major roads that could be protected by capes. The benefit of having the Chicago wards with us was that we could ask for that stuff. Tecton went to Murden, Murden spoke a word into his armband, and a PRT agent brought our truck to us. Tecton had been talking about organization and relying on others. I didn't think it counted for nearly as much as he was saying. Not the PRT, with what I'd seen and the hints at the Triumvirate's involvement. Still, it was a ride, and I wasn't about to complain. The travelers were in custody, with Trickster absent. Genesis was in her monstrous form, fixed to the ground with containment foam. I didn't see any sign of her real body, which meant she was either playing along or cooperating. She wore a vaguely female shape with a serpent's tail from the waist down and a bony forehead that flared and swooped back behind her head like a triceratops frill. She had no eyes, and her mouth was wide and lipless, with tiny sharp teeth, her arms long with clawed fingertips. Sundancer and Ballistic were glued down to either side of her, buried up to their shoulders. Scrub was a distance away, buried up to his waist in the road. His hair glowed with a faint red color, and a glow emanated from his eyes and the inside of his mouth. Ballistic and Sundancer stared as we approached. The heroes were giving them a wide berth, probably as a safety precaution. I didn't recognize any of the 3 who were standing watch, a boy and girl each with short bows and headbands with a bull's and ram's horns, and an 8-foot-tall hulk of a girl with a muscular physique that had to be power-induced and a shovel broader than I was. She was stooped over, nearly to the point of having a hunchback, and she had a severe overbite that left her top row of teeth sort of hanging off the front of her face. Her hair was tied into thick, dark braids that hung nearly to her toes, partially obscuring her face. Like Weld, she wasn't wearing a mask. Wards West. Yo. Tecton called out. The large girl turned around. Her voice was deeper than Gru's when she spoke. Chicago Wards. Not that I'm one to talk, but you're missing a few members. They didn't. Nobody's died yet, Tecton said, extending a hand. She shook it. He said, got a couple sitting this one out. Barrick put in for vacation, I think he's feeling the pressure after the Leviathan hit, and he's hoping to have a good excuse to miss the next Endbringer hit. I told him he's not forced to come on these missions, but he's compelled to defend others, she said. Yet. Garnett gave this one a pass. Raymancer came, but he took a bad hit. Injured. Radiation poisoning. How bad, she asked. Bad as it can get without killing you right away, Tecton replied. Like I said, nobody's died yet. She bobbed her head in a nod, and her hair swung in front of her. She reached out and put a large hand on his armored shoulder. Her voice was surprisingly gentle when she said, I'm sorry. Tecton didn't reply right away. Sympathy could be a horrible thing to give someone, depending on who they were and how far along they were in their acceptance of the event. I felt moisture in my eyes, but it was Gru I was thinking of. With something to distract myself, I could deal. I'd compartmentalize, refocus, focus on getting the job done. But if someone gave me a few simple words and a touching gesture like this girl was offering Tecton, right here and right now, I suspected I wouldn't be able to resist losing my composure. It was a good thing, perhaps, that nobody on my team was that type. I'd like to talk to the travelers, Tattletale said. The large girl looked at Tecton, and she talked to him instead of Tattletale. Hell of a babysitting job, Tech. These are the guys from the news. Speak for yourself, Tecton said, gesturing toward her captives. Where's Fisherboy? The captain's sitting this one out. I'm in charge for this mission. There was genuine cheer in Tecton's voice as he said, you've been wanting that for a while. She smiled, which amounted to revealing more of her top row of teeth than anything else. I won't get a promotion for real. They never give them to people like me. I wouldn't worry. You're winning them over, Tecton said. That camaraderie. If I'd joined the wards, would I have had that? How would things have unfolded? Tattletale, Undersiders, this is Gully. I'm only as strong as I am because of the data I got from studying her power. There was a time that she looked after 2 members of my team, when they were based in San Diego. Wanton was one of them. If you treat her with anything less than the utmost respect, you won't get any more cooperation from me. Got it. Not a problem, Tattletale said. I nodded in agreement. As a group, we approached the travelers, and Gully accompanied us. Figures, Ballistic said, when we were in earshot. I run to the rescue, all for nothing, and I get arrested. No help from you guys, and Trickster fucks us all over. And when all's said and done, you guys are free and I'm fucking sitting here in a puddle of goo. Tell me Trickster got his, at least. Not that I'm aware, Tattletale said. Ballistic sighed. Sundancer wasn't moving. She sat in a hunched over position. Is she okay? I asked. Of course not. Motherfucking Trickster teleported the 2 of us into the sky, let us drop. When I stood up again, he did it a second time. My wrist and legs are probably fractured, her legs aren't any better. She's out cold. We need fucking medical attention, and they stuck us in this foam instead. I turned around. Tecton, Gully, is there a way we could arrange some care for these 2? I'll pass on a message with my armband, Gully said. See what the higher UPS say. Might help to mention that these guys are heavy hitters at the upper end of the scale. Sundancer can probably finish Noelle, given an opportunity, and Ballistic can definitely slow her down. Will do. She stepped away, retrieving a smartphone from her pocket and putting it to one ear. You'd think she'd wear a mask, Regent muttered. I sent a collection of bugs flying at his face and shot him a dirty look at the same time. He was left sputtering. Ballistic stared up at me. I couldn't see his eyes through the lenses of his mask, but I was acutely aware of his silence, here. He wasn't offering thanks. Well, Tattletale said, let's see if my guess is right. If not, I wasted a lot of money and a lot of thinking time on this problem. Guess? Tecton asked. Guess. Tattletale briskly walked in Scrub's direction. The ex-merchant was buried in a standing position, 3/4 of his body sunken into a hole in the ground roughly 2.5 feet in diameter. He couldn't raise his arms up out of the hole to pull or push himself up, and the narrow confines of the hole didn't let him bend his legs. A flash marked an explosion nearby, hitting only air. Scrub, Tattletale said. Scrub didn't respond. So you don't talk, she said, that makes this harder. She sat down cross-legged, to put herself on more of a level with him. A flash erupted 2 feet away from her, a few feet off the ground, and was followed by a slight movement of the air, stirring Tattletale's blonde hair. She brushed it back into place with her hand. What's the guess? I asked. His power. What do you think it is? There was another flash. Again, it hit only air. I was thinking uncontrolled annihilation blasts, but you're going to tell me it's something else, I said. I am. Another flash. Tattletale drummed her fingertips on her knee, watching, waiting. We're kind of on a schedule, I said. So maybe hurry up with the explanation. I'm just waiting. It's a matter of time before I can check my theory. If it's checkable. If it's checkable. Can't you just play along? I love those murder she wrote moments, where I can pull everyone together, then dish the info. Everything makes sense, the puzzle pieces fall together, and things start falling into place. We lose all the effect if I reveal some of it early. And we lose that opportunity if you sit too close to the guy with the uncontrolled power that isn't energy blasts, get half your face scooped off and die, I said. I know you're safe, but let's be extra careful. I extended a hand, but Tattletale didn't take it. Right, scapegoat's effect. She stood without my help, then stepped back. I'll explain this part of it once I verify, Tattletale said. The rest has to wait until fault lines people fly in. How long will that be? I asked. Hour and a half from the time I made the call, about. That was about 35 minutes ago. Tattletale stopped as another flash hit. It intersected the ground, but the ground was left intact. There. She said. Her hand went to her belt, and she had a laser pointer out in a second. She circled the area where the blast hit. Can you remove that section of ground without breaking the middle? Tecton took a half step forward, but Gully stopped him. She tapped her shovel against the ground, and the area in question rose from the ground, perfectly cylindrical, 3 feet high. Another of Scrub's explosions struck, and a spherical gouge was cut out at the bottom of the pillar. Tattletale ducked close, grabbing it as it toppled, then hurried back out of Scrub's range, dragging the column after her. Careful. I told her. If you'd been hit. Doesn't matter, she said. She rested the cylinder with the vaguely pointed bottom down on the ground, tapped her finger on the top what had been the road's surface. Look. I peered closer. It was so subtle I almost missed it. The texture of the road's surface was interrupted, shifting minutely to a different texture and fractionally different shade. The area formed a neat circle. I stood back while the others looked. Only Rachel didn't investigate. She was more focused on her dogs, using a metal-tined comb to brush their fur clear of gunk. Bentley nudged my hand, and I gave him a scratch on the crown of his head. I don't get it, Tecton said. The blast changed it. The blast transplanted it, Tattletale said, grinning. How the hell do you even notice something like that? Wanton asked, touching the surface. That doesn't matter. Now, if everyone will allow me, I'd like to have my moment now. We all know that there's built-in limitations to our power. These limitations are apparently for our benefit, even if we might not always love them. The Manton effect is a big one. We get powers, and in the moment those powers take hold, we get some hardwired restrictions that keep those powers from hurting us. A running theory says that it goes too far, and overgeneralizes to humans or living things who aren't us. Another says that it's just our empathy at work, that we have built-in limitations because we care about our fellow human beings, and our powers acknowledge that. With me so far. I'm listening, I said. There's other limitations or advantages that come with the powers. Sundance over there can't be burned. Temperature completely and 100% normalizes within a certain range of her body. Our old buddy Shadow Stalker could pass through surfaces but never sank into the ground and fell to the center of the earth. And Scrub here, with his uncontrolled power, never blasts the ground out from under his feet, and he's far less likely to collapse a building onto his own head by accidentally destroying a critical support. Why? Nobody volunteered an answer. Tattletale smiled. She explained, looking at this, I'm thinking it's because the same passengers that give us our powers are connecting us to some other parallel Earth. Maybe even individual collections of Earths for each of us, so that there's no ugly interactions when two powers meet. Scrub here shunts matter into an Earth where there's architecture roughly corresponding to our own, but he won't tear up his own footing because he's shunting in the more permanent elements as his power shunts stuff out. When Shadow Stalker displaces her mass, she displaces it into another Earth, distributing her mass and her footing across the two worlds. She's still all there, she's just not all here. And when Sundancer superheats her immediate area, she's doing what Scrub does, and shunting a roughly human-shaped patch of superheated air and fire into a parallel Earth, shunting room temperature air into her immediate surroundings. Doesn't that mean that they'd be causing destruction in some hapless world? Wanton asked. Good question. Tattletale grinned. Yes. Probably. Could be that every time Sundancer's power protects herself, she's setting the approximate location of her other Earth on fire. Nothing's saying that other Earth is populated, but it could be. I shivered. It was too much to think about. Does that apply to other powers? Mine doesn't really protect me. Ah, Tattletale grinned. She raised a finger, but here's my question to you. What's your power source? Where are you getting the energy you use to relay and receive information from your bugs in real time? Keep in mind that so far, the only person who's been able to intercept, understand, and replicate your signals has been Leet. You're saying that when I got my powers, my passenger picked a suitable Earth, and I've been, what? Leeching power from it. Possible. Or drawing power from 200 or 200 million Earths. Maybe it's ambient light and radiation, and you're condensing that energy into something you can use. Am I hurting or killing people? I asked. Who knows? Tattletale shrugged. She flashed me a smile. Maybe your passenger picked a few barren Earths with no people at all. Earths where life never evolved, or where humankind went extinct. Or maybe you're drawing a tiny bit of energy from millions of worlds, to the point that nobody would ever notice. Or maybe you're turning another Earth's Brockton Bay into a cold, barren wasteland, Regent commented. Don't want to think about it, I thought. It wasn't like I could even turn my power off, short of killing myself or removing every bug from my vicinity. It's a bit of a leap, Tecton said, to go from looking a piece of pavement to thinking on that scale. It's only a theory, but I've been giving a lot of thought to powers in general, and my teammates know I'm pretty good with this stuff. Now, I want you to imagine this. Think about all the complex processing and work that goes into managing powers. Hell, Skitter can individually control every insect in her swarm and simultaneously give each a completely different instruction. My own power, it's similar. Tecton's brain power, his processing as he thinks about engineering, architecture, where's that work taking place? Our brains certainly aren't capable of it. The other world? I asked. But how? Who? She asked. Tell me, I said. Insofar as we've even thought about passengers, we've been sort of inclined to think about them as being pretty small. After all, the way Bonesaw talked about them, they're these things that work their way into our heads, bond with our brains and then burn themselves off in the process of reconfiguring how our heads work. Right? But anything as small as what she's describing wouldn't possibly be able to do what we need to manage our powers. So what I'm asking is, what if they're big? Massive. What if each and every passenger is picking us, for whatever reason, they find us and then they bind to us. They connect to us by rewiring a tiny part of our tiny brains, and through that extra lobe, they connect us to all the other parallel Earths, including the one where they reside? Maybe they're physical, maybe they're more ethereal, I don't know, they could be plant or animal, but they're there. Life forms that could be titanic, the size of cities, continents, or moons, lurking in some other parallel Earth and attaching themselves to us with a thread, a fine hair that stretches across dimensions to a lobe in our brain, sending and receiving all necessary data. And things like that are connected to each and every one of us who have powers and those of us who don't, existing only to process our abilities, to absorb and channel the necessary energies, signals, and information, and make each and every one of us into. She paused to chuckle a little. Into superheroes and supervillains and everyday nobodies who use their powers for business or entertainment. I shivered. It's nonsense, Tecton said. Maybe. It is just a theory, Tattletale said. But it feels mostly right, and I'd love to hear a better explanation. Why? Gully asked. Why would they do that? If they're that powerful, if they're that big, why care about us? Excellent question, Tattletale replied. She grinned. No clue. I'm not saying it's not an interesting theory, I hedged, but how does this tie into the Echidna situation? Is she an Endbringer, and do the Endbringers relate to the passengers? Oh. I'm pretty damn sure there's no real connection between her and Endbringers. I saw her at work. Nothing really fit, as far as the various things I saw about Endbringers. No, she's something else. Then what does this have to do with her? Because this definitely could have waited. Well, there's two major factors at play here, Tattletale said. Two plans. Numero uno is that it's really quite possible that Echidna's got a broken passenger. Something went wrong, it's damaged, it's demented, or some of the usual limits are gone. Hell, maybe it's gaining more of a grip over her as she brings more of the passenger into this world to operate her body, and the usual processes that keep a passenger passive and sleeping are missing in hers. Or it could be that her passenger is trying to make its way into our world. And it's city-sized? Wanton asked. Or moon-sized? Tattletale shrugged. It's not like she couldn't get that big. I was thinking about throwing Rachel's dogs at her until she couldn't support her own weight, but she'd still be able to use her power and puke, and while her clones seem to be getting more fragile, weaker, and more plentiful as she grows, I'm not positive that's a good game plan. Not fucking risking my dogs like that again, Rachel said. Of course, Tattletale added. There's that too. I can't really say more about Echidna without finding more about Cauldron's process for granting powers, and I'd really like to grill the travelers on that front. But understanding all this is our best bet for understanding Echidna, and potentially stopping her. Or even fixing her. I glanced at the others. But, there's some powerful people who wouldn't want us to dig for more information about Cauldron. There are, Tattletale said. She glanced at the heroes who were with us, Tecton, Wanton, Grace, Gully, Scapegoat and the twins. Which means we may be doing this without the support of the other heroes who are here to stop Echidna. Which is probably sensible, because they probably won't be on board with the next idea I'm going to propose for a democratic vote. The second reason why I wanted to carry out this particular research project. I get the feeling I'm not going to like this, Grace said. Tattletale smiled. I think we can tear a hole between dimensions. Interlude 19. Ray hesitated at the door. He cast a wary glance over his shoulder, but life elsewhere in the city continued as normal. If he touched the doorknob, any number of things could happen. A pit underfoot, a guillotine blade from overhead. It took a measure of courage to raise the door knocker and slam it against the front door of the old Victorian-styled house. The door opened right away. Blasto, a chord greeted him. We finally meet. Ahoy, Ray replied. He glanced around. The inside of the house was nice. Must be nice to not have to reinvest 90% of your earnings on tech. No mask? Accord asked. Yes, Ray replied. He folded one corner of his face back. It's a fungus. Same texture as human flesh. Accord's own intricate mechanical face shifted in response to his underlying expression. Lovely. I'm still not sure about this, given our history, Ray said. He accepted the invitation into the front hallway of the house, carefully removed his shoes and set them on the tray to the right of the door. I've given you my word that you'll be safe, provided you cooperate. Damn Nazis, Ray said. My whole lab, gone. Accord didn't offer any sympathy. Come. Ray followed. Peering into the rooms he passed, he saw libraries and sitting rooms, old furniture. Everything was finely made, nothing cheap or throwaway. Knowing Accord, it was all too possible that the man had handcrafted everything in this house. And in each room were people in costume. Other teams had themes, natural or otherwise. Their costumes matched, or they unconsciously mirrored one another in style of dress or quality. Accord's people were much the same, but it was very deliberate. Each wore fine clothing, elegant dresses and suits, and each had their hair neatly combed into place, oiled to the point that it looked wet. The costumes were in the color of their chosen formal wear and badges or brooches they wore, as well as the finely crafted masks that hid any trace of their real expressions. You're not expecting me to dress like them, are you? No, Accord said. Truth be told, I fear you could never meet my standards, and I'm going to do my level best to ignore the fact that you exist. You'll want to keep to the areas I designate and use the back ways out of the building, so that I never see you. You're not going to imprison me, are you? No. This is a business transaction. I will give you the opportunity to get back on your feet, you will do what you can to eliminate our mutual enemies, being careful to avoid any damage or criminal activity within my territory, and in exchange, you will give me half your territory when all of this is over. Following such an event, I hope we can avoid any further aggression between us for the future. Sure, Ray said. The individuals in question are Menja, Storm Tiger, Cricket, Rune, Uthela, Nibelheim and Muspelheim. I'll see you have all available records. Best to enter any confrontation with your eyes wide open. Okay. My people will not be available to you, understand? Our bargain presumes you are working alone. I get it. You're quiet. You don't have questions? Requests. Wouldn't mind some grass. Turf. Ray smirked, in the slang sense. I meant. Say no more. I understand what you meant. Provided you stay out of my way, you can do whatever you wish in the assigned area. That said, I and my people will not provide intoxicants, and if you are inebriated in any way in my company. It's fine, Ray cut in. I get it. Here. Into the basement, Accord said. Accord led the way, and Ray hesitantly followed. The basement was expansive. There were no walls, only pillars. The floor was concrete covered in a no-slip perforated rubber mat, the various desks were stainless steel, each on wheels that could be locked in place. Each desk, in turn, had glass cabinets or drawers. As far as Ray could see, they were fully stocked. But it was more than that. Ray was used to the usual labs, which held years of old material. Tools that had long since fallen into disrepair. Trays of solutions that nobody had touched in years, too old to use but too expensive to throw away in good conscience. There were slides that were stained, tools that didn't always work. Even when he'd started his lab, it had been with tools stolen from his old university, things bought on the cheap. This was a dream. He stepped over to a glass case, large enough to fit a person inside. There was a case attached to one side with room for a solution to be poured in, and what he took to be an attached tank of distilled water, with a control panel to select the rate and degree of mixture. Another tube would vent the contents into a biohazard case. A glance told him that everything would be here. There were neatly ordered bins of chemicals, tools laid out in neat rows. Everything was pristine. The cages on the other end of the room with the captive animals, even, were clean, with none of the animal scent or vague smell of waste that accompanied such. There were troughs filled with rich-smelling earth, thoroughly mixed and free of clumps. Ray and Dino could create life from raw materials, fashion a homunculus from the most basic ingredients and elements. He could make monsters, loyal beings that would do as he wished, with only time and things he'd picked up from a drugstore. Faced with this laboratory, he felt small, insignificant. He knew he would soil it, that things would break as he used them. It was wrong. Satisfactory? Accord asked. It'll have to do, Ray replied, trying to sound casual. It will. Now, I'd like you to know that I recently acquired some samples and records. I'd intended to hold on to them as a bargaining chip at a critical moment, or something I might offer you as incentive to leave this city. What are you talking about? You'll find them in the far corner of the room. The computer contains the database and the attached machine arm will withdraw any samples on request. Sure, Ray said. My ambassadors will be taking turns observing you. Short of a critical emergency, they won't be reporting anything to me. Citron will be first. Ray nodded. He was already heading to the computers, to find what Accord would feel was so powerful or valuable that Ray would leave the city to get his hands on it. The computer was fast. Ray started to empty his pockets and smooth out the papers with the few blueprints he'd been able to salvage when the white supremacists had come storming through his old lab, and the computer was already idling at the desktop screen by the time he'd finished. A black window with text in bold white letters showed a menu. 2 options. A. View database. B. View samples. He took the first option, typing the letter in the keyboard and striking the enter key. It was names. Cape names. They kept appearing, so fast he could barely read them, and the window kept scrolling until he hit the enter key again to interrupt it. He scrolled up until he found one name. He clicked it. Blasto, real name unknown. Classification, Tinker 6, Sub, Master 5, Blaster 2, Shifter 2, Brute 2, Plants. Disposition, Villain, B. Last known location, Boston, Allston area, East. Crime Lord of East Allston since EST date of April 2009. No subordinates. No past history as a subordinate. Criminal history indicates cap of second-degree murder, tendency to mass damage to property and persons. Produces uncontrolled life forms that are incapable of replication. Adversarial relationship with Accord, number 13151, Spree, number 14755, and Chain Man, number 14114. Note, high risk of Class S classification. Should creation self-propagate, kill orders are pre-authorized. A. More information/history. B. More information/powers. C. More information/contact and network. D. Back. There were signs of degraded data, but it was there. Accord had somehow acquired the PRT system data and records on all para-humans they'd encountered. No big surprises on the possible kill order. He'd been made aware of it some time ago, and had grumbled, groaned, and grudgingly avoided making any life forms that could breed in the years since. How the hell did you get this? He asked. He turned around. It wasn't Accord behind him. It was a young woman in a formal, silk dress, yellow trimmed with gold, and a mask in matching colors. A gemstone stood out on her forehead, with matching earrings dangling from her ears like chandeliers. Her hands were clasped in front of her. I didn't, she said. You're one of his, what did he call you? His ambassadors. That's right. Do you have a name? Citroen. Okay. How did he get this? I can't tell you that. Because you don't know or because you won't say? Yes. He sighed, turning back to the system. He selected the last option in the menu at the bottom of the page, then reloaded the master list, stopping when it had progressed far enough. Eidolon. There was a full set of details. More information? Nothing. Data not found. Powers? Nothing. Data not found. Legend was the same. Maybe someone less prominent. He selected Chevalier and got the standard information. More details. Powers? He selected the option, and received pages upon pages of testing data. Ray's eyes pored over the results, soaking them in. It was like reading Shakespeare. One could listen to a line, and be momentarily baffled, but scheming it or assuming a general foundation of knowledge, it was possible to pick up the gist of the message, the underlying meanings, if not the exact definitions of the individual elements. The work of a tinker wasn't typical science. Refining it was science, but the blunt, raw use of the power? It was almost the opposite. Good science meant starting with the conditions, forming a hypothesis, making a prediction, and then testing it. Repeat, 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 until there was a solid base of knowledge. That knowledge let one establish further conditions, refine hypotheses. But tinkers started with the end result. A moment of inspiration, glimpses of the major steps one would need to take to get there. It involved working backwards, up until that moment the means came into view. Ray could see it at work, could see Chevalier's power as raw data, something he could replicate by traveling an entirely different path. He would need a sturdier frame. Something big. This wouldn't be a hybrid of a stray dog and a plant. This would need to be something closer to a bear. Or, he realized, a human. He backed out of Chevalier's data until he was at the original screen. He checked the samples Accord had provided him with. Select Subdatabase. A. PRT, Protectorate, Wards, Samples. B. Non-PRT, Evidence Database, Samples. C. Miscellaneous Samples. Further investigation revealed the full truth. Accord had gotten his hands on a database of DNA from countless members of the Protectorate and the Wards, as well as scraps of material from certain powers, where traces remained behind. He selected C, expecting little. His eyes widened. Many were samples from life forms that various tinkers and masters had created. His own were in there. That wasn't the surprising fact. He selected the last option on the list. To the right of the computer, in a hermetically sealed case, a robotic arm extended and deposited a microscopic sample on a slide. A fragment, so small as to be nearly impossible to see, of one of the Cymurga's feathers. You keep making these little oohs and ahs, Citron commented. It sounds like you're pleasuring yourself. I am, believe me, Ray replied, not looking her way. Where did he get this stuff? Does he even comprehend what he gave me? I'm sure he does. He'd considered replicating Chevalier's power, with a solid enough frame. Maybe a bear, maybe a human. Small potatoes. He went through the contents he'd unloaded from his pockets until he found a piece of paper he'd folded into an envelope. He tore it open and tapped out the contents. Each seed was about the size of a pea, tapered at each end, a mottled white-brown. He hurried over to one of the large glass tubes and fiddled with the controls until it started flooding with water. Are you one of the talkative ones? Citron asked. What? I mean, maybe it's a dumb question, because you've stuck pretty much to monosyllabic grunts since this whole thing started, but I'm wondering if you're one of the capes that likes to rant or one of the quiet ones. Quiet? Why? Honestly? I'm bored. Not like I can go on Facebook with my smartphone or anything. That sort of thing gets you killed, when you work for Accord. You want me to entertain you? I doubt you're capable. But you could distract me, help while away the minutes. He eyed the woman. Ray wasn't one of the quiet ones by choice. He'd just fallen into the habit of being alone because it was easier to stay in the lab than it was to be out in the larger world. People in the larger world sucked. Up until the Nazis from Brockton Bay had turned up and claimed the building at the other end of the street from his lab, it had been a place he could retreat. A place where his work and his art could occupy his thoughts and distract him from reality. Art. It was a good starting point for an explanation, and she was probably the most attractive person he'd spent more than 1 minute around in the last few months. He forced a smile. He was a little rusty on that front. What we do, what tinkers do, it's more art than science. Every step we take is made with an end goal in mind. Just now, looking over these samples, I think I decided on an end goal. What's that? My usual methods, well, you know them. You've fought my creations before. Yes. These seeds, he raised one hand, a seed pinched between index finger and thumb, are like stem cells. They harbor the potential to become virtually anything. Wherever information is missing, they fill in the gaps. Like using frog DNA for dinosaurs. Like using frog DNA for dinosaurs, right. The way I worked it, they'll decode the information in a very brute force way. The seed starts by forming two bodies, attached by a central hub. I kill the least viable one, it buds and splits again, with copies that are derivatives of the survivor. Usually 2 to 4. Kill all but one, repeat. Until you have something viable. Exactly. Takes anywhere from a few hours to a few days. Then I have what's essentially a plant-animal hybrid, and I nudge it in the direction of my enemies. Or give it simple programming that I can use. Training half-plant rodents to fetch shiny objects, for example. How? Trade secret, Ray said. I'm not dumb. I won't give away the essentials. Okay. So what's today's project? Oh, I'll have a dozen projects in the work before I let myself go to sleep. But the big one is that I want to replicate an Endbringer. He glanced at Citron, saw that she'd gone still. I may need to go talk to Accord, she said. No need, Ray said. I suspect he already knows. He gave me these samples, no doubt with the idea that I'd use it. And you can't even control it. Or he can't control it. It doesn't sound like him, Citron said. Ray paused. It didn't sound like Accord. Was there another explanation? Accord might be planning on killing him after the project was done. Ray kept his creations in line with pheromones, spraying them liberally around his lab and the surrounding neighborhood. They would move to the nearest unaffected location as soon as they were free. Once he did that to Accord's home, the place would be rendered immune to his own attacks, at least for a little while. But it still seemed too reckless for the perfectionist. Was Accord that eager to kill the white supremacists? Or was there another plan in the works? You've gone quiet, Citron said. Thinking, he said. No, I need things quiet for a minute. There's a TV in the corner. Watch that. I can't. Accord would be upset, the woman in yellow replied. Ray sighed. He crossed the room to the television, turned it on, set it to mute and turned on the closed captions. He won't be upset if I turn it on, will he? No. There. He returned to the computer and started working with the Cymergus tissue. It was hard to cut, and harder still to slice to the point that he could look at it under a microscope. Crystalline, he murmured, as he focused on it. The feathers were like snowflakes when viewed at 40x magnification. He scaled all the way up to 800x magnification before realizing that there were no individual cells. Was it just the feather? Was it dead tissue, on par with the keratin of fingernails or hair? He used the computer to access a sample of Leviathan's blood, and let the hands handle the arrangement of preparing the slide. Being liquid, the blood was easier than the feather. He wasn't sure he wanted to use Leviathan's tissue. Growing a miniature Leviathan in a vat would be a bad idea if that vat was filled with fluid. Using Behemoth's tissues would be just as problematic. The hero killer could ignore the Manton effect at a range of up to 32 feet. Even semi-conscious inside a glass case, it was too risky. Had to be smart about this. Leviathan's blood was the same as the feather. Crystals, dense and so opaque that light wouldn't pass through them. There were more tissues. Flesh. More blood. Hair. Damaged tissues and intact ones. He went through each. All of it, the same. Crystals. No individual cells. Even the crystals barely differentiated from one another. Truth was, there was more difference in crystals collected from deeper inside the Endbringer than there was in crystals that had come from different parts of the Endbringer's body, hair as opposed to blood. He scraped off a bit of his seed, then added water and the catalysts to splice it with some of the Cymergus feather. Sure enough, it started to grow. Each end of the scraping formed into buds, and the buds started to form into basic, fetal shapes, one quadruped, one vaguely humanoid. But neither lived. The weaker tissue was easier to work with. Assuming it was deriving patterns from the crystals, insofar as the crystals could create or support life, he could use that to work out the peculiarities of how the Endbringers were able to sustain themselves. No vascular system, no sign of emergent organs. Of course the emerging life form wasn't viable. It wasn't capable of life in the first place. He'd have to take another route. He withdrew a sample of Murden's tissue, then started splicing it with one seed and the ruined fragments of the Cymergus feather. It was lunacy, tampering with Endbringer-related materials, but he couldn't shake the idea that he was onto something. He'd sustain the Endbringer tissues with other living tissue that could feed it energy or nutrients. His seeds would bridge the gap. It would take 10 or 15 minutes before he saw any real results. There was other work to do in the meantime. A sedated monkey plus a sample of his own tissue and one seed, and he had a homunculus in the works. It would be roughly as intelligent as a very stupid person in most respects, but it would share his own understanding of chemistry, biology, science, and botany. It would serve as a lab assistant, and he would need one for a lab this big. The rest of the seeds went into another vat to replicate. He'd need more. He walked over to the glass tube where the Simurgh-Murden plant hybrid was in the works. One had wings rather than legs. He directed a laser to kill it. The other had 4 arms, but 2 resembled wings. It would work. He conducted a charge through the fluid to reset the life cycle. It would split in 2 or 3, and he'd kill the remainder. Accord must have based this equipment off of the stuff he'd had in his last lab, the one Accord had forcibly ejected him from. The lasers being built into the glass tube were a nice touch, kept everything hermetically sealed. In a fit of whimsy, he directed the lasers to a pure light form, then had them fire into the glass case itself. Letters lit up, labeling the projects. Regrowth for the plant that was growing and budding with more seeds. Homunculus for the monkey that was gestating in the second tube. And for his real project? It would have to be something fitting. Morrigan. Beautiful. He studied the 3 fetal forms that were developing inside, killed 2, narrowing down the results he wanted. Like pruning branches. The TV started making noise. Ray wheeled around to see Citron and one of her fellow ambassadors standing in front of the TV. The man in the suit with a green dress shirt and a copper lizard mask was the one turning up the volume. "I'm trying to work here," Ray said. "Something's going on." "Look," the man spoke. Ray impatiently left his work behind. If he waited too long, a bad growth could be carried on to the young. Wouldn't do. The TV showed a reporter talking. Why was he supposed to care? Then it changed to a camera view of an ongoing conflict. 3 gigantic armored suits were in open conflict with a small group of people. The Slaughterhouse 9. Here, in Boston. One of the suits was deploying swarms of drones, but they were getting cut out of the air as fast as they appeared. Another member of the 9 had a loose-fitting coat of human flesh draped over him. He stretched it out to grab surrounding buildings and anchor himself in place as a mechanical lizard with a giant wheel on its back tried to haul him in with what looked to be an immense suction. The Siberian had made contact with and was tearing apart a third suit. A suit high in the air fired off a laser beam, and the Siberian jumped to put herself in the line of fire. Whatever happened next, the camera didn't catch it. The concussive force of the laser hitting was enough to knock the cameraman over, and the image shorted out. Ray sniffed. He'd like to see more of Dragon's work, not because it had anything in common with his own, but because it was good work. But for now, his focus was on his projects. With a quick glance, he assessed and executed 2 homunculus offshoots and 1 derivative of the Morrigan. Electrical charges restarted the gestation process. The thing was starting to resemble the Simurgh, though both feathers and hair were brown-black in color. It was hermaphroditic and the flesh was more translucent than white. Veins stood out. Ray studied it while the thing cracked in the middle, the individual halves separating with a thread of flesh between them. Each of the halves began dissolving and forming anew. If it was even half as powerful as the real Simurgh, well, this would be a game-changer. And Accord had to know that. Had to be aware that Ray would be working with the Endbringer tissues on this level. It wasn't as though the method of control was that difficult to master. One set of pheromones would make the creation feel fond of something, the other would have a negative effect, drive them away from a person or area. Still another would provoke feelings of anger or hatred, useful if he wanted to bid them to attack. If Accord found the pheromones, he could be rid of Ray, and he'd have whatever creations Ray had put together in the meantime. It would be at least a day before the Morrigan was fully grown. He had that long to think of an answer. The door slammed shut. Citron had gone upstairs. The lizard-masked man watched the television. Time passed, and he watched the results with interest. The Morrigan was now forming with 2 arms, 2 legs, and vestigial wings. He let it develop to the point that it was roughly 2 months old, then killed the offshoots. He started running X-ray scans and doing biopsies, picking through the results to fine-tune the internal changes and monitor how much of the life form was Simurgh, versus being Murden or plant-based. He was judicious and merciless in executing the offshoots, keeping them from growing to a point where there was even a chance of them being sentient. The life form did, he noted with some pleasure, have a corona pollentia, a lobe in the brain that would allow for powers if it developed fully. While the man watched the unfolding news, Ray took the opportunity to brew and spray himself with a set of pheromones. His creations would be more favorably inclined towards him now. The door at the top of the stairs closed. He turned to see that the lizard man was being relieved. Had that much time passed already? You being good, the woman asked. She wore a black evening gown with a slit all the way up to her hip. It would have been alluring, but her mask was black, with black lenses and spikes radiating from the edges. Her brooch was of a black star. Making headway, Ray responded. One of your fucked up creations broke my leg last year. Please give me an excuse to hurt you. Please. I'll pass, Ray said, turning his attention to the homunculus. He calibrated the signal, pressing 2 electrodes to his own forehead, then sent the readings out to his creation. When it was done, he drained the fluid and vented the chamber. The glass sank into the floor, and the homunculus crawled out, using its knuckles to walk. Its skin was peeling, more like loose bark crossed with scar tissue than flesh. You retain any English? He asked. The homunculus nodded. Spanish. Another nod. Go dispose of the slides. Consider everything a top priority biohazard. The homunculus found a pair of rubber gloves and began cleaning up the mess from the early experiments. Ray studied the Morrigan. Alarms were set to go off if it approached 1 month of age. With Murden's brain tissues and the current state of growth in Cymerg-derived parts, there was little to no chance that it would achieve any degree of self-awareness. A glance out the window that overlooked the street showed that it was getting dark. He'd been here all day. The door slammed at the top of the stairs. He sighed in irritation. Time was passing too quickly. Would this one threaten his life too? There was a crash, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. He wheeled around. The woman with the black dress had slammed into the television set. She had holes in her as though she were a piece of Swiss cheese, and more of her had been torn to shreds. A body fell down the stairs. The man with the lizard mask. Dead, though not so mutilated. The woman who came down the stairs had an unusual body type accented by her style of dress. She was almost like a boy, she was so thin, and her strapless dress hugged her upper body, but the lower half billowed around her. Her hair was long and white, her eyes wide with irises and pupils small. Her lips had been painted black. Her arms though, machinery had been crammed into the arms, and they'd been extended to nearly twice the length, the fingers drawn out long. Sparks flew as the woman moved one arm, and she winced. The second individual skipped down the stairs, stopping at the bottom to admire the laboratory. Her eyes fell on Ray. I know you, she said. I know you too, Bonesaw, he said. Without breaking eye contact, he tapped a key on the computer, prompting a flood of nutrients into the Morrigan's solution. Nice lab. It's not mine. Man, this is nice stuff. Being constantly on the move, you miss out on stuff like this. My old lab wasn't this good, he said. Make small talk. Who's that? Damsel of distress, with some modifications by yours truly. Damsel for short. Better at controlling her power now. Hi damsel. Damsel looked at him, spoke in a whisper he couldn't make out. And who's this? Bonesaw asked. She approached the glass case with the Morrigan inside. Morrigan. Looks like the Cymerg. She is. In part. The other half of the genetic base is from Murden's tissue. Everything that bridges the gap is a really complex fungus. Cripes. How do you even manage something like that? Trade secret, he said. He watched as Damsel approached the widescreen TV, picked it up where it had fallen to the ground, and held it in front of her, staring at the image, no doubt some mention of what the other members of the Slaughterhouse Nine were up to in Boston. I'll get the answer out of you, you know. I know, Ray admitted. But I wouldn't be a self-respecting tinker if I didn't at least pretend to protect my work. True. Bonesaw turned her attention to the homunculus. She poked it in the stomach and it growled at her in response. If he let the Morrigan out now. Bonesaw was staring at the homunculus, and Damsel was focused on the TV. But it would die if he let it go now. It was too young. Every 2 or 3 seconds it sat in the high-nutrient solution would be a week of growth. He'd need it at least at 4 or 5 years of age before it was capable of moving and acting, and he'd still be depending on it having powers rather than a defunct corona pollentia. He'd never experienced a stronger emotion than he did when he saw another set of feet appear at the top of the stairs. They made their way down, and each step brought more of the figure into view. If it was another member of the Slaughterhouse Nine, he'd die. If it was one of Accord's ambassadors, he'd probably still die. But there'd be a chance. It was neither. The man reached the bottom of the stairs, turned his head to survey the scene. He wore a visor that combined the movable visor of a knight's helm with a high-tech equivalent, and the points where they met his helmet were shaped like a lizard's frill or a dragon's wing. He held out a rod in one hand, and it unfolded into a spear of ridiculous length. The lizard theme, if the machines Ray had seen fighting the Slaughterhouse Nine were dragons, was this one of her assistants? Someone working under her? Or her? Damsel wheeled around, extended one hand, but the man in armor was quick to step around a pillar for cover. Damsel's power ripped into the pillar, warping and tearing space in a chaotic storm. The man in armor ducked and rolled to reach the next piece of cover, one of the stainless steel desks. He arrested his momentum with one outstretched arm, then kicked the desk with both feet. It slammed into Damsel. He hopped onto his feet in a single movement, slashing with the spear's point. The tip struck Damsel across the eyes, blinding her. He reversed the spear and swung it, and the spear butt caught her in the side of the head. She was knocked down onto all fours before she could direct her power at him again. The man dug the spear's point into the ground to help propel himself towards her. His leg flared with a grey blur as he reached her, and brought it down onto her back from above. It sheared through her as though she weren't even there, cutting her in half. He kicked out to obliterate her head and one of her shoulders in a single movement, disabled the grey blur, and set his foot down with a thud that rang through the underground laboratory. Bonesaw didn't seem disturbed by the loss of her teammate. Don't think I don't recognize you. You were Mannequin's pick. Armsman? Armsmaster. The man in armor pointed his spear at her. Defiant now. You know I loaded myself with a mess of epidemics, Defiant, Bonesaw said. You kill me like that and I'll explode into a cloud of a bajillion plagues. It can't be easy. It is. Defiant's voice was distorted by his helmet, vaguely computerized. There was a processor at work somewhere there, Ray observed. What, you'll unleash 1,000 plagues on this world to finish me off? Me? A little girl. Bonesaw smiled wide. Yes. You'll get sick. Biohazard safe, Defiant said. His spear shaft tapped against his armor. He'll die in 100 horrible ways, Bonesaw said, pointing at Ray. Villain. Acceptable loss. And the people in this neighborhood. I scanned the area. There is zero airflow in or out of this lab. It's quarantine safe. So you've got all this figured out, don't you? Yes. Bonesaw glanced over her shoulder at Ray. You. Defiant moved so fast that Ray couldn't follow the movement. The spear impaled the girl in the chest. The heart. Ugh, fuck me, Bonesaw grunted. Defiant swung the spear to one side and slammed her into the wall, knocking chemicals and vials off of every shelf unit she hit on the way. Why? Bonesaw started. Defiant raised the spear and her sentence was interrupted as her head cracked against the ceiling. He drove the spear toward the ground with just as much force. Why? Bonesaw spat blood onto the ground. Being impaled in the heart hadn't put her down. Ow. Bit my tongue. Why don't you come closer, big man? Too scared to come here and finish me off? Defiant didn't respond. Instead, he struck her against the wall again, then shoved the spear point into a set of stainless steel shelves. Pieces of the empty glass beakers rained onto the ground beneath her dangling feet. Coward, she taunted him. Ray glanced nervously toward the door. Would it be better to run or to stay? The girl reached forward, clutching the shaft of the spear. She began pulling herself forward, hauling the spear's shaft through the hole in her chest as she closed the distance inches at a time. She smiled as she did it. Blades sprung from the length of the shaft, and began spinning like propellers. One caught her from behind, and she slid forward, only to find herself sandwiched between two such sets. That's Mannequin's trick. That's so cute, that you're copying. Defiant moved the spear, and Bonesaw was thrown back, her hair and back caught against the blades. She used her hands to pull herself forward so she was clear, maintaining a grip even as he swept the spear to one side again, keeping herself fixed at the same point on the pole's length. Hey, plant geek. Bonesaw had to raise her voice to be heard. He kills me, you die. Think about that. Ray glanced at Defiant. There wasn't an opening or anything that suggested at the man inside. Only armor, implacable, unrelenting, driven. Then he looked at the girl, half hidden behind the blur of the spinning blades. Okay, Ray said. He wanted to live. Wanted nothing more than to go on to do his research, maybe one day find greatness, find a woman who could appreciate him. Have kids. But he wanted her to live even less than he wanted any of that. Because he could well and truly believe that she would do more harm in her life than any good he could do in his. Okay, he repeated. I can live with that. There was a crunching sound, and Defiant snapped his head over to look at Bonesaw. She spat, and smoke billowed where the spit came in contact with the blades. One flew off and sailed across the room to strike a cage with animals inside. The mechanism that was keeping the blades in motion ceased. With nothing impeding her line of sight to Defiant, Bonesaw crunched again. Smoke billowed from her mouth as acid ate away at her flesh. She leaned back as if she were preparing to spit a loogie. And Defiant disabled the propeller behind her, swinging the weapon and flinging her free of the end. She touched ground and spat out a mouthful of acid onto the floor. It smoked on contact with the concrete. No, Defiant said. He took 2 steps forward and swiped with the spear, cutting her in half. Almost in half. Something like chainmail was wrapped around her spine, but the spear had cut through the matching mesh that had protected her abdominal organs. Defiant turned to catch a mechanical spider that was making its way down the stairs. He impaled it and dashed it to pieces. Another thrust killed one that was hiding inside an air vent. Bonesaw crawled forward, dragging her spine and ruined midsection apart from her legs. There wasn't as much blood as there should have been. Not done. She clawed into her apron for vials, threw them across the room. Defiant backed away as they exploded into clouds of white. As they spread, Defiant was reduced to a mere silhouette. You're in an augmented biohazard suit, Ray thought. He eyed Bonesaw as she clawed her way in his general direction. Come through. But Defiant had other ideas. Maybe he had a degree of familiarity with the white powder, knew what it was and that it had to be avoided. Maybe there was something else at play. Another member of the Slaughterhouse 9 in the area. Bonesaw was getting closer. Ray backed away. She looked up at him. Dark circles were already spreading around her eyes, her face paling. She looked gaunt. And she held a vial. She tried to claw the cork off and failed. If he stepped closer, she'd do something to him, but if he didn't try to stop her. On the second try, the cork came free. She pushed it in Ray's direction, and he was quick to kick it into the cloud of white to his right. But the fluid that had trailed out as it rolled was smoking, just under his feet. He had nowhere to go. He lunged, leaping onto one of the shelving units to keep from passing anywhere near Bonesaw. Something snagged on his foot. He toppled to the ground. Looking back, he could see her spine was prehensile, and that it had caught his foot, winding around the bridge of it. The sheath is hiding more machinery. The white smoke was congealing into strands of gunk that cut off the end of the room closest to the stairwell. Defiant was caught in the midst of it, and was slowly tearing himself free. No. No. Ray tried to kick her off, but that only served to let her get a grip on his other foot. She began clawing her way up his legs. He reached for the keyboard, pulled it down from the shelf it sat on. It dangled above his head, and he pressed it against the wall, tapped the keys to open the tube that held the Morrigan. He hadn't drained the water, and the fluid began to flow onto the ground as the glass sank into the floor. Bonesaw had climbed up to his chest, and it was only his struggles that kept her from reaching any higher. He clawed at her hands, and she wasn't that strong, but she was tenacious, and she used her prehensile spine to secure any progress she made. 3 limbs against his 2. He tried to stand, failed. Too much weight in the wrong places, and he couldn't use his hands. The water finished pouring out, and the Morrigan took its first steps. 5 or 6 years old in apparent age, a vague replica of the Cymurg. It would have some blend of her powers and Murden's. Too busy looking at his creation, he was caught off guard as Bonesaw got hold of his throat with one hand. She hauled herself up until her entire upper body was resting on his chest. The sheath that had been around her spine pressed up against his face as the bone and attached machinery passed into his open mouth and down his throat. His throat was scraped raw by the edges of it. He choked, fought for breath, found none. The Morrigan flopped to the ground. Dead. Dumb. Not viable. Just as the crystalline feather in Leviathan's blood had been, it wasn't capable of sustaining life. A failed experiment. Needles punched their way out of Bonesaw's spine, found his own. In one instant, he lost all sensation below his neck. In the next, she was making him move, pulling him to his feet. His head craned toward the ceiling, mouth forced open, blood trickling onto his face as the full weight of her upper body came to rest on his head. Just got a fresh pair of hands, and this happens, she muttered. Do you know how long it's going to take to find and transplant a good pair of legs? She bit his hands to move as though they were her own. At her will, he typed on the computer. At her bidding, he turned his body to give her a better look at Defiant's progress, threw another vial at the man. Back to the computer. Samples. Evidence, Bonesaw murmured. He could feel the vibrations of her voice against his face. The air that was flowing from a tube by her spine and into his lungs was stagnant and foul, but she bid him to breathe and he breathed. Crawler, she said. There was a whir. She used his hand to shatter the glass case that held the samples, and he groaned in pain as the shards cut it. She made him grab the sample from the robotic claw's grip. Mannequin. She gathered the samples in her own hands while she used his hands to type and select the options. Burn scar, Shatterbird, surprising how much DNA we've left on crime scenes. Winter. Chuckles. Defiant roared. He growled words, as if speaking to himself. Nice guy, murder rat, hatchet face. We've gone through a lot of members, she said, while depositing each sample in a plastic case. Screamer, Harbinger, King. Ray choked, tried to choke. He could control his head, his mouth. If he passed out, would his body fail? Would she fail? Pity I can't use this lab, Bonesaw said. Make the cloning process that much easier. But I've seen your work. I think I can replicate it. Helps if I have this. She had him tap a key, and he could hear the water flowing as another of the glass cases started to move. The regrowth tube. The seeds. Didn't think we'd get this lucky, she said. Jack said that since the world isn't ending like it was supposed to, he wants to hurry it along. We did our research, and decided to track down some decent tinkers, and you were closest. Only problem with entering any metropolis like this is security cameras. Ooh. Grey boy. He was one of Jack's first teammates. You wouldn't believe the stories Jack tells about him. Another sample was collected and deposited in the box. She stopped, and turned toward the Morrigan. He could feel his blood run cold. Nah, Bonesaw said. Even I'm not that crazy. She had him tap keys on the keyboard, and a laser fired from the top of the case that had held the Morrigan. He couldn't see, but he could smell the burning flesh. The box of samples tucked under one arm, she walked Ray to the door that led out of the back of the basement. The one Ray had been ordered to use when coming and going, out of Accord's sight. He couldn't lose hope. Defiant would have come on an armored suit. If that suit was positioned to survey the area, if Defiant had contacted Dragon, ordered an airstrike or even just reinforcements. No. There was a ladder on the other side of the doorway, leading down into a pitch darkness. She turned in Defiant's direction, and Ray caught a glimpse of the hero. He was still caught, and though the blur around his leg was cutting him free, goop was streaming down from the ceiling to connect to his upper body, and he couldn't destroy that with a ready kick. She had Ray grip the rungs of the ladder, and they slid down into the pitch black. I failed, Defiant said. You hurt her. If anyone failed, it was me, Dragon replied. I couldn't break away from the fight. Mist emanated from her robotic body, dissolving the strings of slime that had congealed around him. Her hand settled on the side of his face. Did we gain anything? I'll show you in a minute. Are you okay? Need more tech? Nanomolecular thorns for my arms. It would have made the difference. We can figure something out. But are you okay? I suppose so. Where do we stand? 2 suits destroyed. And we don't yet know what Bonesaw took with her. Jack escaped with some of his team. But we killed 4 of them, altogether. 4, he said. We should mobilize now. There's a limit to how fast and how far they can move, especially with the wounded. Bonesaw went into the subway system, and it will take time for her to get free, but if she gets in contact with their new teleporter. We'll mobilize as soon as I've freed you, Colin. If I don't use this body, you'll be left behind, and neither of us want that. Better that you give chase. We're doing okay. We're closing the gap. They showed up on camera, and we were ready to move on them within minutes. We'll do it again. Colin nodded, but he didn't respond. She settled her arms around his shoulders, letting the spray do its work. The metal of her forehead touched his mask. Take it for what it is. A little lost, a lot gained. It took 30 more seconds for the foam to dissolve. She broke the hug and he tore himself free of the scraps. They were out of the basement and walking through the ruined interior of Accord's household in moments. They stepped outside into the evening air. Colin let the vents in his costume open so the cool air could flow through. Dragon luxuriated in the feel of the air against her exterior body. Her hand caught his as they walked to where the Uther in her own suit were waiting. Colin stopped in his tracks. Dragon's suit was posed with its head pointing toward the sky. The suit's metal jaws were clamped around a body. Manton. The Siberian is dead. Gone would be a more appropriate word, she said. Manton is dead. Colin nodded and exhaled slowly. Good work. The job's not over yet. The Uther's cabin doors opened to invite him in. Scourge 19.4. I was perfectly happy, Scapegoat said, being able to tell myself that hey, the news is blowing things out of proportion. There's no way Brockton Bay is as scary as they're making it out to be. Dragon suits get sent in and are promptly forced out, but really, the mayor's telling Washington it's safe enough. The media got something wrong, or they're making little problems sound bigger than they are. See the piles of dead bodies where this girl. Echidna, Tattletale supplied. Where Echidna spat out clones. Okay. I can live with that. An unusual power and strong para-human. Could be an exaggeration. See the destruction, the ruined buildings and the streets that still haven't drained 100%. More or less what I expected from the news. The girl with the mutant dogs? Bug girl? Still manageable. But she opens her mouth, Scapegoat pointed at Tattletale, and pop goes my bubble of happy self-delusion. You want to tear a hole in reality? Tecton asked Tattletale. I do. I want to use Scrub's power in conjunction with another power that draws heavily on accessing other worlds. It's why I contacted Faultline's crew. They're our best bet. Murden might work, but he's unlikely to cooperate. Scapegoat could work too, but I think it'd take too long, and it might need a human sacrifice, having Scrub hit someone who was heavily affected by the goat's power. Regent nudged me. With Gru gone, it's your job to lay down the law. No human sacrifices. He'd mimicked Gru's tone of voice, with a forced lowness. No human sacrifices? Did I really want to veto any possibilities, when we were faced with threats like the Endbringers and Echidna? You're not saying no, Regent commented. Tattletale, I said, what's the point? Why open a hole like that? It's a place to put Noelle, for one thing. We can stop her other ways, I said. She's not invincible. Yet, Tattletale said. Yet. We can put her down. With Legend, Eidolon, and Alexandria alone, we should be able to do enough damage that she can't keep regenerating. Maybe. It was hard enough before. We've got big guns, now, but it's going to be rough. It'll be a lot easier if we have the travelers on our side, and we'll have that if we can give them what they want. A way home. A way home. Tecton asked. Cauldron's the group responsible for plucking people from their realities, wiping their memories and leaving them changed, marked with a tattoo, Tattletale said. She glanced at Gully. I did too. Gully's eyes were wide behind the curtain of braids. And the travelers, far as I can figure, are the same. Only they still have their memories, and they weren't altered in appearance. It's like Noelle got her entire group's share, Tattletale said. Gully slammed her shovel into the ground, but she didn't say anything as seconds passed. You want to tear a hole in reality to send them home? Tecton asked. It's the best bargaining chip we have, short of a cure for Noelle. How do we even know which world it is? We don't, but we can ask, Tattletale said. What I'm getting at is that this is our best weapon, our best bargaining chip and our best tool. If I'm right, if I'm close to right, then this is a way to shut powers off at the source. Assuming you have a way to kill or break the connection with these things you're describing, Tecton said. I'm assuming we can get our hands on some weapon of mass destruction, Tattletale said. Too many potential disasters, Tecton said. Listen, I get it. I've been where you are. There's a lot of tinkers and some thinkers who've been where you're at right now. Who've had that brilliant idea with the power to change the world, for better or for worse. Most of us stop at that line. We have to. This isn't changing the world, Tattletale said. This is going to the heart of every single damn problem we've been facing and surgically removing the most dangerous parts. We can access the places where the powers are coming from and shut them off. It's an answer. If you can manage the risk, Tecton said. And I don't think surgically is even close to being the word you want. With tears in reality, it's equivalent to using explosives with a yield you can't even guess it. I'm a good guesser, Tattletale said. And this is the part where I cut in, I said. We're short on time, and I have stuff to see to. Why don't you guys talk this through, and I'll collect supplies with Scapegoat in the meantime. Go for it, Tattletale said. I'll come, Rachel told me. Too much fucking talking. We can't let Scapegoat leave in the company of two known, dangerous villains, Tecton said. Send someone with us, I said. Gully and Wanton, then, Tecton said. If that's all right, Gully? We'll watch your prisoners. I'll ask, she said. Thank you, I said. Atlas isn't far from your territory, Tattletale said. Head a little north, and you should find him with your range. I nodded. Gully gave me a thumbs up, her phone still pressed to one ear, and we headed to the van. Wanton was the only one who could fit in the driver's seat and who had a license. With Gully and Bitch both in the back, I figured it would be safest to ride with them. Rachel was managing better these days, but a fight between her and one of the heroes could spell disaster. It took a minute for all the dogs to climb into the back of the vehicle. I used the time to gather my bugs in nearby buildings, where I could collect them on my return trip. Rachel wasn't feeling talkative, Gully seemed lost in thought, and both Wanton and Scapegoat were in the front. That left me to get a discussion going, and I was too tired to bother. I closed my eyes, arranging my bugs into an arrow on the dashboard of the van. They rearranged themselves into a right turn sign to steer him toward Lord Street, and from there it was relatively smooth sailing. Someone had given the order for evacuation, and people were being directed to the shelters. We had only 2 indications that things would get any worse. Tattletale's gut, which wasn't a sure thing, and Dinah, who'd indicated that there was a good chance a large portion of the city would suffer at Echidna's hands. Or, even, not specifically at her hands. With our luck, it would be Tattletale's plan that leveled half the city and we'd find out that Echidna was permanently trapped beneath the rubble, not even a consideration. Twice, I nodded off, my head starting to drift forward, before the sudden movement of my bugs stirred me fully awake. The interior of the van was warm, dim, and the vibration was oddly soothing. The third time I drifted off, my bugs didn't catch the movement. My head leaned back against the wall of the van, and I slipped into the twilight state of near sleep. It was the appearance of Atlas that brought me back to my senses. I signaled for Wanton to stop the van. He was inside a garage, so still I thought he might be dead. Without ingrained instincts, he had only the barest minimum of processing. Enough to breathe, at least. He hadn't eaten in 12 hours. I was sure to feed him a supply of the less essential bugs from the area, moving them straight into his open mouth. I could reach my lair, and drew out every single one of the bugs I had stored there, calling them to me. He would be weak, I noted, but at least he wasn't hurt. Coyle had probably ordered for Atlas to be left alone for much the same reason that he'd carted the giant beetle to this area. Doing otherwise could have clued the other Undersiders into what was really going on. Wanton opened the back of the van, and I stepped outside. Gully emerged as well, likely due to curiosity as much as anything else. Atlas, at my bidding, found his way past the closed and unlocked door, made his way outside and flew to me. When the giant beetle dropped out of the sky to land just beside the van, Wanton briefly shifted into his other form, and Gully raised her shovel protectively in front of her. My bugs flowed over Atlas' carapace, and I used my hands as well, checking there was no damage. Scrapes and gouges on his underside. Had they lifted him into a truck to transport him? My gloved fingertip ran along the length of his side-like foreleg. Maybe I needed to take the time to give him more care, sharpen the natural weapons, tend to his shell. I blinked a few times. I was tired, and my lack of focus was dangerous. Time was short. Are your dogs well enough to run? I asked Rachel. She was still in the truck, sitting on one of the benches that were built into the side. She hopped down to the street, the dogs milling around her. Probably. Then let's go, I said. I stepped onto Altus' back, but I didn't take a seat. I let him rise into the air, and I drew all the bugs in the area to me. I didn't settle into a sitting position until I was obscured from view. I couldn't move too far away from Scapegoat. I was tethered to him by an invisible, intangible cord, about 150 feet long, about half a city block. Still, provided I was directly above him, it let me fly about 8 or 9 stories above the ground. I wasn't untouchable, but I was safer. Hear me, Wanton spoke. My bugs spelled out the word yes. Creepy, he said. I need, rections. There were 2 possibilities that sprung to mind as far as what that last word might be. I guessed it was directions and pointed him back to Lord Street. I wanted as many of the good bugs as I could bring, but I was limited in how many Atlas could carry and I doubted the others would be keen to see them packed into the back of the truck. Instead, I drew out lines of thread, ferried the slower moving bugs onto my back, and loosely bound them. Bugs strung out on silk cords, like kindergartners did with popcorn on thread. The rest found shelter in the folds, compartments and creases of my costume. I kept close to the ground as I followed. Had to stay close to Scapegoat and I couldn't trust that Atlas had enough energy to carry me until we'd flown a bit and I could see how his stamina was. My hair and the tatters of my costume flapped behind me as we flew, clumped together in parts with the fluid that I'd been soaked with while inside Noelle. I had bugs crawl over both to devour and separate the worst of it. The ones on the threads that trailed behind me with the faster flying insects were surviving, which was key. The little tasks kept me awake, if not entirely focused. I was caught off guard when I let the van miss a turn. If a good shot of adrenaline didn't wake me up, I might be at a disadvantage in the coming fight. I got that kick of adrenaline sooner than I'd wanted. We reached the clearing where the others had been and found it empty. The travelers, Tattletale, Regent, Scrub, and the heroes were gone. I landed, and the van doors opened. Bitch stopped just beside me, Bentley at full size and the other dog standing maybe 3 feet tall at the shoulder. Gully, you have an armband. Have the heroes communicated anything? I asked. No. Can you do me a favor and see if anyone has answers on where Tattletale and the others are? For now, we should head back to the perimeter. You're giving orders? Wanton asked. Consider it a suggestion, I said. Gully had been pleased at the semi-promotion, with being put in charge. I could concede to let her call or confirm the shots if it kept her happy. It's Gully's choice. She glanced at me. It's sound. I'll use the armband while Wanton drives. We reached the perimeter around the destroyed building before she got a reply, and we found Tattletale in the company of some of the major heroes. Legend, Alexandria, and Eidolon weren't present, but that wasn't a huge surprise. They apparently had secrets to keep. More than one cape turned their attention to me as I approached. They didn't shoot, though. I was relieved at that. It would be a bad way to go, getting gunned down out of the air by heroes with twitchy trigger fingers. I had to pause while the van stopped to pass through a contingent of heroes. Rachel sort of strode through without really asking for permission. It wouldn't be winning us any points with the good guys, ignoring courtesy, but the fact that Tattletale and Regent had disappeared from our rendezvous spot and that they were now in the midst of a group of 27 heroes. They weren't at gunpoint, not really, but the implied threat was apparent. I waited until Scapegoat was out of the van and hobbling toward the crowd before bringing Atlas in for a landing. I rose to a standing position so I wouldn't be sitting down when the bugs parted to reveal me. What's going on? I asked. My bugs passed through the crowd, not getting in anyone's way, not touching on faces or bearskin where I could help it, but giving me a way to track everyone nearby. It was Tecton who answered me. Tattletale wasn't willing to drop her idea. I suggested taking it to our superiors, and she agreed. It's too dangerous, Murden said. He stood by with Miss Militia and Chevalier beside him. It's our best option, Tattletale said. It's a plan that puts everyone involved at an immense degree of risk, and it costs us time we don't have. We have a little time, Tattletale retorted. I don't see any movement there, do you? We can't even guarantee it'll work, Murden replied. Are you saying that because you consider yourself the resident dimension manipulator or because you're afraid it'll lead to a big revelation about Cauldron? I could have imagined it, but I could have sworn my bugs were aware of a collective intake of breath. Not everyone present, not even 1 in 5, but people did react. How far did this reach? What are you talking about? Murden asked. No? I'm not seeing anything from you. Guess you're in the clear, Tattletale replied. Tattletale, Miss Militia cut in, this isn't the time for games, making accusations in the hopes of finding information. I agree, I said. Stick to the topic at hand. It's not a game, Tattletale said. She looked at me, and she wasn't smiling. And I don't see how we can discuss it if we ignore the elephant in the room. Try, I told her. What's going on? Chevalier asked. Of everyone in the immediate area, he had the most presence. He wore gleaming gold and silver armor, but it was the massive, ornate cannon blade that made him so imposing, with a blade that was 12 feet long, 3 feet wide and capable of growing larger, resting against his shoulder as though it were as light as a feather. Rest assured, Chevalier, this is a discussion for another day, Miss Militia said. One I'm definitely interested in continuing, but not when it threatens to distract us. If you're sure, Murden said. Trust me. Please, Miss Militia replied. Cauldron is led or backed up by the TR. Miss Militia struck Tattletale, cutting her off before she could finish the sentence. It was only as Miss Militia dropped to her knees, setting one knee on Tattletale's throat, that I saw she'd had a gun in her hand. She gripped Tattletale by the cheeks, pinching her mouth open, and slid the gun into her mouth. I could sense Rachel striding forward, saw Regent moving to raise one hand in Miss Militia's direction. My arms went out to either side of me, one to bar Rachel's advance, another to catch Regent's wrist. Don't be foolish, Tattletale, Miss Militia said. Why would you risk everything like this? Tattletale glanced at me, then mumbled something incomprehensible around the gun barrel. Her cheekbone was bleeding where she'd been struck. Miss Militia looked up at me. A gun materialized in her other hand, identical to the one that was jammed between Tattletale's teeth, but she didn't point it at me. Do we have a problem, Skitter? Not unless you pull the trigger, I said. We aren't going to start a fight with this many people around. It would be suicidal. I looked Tattletale in the eye as I said that last word. Is she a clone? Murden asked. I almost wish she was, I replied. No. It's the real her. Can you tell me why she's doing this? Miss Militia asked. I don't know, I said. Yes, but not in entirety. We were tired, but that wasn't it, it wasn't all of it. Couldn't be. It wouldn't account for the almost suicidal edge to her actions in just the last half hour. There was something else going on. Tattletale, Miss Militia said, I'm going to remove the gun. Think very carefully about what you say. Deliberately attempting to divide our ranks could be seen as a violation of the truce, and I will push for the kill order if it goes that far. Tattletale nodded. She winced as the gun was removed. You can't put a kill order on the other Undersiders. They aren't responsible for anything I'm saying. Heck, 2 of them aren't even here. You'd be killing innocents. I don't think anyone here thinks any of you are innocent, Miss Militia said. They're relative innocents. Tattletale tried. Quiet, Miss Militia said, her voice tight. I'll be quiet when you tell me you won't punish others because of me. Just be quiet, Miss Militia said. Chevalier said, his voice low, I won't gainsay any of your decisions, and with this being your city, you have the say unless one of the triumvirate supersedes your order, but you're attacking a girl when she was only talking, and there are a lot of eyes and ears here. You're saying it doesn't look good, Miss Militia said. Her eyes were fixed on Tattletale. Not for your career. I don't give a flying fuck about my career, she replied. I care about all of us getting out of here in one piece. And you think she'll put all of us in danger if she opens her mouth? Chevalier asked. Yes. I think Tattletale can do a catastrophic amount of damage if she opens her mouth, Miss Militia said. You've read her file. I have, Murden said. Is the information she wants to share pertinent to this crisis? Chevalier asked. Not immediately, Miss Militia said. Tattletale cleared her throat, apparently asking for permission to speak, but Miss Militia gave her a tight shake of the head in response. Not as far as I'm aware. I've discussed much of it with Skitter. If I may, I spoke up. Innumerable sets of eyes turned my way. I let go of Regent's hand and dropped the hand that was still held up in front of Rachel. What is it? Murden asked. I can try to explain. You can send away the rest of the capes, I explained to you three, and you decide if and how much information to disseminate to your underlings. I'll try to be more delicate than Tattletale was, avoid the more sensitive parts. I don't agree with Tattletale's plan, but it's too dangerous to make calls without knowing the key details, and some of this stuff is need to know, if we're to have any chance of getting the Travelers or Noel to cooperate. Murden looked at Miss Militia, and she nodded. Murden raised his voice. I'd like everyone who isn't immediately involved in this discussion to find something else to do. Some people started shuffling away. Aside from heading straight towards the site where helicopters were still laying down containment foam or walking face first into the containment van Wanton had parked, there were only two directions to walk, and one group of people weren't moving. Gully. One of the twins was tugging on her arm, but she wasn't budging. Gully, a cape I didn't recognize spoke, get a move on. I want answers, she said. The Undersiders have them. And Chevalier will contact me with what he feels we need to know, and I'll pass that on to you and your squad, the cape said. That's not enough, she said. I don't want the condensed version. I want to hear why I'm like this. A murmur ran through the crowd, and I noted that some of the capes who had reacted before were standing out more. One was breathing harder, another was fidgeting where she'd been calm before. This kind of insubordination is what goes on your file and costs you promotions, the cape said. I've been passed up for promotion so many times I've already gotten the message. Monsters don't get to be team captain. Your argument doesn't have any weight to it, Lono. Weld approached her. Their eyes met, and Weld came to a stop, turning around so that he stood just to her right. He didn't say a word. Miss Militia stared at him, and he didn't even flinch. This is a critical situation, Murden said. We're on the brink of another potential conflict with an S-class threat. If the Undersiders have information we can use, information that could be sensitive, we need you to clear out. I've spent years like this, Gully said. It's not just me, either. There are others. Weld. Hunch, Weld added. Gentle Giant, Sanguine. Weld and Hunch, Gentle Giant and Sanguine, Gully said. And the others who weren't even lucky enough to find the wards or the Protectorate before they found themselves in trouble. It's not just for me. We need to know for them. This isn't the time or place. With all due respect, spend a day in my shoes, Murden. Just one, and then tell me again, that I have to wait 1 day, 1 hour, even 1 minute longer for an explanation. The ground shuddered, and I thought at first that it was her, but she looked surprised. It was Noelle. Echidna. She was active and fighting her way free. We're out of time. Enough of this, Murden said. Gully, Weld, join your teams. Gully planted her shovel in the ground, put one foot on top of the blade, and folded her hands on the handle. We could share with them, Miss Militia said. I know Weld is an exemplary hero, and we could trust him to keep necessary information to himself. I might agree, Chevalier said, if it weren't for the dramatic flair Gully was displaying. I don't trust that she will stay quiet on the subject. Another shudder. Heroes were running to adopt battle lines, forming a circle around the construction lot with the ruined building. The invincible, the power immune, masters with durable pets and force field makers were positioning themselves at even intervals around the circle. We don't have time. Murden, I said. You and I can both fly. If we go to a nearby rooftop. Fuck me, Tattletale said. So much wasted time. She grabbed for Miss Militia's gun. When Miss Militia didn't let go, Tattletale took one step closer and pressed her forehead against the gun barrel. Do it. Kill me. You've seen a lot of people die in your lifetime. People important to you, dying because of an idea. So kill me because I believe this idea should be heard by people who care. Close the damn circle. Why? I thought. The triumvirate, Tattletale said. Miss Militia stared at her, but didn't pull the trigger. They. Triumvirate? Gully asked. I'm in deep shit anyways, Tattletale said. For saying what I already have. We all are. Sad fact is, I have better chance of surviving if it's all out in the open. The triumvirate is Cauldron. Eidolon, Legend, Alexandria. They started it, or they're so involved in it that it's incestuous. Fuck me, Regent muttered. I couldn't even breathe. I was waiting for Miss Militia to pull the trigger. They made me like this. Gully asked. Why? Not sure. A warning, maybe, to people who didn't pay their bills. Or they figured that while they were brainwashing you, they'd implant you with a built-in weakness, something a paying customer could exploit. That's it. That's your answer. I'm sorry, I said. I wasn't sure if I was apologizing because it was insufficient or because I'd let Tattletale take things this far. The ground shook, more violently than before. The air was filled with the thrum of the helicopters that were flying overhead. By contrast, he flew so silently that I almost missed him setting down. I didn't have bugs in the area, and my eyes were trained in the general direction of Gully and the wreckage of Coil's collapsed base. Legend, landing in the midst of us. You heard, Tattletale said. She didn't sound surprised. Lip reading, he murmured. I can see very long distances. Put the gun down, Miss Militia. The cat's out of the bag. You're admitting it, Chevalier said. There was another rumble, shaking the ground so hard that most of us lost our balance. Legend stayed perfectly upright, no doubt using his flight to hold himself a hair above the ground. He turned to check the fighting hadn't started. It's true. Gully asked. We started Cauldron in the early days, he said. They had a way to give people powers, and each of us were desperate for our own reasons. We should have had trigger events, but we weren't lucky enough to have the potential. Nobody deluded themselves about the risks. We knew that it was all too possible to die or become a monster. But you did. You made monsters, Gully said. Everyone who took a dose went into it with their eyes open, he said. They refined the process, and we reduced the chance to a single digit of a percent. 2, 3%, if that. And at the same time the numbers were decreasing, we were realizing how badly we needed the heroes that Cauldron could provide. Capes without traumas to drive them toward villainy. Cauldron turned it into a business, producing heroes and acquiring funds from the wealthy to redirect to Endbringer recovery and further research into powers. We knew it wasn't ideal, that some would turn to villainy, but with the appearance of the Slaughterhouse 9 and the damage the Endbringers were doing, we had to do something. How do the travelers factor in? Miss Militia asked. They got a hold of a dose meant for another group of people. They weren't screened, they didn't follow the necessary procedures, didn't get the psychological or physical checkups, and even with that, we had no idea that the formulae could produce anything like this echidna. But the travelers are from another world, I said. Aren't they? The Cymurg, he said, simply. Madison, Wisconsin, 1.5 years ago. She opened a dimensional gate. You were there, Murden. You met Trickster and Echidna. Murden's eyes widened. The hospital room. The ground rumbled again. A burned husk of a building at the far end of the street toppled with a crash. But, if Cauldron's not taking people from other worlds, Gully said. What? It's not Cauldron, Legend said. His voice was flat, without affect. He met her eyes. Manton worked for Cauldron, before an incident with his daughter led to a psychotic break and a break with the organization. He left with samples that he passed on to others. One of those people sold them for personal profit before Cauldron found him. Another was responsible for the Case 53s. We thought it was Manton, but it wasn't. He glanced at Tattletale, and she cocked her head a little to one side. Why? Gully asked. Why do that? Why make us like this? I'd give you answers if I could. Some people abuse others for the sense of power it gives them, Legend told her. His voice sounded hollow. To change someone's body and mind completely and irrevocably? It could be the same impulse. The appearance of the Case 53s has stopped or slowed dramatically. It's little consolation, but we think the person who did this to you is be dead or completely out of formula. That's no consolation at all, Gully replied. The ground shuddered. It's worth noting, Legend said, that we tracked Manton down. He and Siberian's master are the same person. Dragon and Defiant have a beat on the 9. They expect a confrontation to start soon. But I could only think of when Legend and I had been looking down at the 9 from above. He'd recognized the Siberian's master then, and he hadn't told me. Was he omitting facts now, in the same way? Was he lying like he had then? The Siberian is Manton. Murden asked. Legend nodded. And Manton is ultimately responsible for the Case 53s. I know it's not the explanation you each hoped for, but it's the reality. Understood. There were nods all around. I wasn't sure if anyone else saw, or if they knew her well enough to say, but Tattletale was smiling, and it wasn't the one she wore when she was being friendly and easygoing. It was the one she'd had before she'd unloaded on Panacea, back at the bank. The one she'd had before she revealed to Coil just how she'd screwed him over. I directed a bug to fly across her face, brushing the skin. She flinched and looked at me. I only stared at her, willed her to be quiet. Saying anything would be disastrous here. I wasn't sure how much of what he was saying was truth, but Legend had just stepped in here, pacified the situation. Tattletale shrugged with one shoulder, a fractional movement that only my swarm really noticed. The smile disappeared from her face. Sure, she said, a little belatedly. The rumbling continued, steadier now. Is that the essence of what you wanted to tell us? Murden asked me. What Legend said about Cauldron. Only thing I'd have to add is that the travelers came from another Earth. Except for Trickster, they're more or less on our side here. Tell Ballistic, Sundancer and Genesis that we can get them home, and they'll help. They have the kind of firepower we need. Wheel. My bug sensed Echidna clawing her way to the surface. Armband. I interrupted Chevalier. What? Warn them. She's here. It was too late. The Gru that was accompanying Echidna emerged from the hole she'd dug. He raised his hands, and I could see the wave of darkness rolling out from the entrance to a parking garage to sweep over the assembled heroes. She wasn't beneath the fallen base. With her shape-shifting and the teleporting Gru's help, she'd found her way through a side tunnel, clawed or punched her way up into a nearby parking garage, a place where she could stage her attack. Echidna materialized out of the darkness the Gru had created. She was nearly twice the height she'd been before, to the point that the human body on the top was minuscule, a speck by comparison. A human figure atop a broad 3-story building. Her legs were more robust, now. There weren't any feeble limbs like the ones my bugs had glimpsed or touched. Her lower body was plated in a crust of bone, and 2 more heads were just emerging from her front, one with the beginnings of a mouth, the other with 2 large eyes and a lump that would become a snout. She'd developed. There were no less than 10 capes within range of her claws as she appeared. 10 capes that were caught in her flesh the very instant the fighting began. I'd placed bugs on Legend to track his movements, and they went with him as he took to the air and fell into formation with Alexandria and Eidolon. Those same bugs allowed me to sense the smallest movement of his head, as he directed a slight nod toward his longtime comrades. If I'd been suspecting that he'd been lying before, that clinched it for me. In his shoes, I wasn't sure I wouldn't have done the same. Scourge 19.5. The Gru Echidna had created turned his attention to the rest of us. His power massed around him and then flowed forth like a tidal wave of crude oil. I was already atop Atlas, rising into the air. I couldn't avoid the fact that Scapegoat was in the truck, and if we were separated. I flew after the wave of darkness, tracing its path as it met Scapegoat's van and making my best guess at where it would wind up. The darkness hit a wall, and the van materialized, solid once more. More heroes were deposited 2 or 3 city blocks away from where they'd been standing. My heart was pounding in my chest as I blinked a few times and double-checked that I hadn't gone blind. If the Gru had cut off Scapegoat's power, or if he'd delivered enough of an impact to disrupt it, it could have left me in worse shape than before. I could see, and I could breathe. Scapegoat was safe inside the containment van. He'd scattered us. Our tight battle lines were now spread out over city blocks, and people were having a surprising amount of trouble getting their bearings. One of the team leaders managed to get his squad organized, pointing them in the right direction, before Echidna's Gru hit them again. There was a limit to what I could do. I gathered my bugs and started working out how to stop the Gru. I had cords pre-prepared. I spliced a number together into a 100-foot-long line, then had my bugs fly the cord out. A minute later, my fastest flying bugs were winding the cord around the Gru's neck, while others were biting and stinging. He barely even noticed, beyond swatting at the insects wherever they landed. I needed something to tie him to. A telephone pole? It wouldn't stop him or even hamper him in what he was doing to disrupt our fighting lines. If he could teleport himself, then it wouldn't even hamper him at all in the long term. Legend, Eidolon, and Alexandria moved into the fray, accompanied by a number of other flying heroes. They were coordinated enough that they had to have planned it out in advance. Alexandria went in first, circling around and then swooping down to strike Echidna across one back leg. She stuck on contact. Through a combination of her own strength and one of Legend's lasers, she got free before Echidna could turn and envelop her. Eidolon was making his move before Alexandria was even free. He cast out a bubble that swelled as it moved through the air. By the time it reached Echidna, it was twice as big around as she was, enough to reach from one sidewalk to the other. The colors around her became muted, and her movements slowed to 1/10 of the speed. It was a time distortion effect. Legend took the opportunity to emit 20 individual laser beams. They each flowed out as a steady, unfaltering stream, and turned in midair to punch into Echidna. Each was meticulously placed to drive through the center of her body and avoid the places where her victims were being absorbed, or even cut her victims free. One beam turned down and took a sharp right to strike the ground just to the teleporter Gru's right. It slashed towards him and he used his darkness to teleport himself to safety, cutting the cord I'd created in the process. I commanded my bugs to collect the thread and cart it to the destination he'd teleport to. It was futile to try to tether a teleporter, I knew, but if I could find a way to trip up his abilities, tie his ankles together at a crucial moment, something, it might help. Beyond that, I'd have to hope the venom brought him down. Echidna tried to move to one side, but Legend's beams followed unerringly, swelling in size and number. 30, 40, 50, each cutting their way through her flesh as though she were made of little more than snow. Smoke or steam billowed around her as her flesh charred and boiled. The lasers might have been affected by the time distortion, but that didn't matter when the lasers were moving at the speed of light in the first place. She feinted right, then lunged left, but Legend's aim didn't err in the slightest, and Eidolon's slowing effect drifted after her. Still, Echidna moved faster than Eidolon's slowing effect did. Slowly but surely, as pieces of her flesh were carved away and left to fall to the ground, she made progress toward the effect's perimeter. Alexandria flew low to the ground, striking and catching hold of a traffic light. In 1 second she was a blur, the next she appeared to be moving as fast as a person did when they ran. Charging into the effects area, Alexandria made a beeline for Echidna. The swing was slow motion, but Echidna was too. Alexandria struck her with the metal pole, and Echidna moved like she'd been hit full strength. Her front claws were lifted off of the ground by the force of the blow, and she reared up, the canine faces contorting in pain and anger. The lasers moved around Alexandria, passing within centimeters of her. She didn't even flinch as she lowered herself to the ground behind Echidna, used her hands and one knee to correct a bend in the pole, and then stabbed it into one spot on the back of Echidna's leg where a hero was trying to get free. Legend's cutting lasers and the leverage of the pole pried him free. Alexandria caught him before he hit the ground and threw him. Other heroes saw and positioned themselves before he reached the edge of the effect. He resumed normal speed and the heroes caught him. Echidna's Gru blanketed the area in darkness, and Legend opened fire on the area where the darkness had originated from, the ground floor of a nearby grocery store. My bugs identified the Gru on the far side, and with a moment to get arranged, they connected the ends of cords. A little shorter than 100 feet, now. If I tied it to a section of a nearby window, and he tried to run, it could maybe yank him off his feet, but that didn't amount to much. The Gru teleported Echidna to him, freeing her from Legend's attack and the slow effect. The darkness carpeted them and bought her a second to breathe and regenerate. Had to remove the Gru from consideration. I tried to visualize what would happen next, anticipate their next move. Noelle would throw herself into the fray again. Either he'd use his teleportation to do it or... I tied the other end of the cord to a piece of bone plate that stood out on Echidna's side. Eidolon was pointing to the building that Echidna had materialized behind, pointed 2 fingers at it with a thumb extended in a gesture much like a gun. Legend took the signal and opened fire, unleashing countless lasers into the ground floor of the building. The Psycho Gru took shelter, ducking to one side of a nearby dumpster. At the same time, Echidna did just what I'd hoped for, she bolted. The cord went taut, and the Gru was pulled off his feet by the suddenness and force of her movement. I hadn't tied it into a proper noose, but the cord was around his neck. I'd read somewhere that nooses tended to kill because they broke the neck rather than by suffocation, provided they were tied right and there was enough of a drop. This wasn't a drop, but it was a tough cord around his neck, and the creature on the other end weighed no less than 15 tons, maybe twice that. She'd accelerated from 0 to 50 in an instant, and he went limp almost immediately, dead or completely disabled in a heartbeat. My bugs cut the cord and held it ready. Echidna hadn't used her power yet. She'd absorbed enough capes, but something was holding her back. I wondered if her regeneration drew on the same pool of flesh generation that made the clones and she couldn't make clones while healing the kind of heavy damage the triumvirate was dishing out. Maybe there was some other drawback. The shoulders of her lower body scraped and dragged against the sides of buildings as she stampeded through the back alleyways. She kicked a dumpster and sent it careening as she ran, brushed against a fire escape with enough speed and force that it was ripped from the brick wall. She was very nearly out of my power's reach when Murden cut her off. He waved his staff and a group of heroes materialized around him. Tecton and Chevalier were among them. The heroes around me were trying to get sorted into squads again. I was aware of someone driving the van that held Scapegoat, taking him in the wrong direction. I drew arrows with my bugs on the dashboard and prayed that whoever the cape was behind the wheel, they were aiming in the right direction. Seeing how the heroes were struggling to get organized, suffering for the lack of armbands to help them navigate and get essential information, I decided in an instant that I needed to guide more than just the van. I began drawing out arrows and letters. I drew out an E with an arrow pointing in Echidna's direction, 100 times in 100 places. Above Echidna, I set swarms of insects to flying in formation, tight circles and figure 8 loops, vertical or horizontal. Letters and words formed. Echidna, Murden, Chevalier. Did the E go after the I? Couldn't remember. Was supposed to be I before E, except after C, but there were more exceptions to the rule than there were correct uses. Shaking my head to stir myself awake, I tried to refocus, paying attention to the primary side of the fighting. Echidna charged Murden and the heroes that accompanied him. He used his staff to draw something into the air. My bugs could feel a vibration, see the white blur of a light source. The sign he'd drawn exploded outward, striking Echidna on her right side. It was enough to alter her course, and her shoulder slammed into the corner of one building. Her body dragged against the building's face until that she had to stop and pull away. Chevalier pointed his sword at her, 15 feet long, and pulled a trigger. A blast erupted down the center of the sword's mass, and a cannonball caught one of Echidna's monstrous heads between the eyes. Through the composite vision of all my bugs, I could get a sense of the damage that had been done, the spray of gore. I was too tired to be focusing on my bugs to this degree. My awareness of my real self was faltering. I was unconsciously updating the positions of the arrows to allow the heroes to home in on Echidna, but I also had to work to keep myself close to Scapegoat, and I wanted to make sure I knew where Bitch and the others were. Atlas was following my unconscious commands, but that meant I was straying a dangerous distance from Scapegoat. Had to be safe. The arrows I'd drawn for each of the heroes were working, though. Heroes were moving towards Echidna with purpose, now, and the van with Scapegoat inside was moving in the right direction. I caught some squad captains giving orders. A cape that could speak over distances was relaying information to Murden and Chevalier. Tattletale was on the ground, but she didn't advance toward the scene of the fighting. She had gotten her hands on a cell phone, and was speaking steadily into it, relaying information. I only caught some of it. I couldn't devote that much focus to her. It was about Noelle. Chevalier and Murden made an effective duo. Chevalier's power had made his armor virtually impervious, his cannon blade massive, each effectively many times as dense and slash or many times as large as they should be, but he was still able to treat them as though they were the normal size. He swung his sword as though it were barely there, and when he found an opportunity to strike out with a gauntlet fist, the effect was always far greater than the hit deserved. Not so different from Fenja and Menja, only his gear was the focus, not himself, and he was a little more versatile. Murden, for his part, coupled versatility with raw power to devastating effect. He had a bag of tricks and switched from one to another without hesitation. Echidna spewed a stream of bodies and gore, and Murden drew a dark sign into the air, suctioning the incoming matter into it. I sensed Chevalier and Tecton slamming their weapons into the nearest surfaces to avoid being pulled in, catching hold of allies who weren't so capable. Then my own bugs were yanked toward the crevice and violently crushed against all of the other debris, leaving me momentarily blind in that area. More of my bugs flowed in, giving me time to see Chevalier delivering a series of powerful sword strikes and cannon shots at Echidna, not letting up. He paused, throwing himself into a side alley as Noelle tried to stomp on him, and Murden released the matter he'd suctioned in as a condensed bullet of gore, dust, crushed bodies, and dead bugs. Perhaps the strongest thing about the partnership between the two heroes was how well it accommodated others. Heroes with ranged powers were free to unload on Echidna while the other two fought, and heroes like Tecton could offer further support, destroying the ground beneath her feet. She was big enough now that he couldn't trap her, but he could make her stumble, or bring concrete from the nearby buildings raining down on top of her. The triumvirate flew straight over Echidna, and Legend opened with a laser beam I could see from 3 blocks away. He killed some of the bugs I'd been using to draw words in the air in the process. That was as much my fault as his. Echidna was more or less trapped, forced to back away, but unable to fully turn around with the walls of the alley on either side of her. Eidolon threw down another slowing bubble behind her, and Alexandria dropped to ground level to stand behind Echidna and stab the metal pole of the street light through the knee of one of Echidna's back legs. There was nothing for me to do beyond helping to organize the others. I made sure to draw arrows and words high enough above the buildings that anyone approaching the scene would be able to tell that Alexandria and Chevalier had Echidna flanked. Atlas carried me above the scene, a distance away from the triumvirate, but still close enough to see into the alley. Echidna was sustaining a beating, and there were only 4 directions she could go. She could go up, which was the only route available to her that didn't involve going through a solid surface, but that involved running face first into the laser beam that Legend was firing straight down from above. Going down involved tearing through pavement and whatever was below the road. Even if there was a storm drain or some other underground space to enter, she was doubtlessly sustaining too much damage to take the time to get that far, and she was too big to fit, unless the area was cavernous. That meant she was bound to head either left or right, through walls of brick or concrete. I was careful in how I positioned my swarm, putting them on walls so I could tell if she knocked one down on her way through, while keeping the bugs out of her likely path. Cloned bugs were the least of our problems, but I wasn't about to contribute to her arsenal. I'd drawn heroes closer to the scene of the fight with my directions. Now I had to communicate the danger. I spoke through my bugs, moving each closer to the capes. The swarm was spread out, which made the resulting voice thin and reedy to the point that I wasn't sure if it was audible over the noise of the fighting in the alleyways. Incoming, my swarm buzzed. More than a few heroes jumped at that. Look for my signal, I said, she'll have to go through the walls to escape. Many of the squads were in or around the alleys but not actually participating in the fights. With arrows and the movement of my swarm, I did my best to indicate the ways to the walls she might head for, and I drew exclamation marks on the faces of the buildings next to her. It didn't take her long to reach the limit of her patience. She tried to advance on Chevalier, only to get driven back by Tecton, Murden, and 1 or 2 ranged capes. Backing up meant running into Alexandria, who was stabbing and swatting with the pole that had held the traffic light. One claw ripped through brick and wood, and she plunged into the building to her left. She was tall enough that she had to hunker down, and she was still shoving her way through the flooring that separated the first and second floors. Her route put her on a path for where the fighting had originated, where the majority of the heroes were now waiting. She could wade through brick and concrete and leave a building folding in on itself in her wake, but dealing with a mass of capes proved more difficult. Force fields blocked her movements, and a half-dozen heavy-hitting capes like Grace were waiting to blindside her. A heartbeat after the first wave assault passed by, Chronicler's replicas of the melee assault group tore through Echidna a second time. Echidna fell over, and was in a position to see Legend, Alexandria, and Eidolon overhead. Some capes had stayed in the fray, including types like Weld and Wanton, who couldn't be absorbed and couldn't be affected by the capes with ranged attacks. They joined in with the triumvirate's attacks on the fallen foe. She vomited, but it wasn't the same as before. Her vomit this time was thick with bodies, to the point that it didn't spray. The vomit tumbled from her 4 mouths as a sludge that met or exceeded her total body weight in sheer volume. Worse, where it had maybe been 90% liquid and 10% people, before, the numbers had inverted. Legend raked a laser across the piling, writhing, reaching bodies, but Echidna was getting to her feet, throwing herself into the building behind her. She'd done enough damage with the last maneuver, and her return trip brought a wall crashing down. Powers of all kinds were brought to bear as the capes on the ground did what they could to save themselves and their teammates. I could have stayed, helped with the wounded, but the van with Scapegoat was moving on, and I was worried about what might happen if Echidna managed to get away. She was wounded, but regenerating, and bodies kept pouring forth from her mouth. It would be best to leave the wounded and dying to the less mobile capes. I was more useful in the fray, though that didn't say much. She was moving at a good pace. Only the fastest were able to match her in speed, and few of those were also capable of slowing her down so the rest of us could catch up. A trail of clones flowed in her wake. All of them were capes, and even though they were unclothed and unarmored, some were taking more than a few hits to finish off. Worse, at least one of the people she'd caught was a cape in much the same vein as Prism had been. A self-duplicator. It amounted to scores of bodies, where 1 in 20 were capable of copying themselves, and maybe 3 or 4 in 20 were tough or borderline invulnerable. I joined in with the other heroes who were fighting to kill or mop up the clones before the psychotic things could get organized. They were lumped together as a tangle of limbs, heads and torsos, and each was tacky with the fluids of the vomit. My swarm made contact, and began ruthlessly doing as much damage as I was capable of. Murden caught up and hit her with one of his spells. Echidna promptly disappeared in a clap of thunder, and Murden went very still, floating in the air. From his controlled breathing and lack of celebration, I could only assume that Murden was concentrating. Echidna wasn't dead and gone, only held at bay for the time being. I was willing to bet it was the same effect he'd used to carry Chevalier, Tecton, and his other teammates into the fight in the alleyway. In the meantime, the rest of us were left to dispatch the clones as quickly as possible. They were friendlier looking, with features missing. There were clones without ears, clones without noses, clones with missing fingers. Half finished, their skin was so thin as to be translucent, and most lacked hair or their hair was so sparse as to barely matter. The skin of most broke and bled where my bugs bit, as though it were little more than wet paper. If my swarm was made up of countless tiny surgeons, doing strategic damage, Rachel's dogs were the opposite. Bentley plowed through the ranks of the clones like a living bulldozer. He wasn't running full bore, but he wasn't slowing down at any point either. The other dogs followed, each roughly the size of a pony, chained to Bentley's harness. The dogs fought among themselves in their struggles to attack and wound the clones, but I could see Rachel doing what she could to ensure that none of them were killing. She'd done the same with Bastard. It made sense, in a way, that she didn't want them to get accustomed to killing before they were fully trained. The clones weren't wholly helpless, though, fragile as they might be. They did have powers. Through the bugs of my swarm that lingered on the combatants, I could track the fallen. 2 heroes down, injured or dying, another deceased. We were outnumbered, and we couldn't afford to lose 1 person for every 20 clones that fell. Echidna had created at least 100 clones in the course of her last getaway. She would create 100 more when she reappeared, if we didn't find a solution. Legend found a position to open fire from, and sent a barrage of lasers down toward the trail of bodies, while Alexandria followed the direct path that Echidna had taken, darting left and right to strike out and kill even the tougher capes in a single hit. In the midst of the chaos, a speaker began blaring at the top of one containment van. The same voice that had come from the armbands. The following information has been disseminated, and remains unconfirmed. Echidna is in a rage state. The monster is in control, not the girl. 17 capes are currently within her. Her rate of regeneration and production of clones is derived from a central core within her lower body that produces an endless quantity of biological material. A body part severed from the core will die. Destroying the core in entirety will destroy her. Tattletale, I thought. She'd passed on the info she'd gleaned. Scapegoat was out of the van and shouting. Weld was among the capes that came to his assistance. He held a female clone in his iron grip, with one hand over her mouth. Tecton and Wanton moved to help, and Scapegoat looked up at me, gesturing. Pointing at the ground. Would have been easier if he'd just said it. I found a clear spot on a rooftop and landed. The second I was settled, Scapegoat laid his hands on the clone Weld had caught. As before, the sensations hit me. Phantom sensations of every possible texture and experience rippling across my entire body. This was why he'd told me to land. He'd been worried I might lose control of my power, maybe losing control over Atlas and fall. I just had to endure. I could control my bugs to some extent, though flight wasn't so possible. One of the clones had broken away from the fighting, and my bugs were both attacking her and pointing the pursuing capes in the right directions. She split off into 4 copies. The heroes killed 3 of the 4, only for the survivor to split off into a quartet once again. If I'd been thinking about containment, I might have set trip lines at each of the major intersections, cutting them if and when heroes passed through. As it was, I couldn't stop her retreat, and could only try to blind her, choke her and distract while they closed the distance with my direction. But she was fragile, like most of her fellow clones. Mandibles tore her paper-thin skin, and more bugs found her jugular. Just like that, she died with blood spouting from her throat. She created duplicates of herself, but they were created with the same injury. The capes caught up to her. One murmured, Kutsu. "S not her, Juster," another said. Elsewhere, Regent was dispatching other clones. He deftly tripped up the more mobile ones and closed the distance, then executed them with a quick stab of a knife. The sensations kept hitting me. It was a deeper sensation now. Tastes, vision, hearing, everything under the sun, fragments of a million different sensations. Picking through the noise was nearly impossible. I had to find refuge in my swarm's senses, disassociate from my body. If I hadn't been trying so hard, I might have missed it. It was more subtle than the first time I'd heard it. A keening noise that my own ears couldn't hear. Even many of the insects were unaware. Using my swarm, every bug in the 4-block range, I buzzed out the alert. Shatterbird. Some capes reacted fast enough. Helmets with visors were torn free, intact armbands and cell phones discarded. Some erected force field barriers. I was tearing off my mask, bundling it in the fabric that hung around my legs. There were others too caught up in the fighting, yet others dependent on hardware with silicon chips that they couldn't shirk so quickly. It wasn't as strong as her last big attack, there was less glass in the city to carry the effects. Still, I could hear the resounding crash of everything glass in this half of the city breaking. A tidal wave of destruction rolled past us, leaving countless injured in its wake. The attack was weaker, but not necessarily weak. Tecton had been left immobile, components of his suit destroyed. The clone and Scapegoat were down, struck by the glass from the van's windshield. Chevalier had been caught by something, a fragment of glass that had penetrated a slit in his visor, and he was struggling to fight 3 clones and avoid hitting his teammates, all while partially blind. I checked myself. I could breathe, I wasn't blind. All despite Scapegoat's disabled state. Had he transferred the conditions to the clone? Was I in the clear? I wasn't sure, and I wasn't sure I could afford to take the risk and stray beyond that 150-foot range of his. The direction the attack had come from. Shatterbird had stayed behind, used her power from the base. I'd assumed it was because Echidna had eaten her, but it was all too possible that they'd found another route. Inducing temporary unconsciousness? Or perhaps Echidna had eaten her and then spat her out right away, to induce enough weakness that Regent couldn't use her. I'd have to ask Regent for details, and that wasn't an option. No, there were bigger worries. Battle lines had broken, and simply by virtue of being more numerous than we were, many clones were still standing. It made only a small difference, but it was still an advantage for their side. The clones weren't wearing or carrying anything glass. An advantage of being naked. The big heroes were trying to get organized. Murden was still keeping Echidna out of the fight, the triumvirate were exchanging quick words as they tried to figure out whether they should stay for when Echidna popped back into existence or help with the clones. Legend shot as he talked, and Eidolon was casting out blue sparks that flew forth. Clones were advancing on Scapegoat and Tecton. Weld was there, but he wasn't quite enough. I stood on Atlas' back as he descended to the road, shaking my mask to let the glass fall free before carefully pulling it back on. Weld glanced at me and nodded as I appeared at his left, helping to form a defensive line. Weld's hands started to change into long blades, and with the reach they afforded him, he was able to defend more ground. I stepped off Atlas and let him stand on his own, his side-like forelimbs raised. He wouldn't be that good in a fight, but the clones were fragile, and 2 more weapons was better than nothing. My knife and baton slid free of their respective slots in my compartment, and I whipped the baton out to its full length. It offered me a little more reach, an excuse to take one more step away from Scapegoat's body and the frozen Tecton. In this fashion, Weld, Atlas, and I formed something of a triangle. Being on the ground, it added a kind of reality to the situation. On a technical level, I was more aware of the bodies when I used my powers, more aware of the enemy numbers. Here, though, I could see only the crowd. Hero and clone were fighting, the ground was littered with the dying, the maimed and the dead. There were countless people who needed help, people who I couldn't personally reach. My bugs could reach them. I did what I could, trying to blind the right people, to injure and maim clones where I could ferret out vulnerabilities. Most of the vulnerable clones were already out of the fight, leaving us with only the more troublesome ones. The duplicators, the durable and the mobile. I was fighting a duplicator. Another Kutsu, like the one I'd killed earlier, unless there was another Asian duplicator with a Japanese-sounding name. She was vulnerable, but she knew how to fight. Better than I did. My advantage was my weapons and my armor. Hers was her relentlessness. My baton crushed one skull like an overripe pumpkin, my knife caught another in the chest, pushing past bone like it was a willowy tree branch rather than anything more solid. I kicked her in the chest to help pull my knife free, and suffered a painful kick to the side of my knee before I was able to retaliate. I fell, tried to strike the offending Kutsu with my knife, but she caught my wrist. A swing of my baton was caught as well. I got my feet under her and thrust my head into hers as I returned to a standing position. Her face was softer than my mask was. She fell, and the 4th Kutsu formed 3 new doubles before I could advance and attack her. One kicked me hard enough that I had to lean against Tecton's armor to get my balance. My swarm had hurt the one Kutsu who'd stayed back, and the new doubles were feeling the same pain, but they were still fresh, weren't tired or hurt from previous rounds. Weld fought with an invincible man who was smoking, his hands hot enough that they were heating Weld's flesh. The man grappled him, and Weld's attempts to strike him were having little effect. The man dug his fingers into Weld's chest, and white-hot metal dripped to the ground. He was digging for organs. I hated to spare bugs when I was fighting the Kutsu clones, but I sent some Weld's way. They coated the man, and found some flesh they could damage. His back, Weld. I shouted. His front half is tough, but everything that isn't facing you is vulnerable. A Kutsu took advantage of my distraction to club me. I retaliated by stabbing her, a non-fatal blow. Weld pulled one arm free, reached behind the man, and started sawing into the back of his head. Serrated edges formed on the blade, to allow for a better cut. Weld found something vital, and the man slumped to the ground. He turned to help me with the Kutsu. A scattering of Legend's laser bolts tore through our surroundings, though he was blocks away. 3 of the Kutsu I was fighting were hit by Legend's shots, and Weld lunged forward to stab the 4th. The least hurt of them vibrated and split off into a fresh set of quadruplets. Clones of clones, I thought. I could only swear in my head. My lungs weren't suffering like they had been earlier, but I was short on breath nonetheless. Overall, our side was winning, but we weren't winning fast. Nearly a third of us had fallen when Shatterbird hit, and more were losing in this chaos that followed. Which made this the moment, fittingly, when Echidna popped back into existence. Eidolon and Legend had been doing what they could from range, and now they were forced to deal with Echidna, leaving the rest of us to deal with the remaining clones. Legend started using a massive laser to tear into the piles of clones that spilled forth from her mouths. One Kutsu clone shouted. Cover me. I got this. Roughly a quarter of the remaining clones broke away from their individual engagements, including the Kutsu I was fighting. Fuck me, they're cooperating. Our side did what they could to stop them, but these clones were still in the fight because they were hard to kill. My bugs attacked the Kutsu, and I gave chase to stab one, then another in the back, before my hurt knee gave out and I fell to a kneeling position. Bitch and her dogs threw themselves into the ranks of the clones, tearing and rending, but it wasn't enough. Chevalier wasn't far from me. His cannon blade detonated, painfully loud in my ear, and 4 or 5 clones died with each shot. Legend's lasers tore into their ranks, and Eidolon threw down a slowing field to stall for time. It was too little, too late. They were making a beeline for Echidna, for Legend, Alexandria, Eidolon, and Murden. The Kutsu who'd shouted got close to Echidna, and a tongue circled her throat. She was reeled in, and stopped herself at Echidna's mouth, bracing herself in position. Chevalier took aim and shot. A miss. Miss Militia's rifle shot was on target, punching through the front of the Kutsu's throat. But the Kutsu's death wasn't instantaneous, and she had time for one last gesture. Echidna vibrated, and then split off into 4 copies. 4 copies of Noel. My breath caught in my throat in the moment I processed the reality of what had just happened. I managed to huff out a small shuddering breath. They were withering and dying like Kutsu's obsolete clones were, slowly but surely, right off the bat, but there were still 4 of them. This was Echidna's greatest weapon. Ballistic had talked about her sense for tactics, but that was Noelle, really. This was Echidna, and she was too gone for much of that. No, the variations that naturally occurred in powers laid out a range of capes. Virtually every power was offensive, just about every power had some use. That was the norm, the standard. But exceptions existed. They were the bonesaws, the crawlers, the echidnas, the legends, Alexandrias, eidolons, and dragons of the world. By sheer fortune, they'd stumbled onto powers that set them head and shoulders above everyone else. Having the right variant, being in the right situation to use that power. If 1 in 100 capes met that kind of standard where they were just that much more versatile or powerful, then Echidna could make 100 capes, and chances were good that one of those would be exceptional in that way. An Echidna double turned and charged straight for us, stampeding through the clones to get to the troops on the ground. Force fields went up, Chevalier unloaded cannon blasts to stall her advance, and we all did our best to retreat. I took to the air with Atlas. The other 2 Echidnas, including the original, started fighting the big-name heroes. Tongues lashed out, and Legend severed them with cutting lasers. The clones vomited geysers, spitting out no clones with the fluid, and Alexandria bore the brunt of the blow. Eidolon was creating blue sparks that floated around him, but when Alexandria began to lose in her struggles to keep the vomit from reaching her comrades, he switched to using a slowing field instead. He cast it down around 2 of the Echidnas. The one he didn't catch vomited, and he threw up a small force field to ward off the attack. A narrow tongue was hidden in the midst of the vomit, a concealed attack. Prehensile, it snaked out and caught him by one arm. Eidolon was pulled in, and clipped the force field he'd raised with enough force that he was momentarily stunned. The force field and slowing fields disappeared, and Alexandria was caught off guard by the sudden increase in her opponent's speed. Caught against its back, she started to tear herself free with the help of one of Legend's cutting lasers. A spray of vomit forced Legend to abandon his efforts to save his teammates and retreat for his own safety. He cleaned up the clones that the original Echidna was still producing. A second later, one of the Echidna doubles leaped on top of the other, sandwiching Alexandria between her and the other Echidna double. The real Echidna closed her mouths, and the vomiting stopped. She stepped on the tongue that had a hold on Eidolon, then stepped on the caught Eidolon. Legend did what he could, but even with the 3 Echidna doubles looking more like the Walking Dead than anything else, he couldn't do enough lasting damage to any of the brutes. Miss Militia and Chevalier contributed some ranged fire, as did the heroes on my side of the battlefield, but the Echidna doubles used their bodies to block the worst of the incoming fire. Echidna bit deep into her double, tore at flesh until she found the morsel caught between their bodies. Alexandria. I could see the muscles in her throat working as she swallowed. Each of her doubles made a final reckless charge before falling to pieces. A hush of sorts descended on everyone present. 2 of our best, caught. Echidna reared back a little, then spat, as though she were coughing out a morsel of food she'd been choking on. An Alexandria. Had to be, with that long black hair. The woman stood, and I could see how she was missing an eye. She brushed her hair to one side, so it covered half her face, and I could hear a murmur. Director Costa Brown, someone in the crowd murmured. The head of the PRT and Alexandria were one and the same. I couldn't bring myself to care. I wasn't sure if it was just that I was in shock, that I was more focused on the fight that was looking a hell of a lot less winnable, or a simple lack of surprise that the PRT would have been so corrupt and imbalanced as to have a major balancing factor missing from their ranks. Miss Militia took aim with her rifle and shot. The bullet sparked as it clipped Alexandria's forehead. Alexandria shook her head. Another cough, another spit. Eidolon. I couldn't tell if he was unattractive by nature or if it was just mild deformations. He looked so small, so below average. He found his feet. Miss Militia shot him twice, and he fell back against Echidna's leg. He flickered, and the wound was smaller, another flicker, and the wound almost disappeared. Each flicker was stronger than the last in how it reversed the damage. He staggered to his feet again. Go! Chevalier screamed, breaking the frozen silence. Before he's at full strength. We charged. There was no other choice. If we didn't win now, everyone lost. Scourge 19.6. The Eidolon clone apparently wasn't worried about the mass of armed heroes that were mobilized against him. No, his concern was being naked. He touched Alexandria, and she flickered. When the flickering died out, she was dressed in a costume, a long white cape, a white bodysuit with high boots and elbow-length gloves and a stylized helmet that let her long black hair flow free. The tower on her chest was a tumbled ruin. The ruined lighthouse. A mockery of her other self, the colors reversed. I really wasn't liking the implications for that flickering power. Healing, the costume. Legend shot the Eidolon clone before he could do anything more. A laser tore into the Eidolon's chest cavity, slashed out to carve into Echidna's foremost leg, causing it to buckle mid-step. The Alexandria clone floated up, interjecting herself between Legend and his targets. He adjusted the beam's orientation, and she moved to block it. He divided it in 2 shots that she couldn't block, and she charged him. Legend broke off to flee. I could see the Eidolon flickering to heal himself as Echidna charged the rest of us. Our battle lines did what they could to slow her down, which didn't amount to much. She was massive, now, to the point that cars were trampled beneath her or sent rolling on impact. Chevalier put himself directly in harm's way. He held his cannon blade out to one side, and I could see it swelling in size. There were 100 feet between them, 75, 50. The sword was growing with every moment, as well. He brought the blade down to the ground, a razor's edge biting deep into pavement, the blade's point directed at Echidna. Then he pulled the trigger. The fact that it was impaled in the ground kept the recoil manageable, and the fact that it was as large as it was meant that the effect was that much more impressive. Echidna leaped to the side as the cannonball ripped out of the weapon. Not quite fast enough, she wasn't able to avoid the worst of it. 3 of her 8 legs, all on one side of her body, were turned into flecks of gore. She hit the ground and her momentum carried her forward, skidding. Chevalier didn't flinch as she hurtled towards him. Instead, he waited until her trajectory brought the right part of her into harm's way, then shot out more of her limbs. The impact of the hit brought her to a halt, spinning until her back was to him, only 2 of her monstrous claws intact. A female hero threw out small ice crystals in Echidna's direction, and they expanded explosively into virtual glaciers on impact. Maybe the intent was to give Echidna less room to regenerate. Chevalier withdrew the 25-foot-long blade from the ground and chopped at Noelle the upper body that jutted out of Echidna's back. He severed her from the monster at the stomach, turning the blade mid-swing to catch the body on the flat of the weapon. He swatted her away, separating the girl from the monster. The impact of Noelle's landing was enough to kill, but she didn't die. She flailed weakly for long seconds before she started falling apart. Echidna caught Chevalier with a tongue. He cut the tongue with his blade, and walked around her, blade poised, as if he were trying to find a place to strike. I realized he was trying to find a way to rescue the people inside. Alexandria, Eidolon, and 17 of the capes who'd volunteered to fight this thing. Had he directed the cannon blast with the same intent? To avoid harming the people within? Chevalier was struck. He turned, and was hit again. He was under siege from one of the 9 invincible clones, with the burning hands. The guy was digging his hands into a car at one side of the street, coming up with hunks of white-hot metal and flinging them. He scraped them off, but more attacks were incoming. One cape threw a stone, and though the speed and arc of the thrown rock didn't seem to amount to much, it shattered one of the glaciers the ice cape had erected. Chevalier used his cannon blade to block another rock and a lump of molten metal from striking home. From above and behind him, the woman with the ice shards began raining her attacks down on the clones, encasing them in ice. I joined in, sending my swarm forth into the fray. They flowed from the battlefield around me, finding paths to travel between the crags of ice and the capes. Cockroaches tore into the membranes of ice. Hornets found flesh to bite that was close to arteries and veins, stings dug into the most sensitive flesh, and ants worked together to scissor and tear flesh more efficiently. More bugs moved in the Eidolon clone's direction. The flying insects faltered, their usual mechanisms for movement failing them. Then they started falling out of the air. They were suffocating, it was a vacuum. He'd chosen his powers, and by the looks of it, he'd dressed himself in a mirror of his other self's costume. A costume with a black hood, loose black sleeves and a pale red-orange glow emanating from each opening. The flickering. Was that some variant on Scapegoat's power? More broad? Paging through realities to find the state he wanted to be in? Uninjured, dressed? There were a lot of ugly possibilities with that one. Could he affect how he was accessing powers? He took one step, and was carried off the ground. It wasn't flight so much as floating. Combine that with the vacuum around him. It had to be aerokinesis. Manipulation of air. Miss Militia took a shot at him, and he reeled. There was a flickering, and he was back in the position he'd been in a moment before, uninjured. She changed guns, and unloaded 2 assault rifles in his direction. Her hits were on target at first. His armor absorbed the worst of it, and he undid the damage he'd taken with more flickering. The bullets gradually moved off target, grazing him instead of striking vital areas. A moment later, they stopped hitting entirely. The effect he was using to alter their trajectories hit the rest of us a moment later. I felt Atlas's wings beat against nothing for just a moment before we caught air again, steered him through a sudden, unexpected headwind that dissipated as fast as it had started, and then found a spare moment to pull up, putting distance between myself and the Eidolon clone. My bugs gave me a sense of his effect's perimeter. The storm effect had a diameter of roughly 3/4 my own range, no doubt allowing him to sense where people were by the movements of the air. The vacuum extended roughly 100 feet around him, the air condensing into threads that found him and flowed into his mask to sustain him. Even the clones on his side were suffering, falling to their hands and knees or running to get away. He was indiscriminate, and far more dangerous because of it. He was approaching the battlefield where we'd engaged the clones, where many of our heroes had fallen. If the vacuum extended over them, they wouldn't last long. I wasn't sure what kind of effect it would have, but even the smallest push could mean the difference between life and death, and this wasn't necessarily small. Rachel. I shouted, but the wind kept my voice from reaching anyone. It didn't matter. I could use my bugs, too, not as a collective effort, but with 10,000 voices in 100 ears. Rachel. Get over here and fetch the wounded. Everyone else. Get your teammates back. He's surrounded by a vacuum. Heroes kicked into action, hurrying to collect the injured. Rachel was occupied trying to herd the clones at the far edges of the battlefield, but she heard my order and broke away from the skirmish. We still had to manage those clones, though. A few kudzu, and none of the forge guys. If they got away. I contacted the ice dispenser. She was trying to cover Echidna in more ice, but the wind was blowing the shards away. Need your help to contain clones. This way. My bugs pointed the way. She hesitated, tried to shout something to Chevalier, but went unheard. She decided to follow my instruction, flying in the direction I'd indicated with the bugs. Okay, so she was one of Chevalier's people. I told Chevalier, your ice cape is dealing with clones. He only nodded. He at least knew she didn't have his back, now. People were moving too slowly as they dragged and carried teammates away. Worse, there were only so many able bodies. Only 3 or 4 out of every 10 heroes were down, all in all, but some required 2 people to move, and there were those like Tecton that required enhanced strength to budge. Eidolon was getting dangerously close, now. People screamed and shouted in alarm as Rachel reached the fallen. She barely paused as she stopped momentarily by each body, pointed, and screamed the name of one of her dogs. It's okay, I communicated, though it was getting harder with what Eidolon was doing with the air. Rescue operation only. The dogs followed her instructions as much by mimicking Bentley as by anything else, it seemed. I knew they weren't well trained, and there was a reason she didn't bring these dogs on every excursion. It would look bad if we killed a hero in the process of rescuing them, but we were risking that simply by moving the wounded. It had been reinforced over and over in the first aid class I'd taken, never to risk moving anyone who was injured. Then again, this wasn't exactly a typical situation. Better to remove them from near certain death. With Rachel rescuing the wounded, the Eidolon clone didn't have any easy targets in reach. Instead, he turned and floated toward Echidna. Ice was chipped and whittled away by what must have been sharp blasts and currents of condensed wind, with fragments flying toward him, twisting in midair and whipping back at the chunks of ice they'd come from, helping to chip away. Enough cracks formed that Echidna could use her 2 remaining limbs to leverage herself to her feet. The meaty, frost-crusted ruins where her legs had been blown away by Chevalier were healing over, bulging where muscle and bone were growing within the stump. Bone penetrated the flesh where her claws and armor were. And on top, Noelle was already more or less regrown, her arms wrapped around her upper body in a straitjacket of flesh, her eyes closed and face turned toward the sky. Chevalier took aim and shot, and the cannonball veered in midair, slamming into Echidna instead of Eidolon's clone. One of Echidna's growing limbs was destroyed, but so was the glacier that had encased it. The Eidolon hit Chevalier with a focused blast of wind, and the hero went flying, the air in the Eidolon's range shifting to reduce resistance and carry him further. Chevalier was out of my range before he hit ground. Legend and Alexandria still fought above us. I could, when he passed into my range, note how he got faster the longer he flew, giving him the ability to put distance between himself and Alexandria, but he couldn't stop to take aim and shoot without losing that acceleration and giving her a chance to close the gap. The result was that he was flying in loops and circles, using the turns to find opportunities to take aim and fire on her. She dodged most, but the hits that did land bought him distance and time to stop and laser down clones who were attempting to escape. If any of them slipped away, it could be disastrous. One clone could track down their original self's family and murder them, or even go after innocent civilians. My bugs were blinding them, finding weak points, but there were some that my bugs couldn't touch that Legend was succeeding in taking out, like the Forge Man. Murden was below Legend and Alexandria, recuperating from holding Echidna at bay. He took to the air, flying up to Echidna and the Eidolon clone from behind. He pointed his staff at the Eidolon, and his target disappeared. The air the Psycho Eidolon had compressed expanded all at once, sending Murden flying off course and Echidna rolling sideways, over a line of parked cars. For the moment, the vacuum was gone. Murden set himself down on the ground. He wasn't using his power against Echidna or the clones, which suggested that his reserves were low. The Eidolon clone reappeared. He turned and spotted Murden. The two started fighting, the Eidolon trying to close the gap and trap Murden in his vacuum, which was considerably smaller in area than before, but growing every second. He hampered the self-professed wizards flying with headwinds and gusts, and sharp blasts of wind that Murden deflected or dodged. Murden, for his part, attacked relentlessly, pummeling the Eidolon with explosions of energy alternating with scattered releases of whatever he managed to suck in while close to the ground. Echidna was mending, and with Chevalier down and our heavy hitters more or less out of the running, I wasn't sure we could stop her. We needed to stall. One tinker had machines rigged on the ground, with force fields erected in layers, one behind the other, 5 between himself and Echidna. I'd glimpsed him at work before, knew it wouldn't hold if she really hit the things. They were dangerous or lethal to the touch, if the experiences of my swarm was any indication, but little more than an annoyance for Echidna. The ice cape was back, having dealt with the clones. She began laying down more glaciers around Echidna, but with the monster being more able-bodied than before, it was only a temporary barrier. We needed something more effective. My eyes roved over the fallen, both those that had been rescued and the ones that still lay on the ground, injured or dead. Weld had Kidwin and Scapegoat, and I saw a burly cape dragging Tecton behind him. No. This wasn't a case where we needed brute force. Echidna was liable to win any case of hand-to-hand combat that wasn't against a full-on Endbringer. Maybe she could even come out ahead in a close-quarters fight against the likes of Leviathan or the Cymurg, if she was capable of absorbing them. Scary thought. I recognized so few of the capes around me. There was a girl who was emanating red lightning that wasn't harming the allies she struck, apparently accelerating them to a faster speed instead. I had seen her somewhere, but had no idea who she was. A boy was fading in and out of reality, grabbing capes and then disappearing with his rescuee in tow. He'd reappear a moment later, a few paces away, before fading out of existence. He wasn't teleporting, he merely wasn't here when he was walking, some of the time. Rachel arrived with a number of fallen capes in tow. I flew low to the ground and helped lower them to the nearest solid surface. One dog had bitten too firmly, not knowing its own strength, cracking body armor and maybe a rib. I didn't mention it was obvious enough that people would catch on before he was in terminal danger, but we didn't need people turning on Rachel or getting distracted from the matter at hand. The man was alive, and that was better than if he'd been caught in the vacuum. Psycho Eidolon went on the offensive against Murden, shoving the hero against a wall and then holding him there by pummeling him with repeated blasts of wind. The Eidolon got close enough to catch Murden in the vacuum, and the bugs I had on Murden started to perish with surprising speed. Murden, for his part, stopped fighting entirely, trying only to escape. The Eidolon caught him and knocked the staff from his hand, then pinned him against the wall, choking him with the vacuum. I knew it was supposed to take around 2 minutes to suffocate, but that presumed one was able to hold some air in their lungs. Murden's struggles were getting weaker by the second, almost from the instant he was in the Eidolon's range. The Eidolon's grip slipped from Murden's neck and he careened into the ground, hard. Again, air billowed out around him, thrusting Murden into the wall once more, but supplying him with much-needed air. I could see Regent turn towards that particular bout of fighting. Had he been responsible? It wasn't enough to revive Murden. He fell to the ground, only a short distance from the Eidolon, and slumped down into a prone position. One hand pressed against his chest, and he went limp. The Psycho Eidolon stood, and Miss Militia opened fire, joined by several other capes. The Eidolon was driven back, forced to flicker to recover from the blasts. Again, his armor was absorbing the impacts. It would be the best stuff money could buy, if it was a functional copy of what his other self wore, and it was healing every time he did. Then, as before, he found a way to divert the incoming fire away from himself. The bullets and laser blasts stopped, no doubt because the heroes didn't want the Eidolon redirecting any of their fire towards Murden. My bugs flowed in, carrying a length of cord. I bound the Eidolon's neck as he walked up to Murden's unconscious form, but there wasn't anything significant to tie the cord to. I chose a car's side mirror. He stopped short, a pace away from the fallen hero, then flickered. The cord came free of his neck as though he weren't even there, and he bent down over Murden. I swore under my breath and tried to bind him again, knowing how ineffectual it would be at this point. It was Wanton who moved to stop the Eidolon, turning into a virtual poltergeist with debris and dust flying around him. He barely slowed as Eidolon directed a blast of wind his way. The Eidolon flickered, and a knife with a wavy blade appeared in his hand. Before Wanton could reach him, he gripped Murden's mask, raised the hero's chin towards the sky, knife held ready. His hand convulsed, and he dropped the knife. Regent. An instant later, he flickered, rendering his hand untouched, the knife back in position. He thrust it into the soft underside of Murden's chin. Wanton hit him a moment later, tearing the dagger from the Eidolon's hand and using it to cut and bludgeon the clone. Murden was dead or dying. I couldn't even guess if Chevalier was okay or not, and 2 of the 3 members of the triumvirate had been turned against us. We were swiftly running out of big guns. The Red Lightning Girl hurried past me, helping mobilize a group of heroes with more wounded. We had maybe 40 to 50 capes on our side, with 20 that were no longer in any shape to fight. I saw Gully with 2 heroes cradled against her body with one arm, the other arm holding her shovel, planting it in the pavement like it was a walking stick. One of the heroes was Clock Blocker. The face of his mask had been shattered, revealing the softer padding beneath. I didn't recognize the other cape, a guy with green dyed hair and a domino mask. Stop, I told her. Is he okay? Ramus is, but I think the clock boy is going to die, she said. She glanced over her shoulder at the Psycho Eidolon. He'd broken away from Wanton, and was working on mending the damage, one part of his body at a time. If there was a limitation to his self-healing, it was that. It was healing by degrees, weaker against all-around damage. If my bugs could have gotten to him, that might have done some damage, but they'd have to get past his armor, which looked like the all-concealing sort, and there was the not insignificant matter of the vacuum. Clock Blocker, I said. You there? He turned his head toward me. I could barely make him out over the wind. You're still here. What did he mean by that? Was he surprised that I was still alive? That I hadn't run? I wasn't sure how to respond. Craved a fight, the words reached me despite the winds that were tearing across the battlefield. It wasn't my bugs speaking, either. I hoped you'd challenge me. Eidolon. He was echoing his sentiment from earlier, that had driven him to fight Echidna alone, except it was twisted, warped, the original reasoning forgotten. Do I need to get you angrier? Do I need to push you harder? I could torment you, inflict pain on your teammates until you are forced to throw all caution to the wind and come at me with everything you've got. Or I could attack you on another level. Would you like me to tell you a story? Echidna belched out another set of clones. There was one Forge Man, 2 identical to the one I'd seen flinging stones at Chevalier. And an Alexandria. They lurched to their feet, but they didn't attack. They were letting Eidolon speak. We founded Cauldron. The Triumvirate. The Number Man. William Manton. The Doctor. We sold people powers. No, Clock Blocker said. Other murmurs came from the crowd. It meant more people with powers to fight the Endbringers, that was the lie we told ourselves. But we created the Siberian and Shatterbird, in a roundabout way. We created the Grey Boy, selling him powers, finding ourselves unable to stop him when he went out of bounds. There were countless others. Echidna is just the latest in a long series of grave mistakes. Nobody moved. I suspected that if anyone attacked him, they'd be seen as a Cauldron sympathizer, trying to shut him up. I could see Noelle, her arms had separated from her torso, but she left them limp at her sides, her long hair in her face as she stared up at him. We made the PRT, pretended to let ourselves be run by the unpowered, but we put Alexandria in charge. We manipulated media, manipulated nations, in the interest of power. We ventured into alternate worlds to kidnap people, experimented on them to refine our formulas. And the failed tests? The people who turned out wrong? We cast them out, tossed them out as a bonus to anyone willing to pay a little more for an enemy that was guaranteed to lose against them. The Eidolon moved, facing one of the monstrous para-humans I didn't know. A boy with crimson skin and hair. The clone spoke, "That's all you were, monsters. Little more than the cheap towels that are on offer for a few extra dollars when you buy something on a shopping channel." Legend shouted something, but the wind kept his voice from reaching us. He had to fly to avoid the Alexandria clone's unending pursuit. The other, naked Alexandria took flight and went after him. It said a lot that nobody moved to help. I glanced at Gully, saw her already disfigured face contorted with emotion. "He's lying," I said, to her. Twisting the truth to make it sound worse than it is. Gully only made a small noise in response. "He couldn't make all that up," Clock Blocker said. Were it not for the bugs I had near his mouth, I wasn't sure I would have caught what he was saying in the face of the wind. Kernel of truth. "It's all been a ploy from the start," the Eidolon clone said, his aerokinesis carrying his words to our ears. "Every single one of you were deceived. For every one of you that bought your powers, there were innocents who died or became monsters for the sake of that formula's research. No matter what good you might do, it will never make up for that. And the rest of you? Conned, brought in with promises of ideals and saving the world. You're fools." And with that, he let the wind die down. There was a crunching noise as Echidna shifted her weight, but that was followed only by silence, the sound of murmurs. "We just lost," Clock Blocker said. I looked at him, saw Gully hanging her head. He wasn't wrong. We were suffering losses, and we hadn't achieved anything. Echidna was as strong as she'd ever been, stronger than she'd been at the outset of the fight, and she kept on acquiring clones that cost more than we could afford to put down. Alexandria and Eidolon were only the tips of the iceberg. It's a big hit to morale, but... No, Clock Blocker cut me off. We lost. Not this fight. Maybe we can still win it, won't deny it's possible, with Scion maybe showing up. But the big picture? There's no coming back from this. Without the Protectorate, without all the work that it does to organize heroes around the world, there's no getting everyone working together. The amount of anger? The suspicion, wondering if a teammate took the formula or not. How can we go up against the next Endbringer that shows up? We'll manage, I said. We'll find a way. He barked out a cough, groaned. Fuck, don't make me laugh. Laugh. Never took you for an optimist. Was I? Or was it just that the heroes were reeling just a little more in the wake of these revelations? I wasn't surprised, and I was betting the other Undersiders weren't either. Advantage, us. We villains were the only ones who could really think straight in the wake of all this. Except Tattletale, Gru, and Imp were elsewhere, and Regent and Rachel weren't really in a position to do anything major here. I stared at the scene, Legend doing his best to fend off two Alexandrias, and Eidolon looking down on us, the crowd of fools. I could see Echidna, standing still, surveying it all, much as I was. No, not Echidna. Noelle. I need your help, I told Clock Blocker. Can't fight. Don't need you to fight, I told him. I reached behind my back, drew my gun. I pressed it into his hands. If and when she comes for me, aim for the back of my head. It's unarmored, anything else might mean I survive, and I don't want to be hers. Not again. Hers? He asked. What are you doing? I paused. Wait until the last second. Just in case. You can call that more optimism, I guess. Skitter. I moved my bugs away from the heroes around us and into the air, a cloud capable of getting attention. If I was going to do this, I was going for optimal effect. Back when this skirmish had started, I'd wondered if I'd be willing to make a sacrifice if it meant coming out ahead. Even when the idea of throwing away one life for the greater good had crossed my mind, it had been with the notion that it would be me paying the price. I wouldn't, ask someone else to do it. Fuck it. I wasn't about to back down now, not with the stakes this high. With the swarm swirling through the air, and the fact that I was the only person moving in this otherwise still tableau, all eyes were on me. Noelle's included. Noelle. I screamed her name. My swarm augmented my voice, carrying it much as the wind had carried Eidolon's. She turned toward me. It is you, isn't it? It's Noelle, and not Echidna. She didn't respond. My swarm drifted between us, partially to help obscure me, to cloak me from her vision if she charged me. At the start of all this, you offered a deal. Any of your captives for one of us Undersiders. Is that deal still open? I saw her shift position, planting her massive claws further apart. You're dead anyways, she said. You're not wholly wrong. Follow through with the deal, maybe you get to kill me yourself. And maybe the other heroes here will turn the other Undersiders in for a chance that they can walk away alive. You're saying you'll let your team die? My team can fend for themselves, I said. Right now? I'm offering you me, in exchange for Eidolon. That's all. The one who deceived them, she looked out over the crowd. What makes you think they want him? They don't, I said. I made sure that everyone present could hear as my bugs carried my voice. But they need him. If there was any salvaging this, any way of recovering from this terminal hit to morale and avoiding the scenario Clock Blocker had outlined, I had to make sure that everyone recognized how essential it was that we kept the big guns on hand for future Endbringer attacks. Regardless of what they'd done in their pasts. If it came down to it, I was willing to put myself on the line. I'd die to drive the point home if it came down to it. Noel spat Eidolon out. He landed, covered in puke, wearing his costume. He recovered faster than the other heroes had, faster than I had. He took to the air, flying toward the other members of the Protectorate. A pair of flying heroes moved closer together, barring his path. Through the bugs I had placed on the two flying heroes, I could hear him. A single utterance, monosyllabic. Ah. He turned, surveying the scene, then started to fly towards Legend. The other Eidolon moved to match his flight, and the original stopped. If he moved to help, he'd only be bringing his clone into the fight with him. He settled above a building, on the other side of the street from his mirror opposite, keeping a wary eye on Legend and the chase that the two Alexandria clones were giving. Now's the part where you run, Noel told me. I'm not running. You'll try something. Because you're a coward. You don't have it in you. You're selfish. You killed Coil when you knew we needed his help. I killed Coil because he was a monster, I said. I didn't let my voice carry, but it didn't matter. Others had heard what she said. But I'm not running. I sensed Rachel kick Bentley, stirring him to action. Some of my bugs barred her path, forcing her to pull short and stop before he'd moved 2 paces. How do I finish you, then, she asked. Should I puke on you and let them tear you apart while everyone watches? Someone might try to save me, I said. They're still heroes, after all. Takes a lot to stomach watching a girl get beaten to death. Then I kill you myself, she said, and there was a growl to her voice. That would be Echidna chiming in, at least in part. They'll see what you're made of when you break and start running, and they can't stop me from tearing you apart. That said, she charged. The ground shook with her advance, and the heroes only stood and watched, no doubt considering the possibility that I was right, that they could negotiate their way out of all this. I closed my eyes, using my bugs to stop Rachel from intervening for the second time. I took a deep breath. Every instinct I had told me to run, to find shelter, to survive, or take cover. But I had to do this. Instead, I used my bugs to whisper to Clock Blocker, use your power. There was only one thing for him to use his power on. He froze the gun. Along with the gun, he froze the length of thread I'd attached to the weapon. The thread, in turn, was held aloft by the bugs that flew as a curtain between Noel and I. I kept my eyes closed, relying on my bugs to feed me input, dissociating from my real self, because it kept me still, and that kept Echidna on course for the thread that extended vertically through the curtain. Spider silk was, generally speaking, about 2 to 3 times as thick as the thinnest part of a safety razor. That was still pretty thin, especially when Clock Blocker's power rendered it immobile, utterly unyielding even as a monster with 3 times the mass of an African elephant crashed into it. She tried to pull to a stop as she made contact with the thread, but her momentum carried her all the way through. The bracing of her foremost limbs against the ground only helped to force the separation of the 2 halves. Severed, the 2 pieces of her body crashed down to either side of me. Despite my best intentions, I stumbled a little at the impact. Hit the Eidolon clone, I spoke to Miss Militia through my bugs, hurrying to step away from Noel's bisected form. Hit him hard. The Eidolon clone moved one arm in our direction, only to stop short. A thread that had draped his arm was now a rigid barrier, connected to the same thread that I'd positioned between Noel and I. He tried to retreat, only to find the thread I'd circled around his neck holding him firm. He started to flicker, no doubt to escape. One arm free. Then another. Miss Militia hefted her rocket launcher. Our Eidolon was already flying to Legend's rescue as she pulled the trigger. The Eidolon clone wasn't quite free when the warhead hit home. For extra measure the explosion drove him against the threads that had draped his body. If I'd been good at the punchlines, I might have thrown one out there. The best I could come up with was, flicker that. Watch the 2 pieces, I communicated through my swarm, still backing away from Noel. Tattletale said there's a core to her, that's supplying the regeneration. Whichever half regenerates is the half with the core. We narrow it down, then we destroy it. We can win this. I could see Echidna's body swelling, growing huge with tumorous bulges as she sought to rebuild her other half. Still, she was nigh immobile, and the heroes were free to unload every offensive power they had on her. Wanton and Weld advanced, tearing into her, pulling people free and seeking something that might be her core. She was regenerating faster than they were dealing damage, but every passing moment saw one cape freed, more ground covered. Her other half was decaying at the same time. The captives that were trapped in her flesh were revealed as it desiccate, and capes freed each person in turn. She lurched, then forced herself into contact with her decaying other half, reconnecting to it. She was minus 11 captives, by my count, Alexandria among them, but she was reforming. I wouldn't be able to bait her like that again, but I might be able to contain her. I glanced at Clock Blocker. Gully had carried him to Scapegoat, who had roused from unconsciousness, and he was getting care. He looked at me, offered me a curt nod. I wasn't sure how to respond, so I did the same. Behind me, Bugs could sense the approach of a containment van. Tattletale, I could hope, with Fault Line's crew, perhaps. Chevalier was perched in the fortified turret on top, his sword resting on one shoulder. We can win this fight, I mused, and this time I could believe it. But I was all too aware of the movement of a particular contingent of capes. Having deposited Clock Blocker, Gully distanced herself from the other heroes, approached Weld and the red-skinned boy. The Cauldron Maid, standing apart. Across the battlefield, I was aware, there were very few people standing shoulder to shoulder. People were distanced from one another as though their personal space was 10 feet across, avoiding eye contact, with no conversation, and I wasn't seeing any upturn in morale. There wasn't a cheer to be heard, and squad leaders weren't giving orders to their subordinates. I could only hope this divide wouldn't prove as telling as the one I'd delivered to Noel. Scourge 19.7. The heroes found positions and opened fire on Echidna. The difference in this and the fighting as it had been before was noticeable. Small, but noticeable. Capes weren't communicating and teamwork was faltering as a result. Capes like the Red Lightning Girl and Chronicler were struggling to find people to use their powers on. I didn't want anyone else running or flying headlong into the thread, so I gathered my more harmless and useless bugs in a thick cluster around each piece of thread, until each thread appeared to be a black bar a half-foot across. Clockblocker appeared at my side. He was in fighting shape, though he didn't look it with his damaged costume. Anything I can do? He asked. Anything else set up? I shook my head. She dissolves the thread if it touches her flesh, and things are too frenetic. Someone would get hurt. Gotcha, he said. He didn't move from where he was standing. A minute passed as Echidna was bombarded. She wasn't quite at full fighting strength, she didn't have many capes to clone, and she was apparently hesitant to charge or make any sudden movements with the possibility of there being more thread. Why didn't you tell me? Clockblocker asked. That I had something in mind. I asked. I guess a part of me thought that maybe if you figured out what I was doing, you wouldn't have frozen the gun. That's not fair. I don't think I've given you any reason to think I'm vindictive like that. Not really, I admitted. Maybe I didn't want you to give her a tell, or do something that Eidolon might notice. I'm not sure why, not entirely. So you're not really doing anything that those guys out there aren't. When it comes down to it, you're suspicious of us, just like we are of each other. Maybe, I admitted. It's a lot to take in. What do you even do from here on out? I don't know, Clockblocker said. A series of neon green concentric circles exploded outward from a point in the sky above, rippling out to disappear over each horizon. Eidolon had engaged one Alexandria clone, and whatever he'd done seemed to have finished her off. One left. Echidna belched out a mass of clones, and I added my bugs to the firepower that the heroes threw their way. Some slipped past the loose perimeter the heroes had established, and were promptly gunned down. I'm guessing Tattletale told you the particulars of my power, he asked. What do you mean? The range? I'm surprised you knew it would work through interconnected pieces. Hell, I barely knew I'd be able to push that far. I guess that makes this one of the rare days my power's working at peak efficiency. But you somehow knew that. I glanced over my shoulder at Tattletale. She was getting out of the van, and was joined by Faultline, Labyrinth, and 4 members of the Travelers, Sundancer, Ballistic, Genesis in her wheelchair and a blonde boy who resembled but didn't quite match Oliver in appearance. Tattletale was exchanging words with Regent. Getting an update? You're not responding, Clockblocker noted. I am not sure what you want me to say. Yes, Clockblocker, he added a falsetto note to his voice, bent one wrist to a 90-degree angle as he raised his hand to his mouth. Of course we know more about how your powers work than you do. How else would we kick your posteriors with such frequency? He faked a high society woman's laugh, where the laugh was said as much as it was uttered. A cape nearby, one I recognized as astrologer from the New York team, shot us a dirty look, before she returned to calling down projectiles from the sky. I don't sound like that, I commented, trying not to sound as irritated as I felt. I thought it fit pretty well for one of the wealthy crime lords of Brockton Bay, he said. I was a little caught off guard, to see this side of Clockblocker, or more that he was showing it to me. Was it humor as a coping mechanism? Or attempted humor as a coping mechanism, to be more on target? I could believe it, from the guy who'd chosen Clockblocker as his cape name. But to let me see anything other than the hard-nosed defender of the peace was something different. A show of trust, letting his guard down some? Or maybe it was just a coping mechanism, and he had a hell of a lot to cope with. Only an hour ago, he'd probably felt he had his whole future laid out for him, a career in the wards transitioning into a career with the Protectorate, with funds, fame, and every side benefit and piece of paper he might need to mask his real identity. Now nobody had any idea how that would work out. Another circle exploded across the sky. Alexandria Clone 2 was down. Legend and Eidolon descended in Echidna's direction, keeping a healthier distance. Whatever Eidolon had been hitting the clones with, considering the area it was covering and the fact that it was apparently taking Alexandria out of action, it suggested a kind of attack that couldn't be used near the ground, because it might have leveled whole sections of the city. Tattletale caught up to me. The others in her retinue hung back. Was that you too? She asked. She pointed at Echidna, where the right and left sides of the monster's body weren't quite lined up. Yeah, I said. You realize that if you pull off the dramatic sacrifice, Gru won't be able to take it. He's relying on you to be his crutch for the time being. You can't kick it out from under him mid-step. He's stronger than you're saying, I murmured. I eyed Clockblocker, all too aware that he was listening in. Tattletale was aware, too, which meant she was trying to communicate something. Can we finish this discussion elsewhere? Why don't I just leave you alone? Clockblocker offered. I wanted to make myself available in case you wanted to repeat the maneuver, but you're saying that's not so doable. Not really, I admitted. But thank you. Signal me if you need me, he answered. Alexandria had a steel, fire-scorched girder in her hands, retrieved from a fallen building nearby. She wasn't flying, but she walked forward, relying on the girder's size and sheer presence to clear her way through the assembled capes. Her back was straight, her chin raised, as her subordinates stared. Her black costume, it was fortunate for her, served to hide the worst smears and stains from Noelle's vomit. She swung the girder at Echidna like someone else might swing a baseball bat, and Echidna was knocked off her feet and into a building face. The girder didn't bend like the traffic light had. This was a piece of metal intended to help support buildings. Echidna opened one mouth, no doubt to vomit, and Alexandria flipped the metal around, driving one end into the open mouth and through Echidna, the other end spearing out of the monster's stomach. Before Echidna could react or retaliate, Alexandria flew straight up into the air, joining Legend and Eidolon. As attacks went, it wasn't a game changer. Something else? A symbol? A gesture to us? Echidna roared, lunged, only to hit a force field. The field shattered and she stopped short, the girder rammed further through her. To say we were at full strength would be a lie. Too many had been injured. Still, we'd pinned her down. I could see Noelle atop Echidna's back, craning her head to look at me. Through some signal or some shared knowledge, Echidna was following Noelle's recommendation, avoiding sudden movements, enduring every attack that came her way rather than risking running headlong into more frozen silk. In fairness, she still had something of an upper hand. None of our attacks were slowing her down, not really. She was healing faster than we hurt her, and our side was getting tired, burning resources. We weren't sustaining casualties, but we weren't winning this fight either. With our current disorganization, it was only a matter of time before she popped out another clone that was capable of turning the tables. We need to finish her, I said. Sundancer could do it, probably, but she would need convincing. Labyrinth's going to set up while we wait for Scrub, Tattletale replied. Where is he? Bit dangerous to have him riding along in a car. We put him in another, and he nuked the engine. We rigged a sled, and he should arrive in a bit, depending on how many times they need to stop and replace the chain, she said. He's going to open the door. Open is probably the wrong word. What's the right word? I'd say it's more like using a battering ram than a doorknob. With dimensions, I said. Through dimensions. Knocking down the door, not knocking down the house. I'm not seeing the difference between the two, I said. What's to say a given area is one thing over another? That, Tattletale said, is Labyrinth's job. I could see Labyrinth. Faultline was right next to her, apparently talking her through the process. Arches and high walls rose like cresting waves, locking into place as they met one another. It amounted to what looked like a church, if only 4 paces in diameter. You think that'll be easier for Scrub to punch through? Positive, Tattletale said. How do you punch through to the right place? That, Tattletale said, is something we'll have to trust to luck and an educated guess. Not reassuring, I said. What's going on? I'm worried. Nearly getting yourself shot, twice? Provoking the triumvirate? Spending however much it costs to bring Faultline into the city, after the financial hit you took pulling the soldier gambit on Coil? Now this? The dimensional hole. It's how I operate. Yet, you've been reckless before, got cut by Jack, provoked Glory Girl. But this is turning the dial to 11. We came out ahead in the end, both times. It wasn't necessary. There were other ways around either of those situations. Not as much as you'd think, Tattletale said. Echidna roared again, each of her mouths making a slightly different noise, combining into a discordant noise that made almost everyone present wince. Weld tore his way free of her side, 2 capes in his grip. Still 5 captives inside, I noted. I saw Weld climb free and drop to the ground. He wasn't going back in for more. Tattletale took me by the arm and led me back and away from the fighting, to where we had more privacy to speak. I used bugs to guide some capes at the back lines towards some clones who'd flown into an alley. It was odd, to be playing a part in a high-speed chase while standing still, but the capes were closing the distance on their quarry nonetheless. I'm just looking for answers, I told her. This dimensional hole, provoking the heroes, apparently spending a lot of money I'm pretty sure you don't have. I can kind of get that you're feeling a bit aimless, a bit unfocused. Maybe that comes across as recklessness. I'm feeling like that too. We beat Coil, and so much of what we've done over the past while, it was with the end goal of doing just that. So I get if you're not sure of where to go from here. Except you've been talking to the heroes, and you've had that to help center yourself, figure out where you stand, Tattletale said. I haven't. That's it. You need to talk to someone. No. That's not what I'm saying, she said. She sighed. Yes. Kind of. It's only part of it. Who the hell am I going to talk to that grasps things on a level I do? Do you really expect me to find a therapist and sit down and not pick him apart faster than he can decipher me? You could talk to me, I said. Not when you're part of the problem, part of what I'd need to work past. That's not fair, I told her. No, it isn't, she admitted. Echidna spat out volumes of clones at the defensive line. The reaction was only a little slower than it should have been. Squads still weren't operating as squads. Legend and Eidolon were offering support fire from above, but they were standing apart from the rest, in a much different way than Tattletale and I were. It's not you, Tattletale said. It's more about my relationship with you. This isn't the point where you confess your undying love for me, is it? She snorted. No. Then what? Or is this just going to be another secret you keep? All of the good secrets are getting found out anyways, or so Regent said. I suspected they would be, for the record. Part the reason I dished like I did was to put us in a good position in case the juicy stuff did come out. Not sure I buy that, I said. You don't have to. It was only a part of it. And I understand if a more in-depth explanation is overdue, but I need to turn it around in my head some, get it to the point where I can share it without it coming out wrong. Your trigger event? I asked. That's a part of it. But can we please put that off until after we've torn a hole in reality and stopped the pseudo-endbringer? Just tell me this isn't another educated guess. It's not. Except for the bit where we might be able to find the right universe. When you're saying it's not an educated guess, is that because you're sure or because it's an uneducated guess? I'm mostly sure. I sighed, loud enough for her to hear. She grabbed my hand and pulled me in the direction of the van she'd brought. Labyrinth's church had expanded considerably, and Scrub was very deliberately keeping his distance, keeping the company of Gregor the Snail, Neuter, Shamrock, and Spitfire. They looked a little the worse for wear, with burns, scrapes and bandages. Had Tattletale pulled them away from a job? Hey, Tattletale said, smiling. Faultline didn't return the smile. You're aware that I'm going to track you down, beat you to a pulp and leave you tied up for the authorities to collect if we don't get our payment. You'll get your payment the minute I have access to a computer Shatterbird hasn't toasted, Tattletale said. No sweat. I'm harboring serious doubts, Faultline said. She glanced at Echidna, but I can look at this situation, and I understand if there's a rush here. How does this work? Really simple, Tattletale said. We should get Labyrinth clear, though. Then I'll show you. Faultline gave her a look, then hurried to Labyrinth's side, dodging a wall that was erupting from the ground to fit into the greater structure. The ground surrounding the temple-like tower had changed, with an ornate inlay of what looked to be artificial flowers. The petals were gold leaf, the stems the black-grey metal of iron. The thorns, I couldn't help but notice, were real, like needles, sticking out of the ground. Dangerous ground to tread. As Faultline led Labyrinth to safety, I put one hand on Tattletale's shoulder to get her attention. You sure? I've got a theory. With the clues on the passengers that we got not so long ago, about the powers, the idea of how the things work, I'm getting a sense of the bigger picture. I think I could spend a decade working it out, but the basics of it. I think there's a lot of powers that are a lot more versatile than their owners are aware, because they never get the opportunity to leverage it. Above us, Legend followed through on one cape's attacks, opening a wound in Noel's side. Grace leaped in as the laser stopped, grabbed a cape that had been exposed by Legend's attack, then kicked herself free, bringing the cape with her. Another cape exhaled a cloud of what might have been acid vapor in Noel's direction, apparently to slow the healing of the wound. It didn't make much of a difference. Based on what? I asked Tattletale. It's all part of a whole, she replied, absently. Her focus was on the others. Scrub. Get closer to the tower. Everyone else, get back. Labyrinth, don't use your power anymore. Hold off. Heads turned. People had no doubt noticed the tower, but now something was happening. Scrub stepped closer, and one of his explosions ripped through the air. Another followed shortly after, intersecting one area of altered road. Like a gas in the air that had been ignited, the entire thing went up in a heartbeat. In an instant, it was a white void, as undefinable as Gru's darkness, perceivable by the edges, but with zero depth or dimension. He'd shunted out the entire structure, as well as everything that had altered on the ground, but nothing had come back. The door had been kicked out of the frame. To look at it, I'd almost expected a rush of wind as the void on the other side sucked everything into it, like the vacuum of space. There was only the sensation of a breeze as the air flowed into it. Alexandria landed next to us, with enough force that I nearly lost my footing. Every set of eyes that wasn't on Echidna was on us, now. What did you do? Made a hole, Tattletale said. Apparently. You didn't ask? You didn't consider the ramifications of this? Close it now. Who said we could close it? Tattletale asked. You're a fool, Alexandria said. She set one hand around Tattletale's neck. She could have killed Tattletale with a squeeze, but she didn't. A threat. I'd be careful, a cape growled, from the periphery of the scene. I didn't recognize the man. He wore a costume in orange with red metal claws. Alexandria turned to look at him, and he added, wasn't so long ago that your partner called us all fools. In the background, Echidna screeched. She fought her way forward through the crowd, but the battle lines were holding, now. Our side hadn't been surprised, this time, and the only capes in her reach were capes she couldn't absorb. The rest were staying well back. She wasn't an endbringer, in the end. It would be impossible to trap any of them like this, to get an advantage. They had other tools, ways to exert pressure that were entirely independent of their own abilities. Behemoth generated storms and background radiation, Leviathan had the waves, the Cymurg had her scream. That wasn't him, Alexandria said. It wasn't Eidolon who said that. Close enough, the cape said. Let her go. You can't throw around authority you don't have. As of this moment, I am still chief director of the PRT, and I am the leader of the Protectorate team that overlooks the second largest city in the United States. That hasn't changed. At the end of the day, I'll face any consequences I have to, but for now, I'm still in charge. Your authority doesn't mean anything if they don't accept it, Tattletale said, staring Alexandria in the eyes. Put me down. I can't let this go any further. In case you haven't noticed, Tattletale said, there's no further to go. It's pretty much gone. All that's left is to find out whether this is a useful trick we just pulled or a really useful trick. Useful? Alexandria asked. Worst case scenario, it's a place we can dump Echidna. A place where she won't be able to hurt anyone. Or Labyrinth figures out that she can work with this. The whole blurred, colors consolidating into forms. I could see Faultline standing by Labyrinth, arms folded. Labyrinth, the Shaker 12, Alexandria said. That's the one, Tattletale said. Mind letting go of my throat? Alexandria let go, but settled her hands on Tattletale's shoulders. The implied threat was still there, just not so imminent. It's deep, Labyrinth said. Her voice was faint, as if from far away. There's so much there. Worlds that I didn't make. All parts of a whole, Tattletale mused. Okay, Labyrinth. The world we're looking for isn't very deep at all. In fact, it's very, very close to the surface. When you push into that world, it'll feel easier. Like a path that someone's already walked, more than once. There's two like that. I would have missed it if it weren't for my bugs. Alexandria reacted, stiffening, a slight straightening of her back. Behind us, Echidna roared and threw herself against the barrier of ice and force fields that surrounded her. I turned toward Alexandria. What? I didn't say anything, she responded. Her hands still rested on Tattletale's shoulders. You didn't have to, I thought. But I wasn't sure how to use the information, and I didn't want to distract anyone from the subject at hand. Look, Labyrinth said. Ones like this. The image shifted. I wasn't the only one who walked around to get a better view through the window. The landscape on the other side the window was different, the grassy hills that had been Brockton Bay before settlement, the distant beaches. There were houses, but they were squat and blocky, half overgrown. Again, the slightest reaction from Alexandria. And here's the other. Another landscape. A city, like Brockton Bay, with different buildings. Intact, undamaged. It looked like a back road, one that didn't get much in the way of traffic. Apparently the streets in that Brockton Bay were in different places. Earth all F, Tattletale said. The Traveler's World? Are you insane? Alexandria asked. There's sanctions, treaties, truces. If you open this hole to Earth all F, it could mean a war between universes. If that war was possible, Tattletale said, we'd have had it already. The possibility of a whole other world of resources is too much to pass up. Sure, our side has more raw firepower, by a factor of 100, but their side has just as many nukes. It's a zero-sum war. You don't understand what you're getting into. What I understand is that accidents happen, and everyone in earshot will call this particular inter-universal portal as an accident, because it keeps things peaceful. I also understand that this keeps Brockton Bay on the map. Any other circumstance, people are going to keep trying to scrap this city, to accept that it's too costly to rebuild, that the criminal element holds too much power. They'll throw bill after bill out there until the right combination of people are in power, the right hands can be greased, and Brockton Bay gets bulldozed and paved over. It still could, a cape said. Oh, sure, theoretically, Tattletale said. But there's really two options here. Either we spread the word, and a whole sub-industry explodes around this simple little doorway, accessing and trading information between worlds, research, a mess of other stuff, a city full of residents who've put up with disaster after disaster get work, get their homes rebuilt, and ultimately get their second chance. Or we keep this a secret, I finished her thought, and we get none of that. Or we keep this a secret, Tattletale agreed, we do what Alexandria wants, and everything stays hush-hush, just the way the big bad secret organization likes it. I could see the capes around us paying attention. 10, 15 capes, from cities all across America and Canada. You have no idea what you're doing, Alexandria said. Fucking you over. You're putting everything at stake. All of us, this world. Even if we ignore the chance of our very first interdimensional war. Traitor, someone shouted from the sidelines, cutting her off. Alexandria turned her head to try and identify the culprit. I got the impression she wasn't used to people insulting her. There were more capes nearby. Miss Militia had backed up, but was keeping her eyes on the spot where Echidna was trapped. On the far side of the clearing where the gateway stood, Gregor the Snail escorted a bound Sundancer and Ballistic to the periphery of the area. I can't help but agree with Alexandria, Faultline said. This is reckless. More than a little, Tattletale agreed. But I'm not sure you heard the full story. I only heard it secondhand, and I was with you from the time your helicopter arrived. When we last ran into Neuter, you guys were looking for dirt on Cauldron. You still looking? Faultline's eyes narrowed. Why? No less than 10 minutes ago, Eidolon's evil double admitted full culpability. The Triumvirate, much of the upper levels of the Protectorate. Kidnapping people from other universes, experimenting on them to figure out some power-inducing formulas, dropping them here. Might help you to understand why people are giving Alexandria the evil eye. Faultline glanced at Alexandria. A little too easy, to find out like this. It's not the full story, Tattletale said, not by half. But it should inform your call on whether to side with her or not. Faultline frowned. That's not, no. Maybe she is the person behind the scenes. Fine. But that doesn't change the fact that she might be right. Better to have Labyrinth find another universe to link to. Maybe one where a mountain is blocking the other side of this gateway, if we can't close it. Why do you have to be so reasonable? Tattletale asked. That's the worst of both worlds. It's not war, Faultline retorted. Stop, Chevalier said. People parted to give him room to enter the clearing. There's other concerns. The deal that was described to me was that the travelers would do what they could to eliminate Echidna. Failing that, we find a way to move her through the gap and deposit her in a place where she can do no harm. That's our first priority. There was a murmur of agreement. Want to go home, Sundancer? B-Man. Tattletale asked. Genesis? Oliver. Ballistic, Genesis and Oliver stared at the opening. Sundancer was shaking her head. What? Sundancer spoke. It's not home anymore, is it? I'm not me. Can't go back to the way things were. I've killed people. Accidentally, but I've killed. I have powers. If I went there, I wouldn't be Marissa. I'd be Sundancer. I'd be famous. If anyone found out about me, or if there was something in the media that goes between worlds, that clued them in. They don't have to know, Tattletale said. I don't know if I can. I spoke up. Are you talking about going home, or killing Noelle? She was my best friend. She's not Noelle anymore, I said. Sundancer shook her head. Go, Tattletale said. She's not happy like this. You do this, then you go home. You give your mom a hug, fabricate an excuse to explain why you disappeared, and then go back to life as normal. Never use your powers again, if you don't want to. See if you can eventually convince yourself that none of this ever happened. It's not that easy. No. But it's a hell of a lot better than staying here, isn't it? Tattletale asked. She's my friend. Was, I said. It's a big difference. Sundancer looked at the mound of ice, rock, and force fields. Echidna was thrusting her clawed hands through the barriers, only for them to be reinforced. Does she have anyone inside her? There's Tattletale started. I flew a bug into her mouth and down her throat, and she choked. No, I lied. I've been keeping track with my bugs. Weld and the others got everyone out. Saved everyone they could. If Weld had backed out and nobody else was able to free the small handful that were still trapped, that was it. Nobody was correcting me. They knew, but they weren't correcting me. Sundancer hung her head. She started approaching Echidna, her hands cupped in front of her. Move. Chevalier shouted. Clear out of the way. Capes began to retreat. Final patch-up jobs were thrown onto the mound of rock, force fields, and ice before the respective capes turned and ran. It took Sundancer a long few seconds to form the miniature sun. When it was formed, she held it over her head, letting it grow with every passing second. I had to back away as the heat reached me. I could note how the ice was melting, even though it was 100 feet away. Echidna roared and threw herself against her temporary prison. Rock and melting ice tumbled away. She began to claw free, until her upper body was exposed. Capes opened with ranged fire, tearing into her forelimbs and limiting her mobility. Alexandria dropped Tattletale and cast off her cape, before flying in and helping to hold Echidna in place. Marissa. Echidna screamed, her voice guttural, voiced from 5 different mouths. Mars. It's too soon. I want to kill them. I want to kill them all. Kill this world. Destroy this universe that did this to me. Not yet, Mars. The sun flew forward, melting pavement as it traveled, before it enveloped Echidna, Alexandria, and the prison of ice and stone. It hung there for nearly a minute, deafening with its sizzling and crackling. The sun flickered and went out. Echidna wasn't there anymore. Only sections of her feet were still in contact with the ground, bones and claws scorched black, crumbling and decaying like any part of her did when disconnected from the core that supplied her with power. Alexandria was there in the midst of it, panting for breath. Her costume had burned away, and only the metal pieces remained, including helmet, belt and metal underwear, each so hot they were melting and running over her skin. But Sundancer was already turning away, not wanting to see it for herself. She pulled off her mask and threw it aside. Blonde hair tumbled down around her shoulders, half covering her downcast face. Piece by piece, she removed her costume, not caring in the slightest about the watching crowd. Each discarded piece sank into the melted ground around her or smoked on contact with it. When she'd finished, she wore only her camisole and terry shorts. The ground was still shiny and smoking from the sheer heat as she approached, left cool and solid in her wake. She stepped into the portal, without a word, and then looked around, confused. She took another few steps, and passed around the side of the portal as though it were merely a corner, out of sight. The other travelers went through next. Oliver and Genesis didn't look like anything but ordinary people, with no costume or monstrous form, respectively. They merely passed through. Ballistic hesitated for long seconds. Trickster. We have him in custody. He'll go to the birdcage, Chevalier said. Good. Because we don't want him, Ballistic said. He walked through the portal, still wearing his costume. Can you close it? Faultline asked, when Ballistic had disappeared from sight. No. Not really, Labyrinth said. I can pick a different world. So there's no war. Or do like you said, find a place where a mountain covers the whole. Feel free, Tattletale said, grinning. In fact, that might even be more useful. Can you imagine how significant Brockton Bay might become, if we had a whole unpopulated world to get to, harvest for resources, and Brockton Bay was the terminal you had to pass through? Faultline frowned. You used us. I hired you. Not my fault if you didn't ask for enough money. Faultline put her arm around Labyrinth's shoulders. Can you find a world without people? Yes. There's one with lots of trees. I'm looking all over, and I can't find anyone at all. Not even on the other side of the oceans. Only animals. That'll do, Faultline said. She looked at Tattletale. Not for you. Only because I couldn't stand to let her be responsible for an Endbringer finding a defenseless world. Much obliged, whatever the reasoning, Tattletale replied. She flashed a smile. Faultline only frowned and turned to usher Labyrinth away. Wait, someone called out. Weld, with the red-skinned boy and Gully beside him. They caught up with Faultline's crew. Whatever words they exchanged, I didn't get a chance to hear. There was no way that the monsters could serve the Protectorate. Faultline was a known element, someone who had, as far as everyone was aware, always been good to the people I was now thinking of as the Cauldron Maid. I couldn't even begin to guess where they'd go from there, but they'd have stuff to talk about, no doubt. I'd mentioned to Tattletale that I'd felt adrift, after letting Dinah go. Untethered, I think, was the word I'd used. Everyone here now felt like that, to some degree. The future had never been quite this uncertain. I saw Alexandria standing by the sideline. Eidolon had gathered her heavy cape where she'd tossed it aside and was helping to drape it around her shoulders. I wasn't the only one looking, but she was oblivious, uncaring. She still stood with all the confidence in the world. She was barely covered, with one hand pinching the cape shut in front of her, traces of now cooled metal lacing through her hair, the eyebrow and eyelashes of her one good eye. It highlighted the lines at the corner of her eye, a finer metal finding its way into the crevices. Her other eye held only a scarred over ruin with cooled metal pooled in the deeper recesses. There were nubs of melted metal rods, no doubt there to help hold a high-end prosthetic in place. Tinker Maid, if she'd been hiding her injury to play the role of the PRT's chief director. Without Echidna to divide our number, our ranks were free to line up in a rough semicircle around Alexandria and Eidolon. Nobody can know what happened today, Alexandria said, utterly calm. Someone scoffed. You want us to keep your secret? Not the secret, she said, unfazed by the scoff. Echidna. 4 capes were inside her when she was scoured away. More were injured or killed in the course of the fight, or in Shatterbird's attack. We can't cover that up. We shouldn't. They were good capes. But we can't tell the whole story. You don't get to say that, the ice-generating cape said. You have no place, saying that. I won't argue, Alexandria said. Everything we did for the right reasons. I understand it's ugly, without the context. Someone at the front spat in her face. Alexandria didn't even blink. She let the spit run down around the ruined pit where her eye had been, much like she had with the molten metal. If word were to get out about the clones, the ramifications would be too damaging. We've spent decades cultivating an illusion, that we're heroes. Decades shaking the idea that we're killing machines. The nature of this fight threatens to reveal just how much damage even the more mundane of us para-humans could do to the common people. That's not only the clones and what they did, but how we dealt with the clones, in turn. We can't shatter the image that the Protectorate has so painstakingly built, or the entire world will turn on us. And the Protectorate? Miss Militia asked, her voice hard. What of it? The involvement with Cauldron. It won't stand, not like this. It has to, Alexandria replied. Too much depends on the Protectorate, even internationally. If it crumbles, then the whole world suffers for it. Other teams around the world would go without the resources we provide. If it means keeping the Protectorate intact, I will step down. I'll tender my resignation as Chief Director of the PRT, effective the moment I can reach my desk. I'll consent to being watched until the moment I can step down as Alexandria, if you are uncomfortable with me continuing to serve the Protectorate in costume. Eidolon, I'm sure, will do the same. Murden's death will be excuse enough for our retirements. What about Legend? Miss Militia asked. Alexandria raised her head, staring up at where Legend hung in the air, unmoving. He was only aware of the most basic elements. That Cauldron sold powers, but not how we tested them. He did not know of our relation to the 9. He made excuses for you, Miss Militia said. Lied. We can't trust him any more than we can trust you. I'm aware. But what he does next is ultimately up to him. I am only telling you what I know, and I know he did not know as much as Eidolon and I did. That's not good enough, a cape said. You've committed crimes against humanity. You bastards should be tried. Do that, and the whole world pays. Every cape would come under scrutiny, both from other para-humans and from the public. Teams would dissolve, faith would falter, and I sincerely doubt we'd last through the next 2 Endbringer attacks in that kind of a state. All around me, capes exchanged glances. I could hear angry murmurs, my swarm could sense fists clenching in anger. And the captives? The people from other worlds Cauldron kidnapped? Miss Militia asked. Anyone with clearance should know that the number of people with physical mutations has declined steeply. We've stopped experimenting. Or so you say, Tattletale cut in. I do. Tell me I'm lying, Tattletale, Alexandria said. Tattletale shook her head. You need us, Alexandria said. If not for the assistance we can provide in the face of Class S threats, then for the image, for the idea. I'm trusting that each of you are sane enough, reasonable enough, to understand that. You could come after us, but I assure you it wouldn't be worth it. And Cauldron, someone asked. As I said, we're only barely involved. If you want to try going after them and get justice for what happened to the captives, feel free. Just know that we can't help you there. We can't give you access or information, because they're out of your reach, and in the wake of all this, they'll be out of our reach too. I felt numb. She was everything I despised. Authority, the institution, the selfing people in power, the untouchable. All around me, I could hear angry voices, each trying to drown the others out. Chevalier was among them, Miss Militia was quiet. Tattletale was quiet, oddly enough. I started, but the voices drowned me out. My swarm buzzed with noise. People startled and jumped as the bugs moved, shifting from the various positions where I'd more or less hidden them at elbows and in armor plates. I stepped out of the crowd toward Alexandria and then turned my back to her, facing the capes. So many eyes on me. She's right, I said, my swarm carrying my voice for effect. Voices rose in anger, and again, I had my swarm move, buzzing violently, until they stopped. I'm not a public speaker, so I'll make it short. I've got a long history with the Protectorate, a hell of a lot more experience being angry with them. I wouldn't be where I am if it weren't for them, and that's not a good thing, not entirely. But Alexandria's right. Not about Cauldron, or the human experimentation. I don't know anything about that. But she's right that we shouldn't make any rash decisions. Talk it out with your teammates before you make a call. Maybe the various team and squad leaders should convene, form a unanimous decision. I don't know. But, don't let your anger push you to do something that affects everyone. Please. A second passed. You're not with the PRT, are you? A cape asked. No, I said. So you don't have to wake up tomorrow and go to work, pretend like everything's normal. No. Work beside someone, wondering if they lied about their trigger event? If they maybe got their powers from a bottle, something made only because some psychopaths, he spat the word out at Alexandria, decided to experiment on innocent people and sell the results at a profit. No. I don't really have to wonder about that. Then where the fuck do you get off, telling us what to do, then? Calm down, Juicer, Miss Militia said. It's fine, I said. You're right. It's not my place, I said. I looked at Miss Militia and Chevalier. Clock Blocker was just a little ways behind them. Thanks for hearing me out. Good luck. Atlas flew to my position. I drew my bugs around me and took flight, rising well into the air and hiding myself in the mass of bugs before pausing to adjust to a sitting position. I saw Legend hovering in the air. His fists were clenched, and he was looking down. He looked agonized. If I'd had any idea what to say, I might have approached him. I didn't. With a command, I directed Atlas away from the discussion that could decide history, maybe even the fate of the world. I sat on the railing of my balcony, Atlas' body hidden behind the towel-covered railing, serving as a footrest while I fed him a much-needed meal. Unfolded pieces of paper sat in each of my hands. I couldn't stand to be there any longer. I'd said what I could, for what little it was worth, but I was too tired, the stakes were too high, and Juicer had been right. The consequences might have been world-spanning, but it was ultimately up to the Protectorate to decide what happened next. I didn't like feeling that helpless. Beneath me, some kids from my territory were carrying boxes of treats I'd ordered 2 days ago. They'd take more than their fair share, but they'd distribute the treats to the other people in my territory, people who had likely gone a good little while without a chocolate bar or bag of chewy candy. There hadn't been any clones in my range as I zigzagged my way to the north end, no signs of swarm activity. I'd stopped by home, checked things over with my bugs, and my dad was there, more or less fine. I'd go home in just a little while. It wasn't a peaceful place, though. This was my territory, being with people I'd taken care of, people I'd protected and fought for. My heart was easier here than it was around my dad. I was aware of the approaching figure, twisted around to get a look at Lisa. Can I come up? I pointed at the door, followed her movements as she navigated her way past Charlotte and up the stairs. She reached the balcony and stepped out to hop onto the end of the railing opposite me. I own the land the whole to the other universe is on, Tattletale said. Or Coil's fake name does, and I can finagle that so I have control over it. I nodded. The meeting? Did they decide? Legend left first. Then Alexandria and Eidolon. The heroes were still talking when I left. Okay, I said. That didn't mean anything, not exactly, but it was better than the alternative. The longer they talked, the more tempers would cool. Perversely, I almost hoped that Cauldron had the clout to silence a few angry voices. I could only hope that they were few and far enough between that the story wouldn't reach the public. Rex, Tattletale said. His name was Reggie, but he got into sports in high school. They started calling him Rex, until everyone used the name. I don't mean this to be insulting, but you were kind of opposites in a lot of ways. He was this popular guy, charming. Your boyfriend. She laughed, a short sound. My brother. Oh. My family was well-to-do, I think that's come up. Yet. When you're that rich, when you have people working under you who do the chores and handle the stuff that you'd normally do with your family, sometimes it's hard to stay a family, you know. Not really, I thought, but I nodded. She gave me a funny look, but she didn't call me on it. It gets to this point where, you know, your cool older brother only spends time with you because it's his duty as a sibling. And when you realize that, it sort of hurts. Makes it insulting. I think I caught on to that around the time I started high school. I stopped accepting those token offers of siblinghood. We were brother and sister, we lived in the same house, went to the same school. Our paths crossed, but we didn't interact. We were strangers. He was caught up being the popular senior, and I kind of resented him for it. For not being a brother. Lisa shrugged. Don't know. More for acting like a brother than not being a real brother. For being the popular kid, being the favorite child, heir to the family businesses. What happened? I started noticing, he was in rough shape. The smiles seemed fake, he'd get angry easier. Was bottling something up inside. What was it? Lisa shrugged. I've dwelled on it so long I've imagined possibilities and derailed my train of thought. Even with my power, I can't guess. And something happened. He slowly got more and more distant. He'd fake more smiles, get a little more angry, a little more reckless. And then one day he offed himself. Just around the corner, some kids were screaming and shouting as they played. One boy was pelting another with chocolate pellets. The victim shrieked in pain. My bugs swept over the boy with the chocolates, and the pair froze. They looked around, trying and failing to see me, then ran for the nearest alleyway, fight forgotten. I'm sorry, I said. So am I, Lisa sighed. I've spent so long trying to figure it out, but I couldn't. You'd think the star athlete might be gay, but it wasn't that. Something else. I let on to my family that I'd noticed something, after, and they started blaming me. They were grieving, but that doesn't excuse it, does it? I shook my head. Calling me stupid, an idiot, Lisa looked away. It got to be too much, like I was in a pressure cooker, everywhere I went, it was about him, and there was always this feeling, like everyone was aware that I'd known something and hadn't spoken up, hadn't done something to help. I think I had my trigger event while I was asleep, tossing and turning and dreaming about it all. And then, boom, I wake up and I start figuring stuff out, with killer migraines on the side. Maybe if I'd caught on that it was power sooner, I might have been more secretive, but my dad caught on. Did a complete turnaround. Faked affection, hid the real feelings, all to get me to use my power for the family's benefit. Lisa shrugged. I was already seeing too much ugly, even before the powers. Seeing more of it. Seeing when people were being fake, when everything else was still screwy because of Rex's suicide. It was too much. I took more money than I should have from my parents and I ran. And Coyle eventually found you. She nodded. And I eventually found you. I took one look at you, and I had a grasp of what was going on. Didn't take too long for me to notice that you had that same air around you that Rex did. Maybe I did what I could to save you because I couldn't save him. Earlier, you said that you couldn't talk to me about the problem because I was the problem. I saw it when you pulled the trigger, offed Coyle. You saved Dinah, and you described how you felt adrift in the aftermath of it. But you found a new focus. You could fight Echidna. Save the city. Me? When you shot Coyle, I realized I was done. I'd helped you out of the same trap of despair Rex had been in. Don't know if the road I helped you down was a good one or a bad, but I'd finished. But why be reckless? Why take the risks? Because I did what I had to do, I helped you, and I still feel like the stupid, self-obsessed little child that let her big brother die. It wasn't conscious, but maybe I felt like I needed to up the stakes. Pull something dramatic. Show that, with these crazy smart capes like Alexandria and Faultline around, I could still be the smartest person in the room. And do you feel like the smartest person in the room? I asked. She stared out over the cityscape. Maybe when the inter-universal trade takes off. Can you imagine? With me and you as the top dogs? The whole world will pay attention to us. I hopped down from the railing, walking around Atlas as I made my way to Lisa. I wrapped my arms around her, and she returned the hug. I crumpled the papers in my fists. Interlude 19. Welcome to the Parahumans online message boards. You are currently logged in, XX Void Cowboy Sex. You are viewing threads you have replied to. And threads that have new replies. Or private message conversations with new replies. Thread OP is displayed. 10 posts per page. Last 10 messages in private message history. Threads and private messages are ordered chronologically. You have 6 infractions and 2 warnings. You were last banned on September 3, 2010. Your probationary status expires in 63 days, on September 7, 2011. Black Diamond topic, what the fuck happened? In, Boards News Events America. Bagrat, original poster, veteran member, the guy in the know. Posted on June 22, 2011. I admit it. I'm a Cape Geek. You know it. I know it. I'm the Cape Geek the other Cape Geeks go to for the crusty, juicy details on what's happening and where. Look at my badges. I'm the guy in the know, and everyone on the news boards knows me. Except I'm not in the know. I've been calling in every contact I know, some capes, even. I've been watching 4 different news channels and scouring the internet, and I'm clueless. Someone clue me in? I'm desperate. What the hell happened in Brockton Bay? Edit. Board rules say I'm supposed to contribute something if I'm starting a thread, so here's what I do know. Someone help fill in the blanks. June 18th, Mayor Christner of Brockton Bay flies to Washington. Makes argument against evacuation. Surprises more than a few people. At the same time, multiple dragon suits are reported in the city. June 19th, explosion at Brockton Bay Town Hall, after supervillain Coyle attempts coup and Tinker equipment misfires in the ensuing skirmish. Christner and director Emily Piggott hospitalized and sent to ICU. 30 or more people reported dead, including Coyle and subordinates Uber, Lead and Circus, and a number of field reporters. June 20th, massive deployment to Brockton Bay. Unspecified Class A threat. Cape wives on the boards confirm, something's up. 2 hours later, threat level upgraded to Class S. All Protectorate Capes who subscribed to the emergency response measure and accompanying pay increase now forced to get over to Brockton Bay and help. Legend and Alexandria are among them. We have a report, C-Link, from White Ferry, one of 3 more notable board members on the ground in Brockton Bay, who says they started establishing quarantine procedures around the site of the battle. Cape wives on the boards report calls from their husbands and wives saying they're okay by about noon. A few casualties, Murden among them. No report on what happened and who the Cape was on the opposing side. June 21st, almost a day later, Capes start filtering home. Still no reports. Brocktonite 03, second of the 3 excellent people on the ground that are giving us reports, travels all the way out of town to get his hands on a working computer. Reports Shatterbird attack and apparent quarantine procedures in the middle of an empty lot downtown. White tent and beginning construction around it. And then nothing. Help me out. Showing page 242 of 243. Ickle, Brockton Bay refugee. Replied on July 6, 2011. The theory makes sense. Huge cleanup involving 100+ bodies, portal to another world, it would be something that they'd want to keep from the public, and you could even call it Class S if that world had capes of its own. Which they'd have to, if they wanted to kill Murden. Were we at war with another Earth on June 20th? Average Alexandros, Cape husband. Replied on July 6, 2011. Does that fit the Class S scenario? If nobody can answer, I can ask my wife if she'll let me look through her regulations handbook. Liltub. Replied on July 6, 2011. Class S includes situations where threat can produce more threats which can produce more etc. In scenario with a whole alt world of capes on PAR with our own they could have powers like that. Sich got upgraded to S after the first showed up. Posted from phone, Sreddy. Svoid_cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. Scary censored. Imagine if they had their own Endbriners or Alexandria. Robbie. Replied on July 6, 2011. 2 things. 1. You don't need to censor yourself. 2. Doesn't fit with what we know of alternate Earths. Breakdown of Haywire's research says we can't get to alt Earths that are too close to our own. Closest Earth to our own is Olav, and deviation from that world started 30 years ago, the moment Scion arrived. Anyone over 30 was born in both worlds, anyone under 30 wasn't, or the odds are almost impossible, same sperm, same egg, same time of conception required to have the same kid, and that's ignoring all the environmental influences during the pregnancy, and everything post-pregnancy that shapes the personality. The Nat. Replied on July 6, 2011. But Alexandria is over 30, isn't she? It's not impossible they'd have a version of her. Robbie. Replied on July 6, 2011. With powers? Improbable. I doubt this alternate world we're talking about is exactly as far away as Earth Olav, anyways. I'd assume the point of deviation occurred more than 30 years ago, which lowers the chances even more. In brief, I doubt we have to worry about Endbringers and an evil triumvirate. This isn't the movies, and evil alternates are so overdone. Svoid_cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. I censored myself because I don't want an infraction and a ban for swearing. Chrome. Replied on July 6, 2011. At Void Cowboy, they don't give out infractions for swearing. At everyone else, I get that it makes sense on a lot of levels, but nothing's confirmed. Any other theories? TRJ. Replied on July 6, 2011. I'm going to get called a tinfoil hat, but what about that thing where the guy was talking about posts with the word C** Aldrin getting screened if they weren't censored? End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 241, 242, 243. Black Diamond private message from String Girl. String Girl, I started to play it. I'm not good with the controls. Svoid_cowboys, takes practice. You gotta at least play through the individual template packages. That lets you unlock the skills and takes the skill cap off for the individual traits. Then you can build your own class and play in the Hero League with me. I can show you the ropes and help you figure it out. String Girl, I have it figured out. I read the forums and watch videos. I understand all that stuff. It's the controls I struggle with. Svoid_cowboys, practice, practice, practice. String Girl, I have a 33% win rate. Makes it so slow to unlock everything. I like that other game more. Svoid_cowboys, don't even mention that game to me. I'm still mad about it. String Girl, Sreddy. And I have to go now. My parents want me off the computer. Sister wants a turn. Svoid_cowboys, sorry I didn't reply. Was in game. Guess you already went to bed. Listen, I'll be traveling this summer with my family. Could swing your way, if you wanted to meet up. Grab coffee? String Girl new message, oh. Wow. My parents are really strict, so I don't think I'll be able to. String Girl new message, you haven't replied, so I sent you a text. I can't receive texts back, so PM me, please. Black Diamond topic, the Ground Zero badge. In, Boards Places America Brockton Bay Ground Zero, Private Board. White Ferry, Veteran Member, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Posted on June 31, 2011. I'm getting kind of fed up with this. I talked about it with Alethea and Judge, the two original Brockton Bay board moderators, and Bagrat, major guy in the news section. We got special dispensation to issue Brockton Bay Refugee and Ground Zero badges. The goals were: it automatically give more weight to those of us who know more about what's going on in Brockton Bay, either because of our familiarity with the local capes or because we're there. It's a way to get aid to people in trouble. This was essential early on. Someone's low on food or needs medical attention, the fact that they have a badge and that the badge is, presumably, validated means we can take a cry for help as something serious rather than a hoax. And for the record, I don't think a temporary ban is enough for the scumbags who faked cries for help in the early days. Traveling across the city to deliver supplies was life-threatening. It furthers the interests of para-humans online, to disseminate information and allow network among people in the right positions. The badges let people know who can be contacted for more information or people we can coordinate with for certain tasks. Case in point, Bagrat contacts Brocktonite 03 about the incident a week and a half ago. Brocktonite 03 goes and finds the quarantine tent in construction. I can then contact Brocktonite 03 and we organize a way to take turns visiting the construction site and then report progress to the boards, with picture progress so you guys can speculate or offer your own expertise. Filters access for getting onto the private board, so people in the prior two situations can manage. But there's certain individuals who aren't using the system as it's meant to be used. People got the badges with the loose verification system that existed in the early stages, and the mess of new moderators that came on board to manage the board, and they're using them for status or to put incorrect information or outright lies out there. Alethea and Judge said they're willing to do a ban from this subboard, and all related boards, if details can't be confirmed with further validation. I'm talking to moderators of the main boards about maybe banning them from the site altogether. So we're proposing further validation. A photo of yourself at any construction in progress or recent piece of paperwork, flyer, shelter pamphlet, whatever, with the date and your username prominently displayed. Doesn't have to show your face, a photo of a hand with the details written on it, with the quarantine building in the background is perfect. I will meet you. Time and place of your choosing, though I'd prefer to meet you halfway if you're a ways away from the towers, and I won't go into any of the danger zones. If you need supplies, I have access to batteries, supply kits, gas, and a car, and I will deliver it to you when we meet. I might have luxury goods, but you'll have to pay for those. There's a limited time window here, because the city's slowly coming together, and people are moving back in. Edit, now that people are moving back in, we'll start banning people who weren't able to verify. If you contact us and can explain why you weren't able to verify, that's okay, stay in hospital, no connection/power where you were at. We'd like to meet you in person or see where you were staying for verification that you were in the city during the time of crisis. We're going down the list. The unconfirmed will be banned when verification stops being possible. Confirmed. Chill Drizzle met in person. Delivered some fresh water and dog food. Morgan Sinister met in person. Brought chocolate, chocolate was paid for. Loey Quest met in person. Talked for a few minutes, parted ways. Char met in person. Had the best meal I've had in weeks on the boardwalk. Bothed photo verification. Laser augment photo verification. Banned. Aku42 attempted to Photoshop verification using an image Brocktonite 03 already uploaded. Wacko Grave admitted lie. I know this sounds ridiculous, but we use systems like this for a reason. It can mean life or death, even. Showing page 4 of 4. White Ferry, original poster, veteran member, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. At Void_Cowboy, you're exactly the type I was talking about. Where do I even begin? Your posting hours on the site suggest you've got something occupying your time from early in the day to evening. Like maybe school? Except there's no school in Brockton Bay yet, soon. You state your location as the north end of Brockton Bay, profess to have a generator and satellite internet. Okay, not unheard of. Except you've apparently got enough gas stockpiled to keep the generator going 24/7 and, oh yeah, you're in bitch's territory. Bitch would maim or kill you for being in her territory, let alone making the kind of racket a generator does. Void_Cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. I have a quality generator that doesn't make much noise. Laser Augment, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. But no phone or camera to take a picture of yourself in the city. Void_Cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. I have a camera, but I don't feel comfortable leaving the house. That's the sort of thing that gets me killed by mutant dogs. Laser Augment, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. You do know that bitch left the north end a while ago? How would you even miss the fact that you haven't heard howling in the last while? If you're not leaving the house, why don't you take a picture of yourself by this high-end generator of yours? Because it doesn't exist. You fuckers make me sick, like you can pretend to be all cool by being one of the survivors, who stuck it out through the Endbringer attack, the 9 and the gang wars. But you left. Your mommy and daddy took you out of town, and you're pretending you stuck it out, that you're here when you're not, all for a stupid internet badge and a peek at the private board. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4. Black Diamond topic, Legend leaves the Protectorate. In, Board's Team's Protectorate. Brilliger, original poster, moderator, Protectorate Main. Posted on June 26. Word's out, and we're waiting for the Protectorate to give a statement before we get further details. Legend is stepping down, citing family reasons. He's already on record saying that he intends to offer his aid in crisis events, but will no longer be leading the Protectorate. His successor has not yet been named. Showing page 1173 of 1180. Svoid_cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6. At Lanerb. It should totally be Eidolon. Valkyr, Wiki Warrior. Replied on July 6, 2011. At Lanerb. They haven't picked a successor yet because it's a little more complicated than picking the strongest hero. They need someone who works on a number of levels, as a leader, both in terms of day-to-day paperwork and management and in the field, an ambassador. There's no less than 30 teams around the world that work with the Protectorate to some degree, a powerhouse, can't be weak or you won't be respected, and from a marketing standpoint. Coyote C. Replied on July 6, 2011. At Cowboy. Can't be Eidolon. He's strong, but he's not a leader. There's a ton of references to people meeting him at conventions or Cape wives meeting him at functions. I won't say he's an asshole, though some have said he rubbed them the wrong way, but people definitely don't walk away from meeting him with that universal "oh my god he's so nice" reaction that they have with Legend. Mock moniker. Replied on July 6, 2011. Not to mention that there's rumors Alexandria or Eidolon might step down. There's a lot of animosity being directed at them from certain groups. Look at this link and this one. The monsters in the Protectorate have almost all left. Only one who stayed, I think, are Hunch and Polish. I've been thinking it's another Bastion incident. Someone higher up says something racist or offensive, the Protectorate pulls strings to try and cover it up, but offended people are still offended. Run off to make their own team. Chrome. Replied on July 6, 2011. I don't know whether to be sad about it or not. Weld's awesome, and it's great he gets to run his own team, but I was hoping he'd become a big figure in the Protectorate. Why be a big fish in a small pond when you could be a big fish in a big pond? Nod. Replied on July 6, 2011. We don't know how big the irregulars are going to get. Chrome. Replied on July 6, 2011. But they're never going to be the Protectorate big. Weld, verified Cape, irregulars. Replied on July 6, 2011. I dunno, I'm optimistic. Winking face. For the record, I harbor no animosity toward the Protectorate. We're still attached, and we're receiving equipment, funding and contacts through them. They were very respectful as a whole, but we got a chance to interact a few weeks ago, and we collectively agreed that while the Protectorate's plan to build a rapport between us Case 53S, as the Protectorate terms us, and the public was sound, making me leader of the Brockton Bay wards, for example, it was too slow, and we could do more as a group. Answer key. Replied on July 6, 2011. At Weld. I have questions. 1. How much did they pay you guys to keep quiet and play nice? 2. I notice you said you don't have issues with the Protectorate as a whole. You're not denying there's issues with 1 or 2 prominent members. 3. What the hell happened on the 20th? 4. How is making you leader of the wards in Brockton Bay a good thing? At everyone else. Question, just wondering. Who's been leading the Protectorate since Legend left? White collar, Cape wife. Replied on July 6, 2011. At answer key, tinfoil hats ahoy. I can answer that last question, though. Or my hubby can. He says the Protectorate is currently being run by a joint team ATM. Chevalier, Alexandria, and Prism are each handling different tasks. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1172, 1173, 1174. 1180. Black Diamond topic, The Endbringers, thread XXXIV. In, Boards World News Main. Laser Smile, original poster. Posted on June 28, 2011. Starting a new topic because the last one hit post limit. The Simurgh attacked Canberra, Australia on February 24, 2011. Thread here. The Leviathan attacked Brockton Bay, America on May 15, 2011. Thread here. Estimated time for next attack is August 30, 2011. This time is not exact, and is likely to deviate by as much as 15 days. Official speculation points to Eastern Europe as the next likely target. Showing page 23 of 25. Miss Mercury, Protectorate employee. Replied on July 5, 2011. Speaking for someone in the thick of it all, I don't think that there's any expectation or assumption that recent events, losing Legend, losing Murden, several members leaving, will change the outcome of the next attack. The Protectorate and immediately related teams only make up 25 to 50% of the defending side when outside of North America, and North America isn't a likely target. There's been no policy changes or anything of the sort in the Protectorate that point to that degree of pessimism. Space Zombie. Replied on July 5, 2011. I'm more inclined to think the PRT is making a mistake than to think they're on the ball. My money's on a big-ass clusterfuck. This is the first time since Behemoth first showed that we haven't had all our ducks in a row. May's Leviathan attack had the lowest casualty rate we've ever had, but I think the next one's going to hurt us bad. Chaos Faith. Replied on July 6, 2011. My cousins are traveling through Europe this year. All the analysts say the odds are worse there. Should I try convincing them to delay the trip to Greece? I think I'm even spooked about there being an attack where I'm at, London, UK. If I wanted to visit somewhere during the crisis point, would anyone have any recommendations? Svoid_cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6, 2011. Confused face, definitely tell them to skip Greece. I've seen an attack for myself and it's worse than you think it would be. I don't know where you could run to be safe, though. Alaska. See no real. Replied on July 6, 2011. Can't let the Endbringers dictate your life. Live it as you can, know where the nearest shelter is, and keep a well-stocked supply closet. Archmagine. Replied on July 6, 2011. If you wanted to go anywhere, and I agree with Senior Real that you shouldn't go just because you're scared, apparently Brockton Bay is putting itself back together. The Endbringers never attack the same place twice in a row, so it's oddly the safest place to be, and it might help you to see the city for yourself. The stories were bad, and scary stuff happened, but they made it. They're still there. You might find that reassuring? Tumbles. Replied on July 6, 2011. That's if you don't mind being in a city where supervillains run the scene. Xylolu, Brockton Bay refugee. Replied on July 6, 2011. Copy-pasting from one of my posts in another thread. Current state of the villains in Brockton Bay. Skitter Boardwalk / North End. 5 stars, almost no crime, free food, work if you want it. Water and power both. Heard from a friend that stayed there for a while that he ran into some trouble, his place got raided, stuff taken. Mentioned it to someone in passing, and the next day it's all returned, with some cash, $200, and a note apologizing for the trouble, assuring him the matter was dealt with. He left after that, which I don't get, free money. Said he was creeped out. Parian not a villain, but apparently struck a deal for a slice of territory at the very upper end of the city. Not great, not bad. Good spot to stay if you want a clear conscience and don't mind that the water and power aren't always on, 80% of the time, and shelters are a bit crowded. 4.5 stars. Grew western end of the city, from the docks to the lake downtown. Almost a non-entity, but he's apparently dealt with some people who tried to set up shop. Pick where you stay carefully, cause there's areas with power and water, areas without, and it doesn't change much day to day. 3 stars. Imp southernmost end of the city. Shopping district, some of downtown. There's a few dregs trying to set up shop with a no-name villain calling it her territory, and a few fights as a result. Doesn't help that the big guns like Skitter are further away. I'd stay away from here because of that alone. Regent eastern end of downtown. Kind of a shanty town, area got hit hardest by the waves, shelter, water, and power nearly non-existent, but the places that you can get are nice and very expensive. Some violence bleeding over from Imp's territory. Nothing here unless you're rich and want to live like a king among serfs. Procto the unfortunate tinker, not a tinker. Replied on July 6, 2011. And tattletale? Bitch. Sototh. Replied on July 6, 2011. Sorry to continue derailing thread, but bitch apparently has a slice of the more remote areas, where you don't find many people living. Captain's Hill, the woods / hills, the beaches at the south that haven't been cleaned up yet. Her gang's growing though, or so I hear. Tattletale's not a fighter, so it makes sense that she's more a behind-the-scenes person than one of the local warlords. I think what Xylopop was saying was that the town's not so dangerous. Probably more peaceful than it was at the start of the year, if you stay out of the very southernmost areas, and maybe the north. I heard there's a few upstarts from New York and Boston trying to get a foothold there in Parian's area, and turn around if you hear a lot of barking. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 23, 24, 25. Black Diamond topic, hypothetically, if I wanted to become a henchman. In, Boards Places America Brockton Bay Teams Undersiders. Wag the Dog, original poster, Brockton Bay refugee. Posted on July 1, 2011. Been a fan of bitch / hellhound / Rachel Lynn since the start. Always loved dogs. Always loved badasses. She's both, and now she's one of the villains running the city? So cool. If I wanted to become a henchman / henchwoman / hench person, hypothetically, how would I do it? Showing page 1 of 1. Char, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 1, 2011. Sent you a private message. Good shit Morpheus. Replied on July 2, 2011. Yeah, I might be too late to say anything, but I wanted to warn you to be careful. Really, the reality could be different from the ideal you've built up in your head. Wag the Dog, original poster. Replied on July 3, 2011. OMG. It's all good. Harder than I thought, but all good. Svoid_cowboys. Replied on July 6, 2011. I came through a link on the main board. Is this real life? Can't you get arrested or banned doing something like this? Let's son, Kyushu survivor. Replied on July 7, 2011. Better arrested or banned than dead. I'd say death is the thing to worry about here. Wag the Dog, original poster. Replied on July 7, 2011. All good, my man. All good. End of page. 1. Black Diamond private messages from String Girl. 2 new messages not included, click here to see. String Girl new message, my phone broke so I'm messaging you here. You have to understand it's not what you think. String Girl new message, I just wanted to hang out and play space opera. You were the one who approached me, so don't jump straight to the conclusion that I'm a middle-aged pervert trying to get into your pants. String Girl new message, there's a reason I can't send a photo but I don't want to have to explain. Can't we just go back to the way things were? String Girl new message. Black Diamond topic, who'd you lose? In, Boards Places America Brockton Bay discussion, public board. Brocktonite 03, original poster, veteran member, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Posted on May 29, 2011. See topic. Friends? Family? On topic posts only, please. No commentary. NC equals no condolences via private message. Showing page 17 of 17. Max dual rocket propelled grenades, Brockton Bay refugee. Replied on July 6. Nobody close to me died, but I still did lose quite a few people. My best friend moved away. My other friend joined the merchants because an artificial high was better than being lucid and uncertain. Come to think of it, he might have died in that massacre at the towers. My parents were separated, but they still lived in the same city before. My mom wants to move back, but my dad's gone to Florida and I don't know how much I'll see him. NC. Reeve, verified PRT agent, Brockton Bay refugee. Replied on July 6. My coworker and squad captain. Went to school together, dropped out together, joined the PRT as grunt forces. S9 got him, and as glad as I am he died fast, given what might have happened, doesn't change the fact that he's gone. Loved him more than I love my wife, in a way. NC. Svoid_cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6. My aunt and uncle. They were attacked by Chosen, dragged out of their homes and beaten. My uncle fought back and smashed this one guy in the nose, and wrestled a gun from his hand, but got punched in the throat and dropped the gun. He fought back some more, but eventually got knocked to the ground and shot. I wasn't there, but I heard he went down like a hero. White Fairy, veteran member, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6. My boyfriend. He was in a shelter Leviathan attacked. Only about half of us made it. One of the heroes bailed us out. Distracted the Endbringer and led him away. NC. At Void_cowboy, how do you know the story if you weren't there? Svoid_cowboys, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 6. Leave me alone. User received an infraction for this post, all posts must be related to the topic question. Vista, verified Cape, Wards ENE. Replied on July 7. Gallant. Aegis. Battery. Arms Master. Dauntless. Velocity. Glory Girl. Browbeat. One family member. I can't say who for obv. Reasons. NC please. End of page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 16, 17. Black Diamond topic, Skitter. In, Boards Places America Brockton Bay discussion, public board. Mira Klemic, original poster, Brockton Bay refugee. Posted on June 11, 2011. The reason arachnophobes don't want to live in Brockton Bay. Her discussion thread. Showing page 30 of 30. Mr. Fabulu, Brockton Bay refugee. Replied on July 7, 2011. I'm not saying she's right. I'm saying she saved my life. I get woken up by bugs. Writing on the wall. I go climb in the tub and bam. Glassplosion. Hweden Ripper fan. Replied on July 7, 2011. This conversation's going nowhere. She's bad. But she fought an Endbringer. But that doesn't change the fact that she's bad. But she saved lives. But that doesn't change the fact that she's bad. But she keeps the peace. Aside, anyone else find it really funny that we're talking about Skitter being powerful like we used to talk about Kaiser and Lung? If you told me the gawky bug girl was going to be one of the scariest motherfuckers in town, I wouldn't have believed you. Svoid_cowboys. Replied on July 7, 2011. I wouldn't have either. Bruce Lau, Brockton Bay refugee. Replied on July 7, 2011. Easy to be one of the scariest people around if you're one of the only people around. It's a question of surviving, and the undersiders are the types who can get away from trouble, so they outlast the opposition. How many capes are even left, now? Non-deceptive, at Ground Zero, Brockton Bay. Replied on July 7, 2011. Makes you wonder what she's like in real life. Who's the woman behind the mask, assuming woman from height? What's her day job? Antigone. Replied on July 7, 2011. She lives in the North End, apparently, first sighting, current location, slightly above average height woman. Slender. Personality? No idea. What do we even know of her personality? Greg stopped scrolling down the page. The computer screen glowed in his dimly lit bedroom. A woman of above average height, or a tall teenager, he mumbled to himself. North End, lives in the area. Personality, vicious, smart, tough, a little unhinged. The image clicked. A girl he'd had classes with, what felt like ages ago. Taylor Hebert. He'd thought maybe he had a shot with her, once. Only she'd brushed him off. It had bugged him more than it should have. Why couldn't it be like it was in the movies and on TV? Why couldn't the geeks band together? He thought briefly of String Girl, felt a pang of disappointment and a momentary disgust. She'd refused the offer to meet up, then had turned down his request for a picture, or a webcam chat. The conclusion had been obvious. A creep. A liar. The name should have been a giveaway, but he'd held on to a shred of hope that there really was a girl out there more into gaming, coding and finding cool stuff on the web than on being cool and going out on Friday nights. Was Taylor a creep of an entirely different sort? A degenerate villain? An upstanding villain? He could visualize her, sitting in class, tense with anger and frustration, the lines of her face hard as she bottled up a million little indignities and more than a few big ones. It wasn't that hard to imagine. Was Taylor Skitter? If he'd figured it out, others would too. Or they would soon enough. Her parents, did they know? They had to. How could they not? Others. Who else might have paid enough attention to Taylor to guess? The girls who had been bullying her? Maybe, maybe not. Now that he'd thought about it, it was impossible to shake the idea. But the bullies maybe didn't know the real her, didn't see the person. There was no way people wouldn't start connecting the dots. Not with the eyes of the whole city, the whole country on her. Leader of a villain organization that had claimed a town and driven out all comers. Ruthless, standing up against Endbringers and the Slaughterhouse 9. He wheeled his computer chair away from the desk. His eyes fixed on the bulletin board to his left. A poster for ransack took up half of it, and other scraps of paper took up more space. A checklist of unlocks to get for the game, the ad for the computer class he was taking, and in a space all on its own, an information sheet. The remaining summer months would feature special arrangements for classes, to make up for the weeks of classes students had missed in the wake of the Endbringer attack. The 8th of July. Tomorrow. Did she plan to go? Was she aware of how much attention people were paying to her? He could imagine himself in her shoes and could almost guess. To actually have some confidence, after having none for so long? To have a second chance? In her shoes, he'd do it in a heartbeat. Interlude 19. Ballet, horseback riding, modeling classes, or violin. Pick one, Emma. 1. Or, maybe I don't pick any, and, she could hear a weariness in her father's voice. He checked over his shoulder and then turned the car into a side street. A bag with assorted tubs of ice cream sat on the divider between the pair of them. Maybe you give a second thought to moving? There's really nice places just a little way south, and I'd still be going to the same school, and... Nope. Dad. There's 3 jobs I absolutely despise in this world. One is matching socks, the second is ironing, and the third is moving. I can foist the first 2 off on your mom, but the third is a lifestyle choice. My lifestyle, specifically, is owning the house I'm going to live in until I die. Emma frowned, turning to look out the window. She pouted a little. This place sucks. Brockton Bay sucks. What's so bad about it? Everything's falling apart. It's like, show me any house, and I can point out 10 things that are wrong with it. Every house has something wrong with it. Not every house. Like, when I went to Chris' birthday party. Christine, Emma injected a note of condescension into her voice, last weekend? Or did you forget already? Why not call her Christine? Perfectly nice name. Because androgyne is cool, Dad. It's the thing in modeling. Like, I could never have my hair short, but she stopped mid-sentence, answering her phone mid-ring. Hello. Emma. The voice on the other end was breathy, excited. There was a babble of other voices in the background. She could imagine the other youths lined up to use the pay phones. Taylor, Emma said, smiling. Okay, I gotta talk fast because I only have 2 minutes and I need my other 50 cents to call my dad. We rode across the lake this morning to this waterfall, only it wasn't exactly a waterfall, more like a water stair, and we were all taking turns sliding and falling down this set of slick rocks, and Elsa, she's this girl wearing a bikini, she's been spending the last 3 days acting like she's hot stuff, she slides down the wrong part, and it catches on the strap, right? It doesn't tear it off, but it stretches, so it doesn't even fit her anymore. Emma laughed, leaning back against her car seat. It was something of a relief, to hear Taylor getting excited about something, to hear her getting excited over nothing. She'd lost her mother a year ago, and hadn't bounced back, not entirely. Her smile's not quite as wide, she was a second later to laugh, as if she had to wait, to give herself permission to do it, had to hold back. Before, it had been almost no holds barred. Anything went, however they wanted to amuse themselves, whatever they wanted to talk about. Complete and total openness. Lately there had been too many movies, too many activities and topics of conversation, that Taylor preferred to avoid. It hadn't been easy, Emma mused, as Taylor yammered on. Sometimes she'd call, they'd do their customary hanging out, and she'd feel like the time was wasted, afternoons and weekends spent with her best friend that she didn't enjoy. Not that Taylor was a wet blanket, but, like, maybe she was a damp blanket? This inane, aimless, stupid, one-sided conversation where she'd said one word? This was the good stuff. It gave her hope that things could get back to normal. And I wish I'd listened to my dad, because he suggested at least 10 times that I might want to take more books, and I only brought 3, and I've read each of them twice already. My. Taylor's voice continued over the phone, but Emma felt her dad's hand on her wrist, lowered her phone to pay more attention to her surroundings. The car had stopped in the middle of a narrow one-way street. A dumpster had been shifted to block the end of the alley. She looked over her shoulder, down the other end of the alley. A white van had stopped there, the tail lights glowing. There were a group of 20-something Asian Americans approaching, sliding over the hood of the van to get into the alley and approach. Members of the ABB. This isn't supposed to happen in broad daylight, Emma thought. Taylor's voice was faint. I could probably recite this one book word for word for you by the time I get back. Maybe if I asked one of the counselors, I could get more. Her heart pounding as hard as it ever had, Emma hung up. Some part of her rationalized it as needing to eliminate the distraction, to focus on the more immediate problem. Hold tight, her father said. She did, and he put his foot to the gas. The car started rolling toward the dumpster, and the gang members behind them began running after them. Too slow, she thought. The car barely tapped the dumpster. It was only after contact had already been made that her dad put his foot on the gas, pushing against the blockade instead of ramming or crashing into it. The dumpster didn't budge. They blocked it. Or they took the wheels off. Or both. There were too many people behind them for the car to reverse. Not unless her dad wanted to hurt or kill a bunch of people. Even if he did want to hurt them, he couldn't be sure he'd hit them, and where could he go? There wasn't any guarantee he'd be able to move the dumpster if he backed up and rammed into it. Call the police, her father said. She barely registered it. Emma. Call the police. She fumbled with the phone. 99. Why won't my hands work? 911. The window to her right shattered. She screamed, then screamed again as hands clutched her hair, hauled her partially out of her seat, until the seatbelt strained against her shoulder and pelvis. He wasn't strong enough to actually lift her, but it hurt. She wasn't thinking, only wanted the pain to stop. Her mind was flooded with images of what might happen if the person outside tugged in a slightly different direction and dragged her face against the broken glass of the window. The phone clattered to the floor as she gripped her attacker's wrists, tried to alleviate the pain of hair tearing free from her scalp. She put her feet flat on the floor of the car, pushed herself up and away from her seat, almost helping her attacker. Emma regretted it almost as she did it, but in the panic and pain, she undid the seatbelt. She'd just wanted the pain to stop, and now there were 2 sets of hands gripping her, hauling her up and out through the car window. Glass broke away against the fabric of her denim jacket, and she fell hard enough against the pavement that grit was pushed into her skin. I hope the jacket didn't get torn. It was so expensive, she thought. It was inane, stupid, almost hilariously out of sync with reality. Delirious. Her father's screams of almost mindless panic sounded so far away, as he cried out her name, over and over again. The gang members who stood above her each wore crimson and pale green. There were other colors, predominantly black, but the contrast of red and green stood out. Some had their faces exposed, others wore kerchiefs over the lower halves of their faces. One had a bandana folded so it covered one eye. She couldn't think straight enough to count them. They had knives, she belatedly noted. Her father screamed for her again. Stop, Dad. You're embarrassing me. She was more cognizant of how irrational the thought was, this time. Odd, how calm she felt. Except that wasn't right. Her heart was pounding, she could barely breathe, her thoughts were jumbled and irrational, and yet she somehow felt more together than she might have guessed she would. She wasn't hysterical, at least. She was oddly pleased with that, even as she wondered if she might wet herself. Turn over, ginger bitch, one of the girls standing above her said. The order was punctuated by a sharp kick to Emma's ribs. She flopped over, face pressing against the hot pavement. Hands took hold of her jacket and pulled it off. The sleeves turned inside out, the half-folded cuffs catching around her hands. If she'd been taking it off herself, that would have been cause for some rearrangement, to get her hands free. Instead, they pulled. It hurt briefly, and then they had the jacket. Here, Yan, one of the guys said, his accent almost musical. You owe me. Sweet. The voice sounded young. My jacket, Emma thought, plaintive. We could send this bitch out of town, one of the guys said. Stick her in one of the farms and hold her for a while. She's got tits, could auction her off. Don't be a moron. White girl goes missing, they look. Someone opened the car door and climbed in. There was the sound of the glove compartment opening, of items falling to the floor, where her cell phone was. For the life of her, she couldn't remember if she had hit call on her cell phone before she'd dropped it. It would mean the difference between her phone sitting on the floor of the car, the numbers displayed on the screen, and authorities using the phone to find her location, sending help. Someone grabbed her hair, again. This time, there was a tearing sensation, and the tugging abruptly stopped. Her face cracked against the pavement beneath, one cheekbone catching almost all of the impact. They'd cut her hair, and she'd just bruised her face. Face, she mumbled. What's that, Ginger? The girl standing over her asked. Emma twisted her head around to see the girl holding a length of red hair in her hand. Not the face, please. I'll do anything you want, just, not the face. It was the delirium that had taken hold of her the second her father had seized her arm. It wasn't really her, was it? She couldn't be this stupidly vain when it all came down to the wire. She didn't want to be that kind of person. You'll do anything? One of the guys asked. The one with one eye. Like what? She reached for an answer, but her thoughts were little more than white noise. The answers that did come to mind weren't possibilities. Not really. Then it's the face after all. Hold her. 10 minutes ago, she'd never been afraid. Not really. Stage fright, sure. Fear of not getting the Christmas present she wanted? Sure. But she'd never been afraid. And before the one-eyed thug spoke that last sentence, she'd never known terror. Had never known what it might be like to be a deer in the moment the wolves set tooth to flesh, the rabbit fleeing the bird of prey. It was like being possessed, and the white noise that had subsumed her thoughts when she searched for an argument now consumed her brain in entirety. She felt a kind of surge of strength as her fight or flight instincts kicked into gear, and it wasn't enough. She was outnumbered, and many of them were stronger than her, even with the adrenaline feeding into her. Two held her arms out to either side, and someone knelt just behind her, knees pressing hard against the side of her head, keeping her from turning it. Looking up, she could see a girl, not much older than her, sporting a nose ring and a startling purple eyeshadow. She was wearing Emma's jacket. Emma could hear her father screaming, still, and it sounded further away than ever. One eye straddled her, planting his left hand on top of her hair, helping to hold her head down to the ground. He held a knife that was long and thin, the blade no wider across than a finger, tapering to a wicked point. What was it called? A stiletto? He rested the flat of the blade on the tip of her nose. Nose, he murmured. The blade moved to her eye, and she couldn't move away. She could only shut it, feel it twitching mercilessly as he laid the flat of the blade against her eyelid. Eye. The blade touched her lips, a steel kiss. Mouth. He used the blade to brush the hair away from the side of her head, hooked an earring with the point of the blade. Well, you can hide the ears with the hair, he said, his voice barely over a whisper. The knife point pulled at the earring until her face contorted in pain. So maybe I'll take both. Which will it be? She couldn't process, couldn't sort out the information in the mist of the terror that gripped her. Again, the knife traveled over her face, almost gentle as it touched the areas in question. One eye, the nose, the mouth, or both ears. Yan here thinks she has what it takes to be a member, instead of a common whore, so you choose one of the above, and she goes to town on the part in question, proves her worth. Holy shit, Lao, the girl with the eyeshadow said. She sounded almost gleeful, that's fucked up. Pick, he said, again, as if he hadn't heard. Emma blinked tears out of her eyes, looked for an escape, an answer. And she saw a figure crouched on top of her father's car, dressed in black, with a hood and a cape that fluttered out of sync with the warm sea breeze that flowed from the general direction of the beach. She could see the whites of the girl's eyes through the eyeholes of what looked like a metal hockey mask. Help me. The dark figure didn't move. Lao, the one-eyed man, reversed the knife in his hands and handed it to the girl with the eyeshadow. The girl, for her part, dragged the knife's point over Emma's eyelid, a feather touch. Pick, the girl said. No, wait. She shoved the handful of hair she'd cut away into Emma's mouth. Eat it, then pick. Emma opened her mouth to plead for help, but she couldn't find the breath. The hair wasn't it, not really. Some of it was the weight of the young man sitting on her chest, crushing her under his weight. Mostly, it was the fear, like a physical thing. She thought of Taylor, of all people. Taylor had, in her way, been put to the knife, had an irreplaceable part of herself carved away. Not a nose or an eye, but a mother. And in the moment she'd found out, a light had gone out inside Emma's best friend, a vibrancy had faded. She'd ceased to be the same person. If she'd experienced her first real taste of fear when the gang members attacked the car, her first real taste of terror when Lao proclaimed he'd cut her face, then it was the thought of Taylor, of becoming Taylor, that gripped her with panic, a whole new level of fear. I won't become Taylor. I'm not. I'm not strong enough to come back from that. The knife momentarily forgotten, she bucked, thrashed, fought. An inarticulate noise tore out of her throat, a scream, a grunt, and a wail of despair all together, an ugly sound she couldn't ever have imagined she'd make. Lao was dislodged, one hand freed, and she brought it up, not in self-defense, but to attack. Her nails found his one good eye, caught on flesh, dug into the softest tissues she could find and dragged through them, through eyelid and across eyeball, through cheekbone and the meat of his cheek. He screamed, struck her with enough force that she wondered if he'd had knuckle dusters she hadn't seen. Knuckle dusters, a weapon. She belatedly remembered the knife, looked up at the girl with the eyeshadow. The figure in the black cloak had the knife-wielding girl, the knife hand twisted behind the girl's back. With a sharp, calculated motion, the arm was twisted a measure too far, the eyeshadow girl jerked off balance so the weight of her body would only help twist it further. The girl screamed, dropping the knife, and she flopped to the ground, her arm gone limp, dangling from the shoulder at an angle that shouldn't have been possible. The figure in black turned on Lao. She swept her cape to one side, and momentarily became a living shadow, a transparent blur. When she returned to normal, her posture was different, and the knife had disappeared from the ground. It was in her hand. Emma watched in numb horror and awe as the girl advanced on Lao, who crab-walked backward to get away. She closed the distance, stretched out one arm, and delivered a single scratch with the knife, cutting into Lao's right eye. Other thugs had already fallen. The one who'd held her arm before she pulled it free was slumping over, unconscious. The woman who must have been standing next to Emma's father, was lying prone on the ground on the other side of the car, a pool of blood spreading beneath her. That left only one, the thug who'd held Yan's left arm. He was on his feet in a moment, running, Emma's backpack in one hand, open, the contents from the glove compartment falling free. Useless, trivial items. A bag of candy, the driver's handbook. Things he'd taken only because he could. The girl in the cloak was small, Emma noted. Younger. Again, the cloaked vigilante became a virtual living shadow, flung herself down the length of the alleyway, faster than the man was running. She moved past him, ducking low as she materialized into a normal form. The knife raked across the side of his knee, and he fell. He twisted as he hit the ground, kicked out with one leg, and caught the girl in the side of one knee. She tumbled, landing on top of him. The ensuing struggle was brief and one-sided. He tried to grab his attacker, found only a material shadow. He turned over, getting on hands and knees to push himself to a standing position, but she moved faster, going solid as she loomed over him, one hand on the wall for balance. She tipped, let herself fall, and drove his face into the pavement with all the weight she could bring down on him. A second later, the cloaked girl was holding one of his hands against a door just to his right. She used the stiletto to impale his hand to the wood, bent the blade until the handle snapped away. Emma, her father said. He was out of the car, embracing her. Are you hurt? Emma. One hand absently tried to claw her own strands of hair from her mouth, failing to get all of them. She settled for leaving the hand mashed against her mouth, as incoherent a gesture as anything she might have said if she'd been able to speak. Wordless, the girl in the black cloak limped a few steps away from the fallen boy before adopting her shadow form, floating away, untouchable. Emma. Emma stared at her bedroom ceiling. It was her sister's voice. I went to that store, got that shampoo you liked. Emma turned over, pulling the covers tight, staring at the wall instead. I just thought a shower must sound pretty good right about now. There were still scraps of paper stuck to the wall with blue tack, the corners of the posters she'd torn down in a fit of emotion. All the words in the English language, and there wasn't one for what she'd felt. Not anger, not fear, not resentment, some combination of those things that was duller, heavier, suffocating. The eyes of the boys from the posters had been too much. Okay, her sister said, from the other side of the bedroom door. We love you, Emma. You know that, right? Her mother spoke through the door. Emma? Taylor's on the phone. She's still at summer camp. Do you? Emma sat up in bed, swung her legs around until they hung off the end of the bed. No, her voice was a croak. How many days had it been since she spoke? If I explained, maybe she could. An image flashed across her mind's eye. Taylor, on the other end of the phone, laughing, blabbering on, happy, just before the incident. The tables had turned. If you tell her, I'm never coming out, she croaked. There wasn't a reply. Emma stood from the bed and approached the door. She could hear her mother on the other side. Doesn't want to talk to you right now. I'm sorry. A pause. No. No, I don't. Another pause, briefer. Bye, honey, Emma's mom said. Floorboards creaked as her mother walked away. A therapist. You could go alone, or we could go together. She grit her teeth. I left her number by the phone. We're all going to be out. Your sister's at a thing related to the college dorms, a pre-moving and orientation. Your mom and I have work. You know our phone numbers, but I was thinking, a pause. If you were thinking of doing something drastic, and you didn't feel like you could talk to any of us, the therapist's number's there. Emma hugged her knees. Her back pressed hard against the door, the bones of her spine grinding against the door's surface. I love you. We love you. The doors are all double locked, so you're safe, and there's food in the fridge. Your sister bought that stuff from the store you like. Soaps and shampoos. Emma clutched the fabric of her pajamas. It's been a week. You can't be happy like this. We won't be here to bother you, so warm yourself up some food, treat yourself to a nice bath, maybe, watch some television. Get things a step back to normal. She stood, abrupt, paced halfway across her bedroom, then stopped. Nowhere to go, nothing to do. She stood there, staring at the wall with the torn corners of posters still stuck to it, fists clenched. Bye, honey. She was rooted to the spot, staring at a blank surface, listening as her family went about their routines. There were murmurs of conversation as they got organized, orchestrated who was going in which car, what everyone was doing for lunch. Quieter fragments of conversation where they were discussing her. The door slammed, and she heard the locks click, a sound so faint she might have imagined it. It was only after everyone had left that she ventured out of her room. Coffee. Cereal. She went through the motions, reheating a mug of the former and preparing the latter. She hadn't finished either when she stood and ventured into the bathroom. She didn't touch the bag of expensive soaps and shampoos, instead using her father's regular shampoo. She soaked up with the bar soap, rinsed off, then stepped out of the shower to dry herself. Once she was dressed, her hair still damp, she approached the front door, hesitated. She pushed through, left it unlocked behind her. She couldn't shake the worry that if she stepped back inside to find keys, she might not be able to step through the threshold again. Her teeth were chattering by the time she was at the end of the street, and it wasn't cold out. Her thoughts were a chaotic jumble as she walked. Her stomach felt like a blob of gelatin, quivering with every step she took. The stairs were worst of all. As much as she tried to tell herself that she wasn't in the middle of a giant spotlight, that people didn't care, she couldn't shake the idea that they were watching her, analyzing her every move, noting her wet hair, noting the hunk of hair at the back that was shorter than the rest, crudely chopped off. Were they seeing her as a victim, someone so full of fear and anxiety that her every movement practically screamed easy target? Perhaps the dumbest insecurity of all was the worry that somehow they could read her mind, that they knew she was doing the dumbest thing she'd ever done. Every step she took, the white noise of her fear consumed a bit of her rational mind. She found herself back at the mouth of the narrow one-way road. The dumpster had been moved, the van was nowhere in sight. This was different from feeling like a victim, because here, she knew she really was begging to be attacked. To loiter around in known gang territory, unarmed? It was senseless. This time, they might really carry through with their threats. All it would take was the wrong person seeing her. Emma couldn't bring herself to care. She was scared, but she was scared every moment of every day, had been for the last 7 days. Right now? She was more desperate than scared. She'd hoped she would run into the girl in the black cloak. She wasn't so lucky. Her stomach started protesting that the half bowl of cereal hadn't been enough, but she stayed where she was. She hadn't brought a wallet, a phone, or watch, so she had no way of getting food, nor any idea of how long she was really waiting. When the sun was directly overhead, she turned to leave. There was no place to go. Home? It would be too easy to shut herself in her room, to hide from the world. There was nothing she wanted to do, nobody she wanted to talk to. The world was an ugly place, filled with ugly scenes, and unlike before, she couldn't shut it out, couldn't shake the idea that something horrible was happening around every corner. Thousands of people suffering every second, around the world. What got her, the nebulous idea that haunted her, was the impact those scenes had. There were so many defining moments, so many crises, big and small, that shaped the people they touched. The biggest and most critical moments were the sorts that wiped the slate clean, that ignored or invalidated the person who had existed before, only to create another. Emma had fought in a moment of desperation, as if fighting could make her stronger than Taylor, set herself apart. Except she'd failed. It was unbearable. She hated herself. Her eyes watched the crowd, searching for the people who were eyeing her, judging her. She couldn't find any obvious ones, but she couldn't shake the belief that they were there. Takes guts. She could feel her heart leap into her throat, wheeling around, imagining the Asian girl with the eyeshadow standing behind her. It wasn't. The girl was dark-skinned, slender, with long, straight hair. She had a hard stare, penetrating. Guts. Emma couldn't imagine any word less appropriate. Coming back. The only reason you'd do it is because you were looking for revenge, or you were looking for me. Or both, depending on how cracked you are. Emma opened her mouth, then closed it. The realization hit her. This was the girl with the black cloak, announcing herself. She asked the question she'd gone to such risk to pose to the girl, why did you wait? You saw me in trouble, but you didn't do a thing. Because I wanted to see who you were. Before, Emma suspected she'd have been offended, aghast at the idea that this girl would leave her to suffer, leave her life at risk, just for an answer to a question. Now she could almost understand it, oddly enough. Who was I? There's two people in the world. Those who get stronger when they come through a crisis and those who get weaker. The ones who get stronger naturally come out on top. There's ups and downs, but they'll win out. Who was I? Emma asked, again. You're here, aren't you? The girl smiled. Emma didn't have an answer to that. She shut her mouth, all too aware of the people walking past them, going about their everyday lives, overhearing snippets of their conversation and yet failing to pick up anything essential. I want to be one of the stronger ones. I don't do the partner thing, or the team thing. Emma nodded. She didn't have an answer ready. The other girl's eyes studied her, and she seemed to come to a decision. It's a philosophy, a way of looking at it all. You can look at the world as what's the word? One thing and another. A binary. A binary thing. But not black and white. It's about the divide of winners and losers. Strong and weak, predators and prey. I kind of like that last one, but I'm a hunter. Emma thought back to how readily the girl had taken the thugs apart. I can believe that. The girl smiled. And what you have to keep in mind, is the biggest question of all is one you're answering for yourself, right now. Survivor or victim? What's the difference? On this violent, brutish little planet of ours, it's the survivors who wind up the strongest ones of all. Emma stood from the kitchen table, aware that her entire family was watching her. It's all mental. 3 weeks ago, she might never have imagined that she'd be able to resume life as normal, to not be afraid. Perhaps it was more correct to say that she was afraid, she just wasn't acting it. Faking it until she could make it the truth. You're going out, her sister couldn't quite keep the note of surprise out of her voice. Sophia's dropping by, Emma said. Just want to forget it happened, put it behind me. Move forward. Taylor got back from camp this morning, her mother said. Emma paused. Okay. She might stop by. Okay. Emma couldn't resist hurrying a little as she collected her dishes and rinsed them in the sink. If she comes by when you're not here. I'll talk to her, Emma said. Don't worry about it. She made her way to the front hall, stopped by the mirror to run a brush through her hair. It had all been cut to match the piece that had been cut shorter with the knife. She couldn't wait for it to grow in, as that alone would erase just one more memory that reminded her of her moment of weakness and humiliation, of how close she'd come to dying or being mutilated. Until it did grow in, it was yet another reminder of all the ugliness she wanted to be able to look past. Sophia was waiting outside by the time she had her shoes on. Heya, vigilante, Emma said, smiling. Heya, survivor. She could see Taylor approaching, tan, still wearing the shirt from camp in the bright primary blue, with the logo, shorts and sandals. It only made her look more kiddish. Broomstick arms and legs, gawky, with a wide, guileless smile, her eyes just a fraction larger behind the glasses she wore, a little too old-fashioned. Her long dark curls were tied into a loose set of twin braids, one bearing a series of colorful friendship bracelet-style ties at the end. Only her height gave her age away. She looks like she did years ago. Way before her mom died. Like she's 9, not 13. Who the fuck is that? Sophia murmured. Emma didn't reply. She watched as Taylor approached the gate at the front of the house, walked up the path to the stairs where she and Sophia stood. Emma. Who the fuck are you? Sophia asked. Taylor's smile faltered. A brief look of confusion flickered across her face. We're friends. Emma and I have been friends for a long time. Sophia smirked. Really? Emma resisted the urge to cringe. Fake it until I make it. Really, Taylor echoed Sophia. The smallest furrow appeared between her eyebrows. What's going on, Emma? I haven't heard from you in a good while. Your mom said you weren't taking calls. Emma hesitated. To just explain, to talk to Taylor. Taylor would give her sympathy, would listen to everything she had to say, give an unbiased ear to every thought, every wondering and anxiety. Emma almost couldn't bear the idea. But there would be friendship too. Support. It would be so easy to reach out and take it. I love the haircut, Taylor filled the silence, talking and smiling like she couldn't contain herself. You managed to make any style look great. Emma closed her eyes, taking a second to compose herself. Then she smiled back, though not so wide. She could feel Sophia's eyes on her. She stepped down one stair to get closer to Taylor, put a hand on her shoulder. Taylor raised one arm to wrap Emma in a hug, stopped short when Emma's arm proved unyielding, stopping her from closing the distance. Go home, Taylor. I didn't ask you to come over. She could see the smile fall from Taylor's face. Only a trace of it lingered, a faltering half-smile. It's never been a problem before. I'm sorry. I was just excited to see you, it's been weeks since we even talked. There's a reason for that. This was just an excuse to cut a cord I've been wanting to cut for a long time. There it went. The last half-smile, wiped from Taylor's expression. What? Why? Do you think it was fun? Spending time with you, this past year. The words came too easily. Things she'd wanted to say, not the whole truth, but feelings she'd bottled up, held back. I wanted to break off our friendship a long while back, even before your mom kicked the bucket, but I couldn't find the chance. Then you got that call, and you were so down in the dumps that I thought you'd hurt yourself if I told you the truth, and I didn't want to get saddled with that kind of guilt. It was surprising how easily the words came. Half-truths. So you lied to me, strung me along. You lied to yourself more than I lied to you. Fuck you, Taylor snapped back. She turned to leave, and Sophia stuck one foot out. Taylor didn't fall, but she stumbled, had to catch the gate for balance. Taylor turned around, eyes wide, as if she could barely comprehend that Sophia had done what she'd done, that Emma had stood by and watched it. Then she was gone, running. Feel better? Sophia asked. Better? No. Emma couldn't bring herself to feel guilty or ashamed, but it didn't feel good. That knot of negative emotion was tempered by a sense of profound relief. One less reminder of the old, weak, pathetic vain Emma, one more step towards the new. Emma's cell phone vibrated. She rose from her bed, suppressing a sigh. As quiet as she could, she collected the tackle box from beneath her bed, dressed and headed downstairs. Her father was at the kitchen table. His eyes went wide, and he stood. She pressed her finger to her lips, and he stopped, his mouth open. She hesitated, then spoke in a whisper, I need your help. Please. Can you not ask any questions just yet? He hesitated, then nodded. She handed him the keys, and climbed into the passenger seat. He started up the car, then drove in the directions she dictated, her eyes on the phone. They found themselves downtown, in the midst of a collection of bodies. And in the center, leaning against a wall, Shadow Stalker was hunched over, using her hands to staunch a leg wound. Emma bent down, opened the tackle box, and began gathering the first aid supplies. Wordless, her father joined her. We owe her this, at least. Give it back, Taylor's voice was quiet, but level. Give what back? You guys broke into my locker. You took my flute. It's something my mom left me, something she used, that my dad gave to me so I could remember her. Just, if you've decided you hate me, if I said the wrong thing, or led you to believe something that wasn't true, okay. But don't do that to my mom. She was good to you. Don't disrespect her memory. If it was so valuable to you, then you shouldn't have brought it. Taylor didn't speak for long seconds. Can you blame me? Since school started, you've been, after me. As if you're trying to make a point or something. Except I don't know what it is. The point is that you're a loser. Taylor wasn't able to keep the emotion off her face. Even if it's just a flute and a memory, maybe I wanted to feel like I had some backup here. I thought you were better than that, screwing with me on that level. I guess you're wrong, Emma replied. She let the words sit for a few seconds, then added, doesn't look like she's offering you any backup at all. Emma had mused, back in the week she'd been reeling from her near miss with death or disfigurement, that there were moments that changed destinies, that altered people's trajectories in life. Some were small, the changes minor, others large to the point they were irreversible. It was so easy, just to utter the words, and the reaction was so profound. A mixture of emotions that briefly stripped Taylor bare, revealed everything in a series of changing facial expressions. She didn't enjoy it. Didn't revel in it. But it was reassuring. The world made sense. Predators and prey. Attackers and victims. It was like a drug, only she'd never experienced the high, the pure joy of it. There was only the withdrawal, the need for a hit just to get centered again. Fight back, get angry, hit me. Challenge me. It took Taylor long seconds to get her mental footing. She met Emma's eyes, and then stared down at the ground. She mumbled her response. I think that says a lot more about you than it does about me. That wasn't what I meant, Emma thought. She felt irrationally angry, annoyed, and couldn't put her finger on why. It took her a minute to find Sophia, not helped by the fact that the two of them had classes on opposite sides of the building. Sophia was putting coins into the vending machine. She looked up at Emma. What? Did you break into her locker? Yet. Stole a flute? Yet. Emma paused for long seconds. To give the flute back, surreptitiously, it would go a ways towards breaking the rhythm, the cycle. Taylor's words nettled her. To back down now, it would be a step towards the old Emma, the victim. Fuck with it. Do something disgusting to it, and make sure to wreck it so she can't use it ever again. Sophia smiled. Do you hereby attest that all statements disclosed in this document are the truth, to the best of your knowledge? I do, Emma's father spoke. Emma reached out and took his hand, squeezing it. He glanced at her, and she mouthed the words, thank you. There was a shuffling of papers at the other end of the long table. We, the committee, have reviewed the documents, and agree that case 1631, Shadow Stalker, has met the necessary requirements. With stipulations to be named at a future date, specific to her powers and the charges previously laid against her, she is now a probationary member of the wards, until such a time as she turns 18 or violates the terms of this probationary status. Congratulations, Shadow Stalker. Thank you, Shadow Stalker's tone was subdued, her eyes directing a glare at the center of the table rather than anyone present. Emma watched as the capes and official bigwigs around her got out of their chairs, fell into groups. Dauntless approached her dad. She only caught two murmured words of Dauntless' question. Divorce attorney. Shadow Stalker, for her part, stood and strode out of the room. Emma hurried to follow. By the time she reached the staircase, Shadow Stalker was halfway to the roof. You're angry. Of course I'm angry. Stipulations, rules, and regulations. I've had my powers for 2.5 years and I've stopped more bad guys than half the capes in that room. Emma couldn't stop the memory from hitting her. The man struggled, and as much as Shadow Stalker was able to make herself immaterial, to loosen any grip or free herself from any bonds, she didn't have the ability to tighten that same grip. He tipped backwards, off the edge of the roof, and a gesture meant to intimidate became manslaughter. Shadow Stalker stared off the edge of the roof at the body, then turned to look at Emma. Is this he? Emma asked. Probably best if you don't come on patrol with me again. You have, Emma replied, snapping back to reality. How many have you stopped? It's like putting a wolf among sheep and expecting it to bleat. It's only 3 years. Better than prison. 3 years and 4 months. Better than prison, Emma repeated herself. It is prison, fuck it. It's like you said. Just fake it until you make it the truth, put away the lethal ammunition for a few years. Shadow Stalker wheeled on her, stabbed a finger in her direction, fuck that. Emma stared at her best friend, saw the look in Sophia's eyes, the anger, the hardness. For a moment, she regretted the choice she'd made. Then she had her head in order again, the little things she was faking contorted with reality until she couldn't tell the difference anymore. People could convince themselves of anything, and there were worse things than convincing oneself that they were strong, capable, one of the ones on top, rather than one of the ones on the bottom. The door of the bathroom stall swung open. Sophia had flung one arm around Emma's shoulders, and Emma joined her in laughing. To their right, the third member of their trio was giggling so hard she had hiccups. Taylor kneeled in the middle of a massive puddle of juices and sodas, some of it still fizzing around her. She was drenched, head to toe, trickles still running off of the lengths of her hair. Her style of dress had changed over the past little while, in ways Taylor probably wasn't fully aware of. She wore darker clothes now, cloaked herself in sweatshirts and loose-fitting jeans. Her long hair was a shield, a barrier around her face. All measures to hide, signals and gestures of defeat. More than that, she'd changed in behavior, had stopped fighting back. She'd stopped reacting, for the most part. Her expression was impassive. It took some of the fun out of it. It was almost disappointing. I'll have to think of a better one than this. Crack that facade, Emma thought. She smirked as Madison led the way out of the bathroom, and they left Taylor behind. Taylor had become the archetypical victim, Emma mused, in one sober moment, as she parted ways with the other two girls, and I found myself becoming the type of person who could genuinely laugh at something like this. She dismissed the thought, shifting mental gears, re-establishing the construction of self-confidence she'd built. It was a little easier every time she did it. The fan on the other side of the room had a piece loose. It squeaked on every third rotation. She examined her nails, picked at a fleck of something white that had stick to the end of one nail, then checked her cuticles. The fan squeaked, and she turned her head, as if she could spot the offending flaw and fix it. You come all this way, and you don't have anything to say? Sophia asked. Emma shrugged. It was on our way. Say what's on your mind. It's all backwards, isn't it? Backwards how? Upside down, turned around. Two wrongs make a right. What wrongs? Sophia's voice was hard. Not you. Not your thing. That's not what I'm talking about. We're moving back to Brockton Bay. As in, it's in progress. Half our stuff's still back in Portland, half's in the Bay. We finally moved. Someplace nice. Further north. Sophia smirked. But that's why I'm saying it's all backwards. Things got flipped around. The north end is nicer, now. They're rebuilding, and it's all coming together. Downtown is the place that got hit hard. You've got 3 big areas you can't go, with the crater, the quarantine, and the place I heard people calling the Scar, where they did some bombing run with Bakuda's stuff. Construction's slower towards the south, because there's so much traffic and not a lot of roads. Hey. The bad guys are keeping the law, but things are better, and you talk to anyone, there's hope. I don't know how that happens, how you visit every tragedy imaginable on a place, drop a dozen different nightmare scenarios on it, and things get better. How does that work? I don't really care, Shadow Stalker said. It's your city. The world ends in less than 2 years. I won't be out of here before then. What's the word? I reiterate, I don't really care. I'm trying to make conversation. You're doing a shitty job of it, Sophia replied. Emma shut her mouth, stared at her friend. World ends in 2 years, Sophia added. It's a joke, pretending like things are getting better, like there's hope. The world turns a few hundred more times and then it all ends. Sour grapes? It's kind of neat in terms of the big picture, Emma said, ignoring Sophia. It's like, the future hasn't looked this bright in a while. There's promise, if this rumor about an open interdimensional portal is for real. Multiple portals, if you believe the really out there rumors. Escape routes, resources, work. And Brockton Bay is at the center of it all. Sophia snorted. And, more than that, it's like, if we're talking about hope, about the future, who's more iconic for all that than kids? You know, that line about how kids are the future? Heroes too, they're icons of hope too. And put those things together, you get Arcadia High. Winslow High's gone, and there's not quite enough students, so they're hurting us all together. So, it's like, all this hope, you've got Brockton Bay at the center of it all. And at the center of Brockton Bay's hope, it's Arcadia High. And at the center of that, you've got the heroes and the winners. I fully intend to be the latter. In a way, it's like being queen of the world. The popular kid in high school. In the high school, Emma said. She shrugged. It's one way of looking at it. It's sad. Emma smirked. Someone's grumpy. It's sad because you're making a fool of yourself, you're missing a key detail. Which? Sophia shrugged. Better if you find out for yourself. I won't spoon-feed you. Emma rolled her eyes. Sophia was just toying with her head. Easy enough to ignore. I'm going to go. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but... Sophia caught the but. Bitch. Yeah. Def, Emma replied, before hanging up the phone. She stood from the stool that was bolted to the floor, stretched, then offered a small wave. Sophia raised both hands together to offer a minuscule wave with her right. They were cuffed together, LEDs standing out on the cuffs, marking the live current. Emma couldn't tell herself she'd be back. To stick around and be loyal now would betray every reason she'd given herself for dropping Taylor as a friend. Taylor had been a wet blanket, a loser. Sophia was no better, now. It was ironic, but Sophia had proven herself to be more prey than predator, in the very philosophy she'd espoused. Hey Dad. Her dad turned his head to acknowledge her, while keeping his eyes on the road. What is it? Mind making a detour? I wouldn't mind seeing Taylor's house. I thought you weren't friends anymore. Emma shook her head. I'm trying to put it all into perspective. It's really changed, and it's easiest to get my head around the changes if I can look at the familiar places, and her house is pretty familiar. Sure. If nobody else minds. There were no objections from her mom or sister. The city had always had its highs and lows, its peaks and valleys, but it seemed it was an even starker contrast now. She'd commented, once, that for any one house, she could find 3 things wrong with it. It had been flipped around, in its own way. For every 10 houses, there was one ruin, a dilapidated structure or pile of wreckage. For every 10 stretches of road that were intact, there was one that a car couldn't pass over. They turned off Lord Street, onto the street that Taylor's house was on. As they approached, Emma could see Taylor helping her dad unload a box from what looked to be a new or newly washed car. He said something and she laughed. The casual display of emotion was startling. It was equally startling when, in the moment Emma's dad slowed the car down, Taylor's head turned, her eyes falling on them, her head and upper body turning to follow them as they passed. She didn't even resemble the person Emma had known way back then, not the girl who'd approached her house after coming back from camp, and not the girl who'd been drenched in juice. The lines of her cheekbones and chin were more defined, her skin baked to a light tan by the sun, her long black curls grown a touch wild by long exposure to wind. Light muscles stood out on her arms as she held a box, her dad standing back to direct. Even her clothes. She wasn't hiding under a hood and long sleeves. A trace of her stomach was exposed between the bottom of her yellow tank top and the top of her jeans. The frayed cuffs were rolled up at the bottom, around new running shoes, and neither Taylor nor her dad seemed to be paying any attention to the knife that was sheathed at her back. It surprised Emma, all the little clues coming together to point to one fact, that Taylor had stayed. She'd stayed, and she'd come out of it okay. Judging by the new car, the shoes, and her clothes, the Heberts were doing better for money than they had been the last time Emma had run into either of them. Were they early beneficiaries of Brockton Bay's upswing in fortune? It unsettled her, and she had a hard time putting her finger on why. It didn't hit her until they'd reached their new house, a recollection of something Sophia had said. On this violent, brutish little planet of ours, it's the survivors who wind up the strongest ones of all.